Lin Hai, an ordinary university student, unexpectedly struck fortune and traversed into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, acquiring a rather peculiar system. However, this system's aesthetic diverged significantly from his preconceived notions. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Jade Shield. System, why are you such a weirdo? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Magic Kai's Descent. But I sense your components are rather complex. I also possess the Rinnegan. Would you like it? Absolutely. Just kidding, I don't. Thus began an unforgettable adventure filled with banter between Lin Hai and the enigmatic system. Chapter 1. Where are you from, system? Knock, knock, knock. Ergo, hurry up and join for a match. We're just one short. Quickly, Lin Hai, you should log in too. In the dormitory, a male student who had yet to freshen up was calling for his roommates to log on. At a seat by the window, a young man was intently fixated on his computer screen. I'm utterly fed up with those baseless rumors claiming I caused Johnny's demise. Let us review the footage. Got in the void, if you are not Leo's prey, then you are merely her livestock. Continue, Johnny. Absurd. Perverse. Short-legged. She is only worthy of licking my noble and aloof tea that moment. A large hand brushed against Lin Hai's face, accompanied by a mischievous voice. If you don't log in soon, that bald woman will come and collect your skin. Just as the cause of death for Johnny, one of the Fantastic Four, concluded, Lin Hai reluctantly maneuvered his mouse to exit the website. That I am truly exasperated with you. I always seem to lose points when playing with you, Lin Hai remarked without reservation. At least I finished watching the movie. At that moment, someone inquired, Hi Z, where did you find Deadpool 3? They'll send you the link later. The dormitory housed 5 individuals, each seated in their respective spots, placing their phones down and retrieving wet wipes to cleanse their clammy hands, before collectively launching the game to form a team. Are we ready, everyone? Ready, dorm leader. Should we hold back this time? No, this time we shall leave them utterly defeated. All right, you lot. Mind your own business and prepare. 10 minutes later. The 5 stared at the screen, where the red letters failure loomed, enveloped in silence. Well, I haven't played Naruto today, so they'll log off first. I just remembered I haven't completed the Iron Man storyline yet. Oh, how coincidental. I heard the island storyline online is a significant letdown. I must go and taste its flavor. The remaining 3 logged off, leaving only the dorm leader and Lin Hai. The dorm leader confidently declared, Hi Z, let's go. We've lost so many matches already this time, we are bound to win. Lin Hai sighed and replied, Dorm leader, why not try solo queuing next time? Learn from the online game streamers how to discern whether they're truly skilled players, and then lower your expectations for victory. You can do it. Originally, he was merely a casual player in honor of kings with mediocre skills, and after reaching the starry rank each season, he had ceased to care. However, after playing with the dormitory leader, his rank remained stagnant at Diamond. Aware of his own lack of skill, the dormitory leader, seeing that no one else was willing to join, reluctantly embarked on ranked matches alone. Lin Hai then inquired, I'm heading out to sell grilled skewers. Does anyone wish to partake? I do. Me too. Count me in. Father figure, please bring me a portion of cold noodles as well. Thank you. Lin Hai diligently noted each of his companions' requests, while simultaneously clicking to download Black Myth on his computer before departing the dormitory with his phone in hand. Adjacent to the dormitory building lay a bustling snack street. Upon reaching his favorite barbecue stall and placing his order with the proprietor, Lin Hai set off to retrieve a package. The snack street was somewhat distant from the delivery station, and as Lin Hai strode briskly, he suddenly noticed a message on his phone. Upon opening it, he discovered a picture and boastful text sent by his companion. Oi, 20 cast for Yunli, what's the power level? Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Lin Hai realized that he had spent 150 attempts to obtain that character. He promptly flooded the chat with a barrage of emoticons, followed by a remark. I feel like my fully leveled Clara surpasses that. With that, he turned off his phone, choosing not to dwell further. As Lin Hai lifted his gaze, he was abruptly confronted by a veil of silver white obstructing his vision. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recognized it to be the front of a large truck. How could there be a massive truck on campus? With this question lingering in his mind, Lin Hai was propelled 10 meters away, landing in a pool of blood in an unusual position. Ultimately, with his remaining willpower, he deleted minor applications and browser history from his phone, then opened WeChat to receive the money his friends had sent for the skewers. Having completed these tasks, Lin Hai closed his eyes without a hint of regret. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, swiftly sitting up to survey his surroundings. What the heck? Where did I end up? Is this even still the school? He found himself in a void, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. Could this possibly be the cosmos? Yet, as Lin Hai stood, stamping his feet, he could distinctly feel the ground beneath him. Could it be that he was dreaming? His recollection was of being struck by an unknown truck, and the next instant, he found himself in this peculiar place. The sensation was akin to a dream conjured during unconsciousness. However, why is there nothing in this dream? Shouldn't there be a revolving light show? Suddenly, a luminous orb materialized before him, its brilliance illuminating the entire space. The intensity of the light made Lin Hai squint painfully, prompting him to turn away and close his eyes, all the while muttering, "Goodness, such bright light, I want to turn into Ultraman, will I?" Gradually, the radiance diminished, becoming gentler. Lin Hai took notice of this and turned back to carefully examine the orb. Just as he pondered reaching out to see if he could transform, a voice resonated from within the light. System 5927 beta version at your service. Current space 031. Confirmed universe. Marvel designation 199999 cinematic universe. Branch confirmed. Locked. Host confirmed. Lin Hai. After the luminous orb finished its discourse, it suddenly surged into Lin Hai's body. In response, Lin Hai remained entirely unperturbed. After all, he had faced death once before. What could dying again possibly entail? As the radiance faded, Lin Hai curiously inquired, "System, why call me father?" At that moment, Lin Hai's expression resembled that of an elderly gentleman engrossed in his phone on the subway. Why did this system not resemble him at all? The air of sophistication had vanished in an instant. Nevertheless, Lin Hai comforted himself. Never mind, after all, it's merely a dream. It's only natural for the system to have its quirks. Ding. Host, do not be foolish. You're not dreaming, you have truly traversed dimensions. Be quiet, I am contemplating. Lin Hai pondered how to awaken from this dream, or perhaps exchange this system for another, or even utilize his cunning mind to envision this acerbic system as a petite girl with white hair. Wait, why does the image of Clara pop into my mind? This is troubling. Could this be the reason for my continuous misfortune? Ding. Host, you simply possess a streak of bad luck. Moreover, the thoughts in your mind are exceedingly perilous. Get lost. After regaining his composure, Lin Hai resolved to inquire about the nature of this system. After all, it was a dream, and he might as well indulge in some amusement. What region do you belong to? What is your name? What is your purpose? Ding. This system is unaware of its origin. The developer did not bestow a name upon it. However, this system has come with tasks. What tasks, Ding? Task 1, repair the world. Task 2, assess system performance. Task 3, gather user feedback. Negative review? It must be a negative review. Lin Hai declared without hesitation. Ding. Do not be hasty, try it first before passing judgment. Ding. Time is up, opening spatial portal, locking onto the universe, commencing transport. Hey, I just said negative review. Wait a moment, what is this enormous sphere? You can't be serious, are we really heading to Marvel? Chapter 2. John Stark, I find it perplexing. Why must I still study calculus after having traversed dimensions? In the university classroom, Lin Hai absent-mindedly twirled a pen, occasionally listening to the instructor's discourse while doodling in his textbook. At that moment, he felt an unusual sensation in his arm. Turning to investigate, he discovered a tall, well-built young man with a buzz cut and golden locks leaning in closer. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Lin, what did those 2 phrases you just uttered in Mandarin mean?" Lin Hai shook his head and replied in English, "It's nothing, merely some local banter." At long last, the bell rang. Eagerly, Lin Hai grabbed his backpack and made his way out, only to hear the golden-haired youth call out behind him, "Lin, there's a party at my house tonight. Will you come?" After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Molly will be there too." Lin Hai continued walking forward, turning back to say, "I have other commitments tonight, so I won't be able to make it." With that, he hurried to the parking lot, where he climbed into a limited edition red sports car and sped away from the campus, racing down the bustling streets. Indeed, it was exhilarating. He had been in this world for 18 years now. Ding. Truly exhilarating. Ah, you finally decided to speak? I thought you would remain silent for another 2 years. Hearing the voice echo in his mind, Lin Hai, though expressing sarcasm, felt a surge of joy. Ding. Energy levels have been fully replenished, and all malfunctions have been rectified. Host, with this system as your support, you can now truly liberate yourself. Then what if I were to confront Thanos right now? Ding. In that case, I would seek another host. Reflecting back, when the system had first brought into this realm, it had inevitably encountered a malfunction, resulting in his rebirth as an infant. Subsequently, the system had gone dormant. It wasn't until 2 years ago that it reawakened to inform him of these circumstances, revealing that only by being reborn as a native could he avoid being ostracized by this world. Remarkably, he was discovered and adopted by Howard and Maria Stark. Indeed, they were the parents of Tony Stark, the Iron Man. Whether this was orchestrated by the system or mere coincidence remains a mystery. He recalled that after the Starks found him, out of kindness, they sought to locate his biological parents, a quest that proved futile. Ultimately, they decided to adopt him, as their wealth and status rendered the addition of one more child inconsequential. At that time, Tony was already in his 20s, somewhat rebellious, and had a strained relationship with Howard. The sudden arrival of a younger brother was certainly unwelcome. Although Lin Hai was merely an infant, he possessed a consciousness of his own and could not afford to squander such a fortuitous beginning. Thus, utilizing the protective advantage of a newcomer, he successfully endeared himself to Tony. What? You may wonder how he accomplished this. What could a tiny child possibly do? Naturally, he relied on his cherubic countenance to charm them. Initially, he won the affection of Tony's mother, and in the ensuing days, he managed to capture Tony's heart as well. Interestingly, it seemed that his arrival altered the course of events. Originally, in 1991, Howard and Maria Stark were destined to be murdered by the Winter Soldier. However, that fate had shifted, and they lived on for another 6 years, until they eventually passed away due to health issues. Well, the ultimate conclusion remains unchanged, yet it is significantly better than before. At least Captain America and Tony will not become bitter enemies in the future. Thus, after the couple departed, Lin Hai became Tony's sole family member, and their bond grew inseparable. He presented himself to the world under a new name, John Stark. However, who is Tony? He is a technological mogul, the chairman of Stark Industries. While he may excel in scientific endeavors, he is utterly clueless when it comes to parenting. Consequently, the mundane matters of John's schooling and daily life were managed by Tony's driver, Happy. Later, when Pepper Potts joined, she took over these responsibilities. The blond young man who had just inquired about him in class was David, a friend he had met upon entering university. A key player on the school's basketball team, he also happened to be the boyfriend of a cheerleader. This setup feels rather familiar, doesn't it? Initially, John held a stereotypical view of him, but upon getting to know him, he discovered that David was quite easygoing and cheerful, a stark contrast to the portrayals in media. He expressed a keen interest in Chinese culture, often asking John to teach him a few phrases in Mandarin, always referring to him by his original name. According to David, it felt somewhat jarring to hear a handsome Chinese face called by a Western name. Having introduced his life, it is now time to unveil the system. The system, self-proclaimed as a multiverse extraction system, John privately dubbed it the system. This flawed system only possessed a card drawing feature, requiring everything to be drawn out, and it was exceedingly disadvantageous. One could draw only once every 7 days, and it took 10 draws to obtain a skill or an item. Furthermore, after 90 draws, one would inevitably acquire a high-quality skill or item. Could the method be any more blatant? Oh, system, who exactly conceived you? As he pondered, John couldn't help but reflect. Ding. I have heard that my creator was inspired by a game from your realm. So, it is about distilling the essence while discarding the dross, is it? Ding. I wouldn't know, as I have never played your games. Never mind, let me check my panel. Ding. Host, John Stark, Lin Hai. Age, 18. Gender, unknown. Skills, Jade Shield, Magic Armor Descendant, Dawn Guardian. Items, Iron Sword X3, Heart of Zhao, Advanced Resonance Potion X10. Basic Recovery Potion X10. Physique, 150, 100 Mental, 120, 100 Strength, 135, 100 Source Stone, 114. John glanced at his panel and mused. Why doesn't this system rename itself as a game system? Oh, system, if you would just change that source to something else, it would be more palatable. We've crossed realms and need not concern ourselves with issues of infringement. Ding. This system writes as it pleases. Then what nonsense is it to label my gender as unknown? Change it back immediately. Ding. I found that the host once donned women's attire in elementary school out of curiosity for performance, and a classmate captured your photograph. All right, system, write however you wish. I harbor no grievances. John ceased his banter with the system as he arrived home at Tony's opulent mansion. After parking the car in the basement, John stepped out and immediately spotted Tony's laboratory. A mechanical voice resonated in the underground space. Welcome back, Mr. John. As John ambled around, he noticed Tony was absent. He gently pushed aside the mechanical hand, known as Dee, and ascended the stairs while inquiring of Jarvis. Is Tony still at the company? Yes, Mr. Obadiah is currently discussing matters regarding the Middle East with Mr. Tony. The Jericho missile? Indeed. It seemed the narrative of Iron Man was about to unfold. Chapter 3, Acts of Valor. According to the original storyline, Tony would soon travel to Afghanistan to showcase the Jericho missile to the military, only to be ambushed by terrorists and abducted to create missiles. Although he ultimately returned safely, John could not guarantee what might transpire this time. Do you recall what the system said prior to his traversal? Repair the world. Since his arrival, aside from a change in the fate of Howard and Maria Stark, nothing else seemed altered. 2 years prior, when the system awoke, it informed John that many anomalies would manifest in this world. Elements from the games he played or props from various films could potentially appear. John's expression at that moment was akin to one who had consumed something bitter. What on earth was happening? Thus, John could not assure that the future would unfold as per the original plot, akin to the butterfly effect, albeit his butterfly originated from another realm. Mr. John. Miss Molly is calling, Jarvis announced. After a moment's contemplation, John replied, inform her that I shall not be attending David's party. Sir. Miss Molly has left a message. The group assignment deadline is approaching, and your portion has yet to be submitted. Blast. I completely forgot about that. John hurried back to his room, approached his desk, and gestured as if opening a window, causing a screen to materialize. He tapped away at the holographic interface for half an hour, finally completing the assignment. After locating Miss Molly in his contacts, he clicked send, closed the holographic screen, and felt a sense of accomplishment. John then stood, changed into a tank top and shorts, and made his way to the village gym to commence his workout for the day. The baseline for a normal person is 100. And after the system indicated that this world would differ, he began his regimen. Over the course of 2 years, he had increased his strength by 20 points, 10 of which were bestowed by a novice gift pack. Beep. Host, you are rather inept. Silence, you wound me. Please, he had always been one to take it easy. Now that he had traversed here with a brother as Iron Man, the likelihood of rigorous training diminished. He merely aimed to maintain his health. Over the past 2 years, John had been rather inconsistent, often exercising for 2 days and then skipping the next 3, hence the slow progress in his physical data. After 2 hours of exercise, John experienced a slight increase in strength. As he drank water and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, he pondered, System, am I now able to utilize the magical armor? The mental value displayed on the data panel could also be regarded as a form of magical power, usable to unleash skills, which would deplete but could be replenished through rest and sleep. At present, he possesses a power level of 120, which would have allowed him to utilize that skill long ago. However, the system informed him that, given his current strength, even controlling the armor to walk would be a strenuous task. Thus, John had not employed that skill until now. Ding. With the host as subpar attributes, it is barely usable. John vowed that, should the opportunity arise, he would materialize the system, preferably transforming it into a white-haired lowly, ensuring that it could never speak ill of him again. Jarvis, as usual, send the items to my phone. When Tony returns, just inform him that I went out to have some fun. John changed into a black outfit, mounted his bicycle, and set off. Don't ask. Just know he preferred to keep a low profile. However, after riding a short distance, a group of suspicious individuals began to covertly observe him. As dusk fell, in a secluded, abandoned warehouse, an unknown transaction was underway. Martin, is this batch of goods genuine? Questioned a man clad in a hip-hop style coat, gesturing toward the stacked boxes before him. Huh, Jack, you ought to consider who is behind me. There is no one in all of New York whose goods can rival our purity, the man in the suit confidently asserted. Upon hearing this, Martin displayed an inscrutable smile, as his subordinate confirmed that the goods had passed inspection and were indeed pure. Jack, you're quite impressive, and having known each other for so many years. Would you be interested in joining us? Jack's expression turned serious as he replied. I'm afraid I'm quite satisfied with my current gang and have no intention of leaving. Oh, what a pity, Martin exclaimed. At which point his associates promptly drew their guns, aiming them at Jack and his companions, caught off guard by the sudden aggression. Jack and his group did not have time to react, nor did they dare to make a move. Martin, are you attempting to betray us? Jack glared at him in fury. Oh, brother, I'd rather not resort to this, but it is the directive of our leader. Meanwhile, outside, John crouched in a pile of grass, stealthily observing the unfolding events within the warehouse. Ding. Oh my God, foolish host. Are you truly willing to acquire experience in such a manner? Oh, system. If you hadn't mentioned that killing or combating criminals to apprehend extraterrestrials could expedite my leveling up, I wouldn't have considered this at all. Furthermore, should you continue to speak to me in this condescending tone, I shall not hesitate to kick you with my shoe, he vowed. John's current actions could be succinctly described as engaging in activities typical of a superhero, which would enhance his experience and that of the system. Once the system upgraded, the pool of available items would expand, potentially including elements from cinematic works. Although he was currently unable to control the magical armor, the system graciously permitted him to wield the sword of the armor, which he could use prior to activating the skill. Coupled with Zhongli's shield, he had already covertly thwarted numerous criminal activities, erasing the surveillance footage afterward with Jarvis's assistance. The police had yet to uncover his identity. As was his routine, he first contacted the police, then donned a hat and mask before infiltrating the warehouse. Martin, are you truly going to proceed with this? Of course. Unless you'd prefer I draw my weapon, Martin retorted, approaching his subordinate. Good luck, Jack. I want to make it easy for you either. Jack and his companions drew their firearms, intent on mutual destruction. At that moment, the lights went out, plunging the warehouse into darkness. What was happening? No matter. An opportunity had arisen. Jack seized this moment, commanding his comrades to fire towards the opposing side. Although Martin and his group were bewildered, they quickly adapted, and chaos ensued. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed, yet it went unnoticed. 1, 2, 3 Johns navigated through the crowd, utilizing the darkness to render their foes unconscious and carry them away. As both sides continued to fight, they sensed something amiss, despite the absence of light. They could still discern each other's silhouettes, yet the number of participants was dwindling. Were they being shot dead? However, since the onset of the melee, not a single scream had pierced the air. Martin suddenly had an epiphany and shouted, "Damn it, it's the ghost with the bludgeon." No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sharp pain in his neck, his vision began to blur, and he swiftly lost consciousness. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived at the warehouse, uncovering a trove of goods and a mountain of bodies. Had they not been alive, the officers might have assumed they had stumbled upon a major crime scene. Chapter 4, Coulson. So, how much more experience do you require to level up? John leisurely pedaled his bicycle down the street, pondering the question posed by the system in his mind. Ding. If you continue to combat these criminals, you may need to toil for another 2 years within the system to achieve an upgrade. What then should I fight? Vampires? Or Hydra? Ding. Once the storyline commences, you will engage in battle. Such as? Ding. Loki, the Destroyer, Thanos. John scoffed internally, murmuring, "Do you truly think so highly of me? Which of these foes am I capable of defeating?" Ding. Recently, there is also an Iron Tyrant. Once this system upgrades and the card pool expands, you might even draw the Golden Cudgel or the 9-turn Golden Elixir. Stop. The Iron Tyrant is a viable opponent. But can those items truly be drawn? John was filled with doubt. After all, the system currently only yielded items from games. If he were to draw those, wouldn't the narrative take a bizarre turn? Wielding the Golden Cudgel to battle Thanos? Just imagining it caused John to feel a dissonance in the narrative, yet there was excitement as well. If it were truly the case. As John contemplated substituting the Monkey King's escapades with a ruckus in the Life Tribunal, a group of thugs suddenly emerged in front of him. John prudently halted his bicycle. "Hey there, friend, out alone at this late hour?" The leader, a burly man who seemed to blend into his surroundings, approached John with a menacing glare, while the other two regarded him as prey. "How much are you prepared to part with?" John inquired nonchalantly. Such encounters had become commonplace since his arrival in this world. He parked his bike, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to accept the experience that had come knocking. However, the burly man placed a hand on John's shoulder, saying, No, my friend, you misunderstand. We merely noticed you alone and wished to make a friend. By the way, our home is nearby and quite spacious. Would you care to join us?" Ding. Ha 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 ha. Host. "You're going to make me die from laughter." Ha 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 ha. John's mind was in utter disarray, mistakenly believing that they were after his money, only to discover that they sought to engage him in a philosophical discussion. Seizing the burly man's hand, he declared, "My friend, the police station cells are quite spacious. Allow me to escort you there." However, before John could exert force to twist the man's arm, several figures clad in black surged forth from the street, swiftly subduing them. "Are they here to abduct me?" At that moment, John recognized a middle-aged man among the black-clad individuals, his thinning hair betraying his age. It was Phil Coulson, affiliated with the Department of Strategic Homeland Defense, Attack, and Logistics. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Stark," Coulson said, presenting his credentials and shaking John's hand. "The shield? What brings you here?" John's brow furrowed as he withdrew his hand, questioning, "Have you been following me?" Coulson's gaze held a hint of regret as he explained, "I apologize. Mr. Stark, that was not our intention. One of our primary missions is to manage the supernatural forces in this world. A year ago, you came under our observation, and we have been monitoring you ever since. Today, coincidentally, we were in the vicinity on an assignment and learned of your predicament, prompting us to intervene, following and spying. For a whole year, no less. Rest assured, your agency will be receiving a letter from my attorney," John retorted, visibly displeased. Yet, his mind engaged in a dialogue with the system. "Ding. When did you expose yourself, host?" "Let me think. Oh, a year ago. I recall it now. While dismantling a hideout, a grenade inexplicably landed on the opposite side, and everyone else was blown away while I remained unscathed behind my shield. It was in a crowded area, surrounded by cameras. Surely, that was when I was exposed." "Ding. Did you not instruct Jarvis to erase the footage afterward?" "I did, but clearly, it wasn't deleted thoroughly. Perhaps those severely injured individuals caught a glimpse of me." "Ding. Host, you truly lack finesse." "Shut it." Returning to the present, John found Coulson still smiling, though he seemed reluctant to engage further. "I apologize, Mr. Stark, but we have pressing matters today. I hope to arrange a time to discuss this further in 2 days." With that, Coulson and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. departed, as if merely to make their presence known, determined to send a letter to that agency upon returning. John mused that while it bore little resemblance to a formal accusation in court, it would certainly irk them. S.H. had taken notice of him, and the plot was thickening. It was clear he could no longer afford to languish and must hasten his pursuit of power. As John cycled through the underground garage into his villa, he chanced upon the laboratory where Tony sat, deeply engrossed in the luminous screen, his brow furrowed. Yet, moments later, he relaxed, manipulating the display with both hands. Working late, are we? When did Tony Stark become so diligent? John teased, glancing at the screen filled with dense data. His head spinning. I had a sudden epiphany while discussing Jericho with Obadiah today, and I'm currently validating it completed, Tony announced, shutting down the screen and turning to John with a mischievous grin. I heard from Jarvis that you were out gallivanting again. It wouldn't he happen to be with that young lady, Molly, would it? Molly and I are merely acquaintances, John stated nonchalantly, avoiding the topic of where he had been. Tony, upon hearing this, displayed a look of disbelief and remarked sarcastically, "Oh, just acquaintances? Eh? I heard from Pepper that you two were inseparable back in high school. To the point where that young lady's father had to intervene. Huh? Is this our model student, John?" John's face flushed with embarrassment as he rubbed his nose, pondering how Pepper divulged every detail to Tony. After a brief chuckle, Tony continued, "Tomorrow, I shall embark on a journey to the Middle East. I will accompany you." John replied. Tony, puzzled, questioned, "What purpose does a student serve in merely showcasing weaponry? It is chaotic over there, and I must ensure your safety. You know how unreliable the military can be." John spoke candidly. His abilities had always remained concealed, yet Tony was aware of his shield. Though it had seldom been tested for its durability, John's clandestine intention to leave was solely to spare Tony from worry. "I am aware of your peculiar powers. But if genuine danger arises, I doubt you can withstand modern weaponry." Tony shook his head, denying John's request to join him. "You are the second shareholder of Stark Industries. While I am away for a couple of days, you should learn from Pepper how to manage the company." "Very well, but take this with you." John tossed Tony a green, spray-like vial. "A basic healing potion that can promptly mend certain injuries." "What is this?" Tony inquired, eyeing the green concoction. "Something that could save your life," John replied. Chapter 5. You are quite the original, aren't you? Tony scrutinized the green potion, shaking it slightly, and asked, "What kind of drink is this?" He then sniffed it. No peculiar odor." John shrugged, unwilling to elaborate, assuring Tony that he would understand in due time. "Just consider it a beverage, but remember what I said. If you are injured, drink a vial, and you will be fine." All right. Although uncertain of its nature, he decided to keep it. After all, John was his brother. "I'll head to bed now." John yawned and returned to his room. The following morning at 8 o'clock, John awoke naturally. He stretched languidly in bed before finally rising. "Ugh, I have to go to the company today. It's so irritating. I am the second shareholder. Yet I detest working. Is this even work or an internship?" He muttered to himself while dressing. Stepping out of his room, Jarvis's voice resonated. "Sir, I have ordered a steamer basket of dumplings and a glass of milk from Chinatown, expected to arrive in approximately 10 minutes. All right." John stood at the sink, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, a face undeniably more handsome than before. He squeezed toothpaste and began rinsing his mouth. Despite the time he had spent in this realm, he had yet to acclimate to the local cuisine, particularly breakfast. Although Chinatown was quite distant, making delivery costly, he was never short on funds. After finishing his grooming, the takeout arrived just in time. John swiftly consumed his breakfast and drove his luxury car to Stark Industries. Upon parking his car and entering the company, John was greeted warmly by several colleagues. He responded to each with a smile. While in the elevator, a somewhat taller and more robust individual stood beside him. John glanced over and smiled, saying, "Good morning, Uncle Obadiah." Obadiah regarded John, the youth who, despite being the second largest shareholder without contributing to the company's operations, displayed a fleeting shadow of discontent in his eyes, quickly replaced by the warmth of a senior's affection. "John, it's rare to see you at the company. Did Tony send you?" he inquired. "Yes. Tony asked me to follow Sister Pepper for a couple of days to learn the ropes so I can assist at the company later," John replied, his smile unwavering, resembling that of a dutiful child. Ding! The elevator arrived at their floor. As they stepped inside, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them during the ascent. Soon, they reached Obadiah's office. Upon exiting the elevator, Obadiah turned back to John and encouraged, "John, you must observe and learn diligently. The company's future burdens will rest on you and Tony." John nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, Uncle Obadiah." As the elevator doors began to close, John's expression shifted to one of indifference. Ding! "Host, don't you think your smile resembles that of a counterfeit? Begone. This is a professional facade, one I have practiced extensively." "Oh, well, your practiced smile does resemble that of a phony." Obadiah remained steadfast in his ambitions. Aware that Tony's journey to the Middle East would entail peril, John refrained from altering the narrative of Iron Man, recognizing his own limitations. Tony's ascension to becoming Iron Man was fated. Any alteration to this opportunity could yield unpredictable futures. However, with the serum he provided, Tony would be able to manage injuries, provided he could consume it in time. Ding. Upon reaching his destination, John exited the elevator and proceeded to Pepper's office. "Hi there. Pepper, I'm here," he exclaimed, pushing open the door, only to discover others present. He quickly feigned nonchalance and closed the door. After waiting 2 minutes outside, the door swung open, revealing a man and a woman. They regarded John with polite yet awkward smiles and nodded, to which John returned a smile. Once they departed, John entered the office and found Pepper seated at her desk, sorting through documents. Pepper glanced up and, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "This is a workplace. You need to be more composed." John touched his nose, responding, "I'll be more mindful next time." How was he to know others were present? Recognizing John's disposition, Pepper, having been briefed by Tony beforehand, pushed a stack of organized documents towards him, stating, "The individuals who just left were from Oscorp. We finalized several collaborations. Your task over the next few days is to manage these documents." John approached and picked up a contract, flipping through the densely printed pages. "Sister Pepper, isn't this a bit excessive? It merely appears substantial. The actual workload is manageable. Now, off you go. Your office remains as it was." Reluctantly, John gathered the documents and made his way to his office. Because John had previously been acquainted with such matters, he was not completely at a loss in the office. After spending an entire day there, his initial vigor gradually waned into a state of lethargy. "Ding, host, you have succumbed to the monotony of work. Be quiet." John, with vacant eyes, fetched a cup of water and returned to his desk to continue his tasks. "Why are you suddenly chiming in again?" John pondered internally. Ding. An anomaly has been detected 1 kilometer away. Instantly, John's demeanor sharpened, his expression grave. What anomaly? Could it be the Hulk? It seems a bit early for that. Ding. Detection complete. Confirmed entity, a hilichurl. John's silence was deafening. This world was a vast expanse. Yet he had transformed from a former senior into a mere bystander. Why was this happening? Honestly, you didn't orchestrate this, did you? John pinched his somewhat sore trigeminal nerve. Ding. It has nothing to do with me. Oh, and I forgot to mention, host, your task is to rectify this world. Primarily by eliminating those who should not exist in the Marvel universe or in films. However, with the acquisition of abilities, corresponding anomalies will manifest in this world. So, is that the reason for the hilichurl's appearance? Don't you find it rather chaotic? My mission here is to rectify the world, which requires strength. Yet gaining strength disrupts the world. Are you messing with me? Ding, what of it? These entities would appear regardless. Now that you are eradicating them, it won't interfere with the world's progression, and you will grow stronger. But how did these entities come to exist in this world, my dear guide? Ding. That would be the folly of the one who created me. Now go forth, young man. The hilichurls in the distance are causing a ruckus. Hurry and eliminate them to embark on your wondrous adventure. Chapter 6, Armor Fusion. Ultimately, John decided to take a leave of absence and leave work early. A decision that earned him a disapproving glance from Pepper. Guide, report the location. John entered his sports car and started the engine. Ding, a location has been marked. Upon acquiring the location, John pressed the accelerator and sped out of the garage. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the designated spot. After parking on another street, he made his way over. As he approached, he noticed a crowd gathered around a shop, with police cars stationed nearby. With a sense of curiosity, he navigated through the throng. "Excuse me, please make way." Upon reaching the front, John finally discerned what was happening. A hilichurl, slightly shorter than an adult, was wildly striking the ground with a wooden stick, emitting strange cries, while 2 police officers stood before it, guns drawn, warning it to remain still. Were it not for its peculiar attire and disproportionately large head, John might have thought it was merely someone engaged in role-playing. This hilichurl was indeed a perfect replica. Yet, given the circumstances, it seemed the police could handle the situation. "Guide, why did you summon me here?" A most ordinary hilichurl. Yet even it could not be deterred by firearms. Ding. The system detected that this particular hilichurl was not so simple. Perhaps, host, you should reveal your prowess before the onlookers and eliminate this creature to avert any unforeseen consequences. John conversed with the system, subconsciously believing that a mere hilichurl would not stir any significant trouble, for he had vanquished thousands of them in the game. Meanwhile, 2 officers were attempting to dissuade the creature from wielding its weapon, though their guns were already chambered, fingers poised on the triggers. Their instincts warned them of the imminent danger posed by this being, not merely due to its dark complexion. As night fell and the moon ascended, the officers resolved to fire should the creature refuse to disarm. "Sir, please lower your weapon." "Sir, drop your weapon." To their surprise, the hilichurl complied, prompting the officers to exhale in relief, albeit regretting that their administrative leave would be forfeited. However, in the next instant, they witnessed the hilichurl writhing on the ground, clutching its head in apparent agony. What is happening? Is it having a fit? John, too, was puzzled. Could it be that the hilichurl was struggling to adapt to this world? The creature continued to roll about in distress, yet its mask remained steadfastly in place. The crowd instinctively retreated, wary of potential contagion. After a brief interval, the hilichurl ceased its convulsions and rose to its feet. The officers swallowed hard. Suppressing their unease as one produced a set of handcuffs and approached the creature. "Sir, I need you to accompany us." Just as the officer's hand reached for the hilichurl, John's eyes flickered. He lunged forward, seizing the officer by the collar and yanking him backward. In the spot where the officer had stood, the hilichurl's claws slashed through the air, leaving crimson streaks. Had John not intervened, the officer would have been cleaved in two. What? The first officer was paralyzed with fear, while the second had emptied his magazine into the creature. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets perforated the hilichurl's body, yet it appeared unscathed, its form undergoing a remarkable transformation. Its stature grew, muscles bulging as if it were becoming a veritable Hulk. Fur sprouted from its skin, and its hands morphed into bestial claws, as its body gradually took on a feral aspect. Is this truly a hilichurl? What manner of creature have you brought forth? Ding. I have stated that these anomalies are not of my doing. Do you not find this transformation of the hilichurl eerily familiar? John gazed at the monstrosity before him as it swiped at him with a claw. He swiftly pulled the officer back, but the officer who had exhausted his ammunition was not as fortunate. His body cleaved into several pieces as if it were mere tofu. No, Pega. The surviving officer was devastated at the sight of his companion's remains. John had drawn his energy blade, his expression one of vigilance. Whose hilichurl is this? You cannot be suggesting it is transformed into a werewolf? A werewolf? For your sake, I take on a werewolf, guys? Yet John was already too preoccupied to ponder this further, as the creature had locked its gaze upon him. The wolf-infused choo-choo rushed towards John, who swiftly activated his Jade Shield. The creature's claws struck the shield with tremendous force, creating a myriad of cracks across its surface. Sensing imminent danger, John swiftly ducked to evade the next strike. The claws smashed down onto the shield with a resounding crack, shattering it completely. A shiver ran down John's spine as he contemplated the dire consequences had he failed to dodge. System, why is my shield so fragile? Is this the genuine article? Beep. Host, your constitution points are insufficient. Damn, do I really need to stack up on vitality for this? Beep. The damage from those two strikes is comparable to a punch from the Hulk. With his shield still on cooldown, John had no choice but to maneuver around the choo-choo, searching for an opportunity. Just then, after parrying an attack with his blade of light, the choo-choo let out a thunderous howl towards the sky. The moonlight illuminated its figure, casting an eerie red glow upon it, and its aura intensified dramatically. What on earth is happening? Why is it glowing red? In the next moment, the choo-choo's attacks became increasingly ferocious, and John found himself unable to defend against them, suffering several deep lacerations that exposed bone. Damn it. How did it enter a berserk state? After narrowly avoiding one strike, John repositioned himself and slashed at the choo-choo's back, leaving a deep gash. He hastily consumed a healing potion, warmth flooding his abdomen as his wounds began to staunch and heal. A smirk crept across John's face as he provocatively gazed at the creature. Didn't he expect this, did you? I can take my medicine. I won't be worn down that easily. The choo-choo glanced at him, then seized a nearby deceased officer's body, placing it before itself. A surge of blood energy emanated from the corpse, which the choo-choo absorbed. The wound on its back began to heal at an alarming rate. John felt a wave of dread wash over him. Is this even reasonable? Yet, observing the wolf-infused choo-choo, a bold idea sparked in John's mind. Just then, several police cars arrived, encircling both John and the choo-choo. Freeze. Drop your weapons and lie on the ground. The officers brandished their firearms, warning the two. Ignoring the police's admonitions, the choo-choo seemed solely fixated on John, leaping towards him once more. John executed a nimble roll to evade. And with the police's warnings falling on deaf ears, they opened fire on the choo-choo. The concentrated barrage of gunfire slowed the creature's movements considerably, yet it showed no inclination to flee. However, this presented a perfect opportunity. With the choo-choo distracted by the gunfire, John swiftly approached, deploying his shield while silently invoking a command. Armor merge. A greenish-blue ethereal figure enveloped John, followed by the emergence of a white and green armored warrior wielding a massive blade. This was none other than the Guardian of Dawn. Chapter 7. I refuse to believe this is the best I can do. With both hands raised, John swung the giant blade down, nearly cleaving the choo-choo in half. Seeing it still alive, he swiftly slashed across its throat with his arm blade. Blood sprayed forth as the choo-choo struggled momentarily before finally succumbing to its injuries. It seemed he had successfully dealt with the threat. John exhaled and removed his armor, watching as the Dawn Guardian dissipated into motes of light. To his astonishment, the corpses of the hilichurls turned to ash and vanished. Perhaps this was a consequence of the game? Regardless, it was for the best, preventing any nefarious serpent from using these remains for their experiments. The police quickly surrounded him, with two towering officers brandishing silver handcuffs. Attempting to detain John, He promptly revealed his identity. Before those cuffs reach my wrists, it would be wise to consider the security of your positions. Upon recognizing John Stark, the officers hastily retracted the handcuffs. At that moment, a convoy of black vehicles arrived, halting as a group of men in dark attire disembarked to take control of the situation. As expected, Coulson emerged from the vehicles. He first spoke with the police, asserting that the scene was under their jurisdiction before approaching John. Mr. John, it is a pleasure to see you again. There is a CAF nearby where we can converse over drinks. After a moment's contemplation, John nodded in agreement. Lead the way. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the CAF and took a seat. John ordered a glass of milk, wary of the effects of coffee on his sleep later that night. He took a sip and looked at Coulson, teasingly remarking, I must say, is your agency always so timely? You arrive only after the situation has been resolved. Coulson explained. The incident was unexpected, and we rushed here as swiftly as possible. John smiled but remained silent. Coulson inquired, Mr. John, what brought you to that location tonight? I merely wandered by. Do you intend to regulate my leisure activities? Coulson waved his hand dismissively. That is not the case. Mr. John, I hope you can answer my forthcoming questions candidly. Mr. John, how much do you know about the creature that appeared tonight? Mr. John, is the armor you donned the result of Stark Industries' new technology? Coulson observed John, who was sipping milk from the rim of his cup, with exasperation. Realizing it was somewhat impolite, and that other patrons were beginning to cast curious glances, John set down his milk and stated, Firstly, I am not a criminal. Rather, I am a hero who saves civilians. Regarding your inquiries, I reserve the right to remain silent. The advantage of connections, how one can speak with such conviction. However, John shifted his tone. Those creatures will undoubtedly appear again. As for the specifics of their reemergence, I cannot say. Coulson furrowed his brow, asking, How can you be so certain that these creatures will return? Meeting Coulson's gaze, John replied, Do not look at me as if I conjured those monsters. I simply have a sense that they will reappear. Coulson paused before continuing, What about your armor? I have already stated that I am under no obligation to answer your questions. If you believe that armor is Stark technology, so be it. John adopted an expression of defiance. Noticing Coulson's earpiece, John surmised that Fury might be listening in. He finished the remaining milk, stood up, and prepared to depart. If there is nothing further, I shall return to my rest. Indeed, should you ever uncover the whereabouts of these creatures, feel free to inform me. For a mere payment of $100,000, I shall assist you without charge. Coulson, donning a professional smile, replied, We will consider it. Opportunities such as these are fleeting. John exited the CAF and strolled down the street to his luxurious vehicle. After starting the engine, he drove back to his villa. Watching John depart, Coulson also left the CAF. Once seated in his car, he pressed his earphone and stated, Director, based on recent observations, I believe he is a suitable candidate for the Avengers Initiative. John was acutely aware that his ability to converse with S-H-I-E-L-D personnel stemmed from his position as Stark's second-largest stakeholder. The display he exhibited this evening would undoubtedly attract the attention of certain individuals. It was likely that once Tony was captured, the pressure would mount like a rat in the sewers. Strength must be prioritized above all else. System, draw cards. John murmured to himself as he returned to his room. Ding. Oh, has the little mouse finally ceased hoarding? No more hoarding. Draw? Before John materialized the spinning wheel, featuring 2 buttons, single draw and 10 consecutive draws. With a rub of his hands and a prayer, he hesitantly pressed the 10 consecutive draw button. Following a series of peculiar sound effects, the rewards were revealed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Constitution 01, Constitution 01, Constitution 08, Tevat Omelette. The white items indicated attribute points. The purple ones typically represented items, and the golden ones signified skills. However, to his surprise, the first 10 draws yielded a Tevat Omelette. No worries, it can revive. It's a good item, John reassured himself and continued to draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Constitution 03, Spirit 01, Sula Soda. John remained silent, persistently clicking on the 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. Since the system's initial awakening, he had accumulated over 100 draws, and now he was drawing over 80 in one breath. System, I'm on an early shift. Why hasn't any gold appeared yet? John questioned internally. Ding. Host. Do not blame others for your own misfortune. TSK, do you look down on me? I shall show you a grand treasure. John continued to click, as attribute points popped up one after another, causing his heart to sink. Soon, he reached 88 draws. I refuse to believe there isn't a guaranteed outcome. John pressed down heavily. As the wheel spun, a golden light gradually illuminated. It's coming, John exclaimed with excitement. As the golden light faded, the system began to announce. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Blink. John fell into silence. It was not the awe-inspiring skill he had envisioned, yet it seemed to hold promise. System, display the panel. Ding. Host, John Stark, Lin Hai. Age, 18. Gender, unknown. Skills, Jade Shield, Arcane Armor Descendant, Dawn Guardian. Blink items, Iron Sword 3, Heart of the Dawn, Advanced Resonance Potion 10. Basic Recovery Potion 10, Tevat Amulet 2, Sula Soda 3, Dragon Bloodbath Sword, Leather Armor 2. Constitution, 155, 5100. Spirit, 122100. Strength, 137100. Source Stone, 25. Damn, what terrible luck. Chapter 8. Tony's marvelous adventure. After 80 attempts, only one fleeting moment proved to be of significant utility. Did you secretly alter the draw pool, Sunko? Ding. What? Do you doubt me? Sometimes, it's worth reflecting on one's own efforts, such as whether you've diligently accumulated your draws. Darn it, having a formula makes it swift. John retrieved the sword bathed in dragon's blood, weighing it in his hands. It appeared devoid of any extraordinary effects, merely sharper and more resilient than ordinary blades. Now, let us test this fleeting moment. John aimed towards the door, preparing himself, but suddenly halted, pondering a critical question. Sunko, I want to get stuck in the wall. Will I? Ding. No. When encountering obstacles, you either pass through or you do not. That's reassuring. John focused on the door and activated the fleeting moment. Whoosh. He appeared several meters outside the door. Is this the distance? Jarvis, measure the span from my previous position to now. Sir, you have moved 5 meters. 5 meters is sufficient. Jarvis, erase the previous record. Following the test, John returned to his chamber and promptly lay down to rest. After a grueling fight that evening, he was fatigued. The next day, John clocked in for work as usual. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, Tony stood before a camera, showcasing his latest creation, the Jericho missile. With a gentle wave of his hand, a soldier nearby understood the cue and activated the switch, launching a missile that streaked through the sky, trailing a brilliant tail. The missile fragmented in midair, releasing numerous smaller warheads that swiftly obliterated a hillside. The powerful shockwave rustled the clothing of those present. Once the demonstration concluded, Tony approached the box he had brought, opened it, and retrieved a chilled bottle of fine wine. Today's display was commendable. This product is bound to sell well. To peace. He raised the bottle and drank deeply. Subsequently, under the protection of soldiers, Tony departed in a vehicle. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. He took out the potion John had given him, pondered briefly, and decided to stow it in his garment's inner pocket. A soldier, holding a camera, intended to speak with Tony, but just then, a missile struck the convoy with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in a colossal explosion. Stay in the vehicle. The soldiers inside reacted swiftly. Disembarking. One soldier urged Tony not to exit the car, but in the next moment, he was mercilessly riddled with bullets. This was a premeditated assault, and the soldiers tasked with protecting Tony were caught off guard. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Tony hastily exited the vehicle. Indeed, mere seconds later, the car was overturned by the explosion. Tony quickly sought refuge behind a pile of stones, pulling out his phone in an attempt to call for help. But another missile soon landed perilously close to him. Seeing the missile emblazoned with the unmistakable Stark Industries logo filled Tony with shock. Damn it, he instinctively threw himself aside, yet was still propelled by the explosion, landing a distance away. Blood coughed from his mouth, and his chest burned with crimson marks. Memories flooded his mind, and as his consciousness faded, he succumbed to darkness. After an indeterminate period, Tony slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, an unfamiliar environment greeted him. At that moment, Tony felt an unusual sensation in his chest and hurriedly tore away the bandages to inspect the area. You'd best remain still, though it may appear unsightly. That magnet is the only thing preserving your life, a man said, standing beside a mirror while shaving. It was then that Tony noticed him. Who are you? Where is this place? My name is Ethan, and I am a doctor. You are in the territory of the Ten Rings. They instructed me to tend to your wounds. But several fragments from an explosion have lodged themselves in your body. I can only proceed in this manner. Otherwise, those fragments will travel through your bloodstream to your heart and cause irreparable damage. Furthermore, you are fortunate. One piece, the size of a palm, has embedded itself in your chest. But it was obstructed by a gadget in your bag. Otherwise, you would have perished on the spot. As he spoke, Ethan gestured towards a nearby direction. Tony glanced over and saw a vial of serum beside him, with a large metal shard protruding from it. Green liquid oozing from the crack, quickly evaporating. John. Thank you so much, Tony murmured. Suddenly, there was a loud banging at the door. The two men turned to see a group of Middle Eastern thugs armed with guns entering the room. Tony stood up, only to realize that the object in his chest was still connected to a nearby battery. You must keep that with you, Ethan said. Reluctantly, Tony embraced the battery and followed Ethan to face the intruders. The leader of the group babbled for a while, and Tony looked at Ethan in confusion. What did he say? He wants you to help them construct a Jericho missile, Ethan translated. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression morphed into one of fury. No, that is impossible. Tell them I will not assist in their endeavors. Ethan conveyed Tony's words verbatim to the leader. After relaying the message, the men behind the leader raised their weapons. Tony's face darkened, while the leader gazed at him with a smile. Tony's expression shifted, and he ultimately relented. Very well, but you must provide me with the necessary materials. The leader readily agreed, but when Tony attempted to negotiate further, he was denied. Once they departed, Ethan inquired, "Are you truly going to help them? When one is under a roof, one must bow their head. It's a lesson my brother taught me. Currently, there is no way to escape. However, the immediate concern is to modify this device in my chest." A smile crept across Tony's lips, indicating he had a plan. Meanwhile, in New York, John clocked out after a long day's work, refusing to linger. Just as he exited the building, a Mediterranean man approached him. "Mr. John, we need to talk." A short while later, in a CAF, John slammed his hand on the table. How audacious. Who dares to attack Tony? John's fury was palpable, coupled with an underlying tension. The plot was thickening. What is Tony's condition now? John hurriedly asked. "I regret to inform you, Mr. John, that Tony is currently missing. We are working tirelessly with the military to locate him," Coulson replied. "I must have answers within 2 days. My taxes are not meant to support incompetence," John stated coldly. "Mr. John, I fear this may pose a dilemma for us," Coulson remarked with a wry smile. "Beyond lies the vast, unending desert. Locating a person, there is no simple task." "I care not for that," John retorted. Moreover, the news of Tony's disappearance must remain confidential. He recalled how Stark Industries stock had plummeted following Tony's vanishing, resulting in considerable losses. "You need not worry about that," Coulson assured him. Chapter 9. John's Daily Life. Additionally, Mr. John, might I inquire if you hold an interest in safeguarding the world? Coulson inquired with a beaming smile. "Are you suggesting I become a superhero?" John replied, his eyes glimmering as he surmised that an invitation to join the Avengers Initiative was forthcoming. Coulson nodded slightly. "That is indeed the essence of it. This world is replete with individuals of exceptional talent, many of whom surpass even your capabilities." With that, Coulson produced a smartphone, opened a video, and placed it on the table for John to view. The screen displayed a brief segment of surveillance footage showing the Hulk wreaking havoc at a military base, only a few seconds long, yet sufficiently revealing the Hulk's immense power. Raising an eyebrow, John inquired, "What are you implying?" Coulson smiled subtly, articulating his purpose. "Our Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics is planning to recruit a select group of similarly gifted individuals to preemptively address potential crises that may arise in the future. We have dubbed this initiative the Avengers Initiative. And you, Mr. John, after our observations, possess both the capability and character that align perfectly with our requirements. We sincerely hope you will consider joining this endeavor." John furrowed his brow in hesitation. "But I am merely a student. Let us discuss this after you have located Tony." Coulson, understanding his predicament, replied, "Certainly. Take your time to consider our offer. We will continue to monitor Tony's whereabouts and notify you immediately upon any developments. I look forward to our next meeting, Mr. John." With that, Coulson concluded their conversation and departed. John stared blankly at the milk in his hand. According to the usual narrative, it would be 3 months before Tony was rescued, during which time Obadiah would likely be orchestrating schemes within the company. Would Obadiah attempt to eliminate me? In the original story, had Tony not emerged, he would have seamlessly taken control of Stark Industries. Now that Tony was in trouble, it seemed likely that the inactive minority shareholder, namely himself, would become Obadiah's next target. I could gather evidence in advance to have him incarcerated. No. Wait, if I were to send him to prison prematurely, he might lack the experience necessary for the Ironmonger. Never mind, I shall take it one step at a time. At worst, I will keep the shield activated daily. John finished his milk in one gulp, set down the cup, and prepared to leave when a server suddenly called out to him. "Sir, your table has yet to settle the bill." John's lips twitched. He had assumed Coulson had already taken care of it. Resigned, he retrieved his card. As expected, the following day, John was summoned to Obadiah's office. "Uncle Obadiah, what brings me to your attention?" John inquired with a facade of innocence. Obadiah turned from the floor-to-ceiling window, his expression steeped in sorrow. "John, I must convey some unfortunate news to you." Upon observing Obadiah's expression, John paused, as if a realization struck him, and his breath quickened slightly. "What news?" "Tony is missing." "What? Missing?" John's voice elevated in pitch. Obadiah hastily placed a finger to his lips. "Shh, keep your voice down." He approached John, resting a hand on his shoulder, and said, "This matter is still unknown to the outside world. We must keep it under wraps for as long as possible. Tony is the backbone of the company. If news of his disappearance gets out, it will undoubtedly impact the firm." John's face remained one of disbelief, yet internally, he sneered. The plummeting stock of Stark Industries would facilitate Obadiah's gradual acquisition of shares and control over the company. However, it was indeed unwise to leak this information now. Obadiah wasn't foolish. Currently, SHIELD and the military had a firm grip on the news. The public and media must discover Tony's absence on their own, or else the suspicion would shift towards them. John took a deep breath and nodded. I understand, Uncle Obadiah. Yes, child, you must stay strong. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Obadiah, John retreated to his office. Based on his suspicions, Obadiah would likely refrain from taking action against him in the short term, at least until the news of Tony's disappearance leaked. In private, John felt unperturbed. System. How many draws do I have left? Ding, you have 25 draws remaining. Give it up. There's no chance of getting anything good. Disregard that. Go all in. John tapped for a 10 draw. The first 10 draw yielded a meteorite. The second 10 draw produced an iron sword. John remained silent, merely clicking to draw cards. Finally, on the last draw, a golden light soared heavenward. Ha ha ha. I've done it. Ding, you have acquired the skill phantom etching. Wait, what skill is this? John examined the 4 characters with a hint of unfamiliarity, then curiously opened the description. Deals conductive damage to surrounding targets, entering a slaughter-armed state, significantly enhancing all physical attributes, with each attack carrying a conductive effect. Cooldown, half an hour, required mental energy, 30. This skill seems so familiar. Isn't this the skill of my Solaris's strongest resonator? Ding! At this moment, the host's expression resembled the meme in the comments. Oh well, a card is a card. It is quite useful at present. John quickly closed the panel, as the sight of the card still amused him. With the newfound strength from the early gold draw, John felt invigorated and soon completed the tasks assigned by Pepper. Pepper, I'm heading back to school. John called out as he descended the stairs and drove away. He still had a class that afternoon. Boom. John skillfully drove into the garage, then grabbed his backpack and sprinted towards the academic building. Oh no, I made it just in time. Upon reaching the classroom door, the bell had yet to ring, prompting him to slow his pace instantly. He strolled into the classroom, accurately locating David and taking a seat beside him. Hey Lin, where have you been playing these past few days? I must tell you, it was truly a pity that you could not attend my party last time. Joy brought along 2 friends. Following David's gaze, John turned his head to see a charming girl with mid-length hair placing her backpack beside him and inquiring, John, is anyone sitting next to you? No, of course not. John replied with a smile, shifting his belongings inward. Have you been at the company these days? Molly asked. Yes, learning from Pepper, John responded. Ah, that explains why I haven't seen you at school lately. David nudged John with a shoulder, winking, see? Molly has been keeping an eye on you. Ahem. No more distractions, class is starting. Chapter 10, the 3-month deadline has arrived. Ding. The system alert sounded, indicating that 3 months had passed. Ding, ding, ding. John rolled over and smashed his alarm clock with a punch. How could 3 months have flown by so swiftly? After getting ready, John headed to school. Throughout this time, most of the company affairs were managed by Obadiah and Pepper, allowing him to relish a peaceful life for 3 months. Of course, he had considered seeking out Tony early, but in the vast desert, it was utterly impossible to locate him, and the original plot did not specify where he was confined. The system was useless, only capable of detecting anomalies. Just as John finished preparing to leave for school, Carlson called him. Upon answering, Carlson stated directly, Mr. John, we have located Tony. Okay. I understand. Subsequently, Carlson informed Pepper through the police, and they headed to the airport together. Upon arriving at the airport, John found Pepper already waiting with Happy. Pepper. John greeted as he approached. John, he should be arriving any moment now, Pepper replied, her face brimming with uncontainable joy. Before long, a military aircraft landed. As the hatch opened, Tony emerged, limping with bandages wrapped around his hands. His appearance was much as it had been in the storyline, and John felt a sense of relief. Are you not thrilled to see me again? Tony said playfully in front of familiar faces. Pepper, are you about to cry? Pepper's eyes were slightly moist, but to avoid giving Tony the satisfaction, she deliberately replied, I'm just worried about how difficult it would be to manage the company if you didn't return. Your words truly wound my heart, Tony remarked dramatically. John glanced at the black officer behind Tony and said, Rhodey, thank you for bringing Tony back. Rhodey was a close friend of Tony's, and John had met him a few times. It was my duty, Rhodey replied. At that moment, a team of medical personnel emerged from the aircraft, carrying a stretcher with someone on it. Tony then turned to John, earnestly stating, John, you saved my life, and you saved Ethan's life as well. Ethan? Could it be that the serum he provided inadvertently saved this man who was meant to perish? It seemed he had narrowly escaped death, though injuries were inevitable. John guessed that the serum he had given had taken effect, smiling as he said, What are we doing discussing this? Come on, the 3-month deadline has arrived. Let us celebrate Tony's return. Unbeknownst to others, Tony wore a serious expression, for he had a matter of greater significance at hand. He declared, There's no need for a welcome dinner. I shall convene a press conference to announce something important. Oh, and do order me 2 hamburgers, the usual flavor. John chuckled in response, no problem at all. Subsequently, the group made their way to Stark Industries, gathering reporters to hold the press conference. After a lengthy wait, Tony strolled onto the stage at a leisurely pace, a hamburger in hand. Let us sit and chat. I must tend to my injuries, he jested, nonchalantly plopping down on the floor, prompting the reporters to politely chuckle and follow suit. Obadiah stood at the edge of the stage, wearing a forced smile, his eyes harboring an unyielding menace. Meanwhile, John quietly observed from near the door when his gaze unexpectedly landed upon a familiar face. Ah, Coulson, you've arrived as well. John greeted amiably. Mr. John, Coulson replied with a warm nod. Are you here to see Tony? Indeed, John affirmed. The Avengers Initiative? Coulson inquired, his surprise evident. Mr. Stark possesses an exceptional intellect. I have been instructed to converse with him. Coulson neither confirmed nor denied the purpose of his visit regarding the Avengers Initiative. In that moment, a commotion arose on stage, and the two turned to see Tony announcing the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division. After delivering his statement, Tony swiftly exited the stage to avoid further entanglement with the reporters, leaving Obadiah reluctantly to maintain order. Haha, Tony just returned, and his mind seems a bit clouded. Over there is Tony's brother, John Stark, the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries and a rising business star. Let us invite him to say a few words. Obadiah gestured towards John, causing the reporters' cameras and microphones to pivot towards him. John felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Obadiah truly had a knack for stirring trouble. Why call upon a mere student to speak? Coulson chuckled softly before discreetly slipping away from the crowd in search of Tony. Just as John pondered what to say, a reporter thrust a microphone in his direction. Mr. John, what are your thoughts on Tony's recent statements? Will Stark Industries' weapons division indeed be shut down? The barrage of questions overwhelmed John, and suddenly he noticed Obadiah giving him a subtle signal, seemingly urging him to stabilize the reporters. After a moment's contemplation, John donned an enigmatic smile, prompting an uneasy feeling in Obadiah. Everyone, please quiet down. I will address your inquiries collectively, John proclaimed, his voice resonating powerfully, silencing the reporters. Tony is the captain of Stark Industries. Whatever decision he makes, I shall support unconditionally. That is all. With that, John departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving the reporters to redirect their focus to Obadiah. Regrettably, John left swiftly, unaware of the dark, water-dripping visage Obadiah wore. Now that Tony had returned, John felt no obligation to maintain the faade of a dutiful uncle to Obadiah, especially since he too would soon depart. In the past 3 months, John has not been idle. With the assistance of Jarvis, he has gathered all the evidence of Obadiah's criminal activities, awaiting the completion of the ironmonger before presenting the incriminating information. Driving his luxurious car back to the villa, he parked in the underground garage and fortuitously spotted Tony at his workbench. Jarvis, display the model, Tony commanded, and a robust suit of armor materialized in the projection. John approached, intrigued by the armor. Feigning ignorance, he inquired, what are you tinkering with now? Is it a new weapon? Tony explained. This is my latest invention for escaping peril. Once perfected, it will be a groundbreaking creation. He continued, I have made the resolute decision to shut down the weapons division. My recent trip to the Middle East exposed me to the devastation wrought by arms. Ethan nearly lost his life, and I too was almost killed by my own invention. He reflected, weapons are devoid of morality. They are merely cold instruments. The critical factor lies with the user. Oh, discussing ethics with your brother now? Tony raised an eyebrow. I am fully aware of these principles. By ceasing the weapons division, I can prevent numerous individuals from suffering harm. John recognized that this was the reason for Tony's transformation and decided to shift the topic. What is the story with Ethan? How did you come to know him? Chapter 11. The new reactor. The events unfolded as follows. Ethan was struck by several bullets. Fortunately, I had preserved your serum meticulously. In a desperate attempt to save him, I administered it, which stabilized his condition. I have arranged for him to receive treatment at the finest hospital in New York, and I will visit him once he regains consciousness. I shall accompany you, John replied. Very well, Tony acknowledged. John gestured towards the projected armor and asked, did you leave the prototype in the desert? What else could I do? Do you expect me to carry an injured man while dragging that heavy hunk of metal through the desert? Tony replied nonchalantly. Aren't you worried that those individuals might acquire your armor and use it against you? By the time they get to it, it will be nothing but scrap. Even if they manage to assemble it, they would have no means to operate it, Tony remarked, pointing to the simple reactor embedded in his chest. Quite impressive. John nodded in admiration. Tony continued, this reactor's energy output is insufficient. I plan to create a new one. As he spoke, the model of the new reactor appeared in the projection. Without hesitation, Tony began upgrading the old reactor, and soon, a new reactor model took shape before them. All right, take your time with your research, John said as he ascended the stairs. It was time for his daily training. 30 minutes later, in the upstairs gym, John, drenched in sweat, admired his physique in the mirror. Look at these biceps and these pectorals. If I were to post this on Twitter, I can only imagine the number of followers I would garner. Ding, beginners love to document everything. Raising an eyebrow, John retorted, I've been training for 2 years. How am I still a beginner? Ding, if you've been training for so long, why have you only added such a meager number of attribute points? John touched his nose, remaining silent, while Tongzi continued, if it weren't for the numerous attribute points you drew in the past few days, would your physique have changed so drastically? John had no retort. It was indeed the case. At that moment, Jarvis's voice echoed. Mr. John, Mr. Tony requests your assistance downstairs. All right. John quickly tidied himself, draping a towel around his neck before heading down. Upon reaching the basement, he found Tony reclining on a chair resembling an operating table. The gaping wound in his chest unmistakable. Your style is quite unique, John teased as he approached, deducing that Tony had summoned him to help install a new miniature arc reactor. But how could the new reactor be ready so soon? Your efficiency is astonishing. Upon John's arrival, Tony lifted the new reactor, saying, just a small favor. John took the reactor, instinctively turning it over to inspect it. Previously, he had only seen this object as a glowing entity on screen. Now, at a closer range, it remained just that, a luminous body. The advanced technology contained within was beyond his comprehension. Ding, host. What? Do you know what happens when smoke enters the lungs? What? That's called lung fog, host. It's surprising that you, as the second shareholder of Stark Industries and Tony Stark's brother, don't grasp this. John detected an exasperated tone in the system's electronic voice. Annoyed. He retorted, what? You do? Ding, of course. The principle of the miniature reactor is based on nuclear fission reactions, utilizing uranium-235 through, hey, stop right there. You just copied that definition of nuclear fission from the internet, thinking I wouldn't notice? Ding, host, you actually caught that. Do you really think I, a university student, only indulge in mindless labor? Their exchange transpired in mere milliseconds. Observing John inspecting the reactor, Tony said, I need you to place this in the cavity of my chest. The wire below, see it? It connects to a port inside the cavity. Got it. John was filled with enthusiasm. One hand holding the reactor while the other reached into the cavity to locate the port. Be careful. If you're not, my life could be in jeopardy. Easy does it. Suddenly, Tony was jolted by a shock. Oops, my bad. At last, John found the port and carefully connected it to the wire beneath the reactor, securing it within the cavity. The new reactor emitted a greater energy output, significantly improving Tony's condition. Now my new armor has power. John inquired, is your new gadget ready? Tony shook his head, not yet, but I have completed the design. With a wave of his hand, a projection screen appeared before them, showcasing a rotating model of Mark II. Look, this is the latest improvement in the Mark series, Mark II, Tony declared proudly. John couldn't help but nod in approval before posing the inevitable question, so, is this thing a weapon? Tony's triumphant smile faltered momentarily. He too was uncertain how to define this armor. This is a groundbreaking invention, and the rights to its armor are solely in my possession. Unlike the weapons Stark once sold, it will not inflict harm upon innocent lives, Tony asserted earnestly. It appears you have truly resolved to cease weapon development, John remarked. Of course. When have I ever retracted my words? Tony replied. Do you recall that time when you snatched a hamburger from me when I was 6? Promising to return it, only to forget it once? How long ago was that? Over a decade ago, at a banquet, someone approached you to discuss his new project. And you casually directed him to the rooftop while you turned away to engage in deep conversation with some alluring beauty. Cough, cough, cough. Tony choked momentarily. John deliberately inquired. What's wrong? Is it that the reactor wasn't installed properly? I have another one here. Half a year ago, you were with a journalist. Tony, in a swift motion, grabbed a hamburger from the table and shoved it into John's mouth. All right, that hamburger is yours back. Enough said. It is indeed quite embarrassing to have one's past brought to light by an acquaintance. John gazed at him with a mournful expression. This is the one you've already taken a bite from. Oh, I merely had a nibble. Fortunately, John was not averse to cleanliness and began to eat heartily. Suddenly, the doorbell rang and Jarvis's voice echoed, Sir, Obadiah is here, right outside the door. Upon hearing this, John cast a look of gleeful mischief at Tony. Ah, the one come to demand an account has arrived. I know what follows. You've set him up. Come on, no one gets to escape. Thus, John was pulled along by Tony. Chapter 12. The reckoning. Obadiah sat on the sofa, and as soon as he saw the two approach, his expression soured, and he stood to walk towards them. Tony, I hope everything you said at the press conference was mere nonsense, correct? Obadiah inquired with a forced smile, placing a hand on Tony's shoulder, seeking an answer. To him, Tony was akin to a goose that lays golden eggs, yet now that goose has decided to stop laying. This was a dire predicament for him. Regrettably, Tony replied with utmost seriousness, Obadiah, what I stated is entirely true. During my 3-month absence, I was captured by those terrorists and forced to assist them in manufacturing missiles. There, I witnessed numerous Stark weapons, all of which have become instruments of destruction, claiming civilian lives. Hence, the weapon department must be shut down. Upon hearing Tony mention the Stark weapons in the hands of terrorists, Obadiah's hand twitched involuntarily, catching John's attention. Yet, he stubbornly persisted. Tony, have you forgotten how Stark Industries came to prominence? It was through weaponry. Now, you declare the closure of the weapon division. And the company's stock has already plummeted several percentage points. Additionally, the board has resolved to terminate all your positions. I am sorry, Tony. You know I cannot persuade them. John silently scoffed, wondering if there truly was no way or if Obadiah had played a part in this as well. Suddenly, Obadiah turned to John. John, you too. John incredulously raised his hands in disbelief. Wait, what does this have to do with me? Is it useful to halt my position? Am I not just a contemporary university student without any official role? Tony, unfazed by the conversation, poured himself a glass of wine. I am the primary shareholder. Those individuals may have suspended my position, but it presents the perfect opportunity for me to take a well-deserved break. Regarding the company, while the weapons division has been shuttered, I possess the means to ensure the company continues to thrive, and I guarantee that we will soon reap substantial profits. Obadiah's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he eagerly inquired. What is your plan? Tony, with renewed vigor, placed his drink on the table and lifted his shirt to reveal the arc reactor embedded in his chest. This represents a clean, renewable energy source. The electricity generated from such a compact device is sufficient to power an entire city. This invention has the potential to redefine the era. Obadiah, curious, prodded the reactor with his finger and then, filled with excitement, exclaimed to Tony. If what you say is true, Stark Industries will ascend to unprecedented heights. Having navigated the business world for decades, Obadiah understood the vast potential of renewable energy. Stark Industries is poised to transition into this new frontier. Can this device be removed? Obadiah inquired, suppressing his avarice. Tony shook his head and lowered his shirt, stating, This device is integral to my survival. Without it, I would perish swiftly. Ah, I see, Obadiah replied, his tone tinged with regret yet understanding. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Obadiah departed, appearing to have pressing matters to attend to. Are you truly so comfortable sharing this information with him? John remarked, observing as Obadiah drove away. He has been instrumental in managing company affairs since your father's departure. I reassured him to appease the board members, Tony replied, finishing his last sip of wine. Just as Tony prepared to descend and continue his work on the suit, John's words halted him. Have you considered why Stark weapons were found in the hands of terrorists? John turned, his expression enigmatic. Tony's demeanor shifted. Upon witnessing those weapons, he had contemplated numerous possibilities, ultimately concluding that there was indeed an insider. Of course, I have considered it. It is merely the result of a traitor within the company. Rest assured. Once my suit is operational, I will commence an investigation. In the original narrative, S.H.I.E.L.D. approached Tony, revealing their findings, which led to his suspicion of Obadiah, though he ultimately fell victim to losing the reactor. John decided to forewarn Tony. During your absence these past 3 months, I delved into the company's operations over the last 6 months, and several shipments were directed to the Middle East. Can you guess who the recipient was? Observing Tony's expression, John continued. It was the terrorist organization known as the Ten Rings. Have you discovered who facilitated the weapon shipments? Tony inquired. Regrettably, no. The individuals behind this operation are exceedingly cautious. However, I suspect we shall have answers soon. Very few were privy to your route, with military escort. It is evident that the Ten Rings did not stumble upon you by mere chance. It was premeditated. The orchestrators intended to employ the Ten Rings to eliminate you, but they did not anticipate your captivity nor your subsequent escape. The individuals behind this will not relent easily. We merely need to observe who ventures out and whom they contact in the coming days to discern their identities. All of this is a fabrication concocted by John based on the narrative. Subsequently, Obadiah will venture out to meet the Ten Rings due to matters concerning Mark I. At that point, Tony will ascertain the truth. John has already acquired evidence against Obadiah, but he fears that sending him in prematurely might result in retaliation. Upon hearing John's words, Tony casually acknowledged him before descending. In truth, one could employ the process of elimination. Tony's schedule is confidential, and those who are aware of it hold significant positions of power. A few candidates have already formed in Tony's mind. Chapter 13. The origin of all things. The following day, John drove to school while Tony continued to tinker with his suit in the basement, having successfully crafted a prototype for the hand thrusters. Meanwhile, John navigated the roads, accompanied by a rhythmically engaging soundtrack. If it weren't for the opportunity to traverse realms, he would never experience such a luxurious lifestyle. Suddenly, an alert resonated from the system. An anomaly was detected in the northern woods. John glanced at his phone and noted he had half an hour until class, deftly dialing David's number. David, please mark me present. Not a problem, David replied readily. Host. Driving while on the phone may set a poor example for readers, the system chimed in. Taken aback, John retorted, readers? Where did that come from? Can you even break the fourth wall? My car is equipped with intelligent driving assistance I can manage without my hands. Is such technology even available now? Perhaps not. But Stark has it. With that, John steered the vehicle in the direction indicated by the system. 10 minutes later, he strolled through a small grove in the park. Hands in pockets, scanning his surroundings but spotting nothing unusual, save for a young couple engaged in affection early in the morning. How indecorous, he thought, when suddenly, Molly's visage flashed in his mind. Shaking his head, he inquired inwardly, System, what's going on? Why can't I see anything? 20 meters ahead, in the pond. John ambled over, ready to summon his energy blade at a moment's notice. Let me see what it is, he said cautiously, peering into the water to discover a blue silhouette moving beneath the surface. Narrowing his eyes, he bent down for a closer look, only to have a blue, hammer-like object propelled towards him from the water. Whoa, John exclaimed, leaping back to evade it. The creature surfaced, casting a dispassionate glance in his direction before submerging once more, continuing its aquatic journey. Is that a river crab? John gasped in disbelief. Host, don't you often play Honor of Kings? Can't you recognize the spirit of the river? The system queried. I've never seen a 3D model of it. Besides, there's a vast difference between games and reality. It's perfectly reasonable not to recognize it, but I never imagined a river crab would look like this. Does it have gold coins on its back? It has become indistinguishable whether it's game or reality. Yes, enough with the banter. Don't toy with me, John retorted without hesitation, one hand drawing the energy blade and pointing its tip at the river crab. In ancient times, there existed the, and in contemporary times, we encounter the. How intriguing. With a sudden burst of excitement, John exclaimed as he struck true. However, the river crab beneath his blade stirred once more, continuing its advance, seemingly unscathed. John furrowed his brow, pondering the anomaly. Could it be that he had not truly struck his target? As he contemplated this perplexity, a peculiar sound erupted from the water, followed by a tremendous force that propelled him backward. As John staggered back, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Could it be that the figure draped in a cerulean cloak was none other than a water element abyss mage? The entity hovering above the pool mirrored the abyss mages from the game, adorned in a blue cloak, wielding a staff, and enveloped in a shimmering azure shield. At this moment, John's thoughts swirled chaotically. He had believed encountering A to be the pinnacle of his challenges, only to discover this unexpected foe. Nevertheless, he resolved to embrace the origins of all things. With determination, John brandished his blade across his chest and swiftly summoned the Guardian of Dawn. The imposing figure clad in armor stood alongside the mysterious being, as an increasing crowd gathered to observe, faint sirens echoing in the distance. With a mighty swing, John aimed to cleave the abyss mage in two, yet the moment his blade met the azure shield, it merely cracked, offering no passage. Trouble loomed. How could he breach the shield without the element of grass? Retracting his weapon, John's thoughts raced for a solution when his hand brushed against an unusual object. To his surprise, it was a colorful bubble. Panic flickered across John's face as he attempted to shake it off, but the bubble seemed intent on him, expanding rapidly along his arm until it enveloped him entirely. This was dire. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the abyss mage had unleashed dozens of bubbles, ensnaring unsuspecting bystanders. Clad in armor, John felt no suffocation, but the others were not so fortunate. Just then, the police arrived. Initially, their warnings to the abyss mage went unheeded, and upon witnessing the bubble-encased civilians, they rushed to their aid. Despite their varied attempts, the officers were unable to rupture the bubbles, ultimately resorting to gunfire. Fortunately, after several shots, the bubbles burst, releasing the drenched civilians. The abyss mage, undeterred, continued to indiscriminately release bubbles, and upon noticing the disruption of its creations, raised its staff, channeling water elements to retaliate against the officers. Seeing this, John sought to pierce the bubble, yet the aquatic environment hindered his strength. Ding! Host, utilize the breath of illumination. Came a voice. Are you out of your mind? With the abyss mage's attack imminent, he knew that any ordinary person struck by such a blow would be reduced to mere fragments. Time was of the essence. In a flash, John activated his teleportation ability, instantaneously emerging from the bubble without a moment's pause, propelling himself towards the officers with great urgency. As the water element assault arrived as anticipated, John found himself before the police just in time, brandishing his blade across his chest while activating the Jade Shield. An invisible wave emanated from him, shattering the bubbles it touched. Bang! Bang! The attack was successfully thwarted. John turned to the officers and instructed them to disperse the crowd. These two policemen were the same ones who had dealt with the Hilichurl incident previously, and recognizing who was behind the armor, they promptly turned to carry out his orders. John redirected his focus to the abyss mage. Surprisingly, he chose to dissipate the Dawn Guardian voluntarily. That was a moment of carelessness on my part. The next 3 strikes will crush that mutt's head. Ding! What if I don't? Then let us have 3 more. John tightened his grip on the light blade, adopting an offensive stance, while electric sparks flickered across his body. A perfect opportunity to test this move. Phantom etching. The efficiency of the water shield's breach was somewhat delayed, but it was still effective. Let me witness the prowess of Solaris's mightiest resonator. In an instant, John's eyes sparkled with electricity, his entire form undergoing a peculiar transformation, with a massive cross appearing on his chest. Overlock. Chapter 14. An audience with the big shot. Hey, I have a question. Why does my entire body ache? Ding. That's the overclock. Your body is transitioning toward the sound corpse. Can non-resonators also undergo this transformation? Ding. That's just how the skill works. Endure it. The first time always hurts, but you'll get used to it. John bent slightly, gritting his teeth as he raised his head to meet the gaze of the Abyss Mage. He vowed never to resort to this skill unless absolutely necessary. With determination, John gripped the light blade and surged forward like a bolt of lightning. He flashed behind the Abyss Mage, striking the shield with a decisive blow, unleashing a torrent of electricity that caused the water element shield to tremble violently. The Abyss Mage quickly responded, turning to conjure a water projectile aimed at John. The water orb was blocked by the Jade Shield, failing to create any disturbance. Break for me. John intensified the electrical output, relentlessly pressing the light blade into the water shield. Simultaneously, a phantom hunter appeared behind the Abyss Mage, raising its blade to strike the water shield. Pop. At last, the water shield shattered like a bubble, and the Abyss Mage seemed to suffer a tremendous backlash, collapsing to the ground. Goodbye. John approached and swiftly slashed the Abyss Mage's neck, the latter disintegrating into ashes carried away by the wind. Isn't there still a river crab around? John deactivated the skill, gasping for breath as he approached the pool, locating the river's spirit swimming within. Without hesitation, John plunged his blade downwards, causing the river crab to vanish as well. To John's astonishment, a message suddenly appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Source Stone 1. Can I really acquire this just by slaying river crabs? John's eyes lit up with excitement. Quick, search for any remaining river crabs. Ding. None left. Those are the only anomalies nearby. Alas. At that moment, a convoy of black cars approached, from which a multitude of suited individuals emerged, restraining the onlookers who still wished to observe the spectacle. Among them, advancing towards John, was none other than our familiar acquaintance, Coulson. Surely you aren't waiting for others to resolve matters before arriving? John remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Coulson, with a smile, clarified, the incident occurred unexpectedly. We rushed over as swiftly as we could. Indeed, they had set out the moment they detected the anomaly, which transpired during John's altercation with the Abyss Mage. Mr. John, where are the bodies of those creatures? Coulson inquired, scanning the area. Apart from the damaged lawn and puddles of water, nothing remained, vanished. John shrugged nonchalantly. And Mr. John, Coulson began again, but John quickly interjected. Oh, hold on. I'm merely an ordinary contemporary university student and a model citizen. I must attend class now. He gestured towards his wristwatch. Also, have you discovered how my brother's whereabouts were leaked and who is behind it? We have uncovered some clues, Coulson replied. Let us discuss it further once you have more information. With that, John hastily departed, heading straight for his vehicle. Sighing, Coulson mused that he needed to maintain a semblance of privacy from the current state of S.H.I.E.L.D. The questions he harbored revolved around the nature of the creature, its origins, and his own abilities. Given the multitude of witnesses, it was likely that footage of the battle had already circulated online, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. deleted it promptly, many would still be aware. John, however, was largely unfazed, knowing he would eventually be seen by many. With Stark's formidable backing, at least some would think twice before confronting him. Rebirth is indeed an art, John thought as he reached for the car door handle, only to witness the luxury vehicle morphing before his eyes, folding at a 90-degree angle. Am I hallucinating? He quipped, as the light blade materialized in his hand. Vigilantly, he scanned his surroundings, suddenly realizing that the environment was shifting in a rhythmic pattern. Is this the mirror dimension? John murmured, observing the scene closely resembling that from a film. Oh, it seems you are familiar with the name of this space. A woman's voice resonated from behind him. Turning, John beheld a woman, bald, clad in a yellow coat, the Supreme Sorceress. I don't understand what you're saying, he replied, dismissing her with a trio of negations. He was perplexed as to why the Supreme Sorceress, Ancient One, had approached him. John, you appeared in this world 18 years ago. Ancient One paused momentarily, smiling softly. I have been watching you. Another observer? Did he truly hold such notoriety? I know I'm quite famous and handsome, but surely you needn't have observed me for so long? John chuckled, internally summoning the system. System, come forth. Didn't you say I had become a native? Why would Ancient One take notice of me? Ding. The host has become a native. The world will no longer reject you. Yet figures of Ancient One's stature will still take note, as if one were watching a film, dragging the progress bar to glean future plot developments. Yet upon reaching a particular segment, one discovers the narrative has diverged. Is it not evident? Unless one becomes an ordinary person, indistinguishable within the crowd. Why? After observing me for so long, did you not inform me, Ancient One? Ding, no abnormalities detected. Ding, this system only registers anomalies. Lung missed. Ding. The Ancient One elucidated. My intention was not solely to observe you, but rather to ascertain whether this visitor from beyond would render the future exceedingly bleak. John, in a flurry, inquired, did you discern anything? Is it all shrouded in fog? He recalled that many time travelers faced a chaotic future. The Ancient One replied, it is not merely fog. Ding, host, you are a native. The future can be glimpsed through the time stone. Enlightened by the system's explanation. John understood. Could you please let me go? I am running late, John requested. Time in the mirrored space continued to flow, and he truly was in haste. You seem to harbor no doubts regarding my identity? The Ancient One queried. John scratched his head, attempting to defend himself. I possess superpowers. So the emergence of a few more superhumans is hardly surprising. Although I am uncertain of your intentions in drawing me into this space, I sense no malice from you. John blinked at the Ancient One, his innocence reminiscent of a university student, because indeed, he was one. The Ancient One chuckled softly, then raised her hand to conjure a portal beside John. On the other side lay his luxury vehicle. I shall take my leave, John declared, diving into the portal without a backward glance, eager to depart. After John exited, a man emerged from the depths of the space. He was clad in a flowing deep blue robe adorned with celestial patterns. He lowered his hood, revealing a striking visage, marked by a peculiar symbol on his forehead. How does he appear? The Ancient One remarked. A rather troublesome individual has also arrived. He must grow swiftly. The Ancient One remained silent, her eyes shimmering with light. Chapter 15. I am aware of everything. Upon exiting the mirrored space, John swiftly opened the car door, settled into the seat, ignited the engine, engaged the gears, pressed the clutch, and accelerated, all in one fluid motion, launching the sports car with a jolt. A journey that should have taken 20 minutes was condensed to 10. Phew. Only 10 minutes left, fortunate indeed, John noted, glancing at the time with relief. At that moment, he noticed a small card on the passenger seat. Curiosity piqued. He picked it up to inspect it. It was a business card bearing an address, 177, Brick Street, Manhattan. Isn't this the location of that sanctum? He mused. Ancient One. What precisely did you seek me for today? Ding. Perhaps she wishes to take you on as a disciple. Is that for real? Ding. False. Dream on. Do you not have a sense of your own abilities? Dr. Strange possesses photographic memory. Can you claim the same? John pondered for a while but could not comprehend why the Ancient One had sought him out today. Resolving to set aside his thoughts, he tucked the card away, parked the vehicle, and made his way to the classroom. Upon entering, he heard someone calling his name. Lin. Over here. All right, it was that clumsy giant David. Seated beside him was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, his cheerleader girlfriend. John approached and sat down next to David. He glanced around and inquired, where's Molly today? Upon hearing this, David leaned closer and winked at him. Oh, so concerned about others, are we? Let's be serious, John retorted, nudging him with his shoulder. David had the unmistakable scent of sweat about him, clearly just back from a game. I don't know, but my girlfriend might, he replied. He then turned to his girlfriend. Jenny, do you know where Molly is? Jenny thought for a moment and replied, she has been on leave for a few days, busy with experiments. She mentioned she'll be going to Culver University for an exchange program soon. As she spoke, she suddenly looked at John with the same inquisitive expression as David. There are still a few spots left for the exchange program. You could go too. Seeing the couple's gossipy demeanor, John's lips twitched. I'll consider it once things settle down. What business do you have? Haven't you yet started at Stark? David queried. There is plenty to do. There are anomalies, the Iron Tyrant. And I believe the Hulk's timeline is approaching as well. John pondered for a moment, wondering why Culver University sounded so familiar. It was not merely the institution's prestige. There seemed to be something else. After ruminating for a while, he felt his mind itch and decided to focus on the lecture instead. Before long, the morning slipped away, and John felt a profound sense of liberation. John, we have a party tonight. Want to come? Wait, is it really you guys? How can there be so many parties? John decisively declined their invitation. After having lunch in the cafeteria and playing a bit of basketball, he returned home. Upon arriving at the villa, John parked the car in the garage and noticed an array of components laid out on the workbench. Tony was busy adjusting a device on his arm. Ah, back already? Tony glanced at John, but continued his work without pause. How's your armor coming along? Quite well. Tony set down his screwdriver and raised his arm to reveal a thruster. Let me show you. He aimed forward and pressed a switch with his other hand. Boom. The thruster erupted with immense force, propelling Tony backward, causing him to land amidst a heap of parts, looking rather disheveled. John watched in astonishment as he flew back, his head swiveling from side to side. Snap! John swiftly captured the comical moment of Tony's misadventure. Tony, cradling his head, looked at John with an exasperated expression. Stop taking pictures and help me up. John approached and effortlessly pulled Tony to his feet. Once upright, Tony glared at John's amused face and grumbled, "Go on, laugh if you want." Holding it in is quite the struggle. John desperately wanted to burst into laughter, but seeing Tony's increasingly dark countenance, he merely massaged his own face to suppress it. For the smile was irretrievable. "Don't worry, I'm a professional. No matter how funny it is, I won't laugh. This is a secret just between us." Suddenly, the two exchanged glances and simultaneously turned their heads to observe the robotic arm beside the experiment table. Little Days, though lacking in intelligence, instinctively sensed danger as the mechanical arm flailed about in a state of disarray. It was merely a robotic limb after all. Tony returned to the experiment table, commencing adjustments to the energy output. Meanwhile, John descended from upstairs, presenting Tony with a bag of ice. Tony accepted the ice pack, applying it to the swollen area on his head. The icy sensation elicited a sharp wince from him. "Do you have any of that potion left?" Tony inquired. "What do you need a potion for such a minor injury?" "I hardly have any left," John replied, yet he still retrieved a bottle and placed it on the table. "How do I use it? Should I drink it?" Tony asked, noticing the spray nozzle. He positioned the nozzle accurately and sprayed it onto the swelling. A green mist enveloped the bump, and as the coolness spread, the swelling visibly diminished. Tony touched the area and found it had indeed disappeared. "This potion is remarkable. Where did it come from?" he asked. "It was given to me by a stranger named Kakuro," John replied with utmost seriousness. "Who?" Tony responded, skepticism evident on his face. "Ah, that's not your concern. I can't explain how it came to be, but I assure you, it's genuine." After a moment of silence, Tony's gaze sharpened. "John, I'm aware that over the past 2 years, you have acquired extraordinary abilities. I have refrained from questioning you, attributing it to some mysterious Eastern power. I have turned a blind eye to your excursions in pursuit of those criminals, knowing you have matured and possess your own judgment. However, I do not wish for you to find yourself in peril." This was Tony's heartfelt counsel as an elder, and he was fully aware of the implications. Following this, he summoned a holographic screen, which began to play a video depicting John transforming into a spectral entity using his powers. "If this ability puts you in harm's way, I implore you to cease its use," Tony stated earnestly. John rubbed his nose and replied, "Well, that was an accident, but I can control it." The atmosphere grew somewhat tense until John broke the silence, assuring, "Rest assured, the enigmatic Eastern power will not allow me to be harmed. How about you craft me a suit of armor?" John had long coveted the armor. What young boy does not yearn for a technologically advanced exosuit? Tony nodded in agreement. "Certainly, once I complete the Mark II, I will begin working on yours." Chapter 16. Cool and dazzling in the subsequent 2 days, Tony swiftly developed the leg-mounted thrusters. "Let us test it at 10% thrust," he declared, adjusting his stance and pressing the switch. Whoosh! Tony shot forward like a rocket, colliding with the ceiling before crashing down heavily. "Ouch!" Little Days, nearby, brandished a fire extinguisher, aiming it at Tony. Upon witnessing this, Tony raised his hand in a futile effort to stop it, but it was too late. No. Uffed. Tony was instantly engulfed in foam. John, hearing the commotion, rushed downstairs just in time to catch the spectacle, quickly capturing a photo before retreating upstairs, leaving Tony shouting behind him. "John, I advise you to delete that photo immediately." As afternoon approached, Tony meticulously adjusted the energy output, finally achieving a stable flight in the air. With the propulsion issues resolved, the remainder of the task appeared significantly simpler. 2 days later, late at night, John, clad in his pajamas, was summoned by Tony to the basement. "Is your armor ready?" John yawned, inquiring. "Just wait and see." Tony replied, dressed in a sleek black bodysuit and wearing a proud expression. Positioning himself in the designated area, a series of mechanical arms began to assemble the silvery armor onto Tony's frame. Once fully adorned, Tony picked up the helmet from the table and donned it, marking the official birth of Mark II. "How do I look?" Tony spread his arms wide, resembling a dazzling star. "Wow, it's blinding." John squinted, the lights from the ceiling reflecting off the armor, momentarily overwhelming his sleepy eyes. "Jarvis," Tony called out. "I'm here, sir." Jarvis's voice resonated within the helmet. "Shall we take a spin in the sky?" Tony turned to John, asking if he wished to join him. "No thanks, I'm afraid of the cold." "Fair enough," John replied, stepping back as he watched Tony activate the thrusters, soaring out of the garage like a shooting star. "Well," John yawned and began to set up several cameras in a circle, moving his car aside to prevent any scratches. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and soon half an hour had elapsed. John had succumbed to sleep, resting his head on the table. Suddenly, a series of loud crashes jolted him awake. Huh? Was that a crash? The alarm of his vehicle blared, and as he struggled to open his eyes, he saw that Mark II had landed atop a crushed car. Fortunately, only one of the cameras he had set up had toppled over. Quickly, John pressed the button to start recording. "John, did you have a hunch about this?" "Not at all. I just wanted to take a few photos of the car," he replied. Tony lay on the vehicle, too lazy to argue or move. Fragments of ice still clung to Mark II, while a small assistant nearby sprayed Tony with a fire extinguisher. With the photos finally captured, John ascended the stairs back to his room. "Time for bed. I have an early class tomorrow." "I have an early class too." The next day, John woke early to drive to his morning class. Tony, having rarely enjoyed a good night's sleep, remained in slumber until the afternoon. He then sat at his workstation, addressing the issues plaguing the armor. With most problems resolved, only the exterior material remained an obstacle. Reflecting on the previous day's achievement of surpassing the Blackbird's altitude record of 40,000 feet, he felt a twinge of frustration. As the suit had frozen at high altitude and become inoperable, it seems one should not celebrate prematurely, he mused. "Jarvis, notify Cisco to replace the material with the gold titanium alloy used in the Seraphim tactical satellite. Additionally, the armor's color feels too monotonous and pure silver. Jarvis, render the suit in gold." On the screen, the color of the Mark armor gradually transformed into a resplendent gold. After scrutinizing it for a while, Tony still felt unsatisfied. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon an old car nearby. Jarvis, add a touch of red. Thus, under Tony's meticulous manipulation, the iconic red and gold armor was born. At that moment, the television was broadcasting scenes from a charity gala held in his name, that of Tony Stark. "Jarvis, have I received an invitation to this gala?" "No, sir. However, the guest list does include Mr. John and Miss Pepper." "What? A gala I am hosting does not extend an invitation to its own host?" Tony expressed his irritation, determined to uncover the reason behind this oversight. "Jarvis, once the materials arrive, commence assembly immediately." "Understood, sir. Assembly is projected to take 5 hours. Do not wait for me." With that, Tony activated his vehicle and exited the garage. As night fell, the venue for the gala was filled with prominent figures. Obadiah was engaging with reporters, asserting, "Weapon manufacturing constitutes only a minor segment of Stark Industries. Our collaboration in firefighting and rescue operations is quite significant." Suddenly, a chorus of female shrieks drew Obadiah's attention, leading him to spot Tony approaching. What kind of world is this, inviting guests but neglecting the host? Tony lamented as he approached Obadiah. "I will wait for you inside." However, Obadiah grasped Tony's arm, saying, "Hey, listen to me. Please don't be hasty. I believe I have persuaded the board. My outburst was merely impulsive. I will leave shortly." With that, he retreated into the club. A shadow of malice flickered across Obadiah's face, unnoticed by anyone. Upon entering the gala, Tony immediately noticed John, who appeared out of place. While others were clad in formal attire, elegantly conversing with drinks in hand, John wore casual clothes, nonchalantly devouring pastries. Even the system found it hard to bear, exclaiming, "Ding. Host, where is your elegance? The gazes of others are increasingly upon you. Elegance does not satiate hunger. I was merely heading for a meal after my game. And now this invitation has left me ravenous. Where's Pepper? She is busy dealing with those executives. Their topics bore me to sleep. Ding. Host, you are still the second shareholder of Stark Industries. I feel embarrassed for you. What of it? Only those with strength can act as they please. I have no desire to maintain heirs. Nevertheless, these pastries are delectable. Too bad you cannot taste them." At that moment, Tony approached, snatching a pastry from John's hand and devouring it. "Where is Pepper? You're taking pastries from me when there are so many here?" John pointed in a direction. Tony clapped his hands and remarked, "These pastries are delightful. Have them prepare more." He then proceeded to search for Pepper. John clapped his hands, took a few sips of water from a nearby glass, and wiped his mouth satisfactorily. "Mr. John, it is good to see you again," Coulson said as he casually sat beside John. Chapter 17. Impulse is your agency devoid of personnel? Why is it always you? John inquired. Coulson chuckled wryly. Our agency monitors anomalies worldwide. We are indeed short-staffed. Does this count as overtime? Is there extra compensation? Coulson replied, Let us not discuss it. The thought is too painful. John then shifted the conversation. You are detecting anomalies. Have you encountered that peculiar creature again? Coulson responded. The entity you referred to as the Choo-Choo has yet to be detected. Is it that you have not discovered it? Or are you unwilling to disclose the information? John gazed intently at Coulson. Taken aback, Coulson replied, Should you become a part of the program, such information would naturally be at your disposal. The implication was clear. One must join them to receive insights about these anomalies. However, John believed that even if he joined, he would not gain access, as those anomalies would leave no trace upon their demise. The agents of SHIELD likely intended to conduct covert research through secret apprehensions. It was certain that the Avengers would join, presenting no risk, yet he decided to delay his involvement for a few days. Otherwise, he would have to start working prematurely. By the way, Tony is right there. Why not consult him first? It is because we wish to enlist your assistance, Mr. John, Coulson replied with a professional smile, causing John to sweat nervously. What assistance? We have received intelligence indicating that dangerous individuals will arrive tomorrow at Culver University in Virginia. We hope you will cooperate with the military to evacuate and protect civilians. What sort of dangerous individuals necessitates military intervention? Moreover, why should I care? John remarked nonchalantly. Mr. John, as we understand it, your friend has already boarded a flight to Virginia and is expected to arrive at Culver University simultaneously with the dangerous individuals. Upon hearing this, John abruptly stood up, his expression shifting between uncertainty and alarm. Ultimately, he inquired, ordinary criminals would not provoke military action, nor would they attract your attention. Tell me, what exactly are these dangerous individuals? Coulson rose as well, his demeanor grave, retrieving a phone from his bag and opening a video. Open fire. Hulk. The video depicted soldiers' anguished cries, gunfire echoing incessantly, and the monstrous roars that stirred forgotten memories within John, obliterating any remnants of his previous complacency. Indeed, Culver University was the very location from the film Hulk, where Professor Banner sought assistance from his girlfriend, only to find himself encircled by the military. You are allowing such a perilous creature to enter the university unimpeded? He lacks electronic devices, making it difficult for us to ascertain his location. Moreover, as long as we do not provoke him, there should be no trouble. Our personnel are hesitant to act forcefully, and the military has consistently concealed the existence of these monsters. John scoffed, retorting, what a flimsy excuse. Thank you for the information. With that, John departed from the gathering. Once in his car, he sent a message to Tony informing him of his departure, then opened his contacts to call Molly. Beep. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. After several attempts, he received no response. The other party had activated airplane mode. It seems I must go there myself. After some contemplation, John resolved to proceed. He swiftly drove to the airport. On the way, Tony's call came through. Are you heading to Virginia? Yes. To bring my friend back. What has happened? Has there been a gentleman in a suit who approached you, claiming affiliation with an organization bearing an exceedingly lengthy name? Indeed. I just sent him on his way. That organization is indeed legitimate. They had previously made contact with me. They informed me that there are dangerous elements infiltrating Culver University. And coincidentally, my friend is scheduled to attend that university for an exchange program. Thus, I must pay a visit. Should I don the Mark II suit for this venture? Never mind, your armor possesses nothing more than the ability to fly. I believe I am far more capable than you. Very well. Do not hesitate to reach out if you require assistance. As the call ended, John arrived at the airport. The following day, Molly was awakened by her companions. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed the outside was shrouded in darkness, yet they had already arrived at the airport. Molly, it's time to go. Oh, I'm coming, she replied, rubbing her eyes as she collected her luggage and disembarked from the plane. Once outside the airport, the teacher leading the group addressed everyone. Let us head to the hotel for some rest. We shall depart at 8 in the morning. Molly checked her phone and discovered an unanswered call from John. She attempted to return the call, but the line was busy. Just then, her phone died. And with no other option, she sent a brief message before stowing her phone and following the group to the hotel. Time swiftly passed until 8 in the morning. Upon awakening, Molly suddenly realized she had forgotten to charge her phone and would have to figure something out later. At that moment, the group leader announced, "Students, we have received word that Culver University has been temporarily locked down. We will remain at the hotel for now." Molly felt a slight unease and sensed something unusual. Culver University. Several armored vehicles were stationed on campus, and soldiers armed with rifles began advancing toward the academic buildings. Phew, I made it just in time. It seems Hulk has yet to emerge. John exhaled deeply. Ding, the host is merely a minor player. This little distance proves too much. Damn, I was he even driving? Moreover, you saw the traffic. I rushed here nonstop for 10 kilometers. System, are you certain that I will gain experience regardless of victory or defeat? Ding, confirmed. Engaging in any combat related to the main storyline will yield experience. Initially, defeating Iron Tyrant would not grant a level up. But as long as you survive a confrontation with Hulk, you are guaranteed to level up thereafter. When the prize pool refreshes, you shall have the opportunity to draw superior items. What if I manage to scare Hulk away? Ding, do not indulge in fantasies at this stage. Even a mosquito has a higher probability of defeating you than you do of scaring off Hulk. TSK. Indeed, during the flight, he pondered many matters, such as why he could not inform the group leader to remain at the hotel instead of rushing in to play the hero. After all, he is Stark. Additionally, there was a reason Coulson relayed this information to him, aside from the fact that Molly is his friend and he wished to grant him a favor. It was likely that the Hydra behind it all desired to observe his capabilities following a battle with the Green Giant. He only contemplated these underlying motives after settling into his seat on the plane, yet now that he was here, he felt compelled to proceed. Fortunately, at that moment, the system chimed in, stating that combat would also yield experience for leveling up. Thus, John had arrived. Chapter 18. Should good people be held at gunpoint? John had just purchased a chilled bottle of cola from the nearby supermarket. As he stepped outside, sipping from the bottle, he noticed the glass corridor of the teaching building filled with gas. A green figure was ominously expanding. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the glass shattered, and several soldiers were hurled out, their fates uncertain. Hulk. The green giant leaped onto the grass, roaring at the crowd. Their use of gas had truly provoked him. Open fire. The sonic device mounted on the armored vehicle pivoted towards the Hulk, momentarily controlling him with its immense sound waves. The remaining soldiers braced themselves, waiting for Hulk to revert back to Banner before attempting to subdue him. However, the Hulk was not a creature to be trifled with. His anger surged. Though caught off guard by the sonic weapon, he soon gritted his teeth, picked up a nearby manhole cover, and tore it in half, hurling it at the armored vehicle. Faced with the swift projectile, the soldiers could only scramble for cover. With a tremendous explosion, the sonic weapon was rendered inoperative. At that moment, a confident man approached the green giant. "Browski, what are you doing? Come back." General Ross's voice thundered through the earpiece. Ignoring the command, Browski yanked off the earpiece and tossed it aside. "Hey, big guy, you seem tough. Care to have a go with me?" Browski remarked, gazing up at the bewildered Hulk. John, observing from a distance, was filled with disdain. What gave him the audacity to speak to the Hulk in such a manner? Was it merely the effects of the serum he had injected? He probably didn't even match Captain America's strength. As expected, in the next moment, the Hulk, unable to tolerate Browski's provocation, sent him flying several dozen meters with a single kick. The soldiers once again opened fire on the green giant. Hulk. The creature began to demolish everything that attacked him, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Why can't that hulking figure resolve matters through dialogue? Destroying things like this. Even the flowers and grass don't deserve it. John stepped forward, the Guardian of Dawn gradually enveloping him, a large sword gripped in his right hand, dragging it along the ground as he approached the Hulk. As the protagonist, one must make an entrance with flair. Upon seeing John advance, the Hulk leaped into the air. Fists clenched. He took an immediate dislike to this somewhat green little man. Hulk smash. John quickly dodged, turning to slash at the Hulk's back with his sword, leaving only a shallow wound. "Damn, that's tough," John exclaimed, as the wound healed almost instantaneously. The Hulk, feeling a mere tickle of pain, grew even angrier and swung his hand at John. John, not daring to be reckless, quickly raised his sword in defense, but still found himself sent flying several meters. Meanwhile, General Ross, noticing a figure in armor engaging the Hulk on nearly equal footing, hurriedly inquired of a nearby soldier, "Who is that guy?" The soldier replied uncertainly, "General, that appears to be John Stark. He has been quite famous online recently for donning that armor." Ross acknowledged with a grunt, continuing to observe the unfolding situation. John forcefully planted his sword into the ground to halt his momentum. The defense and offense are astonishingly high, truly befitting a character from the Marvel Universe. John glanced around, noting the black cars and black suits. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had already begun to evacuate the crowd, while the military remained inactive, seemingly content to watch the two of them battle to the death, waiting to seize an opportunity. It's no wonder Tony often vents about everyone but his friend Rhodey. Seeing John still on his feet only fueled Hulk's fury, prompting him to leap once more in an attempt to smash John down. At this stage, Hulk was more childlike than a child, insisting on seeing his opponent fall to the ground. After deftly dodging, John positioned his knife horizontally. "Taste my ceiling slash?" John executed a swift series of strikes, pushing Hulk back, then charged forward, delivering a deeper wound to Hulk's abdomen, causing green blood to spill forth, though it healed within seconds. Enraged by his injury, Hulk roared at John, relentlessly swinging his fists. In the face of such assaults, John could do little but parry with his knife. In a flash, he appeared behind Hulk. After only a couple of blocks with his arm, John felt his strength waning. If he didn't evade, he would surely be pummeled into the ground. Ambush incoming. John raised his knife, aiming for Hulk's rear. However, as the blade barely grazed him, Hulk spun around and seized John's foot, lifting him high before slamming him down repeatedly, mimicking the future triple slam that Thor and Loki would endure. Bang, bang, bang. Hulk hurled John aside, roaring as if declaring his victory. John lay on the ground, in so much pain that he wished to remain still. Just as Hulk prepared to wreak further havoc, General Ross's daughter, Banner's girlfriend, arrived just in time to restore a semblance of clarity to Hulk. Immediately, the awakened Banner scooped up his girlfriend and leapt away into the horizon. In the pit, John lay with his hands on his abdomen, serene yet pained. He gazed up at the sky, conversing with the system in his mind. "System, what do you believe is the essence of the universe?" Ding. "Host, have you been dazed by Hulk? Why ponder such profound questions? Why must I endure such suffering when I could bask in luxury?" Ding. "Ah, That is undoubtedly due to your heart's refusal to settle for mediocrity. How can a hero be shackled by pain and suffering? Forge ahead, Ultraman Zero. Thank you, Taro, for kindly attributing the source. Your words have awakened my dormant memories. How much experience did I gain this time? Ding. Currently, it cannot be displayed, but defeating Iron Tyrant will certainly allow for an upgrade. That's acceptable. At that moment, several gun barrels suddenly appeared in John's line of sight. Mr. John Stark, General Ross approached, his gaze glinting as he took in the Dawn Guardian upon John's person. General Ross, if you wish to avoid legal repercussions, it would be prudent to have them lower their weapons, John remarked coldly. General Ross waved his hand, and the soldiers lowered their guns, standing aside. John rose to his feet, yet he refrained from deactivating the Dawn Guardian. Apprehensive that Ross might administer a tranquilizer in front of the assembled crowd. General Ross, I have valiantly fought against monsters, significantly diminishing the casualty rates among civilians and your soldiers. Is this how you treat a well-meaning citizen? Am I to be threatened at gunpoint? I apologize, Mr. Stark. But your armor possesses capabilities that endanger public safety, necessitating my caution. John, disinterested in further conversation, retrieved his knife and intended to leave, only to have General Ross's men obstruct him. Mr. John, you cannot leave just yet. General Ross, are you truly denying me the right to depart? John stood with his back to him, revealing a side profile. Lightning surged from John's body, indicating he was poised to strike, prompting the surrounding soldiers to once again aim their weapons at him. With a swift turn, John vanished, only to reappear directly behind Ross, the shadow of the Dawn Guardian enveloping him. General Ross, I trust you understand that I possess both the strength and the means to act. It would be prudent for you to relent now and save face. Though Ross did not outwardly display his unease upon hearing the voice behind him, his palms were slick with sweat. The events of the day had thoroughly vexed him. He had failed to capture Hulk and had lost his daughter in the process. While the Dawn Guardian seemed capable of contending with Hulk, that power belonged to John. Were it not for Stark's presence behind him, he would have ordered John's capture and forcibly seized the armor. However, it now appeared that he lacked even the capability to apprehend John. Hey, halt. A team from S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed over. General Ross, Mr. John is here at our request for assistance. Oh, so it was you who summoned him. I thought he was here to experiment with hazardous materials. What a misunderstanding. My apologies, Mr. John. Ross turned, offering a polite smile. He had just been contemplating a truce and an apology to allow John to leave, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had conveniently provided him with a way out. John remained silent, striding directly towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle. He deactivated the Dawn Guardian, opened the door, and seated himself inside. The driver, taken aback, hesitantly inquired, Mr. John, what is your intention? Take me to the airport, John replied while fiddling with his phone. However, Mr. John, we still have a mission and cannot. What is your name? Martin. I have already spoken with Coulson. He will provide you with the fare when you see him later. Very well then. The vehicle commenced its journey towards the airport. Mr. John, may I boldly inquire? How much is the fare? Why do you ask? Coulson will not question your responsibilities. My sister is hospitalized and requires substantial funds, hence my inquiry, he chuckled. 1,000. John sensed that the moment the amount was stated, the vehicle's speed noticeably increased. Meanwhile, at the hotel, a group of girls was preparing to take Molly out shopping when they suddenly received a message from their supervising teacher that the plan to exchange at Culver University remained unchanged. The girls were lamenting, while Molly wore a serious expression, having come across a recent incident at Culver University on the forum. Although the post was swiftly deleted, she managed to glimpse a glimpse of it. That afternoon, upon John's return to the villa, he encountered Tony, who was about to leave. Oh. The hero returns to rescue the damsel, Tony teased. Don't mention it. I was merely a punching bag, John replied with a wry smile. But thankfully, I survived. Is it that monstrosity from the military? I've heard whispers before. Initially, they aimed to replicate the so-called super soldier serum, but Dr. Banner, responsible for the research, was subjected to an overdose of gamma radiation, leading to his mutation. Honestly, I find a certain admiration for him. I did encounter a transformed soldier, but he was sent flying by Hulk's kick. Where are you headed? John inquired. The hospital called. Ethan has regained consciousness, and I intend to pay him a visit. I'll join you, John said, eager to meet the man who had altered Tony. Soon, the two drove to the hospital, with Happy trailing behind, carrying flowers and a fruit basket. Upon entering the hospital room, John spotted a haggard man lying on the bed. Ethan, how is your recovery progressing? Tony asked, taking a seat on a nearby stool. Tony, what brings you here? Ethan exclaimed in surprise, attempting to sit up with the help of his hands on the bed. Oh no, just lie back, Tony advised, glancing at Happy, who understood and placed the flowers and fruit basket on the cabinet. When you're well, I promise to take you out for some fun. Ethan smiled but politely declined. I'd rather not. I cannot enjoy such luxuries. When I, Tony, make a promise, I keep it, Tony replied. Oh, by the way, let me introduce my brother, John. The vial that clings to your life is his doing. John smiled and greeted him. I owe my survival to your potion, Ethan expressed, gratitude evident on his face. However, John noticed a flicker of melancholy in Ethan's eyes. Having lost his family to the ravages of war, he must be enduring great suffering alone. As Tony and Ethan engaged in a light conversation, Ethan's gaze became fixed on the television. John and Tony turned to see a report about Gumara town. At that moment, the town was under siege by terrorists, with numerous civilians being gunned down. John turned to Ethan. Gumara town, is that not your hometown? Watching the brutal scenes unfold on the screen, Tony felt a fire igniting within him. Ethan, take care of yourself. I will ensure these bastards pay. Without a backward glance, he stormed out. What is Tony planning to do? Ethan asked. To avenge you, and to atone for the lives lost to weapons sold by Stark in the past. Rest well. With that, John also exited the hospital room. Once downstairs, their car awaited. As John entered, Happy started the engine. The atmosphere in the vehicle was heavy with tension. Happy glanced in the rearview mirror before turning on the car stereo. John, it was Obadiah who submitted the injunction to the board. John looked at Tony, noticing his troubled expression, and remarked, You already possess the answer in your heart, do you not? Tony's expression shifted, and he finally sighed. After all, Obadiah had done so much for Stark, and I still do not wish to witness such a scene. John believed that when Obadiah laid bare his heart, he would undoubtedly harbor a different perspective. Soon, the car returned to the villa. Tony descended to the basement, which he had now transformed. Mechanical arms were cleverly concealed within the floor and ceiling. Donning a sleek black bodysuit, he ascended to the platform where the mechanical arms emerged from below, attaching the pieces of his armor to him one by one. In no time, the red and gold Mark III was born. Cool. John's eyes sparkled. The process of assembling the armor was utterly exhilarating to him. When would he also possess such a suit? Do you want to come with me? Tony inquired. I can't fly. Don't worry, I'm already preparing your suit. When I return, you can choose the style. With that, Tony sealed his helmet and soared upward, bursting forth from the crater left by the Mark II. Chapter 20. I suspect you have dangerous items. The Mark III flew at supersonic speed, reaching the small town of Gumara in just a couple of hours. The terrorists were taken aback as an armored figure descended from the heavens, momentarily forgetting their counterattack. Upon witnessing the devastation around him, Tony's fury ignited, and without hesitation, he commenced his assault with the palm repulsors. He dispatched each adversary with precision, and upon turning, he observed several terrorists wielding guns, using hostages as human shields. They babbled incoherently, but it was clear their message was, harm the captives, and they would pay the price. Tony, seeing this, lowered his arms, prompting the terrorists to grow emboldened. However, in the next moment, a launcher emerged from the shoulder of the Mark III, targeting each terrorist with miniature missiles. As Tony's suit scanned for threats, finding none, he prepared to depart. Just as he ascended, a missile struck him down. Bang! The Mark III plummeted, creating a massive crater upon impact. Fortunately, having experienced falls with the previous suits, Tony had upgraded the armor. Otherwise, he would likely have been incapacitated. Rising from the crater, his metallic visor radiated menace. In the distance, a tank adjusted its turret and fired another round at Tony. This time, prepared. He deftly evaded the attack. Raising his arm, a launcher deployed, releasing a missile in retaliation. Without looking back at the explosion, Tony swiftly turned to leave. With the situation resolved, he set off. However, en route, military radar detected him, dispatching 2 fighter jets. Thankfully, Rhodey intervened, keeping Tony under the radar. Otherwise, he would soon face troubles from the military and Congress. This marked the first appearance of the Mark suit in military sight. After a while, John returned to the villa and spotted Rhodey approaching with an urgent demeanor. Rhodey, are you looking for Tony? Yes. Is he home? Rhodey nodded. He should be. John recalled the original plot, with the storage card already inserted into his phone. Thus, the two entered the basement together. Ah, hey, unauthorized entry into another's quarters is unlawful. Tony kindly reminded. What, are you unable to remove your armor? Rhodey retorted without mercy. What has to deal with that suit? Didn't you announce the closure of the weapons division? As Tony struggled to remove the armor, he replied, This is not merely a weapon. It is an invention that heralds a new era. I can utilize it to combat crime. Damn it, I distinctly remember designing it to be easily removed. So your idea of fighting crime is to go over there and confront terrorists? Come on, don't make this difficult for me. There were a lot of people present, and the higher-ups are already aware of this contraption. Furthermore, the media is awaiting answers regarding the downed aircraft. Tony blinked and said, I trust you can help me smooth this over. I'm not particularly skilled at lying, John suggested. I think you should just maintain a straight face and read from a script. Rhodey looked at John, suddenly recalling something, and said, Oh, by the way, what about you? What about me? The white armored figure that has recently appeared online. It's you, right? Is that also Stark's latest invention? John and Tony exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed. It is another new creation. You two brothers really have an abundance of new toys, Rhodey muttered, then added, General Ross has apparently submitted some proposal to Congress. And now they are preparing to investigate whether Stark possesses hazardous materials that could threaten national security. John's expression turned to one of confusion. Stark Industries built its foundation on weaponry. Are they truly investigating whether Stark harbors dangerous materials? Is he out of his mind? That Ross guy will stop at nothing for the Hulk. Are they planning to conduct their investigation with a bottle of detergent? Rhodey understood what John was insinuating. So he awkwardly touched his nose and said, that shouldn't be the case, but for now, they won't investigate further, as this is merely a document provided by General Ross. Lacking sufficient evidence. However, you should keep a low profile for the time being. Avoid displaying your armor in public. John waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's fine. In a while, Ross will have his hands full. The Hulk can be considered the experimental subject that Ross has gambled his career on. Once the Abomination and Hulk clash, Ross will lose everything. All right then, I shall take my leave. Before departing, Rhodey cast a few more glances at the Mark II on display. Take your time removing it. I have class, John said, turning back and heading upstairs. Hey, lend me a hand here. And do put down that fire extinguisher. Shortly thereafter, Military Representative Rhodey gathered reporters to address the incident of the downed aircraft. It was due to our military exercises. The reasons surrounding the crash cannot be disclosed at this time, but rest assured, the pilot is unharmed. As for the Iron Man, any claims regarding secret military experiments are entirely unfounded. I am unaware of the identity of the armored individual seen at Culver University. But perhaps the Green Giant could shed some light on that. Your question is somewhat off-topic. Meanwhile, Obadiah sat glowering at the television before him. Rod is currently managing the aftermath of the trouble caused by Tony. Obadiah has already deduced that the incident in Gumala was orchestrated by Tony, as the Ten Rings gang provided him with an intriguing piece of evidence. After a considerable time, a convoy arrived at the Ten Rings camp. A group led by Obadiah disembarked from their vehicles. He adjusted his suit and approached the bald leader. Welcome, the bald leader greeted. Obadiah noticed the injury on the leader's head and tilted his head slightly in observation. The bald leader, sensing his gaze, remarked, thanks to Tony Stark. Obadiah, with a hint of displeasure in his tone, retorted, if you had killed him sooner, you wouldn't be in this embarrassing situation. Tony Stark was his primary target, followed closely by John. Only with their demise could Obadiah seize control of the company. However, this aspiration was destined to be unfulfilled. Tony Stark still holds considerable value. Killing him would be too advantageous for you, the bald leader stated bluntly. Obadiah, wishing to forego further banter, addressed the matter directly. Let me see that item. Wait. Have your bodyguard wait outside, the bald leader replied, proceeding into the tent. Obadiah gestured for his bodyguard to remain outside and entered the tent alone. In the center of the tent lay his silver armor, surrounded by a group of so-called technicians who were debating the placement of the armor fragments according to the blueprints left by Tony. This was indeed the mark that Tony had crafted. Chapter 21. Black on black, the bald leader remarked. This is an unexpected find from Tony Stark's escape. It turns out he utilized this to flee. Obadiah gazed at the armor, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This was merely a primitive version. Tony had perfected the design, rendering it a potential ultimate weapon. Recalling the power of the Iron Man suit in the previous encounter at Gumala, the bald leader's expression turned greedy. With dozens of these, I could conquer Asia. Once Stark is dead, his commercial empire will be yours. Conquer Asia? How audacious, Obadiah thought, dismissing the leader as a fool. He continued to scrutinize the armor and noticed a hole in the chest piece, reminiscent of Tony Stark's arc reactor. If we collaborate, I will provide you with the blueprints as a gesture of goodwill. In return, I hope you can supply me with an Iron Legion, the bald leader proposed. Obadiah remained silent, calmly walking beside the bald leader. With a swift motion of his left hand, he activated a device that emitted a piercing sound wave, incapacitating the bald leader instantly. Purple veins spread across half of his face, creating a horrifying visage. The desire for technology will always be your weakness. Do not worry. In 15 minutes, you will be fine. You should be more concerned about the troubles that will follow, Obadiah said as he exited the tent. Outside, his bodyguard had already subdued the terrorists. Black on black. All right, gather the armor and other equipment, and clean up this site, Obadiah commanded as he departed in his vehicle. Gunfire echoing behind him. Set up Zone 16 beneath the arc reactor. All data is classified. Find the best engineers and expedite the creation of the prototype. John, do you need me to configure the suit's exterior to resemble your armor? Tony typed on the screen a few times before moving it to show John. John gazed at the model displayed on the screen, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. No problem. Let silver gray be the predominant color. The model on the screen automatically adjusted its hue, transforming into a fusion of the Dawn Guardian and iron armor, shedding its former sanctity to exude an aura of advanced technology. I've incorporated insulation materials into the armor. Thus, you can utilize your discharging abilities without damaging it, Tony remarked, contemplating John's powers as he inputted this modification into the display. Feigning deep emotion, John began to jest. Wow, such attention to detail. I am truly moved. Come here. Give me a kiss. Tony promptly scooted his chair back several feet. Don't repay kindness with malice. If you were Pepper, that might be acceptable. Huh? Can't I be your brother? You truly have something going on with Pepper. John pretended to discover a new continent. Stop fooling around, or I'll cancel your armor. Tony warned sternly. All right. Such playful banter had been a part of their daily lives for over a decade. By the way, what other abilities do you possess? I want to finalize the armor's functions in one go, Tony inquired. John contemplated and replied, there are definitely more powers yet to be developed. Tony raised an eyebrow in surprise and then asked, what do you have right now? Teleportation. Teleportation? Really? Let me see. Tony expressed his eagerness. Thus, John demonstrated his skill, instantaneously shifting to a spot 5 meters away. Wow, that is genuine teleportation. How did you do that? Tony exclaimed, rising in astonishment. J-A-R-V-I-S. Did you just record that? Sir, Mr. John just moved 5 meters, creating a distortion in the surrounding space. J-A-R-V-I-S, responded. Tony approached John, examining him with fascination. Is this some mysterious Eastern power? A micro-wormhole, perhaps? John shrugged. If you want a scientific explanation, I cannot provide one. But it should not be a wormhole. This ability needs further investigation to determine if it can be performed autonomously or if it can carry objects along. Tony pondered seriously. If John were to teleport while wearing the iron armor, leaving the armor behind, it would surely lead to amusing scenarios. I can carry objects with me, John stated, noting that he could bring along the Dawn during his teleportation. Then why don't you try it with Mark II? Tony suggested, preferring a cautious approach. John hesitated. I need to wait a moment. Wait for what? Just wait. As per John's insistence, after donning Mark II, he was indeed able to teleport while bringing the armor along. However, upon completion of the maneuver, Tony detected several dents and slight distortions on Mark II. It's still a materials issue. Once these concerns were addressed, Tony instructed J-A-R-V-I-S to commence the assembly of the armor, naming it Dawn 1. John was exhilarated, but due to the helmet's slightly pointed design, the assembly took longer than that of the Mark armor. At that moment, Pepper descended from above. Hey, Tony. There's a group of men in black at the door looking for you, she announced. Upon noticing the two in the basement alongside Mark II, she gasped. What are you two up to? Is this a new weapon? Tony, with a look of exasperation, remarked, why do you all react this way upon seeing the iron suit? Oh, by the way, Pepper, you've arrived just in time. I need a favor. Pepper approached and inquired, what do you need? Please go to Obadiah's office. Plug this into his computer and extract the data from it. John interjected, you wish to obtain evidence against Obadiah? Indeed. It appears he stepped out not long ago. Tony replied gravely. You should have mentioned that earlier. I would have gathered everything already, John retorted, prompting simultaneous glances from Tony and Pepper. John, taken aback, asked, is there a problem? When did you gather this evidence? Tony inquired. During your absence, was John's response. Pepper, puzzled, remarked, but during that time, your relationship with Obadiah was quite amicable. No wonder I often saw you in his office. Tony, somewhat incredulous, asked, if you had already collected the evidence, why not present it sooner? I was concerned you might remain skeptical, John replied. He then tossed a disc to Tony, stating, everything is contained within. I assure you it will keep him imprisoned for life. How you handle it is your decision. With that, John departed. Don't ask. The answer is coursework. Beep, host. You have just handed the evidence to Tony. What if Ironmonger escapes? Oh, worry not. Obadiah should be bringing back Mark to commence assembly, Tony mused nostalgically, hoping to secure a legal route for his confinement. It will take at least 2 days, after which I shall provide him with the reactor I replaced. And Ironmonger will emerge swiftly, yielding valuable experience. Beep. While host, when did you become so astute? John chuckled as he drove the car out of the basement, spotting Coulson waiting outside. Why are you here again? John halted the vehicle and questioned. Coulson, smiling, replied, rest assured, John, I'm not here for you this time. Do you recall the recent crash of the military's Falcon fighter jet? We have some questions for Tony. Then why not enter through the front? What are you doing at the garage? Apologies, we have been waiting for quite some time. You know Tony's temperament. It is uncertain whether he will see you. However, I can assure you that the incident with the plane is unrelated to him. With that, John drove away, leaving them to continue their wait. The days of classes always seemed to pass swiftly, especially the moments spent gaming during lessons. Lin, could this fellow be you? David handed his phone to John, saying, "A friend sent this to me." John glanced at the screen, which displayed a scene from the park, nodding gravely. David, thrilled by the revelation, exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredible. Is your armor Stark's latest invention?" "I'm afraid I cannot disclose that, David," John replied, his expression troubled, mimicking writing with his hand. Understanding dawned on David. "Oh, I see. Don't worry, I want to spill the beans." "And what about this creature?" he asked, pointing at the abyss mage in the photograph. "This is difficult for me to articulate. You may simply regard it as an extraterrestrial entity," John remarked. "Will this creature exhibit parasitic behavior? Is that a mask adorning its face? Is your armor specifically designed to combat it?" Faced with David's barrage of inquiries, John was more than willing to elucidate. After all, he had no inclination to play the role of a dark knight, and basking in the admiration of his friends was undeniably exhilarating. Moreover, David was one of the few genuine friends John had in this world, so sharing more information would better equip him to escape should he encounter any anomalies. After all, this fellow frequented various parties across New York. Who could foresee when he might stumble upon an aberration? By the way, if you encounter such monsters, remember to flee swiftly and call me once you are safe, John cautioned earnestly as he set down his pen. On the paper, he sketched several monsters. All the abnormalities he could currently conceive of. "Rest assured, Lin, I shall be your eyes in the city," David exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. John could not help but remind him, "Do not actively seek out these creatures. It is perilous." "Fear not," David replied, though John's confidence in his friend's understanding was wavering. Before long, the school bell rang. "Ah, no more chatting, class is dismissed." "David, shall we play basketball?" John inquired. "No, I am off to pick up my girlfriend," David replied as he gathered his belongings in preparation to leave. "No, David, you have changed," John exclaimed, suddenly filled with sorrow and indignation. Unbeknownst to him, a few tall youths clad in basketball jerseys had gathered around him, all accusing David of betraying their group. David's lips twitched as he helplessly rubbed his forehead, saying, "I truly cannot deal with you all. Fear not, my brothers, I shall definitely join you tomorrow. Today, I genuinely have matters to attend to." Fine, they relented. "You scoundrel, be gone." Amidst the laughter and mockery of his friends, David departed the classroom with his backpack in tow. John joined them on their way to the basketball court, but as soon as he arrived, his phone rang with a call from J.A.R.V.I.S. "Mr. John, Obadiah has just seized Mr. Tony's mini-reactor." "John, what is the matter?" his basketball companions inquired. John pocketed his phone, a look of apology etched on his face. "I'm sorry, I have to leave." "Ah, are you off to find your girlfriend too?" they teased. "Ah, never mind, we'll play without you." John sprinted to his car and drove away at breakneck speed. Damn it, why would they attempt to steal the reactor today? I distinctly remember placing the old reactor in a conspicuous location. John's expression darkened. He had only mentioned earlier that Obadiah would have to wait a few days. Yet here he was, unable to resist. Beep. "Host, should we retaliate? Is this your doing soon?" Beep. "What does that have to do with you?" "I do not care. Someone must take the blame, and it is certainly your fault." Beep. "Malicious host, speak on my behalf." After their usual banter, John's mind began to clear considerably. Logically, Ironmonger would likely not have been fully assembled at this point. How could Obadiah possibly be attempting to steal the reactor? Furthermore, he had long since warned Tony, and the only plausible scenario was that Obadiah intended to steal the old reactor. He had anticipated even this. Was it the butterfly effect of his own doing that allowed Obadiah to labor tirelessly in assembling the Ironmonger? Soon, after running several red lights, John found himself pursued by several police cars. However, a single phone call resolved the situation. Upon returning to the villa, John's gaze immediately fell upon Tony, whose face had turned a deep shade of purple. "Stay strong. Don't let yourself become like Thanos," John urged, urgently producing a vial of medicine and pouring it into Tony's mouth. The potion took effect swiftly, visibly improving Tony's complexion. Yet the gaping wound in his chest showed no signs of healing. John had previously experimented with recovery potions, discovering that consuming several vials could restore someone from the brink of death to their prime. However, the wound in Tony's chest remained beyond remedy. Do not inquire. It is merely a necessity of the narrative. Seeing Tony's condition improve, John hurried to retrieve the old arc reactor from the liquor cabinet near the entrance and fitted it onto Tony. Hiss. The reactor powered up, and Tony fully regained his vitality. The villa's electricity had been disabled by Obadiah. John had intended to offer him a chance, but alas, Tony was filled with regret. At that moment, Rhodey arrived, having received a call from Pepper. "Hey Tony, are you alright?" Rhodey inquired with genuine concern. Tony turned to John and said, "Pepper is in danger. She must be assisting the men in black with the investigation. Obadiah has found my mark eye. You need to head over there." "No problem." John nodded in agreement, then exited the villa to drive to Stark Industries. Rhodey asked, "Bro, do you need my help?" He was naturally referring to mobilizing the military. Tony shook his head. Relying on the army would only complicate matters. Help me to the basement first. Rhodey assisted Tony down to the basement, where Tony stood before the dressing platform and activated the mechanical arms to quickly don the Mark III suit. Rhodey, remember to craft a good press statement for me, Tony said as he sealed his helmet and shot out through the previous hole. Rhodey watched with envy as Tony departed. Casting a glance at the Mark II in the display case, he felt an irresistible urge. It seemed as if the Mark II was beckoning him. Next time, I will wear you. With that, he followed suit and left the villa. Chapter 23. The resolution before a steel door in Zone 16. A group of men in black, led by Coulson, surrounded Pepper. Miss Potts, Coulson gestured for her to open the door. They had received credible information that Obadiah was the mastermind behind Tony's attack. And they had also learned that he was developing a highly dangerous weapon. They had intended to apprehend him at the company. But it appeared Obadiah had already fled behind that door. Pepper approached to input the password, but after several attempts, she was unsuccessful. It's no use. He has changed the password. Anticipating this, Coulson signaled a few subordinates to step forward. What are you doing? Pepper exclaimed as she was pushed aside, watching as they affixed something to the door. A bomb, Coulson explained while stepping back, turning his back to the door. Seeing that everyone had turned away, Pepper quickly ran to the front and covered her ears. Bang! The door exploded open, and so did the men. Pepper was taken aback, exclaiming, Is this the effect of your bomb? Coulson, with a grave expression, replied, Something has emerged from beneath the ground. At that moment, a substantial hole appeared beneath the door, and a colossal armored figure erupted from the earth. Fire! Coulson and the others swiftly drew their pistols and began to shoot. But the bullets merely left tiny dents on the Iron Giant's armor. Aha! What a sensation! I feel as though I can command everything. The Iron Giant unleashed a barrage from the Gatling gun mounted on its arm, resulting in some casualties while others sought shelter. Soon, only Pepper remained in front of the Iron Giant, a deliberate choice on its part. Pepper, the Iron Giant approached her, lamenting that Tony was no longer visible. I have been managing Stark Industries. Without me, could he live as a carefree playboy? Since he wishes to take everything from me, I shall ensure he suffers. With that, the Iron Giant aimed its gun at Pepper. Observing the terror etched on her face, Obadiah felt a sense of satisfaction. Look to the sky, my friend. Obadiah instinctively glanced upward, just in time to see a streak of fire streaking through the heavens. He paused, his tone a mix of astonishment and disdain. Huh? Has Tony actually come? Suddenly, a realization struck him. Why did that sound seem so familiar? Before he could ponder further, John, clad in the Dawn Guardian armor, executed a sliding kick beneath Obadiah, propelling himself upward with a powerful kick that lifted Obadiah 3 meters into the air. Obadiah! Tony bellowed in fury, seizing the airborne Iron Giant and crashing it into the adjacent street. Pepper, find somewhere to hide. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Pepper exclaimed, John, it's you. That was Tony who just flew by. Go hide, Tony, and I will clear the way. John leapt onto the street, his blade expanding to a colossal size, carving a deep trench into the pavement. The city management would surely be enraged again. John Stark. The Iron Giant aimed its Gatling gun at John, snarling, Die? The bullets erupted like a torrential storm. John positioned his sword defensively across his chest while activating the Jade Shield, successfully deflecting all the projectiles. Humph. This shield can withstand 3 punches from the Hulk now. Then why didn't you use it the last time you faced the Hulk? Don't bring up old grievances. I was caught off guard and forgot about the shield. With bullets raining down, John transitioned from a slow advance to a full sprint. Damn it, Obadiah exclaimed, growing anxious as John's so-called shield had withstood the onslaught for an extended period, displaying cracks yet refusing to shatter. When he had learned of John's capabilities, he had researched extensively, concluding that with sufficient firepower, nothing could survive. Thus, Obadiah ceased firing and activated the missiles on his back. Unbeknownst to him, the shield was indeed on the verge of breaking. Even without the shield, the bullets might not penetrate his defenses. As the missile of the Ironmonger was about to launch, Tony inquired, Jarvis, how much energy do I have left? 13%, sir. That should suffice. Therefore, Tony extricated himself from the wreckage of the car and aimed his palm at the missile, firing several shots. Although the palm cannon did not detonate the missile, it caused the Ironmonger to stagger momentarily. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, John used a flash step to close the distance. Observing John's approach, Obadiah attempted to activate the machine gun once more, but John, with swift reflexes, inserted his light blade into the gun's barrel. With a resounding clang, John immediately initiated Phantom Etch, unleashing a torrent of electricity that ravaged the Ironmonger. To John's surprise, the Ironmonger froze in place from the electric shock. What a piece of junk, John quipped, his myriad of thoughts coalescing into a single sarcastic remark. He had anticipated a fierce battle, but it concluded with such unexpected ease. Unbeknownst to John, his provision of evidence to Tony had prompted Obadiah to accelerate his plans by several days. The assembly of the Ironmonger had been rushed, lacking the upgrades and modifications that were present in the original narrative, including the insulating coatings. The current that John unleashed was, by industrial standards, rather modest, which was sufficient to incapacitate the hastily crafted Ironmonger. As for whether it was direct or alternating current, John had yet to ascertain. To prevent Obadiah from rebooting the system, John decisively plunged his blade into the chest of the Ironmonger, exerting considerable effort to extract the core reactor. Now, the Ironmonger was utterly incapacitated. Knock, knock, knock. John rapped on the Ironmonger's visor, questioning, "Are you still going to hide like a turtle, my dear uncle?" Just then, Tony approached, kindly reminding him he lacks the energy to open the visor. A flush of embarrassment crossed John's face. "Oh dear, old Obadiah. You should have mentioned that earlier. I thought you had been fried." With his fingers clawed like a predator, John forcefully lifted the Ironmonger's visor. Obadiah had already succumbed, seemingly incapacitated by the electric shock. "What shall we do with him?" John turned to inquire. Tony gazed at the unconscious Obadiah and sighed. "Let us send him to prison. I've already given him his chances." John handed the core reactor to Tony. "Coulson, if you and your team are still alive, come over to clean up the scene." John shouted towards Stark Industries. Soon, a dust-covered Coulson and a cadre of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived. He made a phone call and then addressed John. "Don't worry, the tow truck will be here shortly." No, this armor belongs to Stark. I merely need you to take Obadiah to prison." John and Tony replied in unison. After a moment of hesitation, Coulson relented. "All right then." Consequently, without waiting for the tow truck, John dragged the Ironmonger into Stark's warehouse. As it was not far, Obadiah, meanwhile, was detained by S.H.I.E.L.D., awaiting Stark's prosecution and an interminable sentence of incarceration. The next day, in the office, John lounged on a nearby sofa playing video games, while Pepper was applying makeup on Tony, who was perusing the latest newspaper. Iron Man? In truth, it is crafted from titanium alloy, but it certainly has a nice ring to it. At this moment, Coulson entered the office and handed Tony a piece of evidence proving his absence, followed by another for John. "What do I need this for?" John queried, perplexed as he examined the document. Having already appeared before the public several times, he wondered if such a certificate was somewhat counterproductive. Coulson replied, "As the company's second shareholder, you will be required to speak on stage shortly." He continued, "You were on the yacht at that time, with testimonies from 50 tourists to corroborate your whereabouts." "But I'm just a college student. Why must I take the stage?" John's protest went ignored. "It would be more accurate to say that it was just Pepper and me on the island." Tony interjected, cheekily omitting mention of Obadiah. "We have dealt with that. He has gone on vacation, and you know how perilous small planes can be," Coulson explained with utmost seriousness, as this was a matter they were well acquainted with. Once he was properly attired, Pepper handed Tony a suit, stating, "It's your turn to take the stage." On stage, Tony addressed the reporter's inquiries. Speculations arose regarding his involvement in the freeway incident, and while he read from his notes, a female journalist challenged him. Below, John and Coulson observed the unfolding scene. And John leaned towards Coulson, saying, "I bet you that, given his personality, he won't stick to the script." Coulson was taken aback, stunned by the insight. "Oh no," he thought, instinctively wanting to intervene, but it was too late. The crowd below erupted in excitement as journalists sprang to their feet, cameras and microphones in hand. However, after delivering his remarks, Tony exited the stage, providing no opportunity for questions. "The rest is up to you," John said with a sympathetic glance at Coulson. Tony's words undoubtedly added an unnecessary burden to their workload. John patted Coulson on the shoulder before quietly slipping away. Subsequently, under John's guidance, his identity as the Dawn Guardian was made public. Stark Industries stock soared, and over the following days, Pepper's responsibilities increased significantly. She would not only have to manage the public relations fallout from Iron Man, but also oversee the company's transition. Henceforth, Stark Industries would officially pivot towards clean energy. Meanwhile, in the basement of the villa, John was exuberantly shouting, "Hurry up." He donned a sleek black suit, standing on stage as mechanical arms descended from the ceiling and fitted pieces of armor onto him. With the sound of screws tightening, Dawn 1 was officially equipped. John was encased in a silver titanium alloy, and unlike the Guardian's armor, Dawn 1 exuded an aesthetic of mechanical elegance. "Ha ha ha, I have my own iron suit now," John exclaimed, mimicking various poses like an exuberant child with a new toy. "By the way, can I fly?" Tony turned his chair around, chuckling, "Why not give it a try?" John then positioned his legs together, palms facing the ground in a launch posture. With a whoosh, flames erupted, and John gradually ascended into the air. He maneuvered the suit left and right, but the basement was too confined, and after a brief flight, he descended once more. Tony remarked, "Due to the absence of my reactor in your chest, energy can only be stored in the suit." resulting in inferior energy supply and endurance compared to the Mark armor. However, I will address this issue in due course. Suddenly, John recalled the Mark V suitcase and inquired, "Could you design a portable armor? In case of danger, it would be beneficial to don the suit at a moment's notice. I believe nanotechnology could be an excellent solution," John suggested. Upon hearing this, Tony pondered the matter seriously. The primary concern with the iron armor is its lack of portability, should danger arise. One might find themselves ill-equipped to respond. When did your intellect become so sharp that you could conceive such ideas, including nanotechnology? Tony teased. These thoughts come easily. It's not as if I'm neglecting my basic needs, John retorted. Tony replied, these issues cannot be resolved instantly. But the next generation of armor could be designed in that direction. By the way, where is your suit stored? John scratched his head, about to speak when Tony interrupted. Don't tell me it's some mysterious Eastern power. I can't explain it, but it doesn't resemble nanotechnology. I can summon it at will, John responded. Oh, it's akin to those fourth-dimensional pockets in tokusatsu shows, where the protagonist appears empty-handed, yet somehow produces a belt to transform when battling monsters, John continued. Tony shook his head. Forget it. I'm not interested in your nonsense. You must believe me. It truly feels that way, John insisted. Suddenly, the basement was plunged into darkness. Power had been cut. What else with the power outage again? Tony wondered aloud. Jarvis? There was no response. John recalled the Easter egg from the original storyline. Could it be that Egghead has arrived? The two ventured into the living room, where only a few small lights by the entrance illuminated the space. Tony called out for Jarvis but received no answer. At that moment, John and Tony noticed a figure by the floor-to-ceiling window, though the lighting obscured their view. One-eyed man. A voice echoed. Did you think you were the only superhero? You have already become part of this grand world. You just don't realize it. Upon hearing that peculiar voice, John instantly recognized it. Who else could it be but Fury? Tony queried, Who are you? Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury replied. At this moment, Tony finally discerned Fury's features and turned to John, saying, We need to enhance the security of this place. This guy sneaks in and acts so brazenly before me. Fury's expression darkened. I have a plan to assemble a group of extraordinary individuals to confront unknown threats. Your brother will also be part of this initiative. Tony, surprised, asked John, Have you joined them? I'm not aware of any such thing. When did I join? John looked at Fury, his eyes filled with confusion. Coulson has already submitted his assessment of you. Trust me, you will join, Fury asserted confidently. So you really are Coulson's superior, the head of that ridiculously lengthy organization? Tony questioned uncertainly. One cannot simply allow a stranger to waltz into their home and claim to lead an organization without skepticism. It's akin to someone declaring, I am Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Fury was well aware of Tony's skepticism, so he presented his credentials to him. Tony, you possess remarkable talent. I hope you will join this initiative to collectively address the impending crises that our planet may face. Chapter 25 discussed. Tony scrutinized Fury's credentials, confirming they were indeed shields, just like Coulson's, which allowed him to reluctantly accept his identity. I will consider it. John, what are your thoughts? After some contemplation, John replied to Fury, Firstly, I am still a student. If I join, I must allocate my own time. I will only tackle the problems you cannot resolve, such as that masked creature in the park last time. And the Hulk? Don't even think about it. That thing could obliterate me. Fury nodded in acknowledgement. Of course. No issue. Very well, let us collaborate harmoniously. After shaking hands with John, Fury turned his gaze towards Tony. Tony understood the unspoken message and responded, I need to deliver it. However, you cannot assign him any perilous tasks. Otherwise, I will ensure he withdraws from your initiative, and your agency will face a lawsuit from Stark Industries. Rest assured. Fury replied with a smile, though his cunning eyes glinted with a hint of mischief. Now, may I leave my residence, Director? Tony stated, as he had no inclination to host a stranger overnight. Oh, my friend, can't we at least offer a guest a cup of tea? Tony glanced at John, who stepped forward and playfully shoved Fury towards the door. Oh, Director, since you entered uninvited, you do not qualify as a guest. Such a pity. Next time you come through the front door, I will certainly treat you to some Longjing tea. Trust me, you will be enamored with its flavor. As John continued his odd banter, he pushed Fury out of the house and closed the door behind them. Tony, it's time for an upgrade with Jarvis. Fear not. I shall enhance the villa's security by tomorrow. The following night, within a residential building. Are you prepared? Yes. Then let us commence. Banner lay on the bed, his hands and feet bound. Beside him, Mr. Blue, Dr. Celia Stern, was typing away on the keyboard, maneuvering the apparatus to introduce the antidote into Banner's system. Mr. Blue was the scientist Banner had met online, to whom he had been sending his blood samples in hopes of discovering a means to eradicate the Hulk. After the incident at Culver University, Banner and his girlfriend, Betty, had retreated into the mountains, but he resolved to secretly return to the city to find Mr. Blue. The blood separator will mix the antidote with your blood, but you must fully transform for it to take effect. Betty, comforting Banner, assured him everything would be fine. Doctor. Stern approached Banner, holding a stun device, visibly anxious. Here it comes. She applied a jolt to Banner's temple. As the current surged through him, Banner's body began to turn green. Hulk was about to emerge. Dr. Stern watched in awe as Banner transformed, speechless with excitement glimmering in her eyes. Noticing that Stern was frozen in place, Betty grabbed his collar, exclaiming angrily, "Hurry and inject the antidote." Continuing, she leaped onto Hulk, continuously soothing him with words, hoping to awaken Banner's consciousness. Stern, realizing the situation, hurried to manipulate the instruments to deliver the antidote into Hulk's body. Soon, the antidote took effect, and Hulk gradually transformed back into Banner. Meanwhile, the military located Banner's position, with General Ross personally leading the capture operation. Following the incident at Culver University, Ross had narrowly avoided a court-martial, thanks to his connections. However, this time he vowed to apprehend Hulk to redeem himself, or he would indeed face imprisonment. In the laboratory, Banner had reverted to his original form and could no longer sense Hulk's presence. Hulk was gone. Initially astonished, Banner soon expressed his joy. Betty, overwhelmed with emotion, wept tears of happiness as they embraced, while Stern fumbled awkwardly with his instruments nearby. Ah, these instruments are truly remarkable. Banner thanked Stern and began changing clothes while also exploring the laboratory. At that moment, he noticed a side room in the lab. Upon entering, he found his blood meticulously stored in refrigeration. Enraged, Banner confronted Stern. Stern, why are you still keeping my blood? Stern, with fervor, replied, Banner, you have no idea the immense value your blood holds. It is a treasure for humanity. If we weren't friends, I would never agree to help you eliminate Hulk. As Banner continued to argue with Stern, an unexpected turn of events occurred. He was struck by a tranquilizer dart shot from outside the window and collapsed instantly. Subsequently, several soldiers stormed in, taking both Banner and Betty away. After incapacitating the soldier guarding Stern, Blonsky sauntered in, pressing a handgun against Stern's head. Stern quickly raised his hands, exclaiming, I don't know what I did to provoke you. He glanced around the laboratory and spotted the cabinet filled with blood. I want what you extracted from Hulk. Stern was taken aback, then noticed the mutations on Blonsky's hands and the peculiarities on his face. His eyes gleaming with fervor. It seems you have already injected something into your body. On 121st Street, David drove his beloved pickup, with his girlfriend Jenny in the passenger seat and several friends in the back. When did the street become so congested? David complained, pressing the horn. As he reached for the steering wheel, he was about to voice his thoughts, but with his girlfriend beside him, he refrained, not wanting to leave a bad impression. It appeared that several nearby streets were also blocked. What was happening up ahead? David, how's that bar you mentioned? Jenny inquired. Confidently, David replied, don't worry. I know the owner of that bar, and the bartender makes exceptionally good drinks. I've spoken to the owner. We'll have a great time when we go. Cheers erupted from the car. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred not far ahead. Was that really necessary for the ambience? Jenny weakly remarked. What on earth? The tremendous noise prompted the drivers in the traffic jam to exit their vehicles, eager to witness the commotion. Soon, the air was filled with the relentless sound of gunfire. David furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss, and attempted to reverse the vehicle. However, they found themselves blocked by cars behind them, rendering them immobile. Those who had exited their vehicles raised their phones, eager to capture the spectacle, but in the next moment, their curiosity faded. Hulk, come out. A colossal white demon rampaged through the street, overwhelming military forces with ease. What is that creature? Someone exclaimed. Its coloration resembles something grotesque. Friends inside the car extended their hands out the windows, intent on documenting the moment. David swiftly retrieved his phone. Secret summoning spell. At that moment, Jenny tapped his shoulder. David, that monster seems to be heading our way. David's expression turned to one of alarm as he hastily exited the car, urging his friends to follow. Run. Chapter 26. Is the military really this formidable? Just as John returned home, his phone buzzed with a message. It was from S.H.I.E.L.D. On 121st Street, a creature resembling the Hulk is wreaking havoc. S.H.I.E.L.D. requests your assistance, accompanied by a photograph. Am I really supposed to handle this? Is this for real? John scoffed as he opened the image. Wow, isn't that abomination? He pondered. Why does this abomination look different from my memories? Has it undergone some transformation? The image depicted a clearly defined creature, comparable in size to the Hulk, with a sandy yellow body adorned with menacing bone spikes. However, John's recollection differed. Were its claws unusually elongated? What was with its fangs? And why was there a peculiar blue aura surrounding it? Special effects? This didn't seem right. Unfortunately, since defeating Ironmonger, the system had lapsed into a dormant state awaiting updates, leaving him unable to inquire if this was related to anomalies. At that moment, David called. John answered, placing the phone to his ear, only to be met with a cacophony on the other end. Is your party this wild? John, help. Upon hearing this, John's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Location? 121st Street. There's a creature causing chaos. The streets are in disarray, and we can't drive. We can only walk away. Damn it, is it blocked behind us too? Let's find another route. Who is that Hulk? Why does that monster seem to be after him? David, keep your line open. I'll be there shortly. John swiftly made his way to the basement, where Tony was still at the office. As he donned the one suit, he instructed Jarvis, send Tony the details of what's happening on 121st Street and inform him that I'm on my way. This unusual abomination felt formidable, and John realized that relying solely on the Hulk might not suffice. Thus, he aimed to bring Tony along as well. Once equipped, John sealed his helmet and sword from the garage. Hulk, come out, you coward. At that moment, Abomination's eyes glowed crimson as it frantically obliterated everything around it, striving to draw out the Hulk and prove its superiority. Since the catastrophic shattering of its bones at Culver University, it had remarkably restored itself to its former state. Despite having received an upgraded version of the super serum, resulting in some inhuman transformations, in the eyes of General Ross, he remained inferior to the Hulk. Consequently, he injected himself with Hulk's blood, hoping to redeem his shame. Hulk, inside the helicopter hovering above, Banner was fervently persuading Ross to release him so that he could confront the creature below. After much contemplation, General Ross ultimately acquiesced, instructing the nearby soldiers to unshackle Banner. As the cabin door opened, Banner prepared to leap from the aircraft, prompting Betty to rush over and grasp his arm. Banner, what do you intend to do? Jump from the plane? Betty, I must give it a try. With determination, Banner released his girlfriend's hand and plunged into the abyss below. The abomination was wreaking havoc when it suddenly noticed something descending from above, which fortuitously landed in a fissure in the ground. The creature glanced back, seeing nothing. This landing deserves a 0. John had arrived at the battlefield, instructing Jarvis to locate David's phone before soaring into the fray. David and his companions were concealed in a nearby convenience store, too afraid to emerge as military soldiers attacked the abomination just outside. Upon locating them, John executed a heroic entrance, crashing through the side wall of the convenience store. David, have you wet yourself? David and his friends greeted John with joy. Oh, Lin, you finally made it. Let us go while that thing is still distracted. John peered outside, observing the abomination roughly 20 meters away, engrossed in its destruction. We can exit from here. He pointed toward the hole he had just created, which led to a narrow alleyway towards the adjacent street. All right, we'll go first. David commanded his friends to exit before stepping out himself, not forgetting to snap a photo with John before leaving. Since we're here. John stepped out of the convenience store, positioning himself behind the abomination, ready to taunt it, when a thunderous roar reverberated behind him. Hulk, the abomination, hearing the bellows, eagerly turned around, disregarding John entirely. Hulk, you coward, have you finally decided to show yourself? As the two monsters locked eyes, they charged at each other with all their might. John stood by, astonished, noting the abomination's quadrupedal gait. This characteristic resembles that of a werewolf. Upon closer inspection, John confirmed that the abomination's transformation was indeed due to an anomaly. But which anomaly? Recalling his own abilities, John pondered, could it be the demon wolf from the canyon? Yet that didn't seem right. That creature lacked any blue effects. Wait a moment. An alarming thought struck John. He had a can of soda in his backpack. This suggested the anomaly could be something from the iron collapse. Coupling this with the abomination's werewolf-like features, John realized. Could it be that the military captured a scroll and extracted blood to inject into Blonsky? Surely not. Is the military really that formidable? What even is a scroll? Tony's voice resonated from within his helmet. What are your thoughts on these two monsters? John inquired. At that moment, Tony, clad in his Mark III armor, was en route. These are merely the unforeseen consequences of experimentation. There is a reason the super soldier program was halted. Ross is far too arrogant. My father was unable to replicate Dr. Erskine's super soldier serum, and what makes him think he can? Moreover, has he not also infused the serum with other substances? It appears so. It seems this time he will face the repercussions. John, I've arrived. John looked up and beheld a fiery streak in the sky. Iron Man was approaching. He then redirected his gaze to the fierce battle between Hulk and Abomination. True men engage in combat with every punch landing with raw force. However, Hulk, hindered by Blue's serum, was not at his peak, especially against an enhanced Abomination who was currently gaining the upper hand. Yet Hulk was not devoid of intellect. Realizing he could not win, he tore a nearby car in half to fashion makeshift gauntlets. With this newfound weaponry, Hulk and Abomination were now evenly matched. Tony, assist the green one in defeating the yellow one. John soared into the air, unleashing a palm repulsor blast aimed at Abomination's back. Chapter 27, Abomination, Error. The sudden assault caught Abomination off guard. Insect, Abomination attempted to turn and swat John, the flying pest, but as his focus wavered, Hulk's punch came crashing in, leaving him unable to retaliate. "I'm here." Tony flew in, delivering a palm repulsor blast to Abomination, followed by the deployment of his shoulder-mounted armor, unleashing a barrage of mini-missiles targeting Abomination. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles detonated against Abomination, propelling him backward with a powerful strike. Tony discarded the now-damaged gauntlet, leaped into the air, and, with his hands clasped together, descended forcefully upon Abomination. Hulk. Smash. Thud. An invisible shockwave erupted, shattering the glass of nearby shops and car windows. Wow, this guy possesses incredible strength. Tony marveled as the visor displayed the magnitude of Hulk's strike. Suspended in midair, John's visor zoomed in, and as the dust settled, he was taken aback by the unfolding scene. Abomination had firmly caught Hulk's fist, and his features were increasingly resembling that of a werewolf. What on earth were those military fools thinking? Tony, too, was astonished by this development. It was hard to fathom that Abomination had transformed into a werewolf. John's brow furrowed. The blue effects surrounding Abomination confirmed that the serum injected into him was the most rudimentary form of the super soldier serum. Yet, even in its most basic form, it enabled rapid recovery from injuries in both gameplay and lore. This was indeed a troubling predicament. With Hulk's inherent regenerative abilities combined with the serum, could they truly overcome this foe? Roar. The enhanced Abomination kicked Hulk away and then, with his crimson eyes, turned his gaze towards John and Tony. Howling. John suddenly perceived a few words hovering above Abomination's head. Abomination, error. John, get out of the way. With a sharp reminder from Tony, the two swiftly separated. The Abomination, once grounded, pivoted and leaped onto the building with greater velocity, launching itself toward John. John ascended rapidly, yet he underestimated the enhanced speed and leaping ability of the Abomination, which sent him crashing down heavily into a nearby residential building. John. Tony's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. You idiot. Leaning on the agility of the Mark III, Tony tried to engage in guerrilla tactics, but the Abomination's speed was overwhelming, compelling him to ascend to a significant height to avert being snatched. The offensive capabilities of the Mark III were still woefully inadequate. Surveying the dilapidated street below, Tony realized that at this altitude, his palm cannon was rendered ineffective. Fortunately, Hulk burst forth once more, engaging the Abomination in fierce combat. John, are you all right? Tony inquired. Observing the fluctuating life signs on John's visor and the bright red alerts on the Dawn 1, filled with concern. I'm fine, but my suit is wrecked, John responded. Lying on his back in someone else's bathtub, gazing at the terrified family at the bathroom door, he calmly addressed Tony. I'll temporarily leave my suit here. I'll compensate you later. Just then, a little girl pointed behind him. Turning around, John noticed that the wall of the bathroom had collapsed due to his own impact. And this, don't worry, I'll remember it. Approaching the breach, he peered down, noting it was not very high, only 6 stories. He donned the Dawn Guardian suit. The terror on the faces of the little girl and boy had vanished, replaced by excitement. Oh, it's Mr. John Stark. Is that the Dawn Guardian you're wearing? Indeed. John replied, glancing back before leaping down. I didn't expect you to be so well known among the children now. Tony's voice crackled through the headset. I have a bit of fame, you know. Tony, do you still have missiles? I do, but given that beast's speed, ambush is the only way to land a hit. Then let's execute an ambush. Wait for my signal. Hold on, you're not planning to take on an unbeatable foe alone, are you? Who says I'm alone? Hulk is right there. Upon saying this, John looked up to see Hulk pinned to the ground by the Abomination, its bone spikes embedded in Hulk's chest. Hey, ugly. John hurled a boomerang from his left arm, striking the creature's head and successfully diverting its attention. With all those spikes, did your mother feed you fish bones when you were a child? The Abomination locked eyes with John, sneering disdainfully. I remember you, John Stark. I heard you and Hulk had quite the tussle at Culver University. John raised an eyebrow, shamelessly retorting, if you know how formidable I am. Aren't you afraid that Hulk and I will make you unrecognizable? No, 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 I am no longer the same. Once I slay Hulk, you will be next. With that, the Abomination pressed its bone spikes down harder, eliciting a pained roar from Hulk. In truth, I fear that even your mother would fail to recognize me. Oh. Perhaps you were never blessed with a mother. Is that why you grew so many thorns after consuming that tainted milk in your childhood? John remained as acerbic as ever. Little insect, if your intention was to incite my ire, you have succeeded. John gripped the radiant blade and charged toward the Abomination. In response, the Abomination lifted a hand, preparing to crush the venomous creature. However, at the very moment his hand was poised to strike, John inexplicably vanished, only to be followed by the sound of shattered bone. The Abomination turned, only to find John had materialized beside him, swiftly severing the bone spurs. Hulk, is this truly the extent of your prowess, allowing others to subdue you? John unleashed a minor electric shock upon Hulk's chest. Hulk retaliated, propelling the abomination over 10 meters, crashing him into a building. Rising to his feet, Hulk's gaze darkened with a deeper shade of green, fueled by the fury of battle and the electric stimulation from John. The suppressive medication within Hulk's body had nearly been metabolized. He glanced down at John, who instinctively recoiled a step back. Hey, you wouldn't think of repaying kindness with malice, would you? I just saved you. Hulk snorted disdainfully, perhaps irked by John's earlier remark questioning his capabilities. Truly, a bothersome insect. The abomination leaped from the residential building, landing before Hulk and John. John tossed a vial of restorative potion to Hulk, saying, "Here, a sweet elixir, consume it to mend your wounds." Hulk, puzzled yet sensing no malice from John, swallowed the entire vial, crunching it with fervor. The potion began to take effect, hastening the healing of Hulk's injuries, perhaps enhancing his recovery speed by a fraction. Nonetheless, every little bit helps. Now, let me witness what abilities you possess, you wretched failure. I shall rend your mouth asunder. Hulk. The trio engaged in a swift and fierce battle. Chapter 28. Version update. John had already activated the phantom etching, enveloped in electric currents, with each strike imbued with potent electricity. Die. John commenced with a leap slash, though he was knocked aside by the abomination S punch, however. The overwhelming electric charge left the abomination's fist charred. Hulk. John's intervention afforded Hulk an opportunity. His massive fist rained down upon the abomination like a torrential downpour. Tony soon arrived, utilizing the edge of his repulsor to suppress the abomination effectively. John crawled out from the rubble, first consuming a vial of restorative potion, followed by drinking all of the resonance agents to augment his levels. His body, transformed by overclocking, began to stabilize as he sprinted towards the abomination. Sensing John's approach, the abomination swung a heavy fist, but John activated the Jade Shield. The momentary impact from the rock element caused the abomination to falter, although the shield shattered. John skillfully slid beneath the abomination's arm. Behold, the demon sealing slash. John raised his blade to deliver an upward thrust, with Hulk simultaneously smashing down upon the abomination's arm. With a sickening squelch, one of the abomination's arms was severed at the joint, yellow blood splattering forth. The excruciating pain incited the abomination to unleash an even greater force. He thrust Hulk away and viciously seized John's head with his remaining hand. John Stark, how dare you inflict harm upon me? Hatred hoisted John into the air, his expression one of intense fury. Am I not allowed to seize the opportunity? John's muted voice emerged from the palm of hatred. Observing this, Tony disregarded all else, unleashing a barrage of palm blasts and missiles. Tony Stark, you are equally bothersome. Hatred's severed arm rapidly regenerated, and he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, delivering an elbow strike that sent Tony tumbling. Through the gaps between his fingers, John witnessed this scene, his heart brimming with anger and concern, accompanied by an endless stream of sarcastic thoughts. Wow, that was faster than Wolverine's response time. Truly impressive. Is this a joke? It must be. He vowed to visit Ross's military base once he returned. Hulk. Hulk leaped into the street, charging toward Hatred. Hatred snarled, John Stark, I will crush you before Hulk arrives. Panic began to seize John as Hatred's hand gripped his throat. He was uncertain if the current Dawn Guardian could withstand this. Suddenly, a voice illuminated his hope like the dawn. Ding. Latest announcement 1. All game anomalies occurring in reality are tied to in-game abilities and are unrelated to the game background. Except for memory, cinematic anomalies will be suppressed to a certain extent and will not unleash their full power. Latest announcement 2. A new equipment slot has been added. Travelers can place equipment, instruments, relics, etc., drawn from the card pool into the equipment slot to enhance their strength. Latest announcement 3. The card pool has been expanded. Travelers can draw a greater variety of items and skills to improve their gaming experience. Latest announcement 4. A new speech detection system has been implemented. Any aggressive actions by the attack system will be harmonized. John, ignore it. For more updates, travelers are encouraged to explore on their own. John's expression brightened. System, you've updated. Ding. Well, it seems this system update was quite timely. Host, let us turn the tide. Let us go, comrades. John's consciousness delved into his mind as he opened his panel. Host, John Stark. Lin Hai. Age, 18. Gender. Unknown skills. Jade Shield, Magic Armor Descend, Dawn Guardian. Blink. Phantom Etching Items. Iron Sword X4. Heart of Zhaoshan. Advanced Resonance Potion X10. Basic Recovery Potion X10. Tevat Amulet X2. Salada Soda X3. Dragon Bloodbath Sword. Leather Armor X2. Meteorite Physique. 160-100 Spirit. 126-100 Strength. 140-5100 Source Stone. 7 Is this additional 5 draws a compensation for the version update? Ding. Yes. Then, let us gamble. Domain expansion. A lottery wheel appeared before John's eyes, and without hesitation, he clicked for a single draw. A tribute point, a tribute point, a tribute point. John fell silent. He clicked again. John seethed with rage. System, your lottery mechanism is as flawed as certain others. Ding. Host, don't complain about your bad luck. A gold item was just drawn. How could another appear? John remained silent, simply clicking for the final draw, and finally, a purple item emerged. Endless Battle Blade. Ha ha ha. Have you not heard that heaven never forsakes those in need? Although it is merely a purple artifact, it possesses the power to alter the tide of battle. With that thought, John clicked on his equipment tab and began to equip his gear. With 6 slots available, he filled them with all the items from his inventory, the Endless Blade, Meteor, Iron Sword 3, and Cloth Armor. In an instant, John felt a surge of strength coursing through him, just as his blink ability became available again. His consciousness returned to his body, and not a second had passed in the outside world. John smiled confidently and activated his blink, evading the grasp of the abomination. The abomination was momentarily stunned. John raised his radiant blade and delivered a cross slash to the creature's chest. The cross slash tore through the abomination's flesh, blood splattering across the ground. With the newly equipped items, John's attacks had significantly increased in potency. Hulk followed closely behind, smashing the abomination into the ground with relentless fury. The abomination quickly regained its wits and began to retaliate, but John was not about to grant it that opportunity. He charged forward and plunged the radiant blade into the creature's chest. Hulk struck with a powerful blow, landing a heavy fist on the abomination's head. At last, the abomination succumbed to unconsciousness. John withdrew his blade and offered it to Hulk. Hulk looked on in confusion. John said, Hulk, in battle, one must seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. It's not dead yet. If it wakes, your efforts will be in vain. John spoke like a demon, coaxing the young Hulk. Hulk pondered for a moment, realizing the wisdom in John's words, yet instead of taking the blade, he raised his fists and pounded the abomination's head into the ground, continuing until only a thin layer of skin remained. John breathed a sigh of relief. In the original narrative, the abomination was not slain but imprisoned, later engaging in a sham battle with the Mage King. However, John dared not allow them to confine the abomination this time. Too perilous and unpredictable. With this anomaly present, any potential dangers should be eradicated preemptively. Humph. Hulk glanced at John, who immediately felt a warning bell ring in his mind. Before he could prepare, he was sent flying 2 meters away. Impressive. John raised a middle finger at Hulk. Hulk beamed with pride and then leapt, vanishing into the night of the city. Chapter 29. Post-battle proceedings. John rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. While police cordoned off the area, and a crowd of onlookers gathered outside the barrier, cameras in hand, recording the scene. Regardless of the circumstances, Tony and John had indeed gained notoriety. Their follower count on social media was soaring. Lin, are you all right? David squeezed through the crowd with his girlfriend, standing directly in front of John. What could possibly be wrong with me? Just a bit of dirt on my clothing, John replied nonchalantly. Lin, you were incredibly impressive just now. Well, it was nothing extraordinary. John waved his hand dismissively, though a grin was creeping beneath his helmet. The military began to arrive, soldiers collecting the blood from the ground and the abomination's remains. John observed them, contemplating whether or not to destroy the abomination's corpse, but ultimately decided against it. He lacked the strength for such a task. Mr. John Stark, may I accuse you of destroying military property? Ross descended from the helicopter, striding towards him with palpable anger. General Ross, instead of fixating on such matters, perhaps you should contemplate how to preserve your esteemed position. John gestured towards Ross's insignia. The general's demeanor darkened. He was inevitably bound for a military tribunal. Had Abomination still lived, he might have had a chance to evade incarceration, but now that Abomination was deceased, he could only hope that the creature within the military base might still prove useful. General Ross, are you truly prepared to point the finger at me? The eyes of the public are keen, and they witnessed my relentless efforts to safeguard their assets. John indicated the crowd behind him that had gathered to observe. Ross inhaled deeply, forcing a strained smile. Merely jesting. How could I accuse Mr. John, the hero who protected the public's property? General Ross, I am rather curious. Bronsky secretly injected himself with Hulk's blood to undergo such a transformation, yet Hulk bears no lycanthropic genes. What precisely did you administer to Bronsky? Ross's expression hardened. That is classified military information, and I cannot disclose it. John pressed on. Surely you haven't captured a werewolf, have you? Let me venture a guess. Perhaps an extraterrestrial species? Ross closed his eyes, adopting an air of silence that inadvertently conveyed to John that they had indeed captured a creature of otherworldly origin. A spark of inspiration ignited within John. Upon Abomination's demise, all that it encompassed would turn to ashes. If they were to eliminate that creature, could it not lead to the instantaneous disappearance of Abomination? General Ross, you stand accused of jeopardizing national public safety and 11 other charges. You are under arrest. Coulson approached from beyond the perimeter, brandishing an arrest warrant. John cast a glance, relishing the moment. Ross, it appears your fortunate days have come to an end. General Ross took the warrant, confirming its authenticity, and glanced at the armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents entering the scene, letting out a disdainful snort. An agent stepped forward, applying handcuffs and escorting him away. The scene was subsequently taken over by S.H.I.E.L.D., including the body of Abomination. Coulson, we meet again. Mr. John, it appears fate has intertwined our paths. What are your plans for Abomination's remains? We will transport it for examination and subsequently secure it. Do you have Fury's contact number? John inquired. Indeed, Coulson nodded. May I borrow your phone? I have matters to discuss with Fury. After reporting to Fury, Coulson handed the phone to John. John removed the Dawn Guardian, placing the phone to his ear. Fury? What is the matter? Upon recognizing Fury's voice, John continued, Are you aware of the creature within Ross's military base? Yes, however, due to it being a military matter, we could not intervene until now. Thanks to this incident, we can now investigate the military base and retrieve that creature. So, you intend to study it? That is a certainty. As you know, Area 51 houses numerous extraterrestrial artifacts. John was acutely aware of the futility in advising them against researching the direct extermination of creatures. His call was merely a reminder of the Hydra's nefarious activities within the organization. Both the Abomination and its loathsome nature held immense research value. He cautioned against being exploited by others. Even if one head is severed, many remain, he stated, prompting Fury on the other end of the line to become visibly unsettled. What do you know? Fury inquired sharply. You are aware that Tony's father is Howard Stark. I have perused that history in my spare time. John clarified that he harbored no ulterior motives, merely wishing to warn Fury against the potentiality of encountering a werewolf while strolling down the street. Should that occur, he would personally storm their precinct to eliminate all monstrosities. As a friend, he felt compelled to advise that once such a creature perished, all remnants of it would vanish from the physical realm, specifically the type of monstrosity he referenced. With that, John terminated the call, confident that Fury comprehended his implications. Given the existence of the Abomination as a precedent, Hydra was highly likely to engage in human experimentation. The final statement was somewhat abstract. The monsters he referred to were anomalies. Yet how could he convey to Fury that these creatures were indeed anomalies? He had no time to ponder. As he struggled to recall the various creatures from the games he had played, many of which eluded his memory until encountered. Am I forgetting something else? John pondered deeply. When suddenly, Coulson interjected, John, it seems Tony has fainted over there. Realizing, John exclaimed, I remember now. He rushed over to find Tony embedded in the concrete. Upon inspection, he noted that Tony's armor was severely damaged, but he himself appeared to be merely unconscious, a natural consequence. Given the strength of the Abomination's assault on an ordinary human body, John turned to Coulson. Shall we lend a hand? Coulson smiled. I would be delighted. Soon, the exhilarating night came to a close. Upon returning, John discovered that one of his fans had swiftly ascended to the top of his follower list with multiple close-up shots of the Dawn Guardians, prompting many to urge him to update his photographs promptly. Clicking on the profile, he saw the username, the Slackerfish, a brand new account. Furrowing his brow, John contemplated the situation, then suddenly realized. This person is David. The photos, aside from those taken in the park and at Culver University, were all captured by David himself. Without hesitation, he called David. Brother, have you become a slacker too? Lin, did you figure it out? Just now, John replied. Well, I want to document every one of your battles. If you disagree, that is fine. It's too dangerous. However, I can manage my social media account for you. I will still take the photos and send them to you. Really? That is wonderful. After exchanging a few more words, John ended the call and lay down, his body aching terribly. Unbeknownst to him, however, a new storm was already brewing in the darkness of the night. Chapter 30. No. On a street not far from the police station, Jack, the unfortunate victim of blackmail in Chapter 3, sat despondently on the ground, confronted by a man clad in a black suit. You have been expelled from the Serpent Gang, the man stated. Upon hearing this, Jack sprang to his feet, agitation evident in his voice. I have contributed so much to the gang, shed blood for them, risked my life, and for a single failure, I am cast out? Why? The man explained coolly, this failure resulted in both money and goods falling into the hands of the police, along with several brothers. You know the boss's temperament. He declared he would have you fed to the fish. I pleaded on your behalf, and being merely expelled is the best outcome you could hope for. Pausing for a moment, he continued, consider it a respite. It affords you time to mend the rift between you, your wife, and children. Jack fell silent, recalling his wife's repeated grievances about his involvement with the gang, even leading to quarrels that threatened their marriage. He sank back down, a look of despair etched on his face, as if he had resigned himself to the reality of his expulsion. The man glanced at his watch and remarked, there are matters to attend to within the gang. I must take my leave. Just as the man was about to exit the alley, Jack called out, "Hey, Bill? Could you lend me some money? I'm completely broke." Bill turned around, palms open in a gesture of helplessness, and replied, "I cannot assist you. Everyone in the gang is strapped for cash lately." Jack sighed. Well then. After Bill departed, Jack lingered in the alley for an extended period. As darkness enveloped the sky, he kicked a rolling pin in frustration, finally mustering the strength to rise. An elderly man with a white beard, witnessing this scene, chuckled and advised, "Young man, such behavior is quite uncivilized." "Scram, old man, I'm in no mood," Jack retorted. "Oh, how disrespectful to the elderly," the man remarked as he walked away. Jack wandered to a nearby store, producing the last of his money to purchase several bottles of strong liquor. Stumbling back home, he clutched an empty bottle, his steps unsteady and indifferent to his surroundings. However, he halted at his doorstep, pondering, "Is it the specter of the bludgeon that has cursed me? Why is this door moving?" His eyes reddened, gaze unfocused. He was clearly inebriated, unaware that the very ghost who had led them to the precinct was John Stark. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly grasped, "Oh, I see now. The truth is singular. It's the ghostly wall." As Jack reveled in his own cleverness, the door swung open, revealing a woman, his wife, Helen Hart. She approached him, catching a whiff of alcohol, and wrinkled her nose in disapproval. "Your tolerance is low, yet you've consumed so much. How did this door open by itself?" Noting Jack's drunken ramblings, Helen supported him into the house. Jack collapsed onto the living room sofa, still mimicking drinking gestures with the empty bottle. A coffee table sat before him, with Helen positioned opposite. "This is the divorce agreement. Please sign," she said, placing a sheet of paper and a pen in front of him. "From now on, the children will reside with me." Jack gazed silently at the document, though intoxicated. He was not oblivious. He picked up the pen, pausing for an extended moment as memories of affectionate moments with his wife flashed before him. Eventually, he signed his name. "Testing my calligraphy? Can Jack be bested? Humph, take it." Jack handed the paper to Helen, and just as he was about to rise, he sank back down, lowering his head and emitting a snore. Helen took the paper, gazed at the man before her, shook her head, and tidied her belongings before stepping outside with the child. A Mercedes was parked outside, and from the driver's seat emerged a man, Bill. Upon seeing Helen approach, Bill smiled and walked over. "Let me assist you," he said, opening the trunk to help Helen load her luggage. "Come on, let's get in the car." As Bill started the vehicle, Helen and the child sat silently in the back seat. The car glided along the road in silence, and seeking to ease the tension. Bill spoke to Helen. "Leaving Jack is for your benefit. He has been expelled from his gang, and given his criminal record, his future appears bleak. Stay with me, and I will take good care of you both." Helen responded with a soft hum, her gaze fixed on the night scenery outside, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, inside the house, Jack shifted positions on the couch, his snoring resonating like thunder. The neon lights outside filtered through the glass, casting a green glow upon his head, while tears stained the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, the phone rang sharply. Initially reluctant to answer, Jack found the incessant ringing impossible to ignore, so he reluctantly picked up the receiver. "Hello, who the hell keeps calling?" A processed mechanical voice responded from the other end. "Mr. Jack, do you harbor resentment towards John Stark?" "John Stark? Why would I resent him? I don't even know him." "Mr. John Stark is the one responsible for your arrest. He is directly to blame for your current misfortunes." Startled, Jack sat upright. "Are you saying John Stark is that vigilante ghost?" "Indeed." He then reclined once more, contemplating the weight of the situation. "What does it matter? John Stark is of such stature. My hatred means nothing. Mr. Jack, we can empower you with extraordinary abilities. The question is whether you possess the courage." "That sounds like mere words. I don't even know who you are. Tomorrow night at 7, come to bar number 9, and you shall find out. Additionally, I must inform you, Mr. Jack, that your wife has run off with someone else." With that, the call ended. Jack mumbled, "Hasn't Helen already left?" Yet he rose to check the surveillance footage by the door. Upon seeing his wife and child getting into his best friend's car, his heart shattered. "Bill, how could you, with your thick brows and big eyes, do such a thing?" He immediately dialed Bill's number, unleashing a torrent of profanities as soon as the call connected. Bill promptly hung up, and Jack then called Helen. "When did you start an affair with Bill?" "Jack, we are done. Please do not call again. I fear Bill might misunderstand." The line went dead with a series of beeps and in a fit of rage. Jack swept everything off the table. He buried his face in his hands, knelt on the floor, and let out a mournful wail. No. Chapter 31. The experiment. The following night, Jack donned a black mask and arrived at bar number 9 promptly at 7. He had nothing left to lose. If what that mysterious person said were true, it would be splendid. If false, he could drown his sorrows at the bar. How pathetic, Jack scoffed at himself. He entered the bar and glanced around. The caller from yesterday had mentioned the bar but provided no further details on how to find him. Thus, he took a seat at the counter and ordered the cheapest drink available. At that moment, A robust man wearing a mask approached Jack and spoke to the bartender. "A whiskey for me, and one for this gentleman," he indicated Jack. Jack looked at him quizzically. The man leaned in slightly and asked, "Mr. Jack? You were the one who received the call last night?" "More accurately, I was sent to meet with you." 2 glasses of whiskey were placed before them. Jack lifted his glass and took a sip. The fiery sensation awakened him somewhat. He cut to the chase. "You mentioned that you could grant me extraordinary powers. How does one achieve that?" The man produced an envelope from his bag and placed it before Jack, his hand remaining over it. He inquired, "Mr. Jack, do you truly possess the courage to become a demon?" Impatient, Jack pushed the man's hand aside and replied, "You secret experimenters are full of nonsense. Just grant me the power, and I shall do whatever it takes." The man chuckled softly, downed his whiskey in one go, and then turned to leave the bar. Jack continued to sip his whiskey, and after finishing, he took the envelope and exited the establishment. As night fell, Jack walked alone down the street. Suddenly, a frantic man burst out of an alleyway. "Clear the way." Several pedestrians hurriedly stepped aside, but Jack, having had a drink, stumbled and fell to the ground. He glared at the man in anger, yet felt helpless as he watched him flee into the distance. Slowly, Jack got back on his feet, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and continued on his path. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, 2 individuals suddenly rushed out, colliding with Jack and knocking him down. "What terrible luck today!" Jack exclaimed. "Boss, the thief got away. Damn it." As Jack stood up and focused his gaze, he was astonished to find Martin, his old rival from Chapter 3, who had attempted a double-cross. Jack wished to avoid further conflict and silently walked away. But a hand landed on his shoulder. Well, Jack, my old friend, out of prison, are we?" "Hey, don't go. Let's have a nice chat." Martin was frustrated that a brash kid had stolen his wallet and had yet to catch the thief. Seeing Jack as a convenient punching bag, he refused to let the opportunity slip by. "Remove your hand," Jack said fiercely. Though he was downcast, it didn't mean anyone could bully him. "Ah, quite the temper you have." As Jack turned to shake off the hand on his shoulder, the man beside him seized his wrist and flung him aside. Having had a drink, Jack lost his balance and fell to the ground. By coincidence, the envelope slipped from his pocket and slid to Martin's feet. "What is this?" Martin bent down to pick it up, opening it to reveal 2 vials resembling reagents, one red and the other transparent. "What is this?" Jack slowly rose to his feet and addressed him. "Return it to me." Though the 2 vials of reagent held uncertain utility, they were indeed the only means he possessed to alter his current predicament. To simply give them away without a fight would be a blow to his dignity. Martin tucked the reagent into his bag and replied, "I shall keep this bottle of ketchup for you, as you have no use for it. Bill and I are old acquaintances, though he has stolen your wife. I shall certainly have a word with him upon my return. By the way, you might not be aware, but your closest friend Bill has been entangled with your wife. They might very well be sharing intimate moments as we speak." Upon hearing this, Jack's fists clenched tightly. His body trembled involuntarily with fury. Martin, witnessing his reaction, felt a surge of satisfaction. His earlier words were intended to provoke Jack, who had been so arrogant before. "You scoundrel!" Jack roared, lunging at Martin and delivering a powerful punch to his face, knocking him to the ground. The suddenness of the assault took both of them by surprise. Jack raised his right fist, intent on striking again, but a man nearby quickly intervened and pulled Jack away. Struggling against the man's grip, Jack endured relentless taunts. How could he tolerate such indignity? Martin stood, spitting blood, and then advanced to deliver a kick to Jack's abdomen. "Dare to strike me? Do you still think you're a member of the Viper Gang?" With a single blow, Martin sent Jack sprawling to the ground, then instructed the man, "Hit him hard. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry." Following the command, the man began to rain down punches upon Jack. Though Jack wished to resist, he found himself too weak, forced to endure the beating. It was indeed painful. Martin produced the vial and smashed it against Jack's head. "Weren't you so tough just a moment ago? Get up and fight me. So utterly useless, no wonder your wife was taken from you." The vial shattered, and the crimson liquid cascaded down Jack's face, seeping into the wounds inflicted by the glass shards. "Enough, let us depart," Martin said, glancing at the barely conscious Jack. He stepped forward and spat on Jack's face before turning to leave. The man rose, flexing his wrist, seeming still unsatisfied, yet he followed Martin out. However, behind them, a figure was shifting stealthily. As they traversed the dimly lit street, the man remarked to Martin, "Boss, I feel as though someone is following us." "It must be your imagination," Martin replied, glancing back, but seeing nothing. Suddenly, the man felt something dripping onto his head. Upon inspection, it was an inexplicable viscous substance. Looking up, he saw a shadow crouched atop a utility pole. Before he could finish his sentence, the shadow leapt down, crushing his skull. Martin's legs trembled as he found himself face to face with a towering humanoid lizard creature, approximately 2 meters tall. Monster, help." Martin turned and fled, sprinting for dozens of meters, panting heavily. When he glanced back and found the creature gone, he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Martin felt something dripping onto his face once more. Looking up, he saw the creature perched on a rooftop. Run! Martin thought he had never run so fast in his life. He dashed forward with all his might, desperate not to meet the same fate as the man before him. The creature leaped onto the road, its mouth swelling as it expelled a plume of green liquid towards Martin. As Martin ran, a sudden, excruciating pain seized him from behind, and he soon lost consciousness. The creature approached, gazing at Martin, now reduced to a skeletal form. After extracting a clear vial from his pocket, it spat a smaller amount of liquid onto him before vanishing into the night. Chapter 32. The experimenter escapes, gasping for breath. A hand flailed across the table until it grasped a bottle of beer, which was hastily opened and drained. Gulp, gulp. Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared in his line of sight, causing him to freeze. What has happened to my hands? What did I do last night? Ugh. My head is pounding. I think I encountered Martin. Did I get beaten? What else did I do? Jack stared in horror at his hands, now covered in green scales. At that moment, a phone call interrupted him, and Jack snatched the receiver. Hello, Mr. Jack. It appears you did not administer the injection as instructed. An unforeseen incident has occurred. What exactly is the serum you provided? What has happened to my hands? Please remain calm, Mr. Jack. This is merely a side effect of the serum. If you had injected the two serums separately as we advised, theoretically, this situation would not have arisen. The words from the other end of the line struck a chord with Jack. He hastily rummaged through his tattered clothing, retrieving a transparent vial and a small card. The card read, inject the transparent serum first, wait a day for bodily changes before administering the red serum. In the conflict with Martin, the red serum had directly entered his body through his wound. What am I supposed to do? Stay calm, Mr. Jack. Remain at home. Just then, Jack caught sight of a news broadcast on the television. At 7 this morning, 2 skeletal remains were discovered on the street. The police have arrived, and forensic experts suspect the victims were dissolved by a strong acid. Authorities have reviewed nearby surveillance footage and have preliminarily identified the suspect's escape route. Jack stared vacantly at the television while the voice on the phone continued to attempt to soothe his agitation, urging him to remain inside until they could handle the situation. Suddenly, Jack's face contorted with rage as he shouted into the phone, "Go to hell. If I stay here, the police will surely catch me." With that, he slammed down the receiver. Years of gang life had instilled in him an acute sense of danger. He recognized that they were trying to keep him calm in order to apprehend him for further experimentation. An organization capable of creating such monstrous transformations was certainly nefarious. Thus, Jack changed into a fresh set of clothing, concealed his hands, gathered essential items, and donned a hat before hastily departing his home. Sure enough, just 10 minutes after he left, a heavily armed task force stormed in, led by none other than the contact he had met at the bar. The adept Crossbones Ramlu of the Serpent Shield Bureau. The living room was empty. The bedroom was vacant. The kitchen was deserted. The bathroom was unoccupied. As his subordinates reported back, Ramlu turned to a nearby bald man, his expression awkward as he relayed the news. He has escaped. Upon hearing the news, the irate Xiao Guangtou made a phone call. Damn it, who was the fool that suggested allowing the experimental subjects to develop freely? He hung up after a mere 13 minutes, convinced that the subject hadn't fled too far. John, clad in athletic attire, was jogging down the street. This was a steadfast part of his morning routine. He was commendably disciplined. Ding. Host, run faster, you've fallen behind by 3 minutes. What? With my physique comparable to Captain America, how could I possibly lag behind? Consequently, John discreetly quickened his pace. Ding. Host, are you feeling fatigued? 3 minutes is merely a warm-up. Suddenly, he noticed a crowd gathered ahead. Approaching closer to ascertain the situation, he found it difficult to squeeze through. Momentarily suspecting that perhaps a street performer was showcasing their talent, given the locale's notorious openness. The commotion persisted until the police arrived to establish a perimeter, causing a portion of the crowd to disperse. Pushing his way through, John beheld a skeleton lying within the cordoned-off area, with several officers collecting evidence. This individual certainly got what he deserved. He heard a scruffy homeless man mutter beside him. Curious, John turned to the man, only to be met with an unbearable stench that repelled those around him, prompting John to wrinkle his nose. Do you know something? He asked, holding his breath. The smell was intolerable. John wondered if this man resided in the sewers. The name S. Martin, a small-time gang leader who has always committed misdeeds. And now he has finally faced the consequences, the man chuckled. What consequences? John mused, intrigued to find unexpected entertainment so early in the morning. I have no idea. The homeless man waved his hand dismissively and ambled away. John was left speechless. Was this man merely here to spout a few cryptic words before vanishing? After observing for a short while, John resumed his run, reasoning that matters like this were typically the police's concern, not that of a law-abiding citizen like himself. However, just a few steps into his jog, he spotted agents from S.H.I.E.L. D. Arriving, led by none other than Coulson. After dispersing the crowd, S.H.I.E.L.D. began collecting evidence at the scene. John furrowed his brow and approached Coulson to greet him. Coulson, what case has brought S.H.I.E.L.D. here? Coulson's eyes brightened upon seeing John. You're just in time, John. We received reports of a lizard-like creature sighted here last night. We reviewed the surrounding surveillance and captured this. Coulson handed John his phone, which displayed a video of Jack in a 1 versus 7 confrontation, perched on a utility pole while taking down 2 individuals. The footage was dimly lit, but John could discern that the creature bore a resemblance to a chameleon, complete with expansive dorsal fins. Do you have any leads? Coulson inquired. They were aware of John's unique connections to information about such monsters, but due to his status, they refrained from pressing him directly. Nevertheless, they were now in a collaborative relationship, hoping John could provide further insights regarding these creatures. John racked his brain, desperately trying to recall if he had ever encountered a lizard-like humanoid monster. However, after much contemplation, he could only recall Dr. Lizard from The Amazing Spider-Man. Yet, the current Marvel Cinematic Universe has no intentions of incorporating Spider-Man, making the appearance of such a creature quite unfounded, at least for the time being. Beyond this, John found himself at a loss for ideas. He shook his head and remarked, if you happen to capture that monster, perhaps I could identify it. But the footage is rather unclear. Coulson nodded in agreement, noting that this was already a processed recording from the technical department. He then inquired, what if this creature is the result of someone using the blood of the abomination? Coulson shook his head, dismissing the notion. There is absolutely no possibility of that, Mr. John. We have only had the abomination's body for less than a week. It is impossible to have studied and developed such a creature in that time frame. Really? Indeed. Chapter 33. The party fairy. John wore a skeptical expression, filled with doubts. Yet, ultimately lacking evidence, he concluded that everything would hinge on the capture of that monster. Well, you all carry on. I shall take my leave. With that, John donned his headphones and resumed his run. Upon returning to the villa, he took a shower, changed his attire, and headed to the basement to check on the status of his Dawn 1. Tony, is it fixed yet? John inquired. Don't rush me. It's almost there. Tony replied, glancing at the 2 screens before him that displayed the recovery progress of Mark 3 and Dawn 1. He then looked at John with curiosity, asking, you weren't ambushed by reporters, were you? No, I'm not as flamboyant as you are, John shrugged, noting that his identity had been sufficiently established, resulting in a less intense media reaction. Tony, on the other hand, had a reputation as a playboy, a billionaire, and a genius inventor. His notoriety was already dazzling enough. And now he had also become a superhero. He sighed, resting his forehead in frustration. Alas, every time I step outside, I find myself followed by numerous reporters snapping photos, which are then plastered all over the newspapers. Aren't you always wearing the Mark II when you go out? John remarked with an odd expression, teasing. You're just reveling in the attention, aren't you? Tony laughed heartily. He then pulled out his phone and showcased his social media account. Look, I registered an account just like yours. Guess what? I gained 1 million followers overnight. Does your account boast such a number? John, adopting the demeanor of an elderly gentleman scrutinizing a subway map, replied, who knows if Jarvis bought you those followers? Purely malicious intent. Jarvis's voice chimed in, Mr. John, I did not assist Mr. Tony in acquiring followers. All right, you needn't prove it, John sighed, casting a glance at the smug Tony and muttering under his breath, big child. At that moment, Pepper entered, greeting both men before addressing Tony. Tony, you've received another subpoena. They request your presence in Congress to explain the iron suit. Tony scoffed. These sanctimonious individuals want to exploit my iron suit without lifting a finger. John pondered aloud. They wouldn't issue 12 subpoenas, would they? What did you say? Tony asked. Oh, nothing. Will they resort to coercive measures if you do not go? John inquired. Indeed. Tony, this time you must attend, Pepper asserted with a serious expression, hoping to convey the significance of the situation to Tony. All right. I shall engage in a spirited debate with those hypocrites, Tony replied, somewhat exasperated. As he donned his coat, he turned to John and asked, would you care to accompany me? Let me demonstrate how your brother excels in rhetoric, if that's the phrase one should use. Learning a few idioms has certainly inflated your ego, Pepper added. Although Congress hasn't explicitly mandated your presence, it would be prudent for you to observe. John waved his hand dismissively. No need. I now possess an official standing. What chaotic situation will you resolve for them? Something like that. But I am currently preoccupied. Tony, perplexed, asked, are you off to combat crime again? Pepper contemplated for a moment and replied, the students who went to Culver University for an exchange program are returning today. Ah, Tony remarked with a knowing smile, patting John's shoulder, conveying a message without uttering a word. Before departing, Tony inquired, shall I book you a hotel room? Absolutely unnecessary. Soon after, Tony and Pepper departed in a vehicle. John glanced at the progress on the screen, 80. He then ascended to change into appropriate attire before driving away. At the airport, a limited edition sports car and a dapper young gentleman were enough to capture the attention of numerous young ladies seeking to exchange contact information. Ding. Wow. You are indeed quite dashing. Is there such a thing as self-aggrandizement? What do you mean? A mere figment without a body. This handsome fellow is simply irresistible. Look, look. This is the third girl asking for my contact information. John maintained an aloof demeanor, rejecting the advances of a bold young woman. See, it's only been 10 minutes. And already 3 have approached. Ding. Narcissist. They may simply recognize your identity. I am not Tony. Not many know my face. Suddenly, John felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to see Molly, looking exasperated. What are you doing posing as a cold, aloof model here? John, taken aback, pointed towards the exit. Didn't you come out this door? There are more than one. You dolt. Molly playfully poked John's chest in annoyance. Haha. John chuckled awkwardly yet politely. Ding. Poor Tom is being toyed with. From where did you deduce that? Ding. Why is your face turning red? Innocent little chef. I assure you, I am not aware of what this intangible entity is yapping about. What's wrong with a flushed face? I'm simply invigorated. Noticing John lost in thought, Molly waved her hand before his eyes. What are you daydreaming about? John snapped back to reality. Oh, nothing at all. He rubbed his face, opened the car door, and gestured for her to enter. Molly smiled, playfully lifted her skirt in a mock curtsy, and took her seat in the passenger's side. Soon, the vehicle departed the airport. In the vehicle, John inquired, is everything settled with the school and the teachers? Yes, it's all done. We can take a moment to relax, Molly replied, stretching lazily and revealing her alluring figure. That is splendid. We shall now proceed to David's residence. That fellow has long been prepared for your welcome party. Molly, with a hint of skepticism in her tone, remarked, he wouldn't he be throwing a party under the guise of welcoming me back, would he? Cough, you've guessed accurately. John replied, knowing well that Molly was not particularly fond of the raucous atmosphere of parties, yet she was not one to dampen the spirits of others. John felt somewhat helpless. Upon learning of Molly's return date, David had eagerly proposed organizing a welcome party. It was rumored that their previous visit to 121st Street was merely a reconnaissance for this very event. John sighed, hoping that David, the party enthusiast, would not ruin the welcome gathering. Chapter 34. A mutual gaze. Before long, the two arrived at David's home. After parking the car, they approached the door and rang the doorbell. David opened the door, his arms wide with joy upon seeing them. Oh, you have finally arrived. I have been awaiting your presence. As John and Molly entered, they were greeted by 2 young women holding confetti poppers. Upon observing the decorations within the house, John turned to David and asked, David, this is indeed a welcome party, correct? David merely smiled enigmatically and proclaimed, everyone, let the welcome party commence. No sooner had he spoken than the guests in the living room drew the curtains, extinguished the lights, and set the drinks upon the table. David pressed a button, and the grand lights above emitted a dazzling mix of red and purple, shifting automatically with the music, creating an ambience reminiscent of a nightclub. With soundproofing in place, let us revel without restraint. The crowd erupted in celebration, and Molly and John exchanged a glance, each recognizing the other's reluctance. Indeed, David was the consummate party planner. However, since they were already there, they decided to embrace the experience. John took Molly's hand, and seeing no resistance from her, led her into the festivities. Meanwhile, a dismal scene unfolded elsewhere. Comrades, can we not exercise a modicum of discretion? Each time we engage in transactions, you parade about ostentatiously. Are you not concerned that the police might apprehend you? At a conference table, Bill was chastising the individuals seated before him, frustrated by their flamboyant behavior during each deal, which had nearly resulted in their capture on more than one occasion. Where are your brains? He demanded. Boss, I a bang, just as one of them was about to speak. A thunderous knock echoed through the room. Who is it? There was no response from outside, only another knock, so forceful that it warped the door. Bill and the others instinctively drew their firearms, bracing themselves. This door is made of alloy. What could possibly be out there? Bill's grip on his gun began to sweat, and he dared not relax. Boom. The door was flung open, crashing deeply into the wall behind them, rendering it unhinged. The gathered individuals beheld a humanoid figure standing at the threshold, and the more Bill stared, the more familiar the visage became. Bill. The monster's mouth incessantly muttered Bill's name, its gaze oscillating between lucidity and murkiness. The subordinates glanced at Bill, their eyes seemingly conveying the question, Boss, have you stirred up this trouble? Bill's lips twitched as he commanded, open fire. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets erupted from the crowd, bursting forth crimson blossoms upon the monster's body, which, unable to withstand the agony, retreated from the room. As the firing ceased, Bill gestured for one of his men to assess the situation. Despite his reluctance, the subordinate cautiously stepped outside. 2 minutes later, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, abruptly silenced. The group exchanged apprehensive glances. Suddenly, the monster charged back into the room with a speed reminiscent of a fleeting shadow, transforming the space into a gruesome tableau in mere minutes. 10 minutes later, cursed be this wretched creature. Bill sat helplessly in the corner, battered and bruised. The monster before him, impervious to the bullets that merely grazed its flesh, healed almost instantaneously. His brothers were all dead. Bill had succumbed to despair, realizing that his men, including those who had come to provide support, had been slaughtered by this beast. The monster advanced towards him, each footfall echoing through the pool of blood, methodically dismantling his mental fortitude. No, no. The creature loomed over Bill, seizing his throat and lifting him off the ground. Hello, Bill. How have you been with Helen lately? Suspended in the air, Bill, unable to resist due to his wounds, felt his face flush crimson. He gazed at the vaguely familiar reptilian visage before him, fear gripping him as he stammered. Why, you're Jack. How could you? How have you become this way? Jack regarded him, explaining. Perhaps God could no longer bear witness to your deeds, thus endowing me with this power to exact vengeance upon those who once tormented me. As Jack's fervor grew, he tightened his grip, rendering Bill's face an even deeper shade of red. This power shall no longer allow you to trample upon me at will, I roar. Jack's eyes began to cloud over, hinting at a loss of reason. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Bill summoned his remaining strength to direct his phone at Jack's head. Before he could pull the trigger, Jack bit off his head in one swift motion. Jack discarded the headless corpse of Bill, clutching his own head in agony, repeatedly banging it against the wall in a desperate attempt to alleviate his suffering. As the scene devolved into chaos, Jack gradually regained his composure, transforming back from a lizard into a human. Surveying the devastation around him, he offered a bitter smile. Once again, I failed to maintain control. Truth be told, he had merely passed through the stronghold of the Viper Gang while on the run. During his flight, he had injected the last of the transparent serum, which had alleviated his physical anomalies. However, his thoughts had descended into turmoil. Upon arriving at this stronghold, memories of Bill and past events flooded his mind, and he lost control, reverting to his lizard form. This cannot stand. A gunfight has erupted here, and soon, attention will be drawn. I must leave. Jack steadied himself against the wall and staggered out. Meanwhile, as night approached, David remarked, It's about time. I will take Molly back. David shot him a knowing glance, and John immediately understood. After seeing her home, they continued to enjoy the evening. Upon stepping outside, the refreshing air and gentle evening breeze invigorated both of them. John, having driven there, had, of course, abstained from alcohol. Molly had sipped a couple of drinks alongside her friends. Shall we go? On the road. John drove at a leisurely pace, almost a disservice to the speed of his sports car, yet this was considerate of the lady. Suddenly, Molly inquired, John, was it you who persuaded the lead teacher to postpone the trip to Culver University? John replied while driving. I called the principal and advised him to wait until it was safe for you to go to Culver. Did you get hurt that time? Molly asked with concern. It was only after Stark's press conference that she was certain the armored figure at Culver was indeed John. With confidence, John retorted, injuries were non-existent. However, that green brute was quite a challenge. Next time, I can pin him to the ground. You certainly talk big, she teased. Oh, you don't believe me? They exchanged laughter, but suddenly brushed past Jack. Both John and Jack seemed to sense something, turning to exchange a glance. Ding. Host, an anomaly detected. The system reported. Yet John frowned. I feel like I recognize that guy. Noticing John's unease, Molly asked, Is something wrong? John shook his head. Nothing. He then safely delivered Molly to her home. After she exited the vehicle, she smiled and asked, Would you like to come in for a bit? John shrugged. I'd rather not get reported to your dad. Take care. He bid farewell, retracing his route to search for the anomaly. Chapter 35. I will not tell you anything. Ding. 200 meters ahead. Ding. 100 meters ahead. Ding. Turn left into the alley. The navigation continued to guide him. Ding. Host, please do not interrupt. The anomaly is just ahead, though the signal is faint. It seems to have captured only a part of it. John halted the car and cautiously approached the dimly lit alley. As he neared, he could hear intermittent growls emanating from within. Upon reaching the entrance, he caught sight of a man curled up in pain on the ground. Buddy, are you all right? John brandished his light blade, advancing step by step toward the man. Jack, drooling, glared menacingly at John. John Stark? It seemed he recognized him. Do you need me to take you to the hospital? The man rose, hunched over. John Stark. You are the reason I have become this way, Jack shouted, his body swiftly transforming into a lizard-like creature. John's brow furrowed as he activated his flash move to close the distance, then swung his blade horizontally. However, Jack proved more agile than he anticipated, dodging and fleeing towards the alley's exit. As John turned to chase, he spotted his car hurtling toward him. What the hell? My car. John ducked just in time, then glared around, yet Jack was nowhere to be seen. Has he escaped? John feigned ease, though Jack's position was distinctly clear on the system's map. Hiss. Suddenly, Jack leapt out from behind John, but John had anticipated the move. He activated the Jade Shield, creating a shockwave that briefly suspended him in midair. In an instant, he soared upward, thrusting his blade toward Jack's chest. Jack bellowed, "John Stark, I will slay you. What have I done to deserve this?" John intended to eliminate him on the spot, but just then, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a sharp tail grazed John's face. Astonished, John exclaimed, "When did you grow a tail?" Had John not reacted swiftly, he would have been pierced through the temple. Jack puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a barrage of venom, akin to a machine gun, towards John. John retreated, wielding his blade. It seemed that John's strike had invigorated Jack. His wounds healed at an alarming rate, and he became increasingly irrational. He began to attack indiscriminately around him. Fortunately, the area was not crowded at night, and the earlier skirmish had frightened off many, or else blood would have flowed like a river. A young man fled desperately, bewildered by the bloodshed he had stumbled upon while merely wandering about. Just as Jack's claws were about to reach him, a cerulean blade flew through the air, severing several of Jack's fingers. This creature's resilience was far inferior to that of Hulk. The blade returned to John's hand, and he advanced step by step towards Jack, the Dawn Guardian gradually enveloping him. "John Stark." Jack turned to face him, shaking his hand, and the severed fingers regrew at an astonishing pace. With a hiss, Jack transformed into a colossal lizard, leaping ferociously towards John with its gaping maw poised to bite. Upon seeing this, John braced his knife firmly against Jack's upper and lower jaws. Jack pushed forcefully against John, driving him backward until John's back met the wall of a building. With one hand propping the knife, John freed the other to deliver a powerful slash with the blade, carving a deep gash into Jack's head that revealed bone. Jack recoiled in pain, glaring at John, awaiting the healing of his wound. John exhaled, shaking the hand that held the knife. "You've got quite a bit of strength. Interested in hauling bricks at Stark? But I suggest you brush your teeth before the interview. It's utterly foul." With the knife in his left hand and a scythe in his right, John stood his ground against Jack. He was perplexed by Jack's monstrous transformation, yet it seemed as though Jack's sole focus was on him. Did they harbor a grudge? It appeared that the only thing John had done was send him to jail. Jack's head wound had healed, and he lunged at John once more, embodying the classic adage of forgetting pain after the scars heal. As the giant lizard approached, John effortlessly sidestepped, causing Jack to miss his mark. Frustrated by the empty bite, Jack swung his tail at John in a desperate attempt to strike, only for John to slice it off with his blade. Jack let out a pain scream, furiously clawing at John, intent on tearing a chunk of flesh from him. However, the outcome was predictable. He ended up losing more flesh to John's blade. Jack's scales possessed the strength of ordinary steel, making him agile and capable of attacking, yet he lacked any semblance of intelligence. John grasped the broad dorsal fin, pulling it towards himself, while the blade of light forcefully severed one of its arms. In a swift motion, John executed a whip kick, sending Jack sprawling approximately 10 meters away, the entire sequence unfolding seamlessly. Jack lay on the ground, groaning in agony. The bleeding from his severed arm had ceased, yet he remained in a state reminiscent of a lizard man. Observing the lizard man before him, John noted a newfound clarity in his eyes. A sobering realization had dawned upon him. With a knife in hand, he strode purposefully towards Jack. After all, delivering the final blow was merely common sense. Just as John approached Jack, poised to end his suffering, Jack suddenly surged to his feet and spat a stream of green venom towards John's face. Reacting swiftly, John dodged, while Jack seized the opportunity to leap aside and unleashed another spray of venom. John, witnessing the ground behind him corroded by the toxic substance, could not help but exclaim, "Old Flim, my friend, you ought to see a doctor. That is truly lethal." As John observed Jack preparing to flee, he deftly evaded the noxious spit and pursued him, delivering a decisive strike that severed Jack's legs. Offending the master and still hoping to escape? Jack lost his balance and fell, making intimate contact with the ground. John plunged his knife into Jack's chest once more. "Now, let us discuss a few matters. How did you come to look like this?" Jack sneered defiantly. "I will divulge nothing." A surge of electricity coursed through Jack's body, eliciting pain cries. "Is this how you wish to play?" John ceased the current as he deemed it sufficient. Jack's gaze appeared clearer now, and he confessed, "A mysterious individual provided me with the serum. Beyond that, I know nothing." At that moment, a helicopter descended from the sky, its spotlight illuminating John and Jack, while a convoy encircled them. John squinted at his surroundings, noting the armed figures that resembled agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Mr. John, thank you for your efforts. We shall take this creature from here," said Crossbones, stepping forward to bow respectfully. John regarded the familiar yet unfamiliar figure and inquired, "What is your name?" Brock Rumlow," he replied. Understanding dawned upon John as he slowly withdrew his knife. "Very well, I entrust him to you." Chapter 36. The Path of the Mage. As he observed them detaining Jack, John turned to leave. His extraordinary hearing allowed him to catch snippets of their conversation behind him. Sir, he asked Dad. Damn it. John smiled faintly as he walked away. However, a thought struck him. He should have demanded compensation for his car. It was only after he had walked a distance that he remembered the damage inflicted upon his vehicle. Glancing back, he saw that the Snake Shield agents had already departed. Damn, I'll have to walk back. At that moment, he recalled David and dialed his number. David, come pick me up. Huh? Didn't you drive out? Some jerk wrecked my car. But I don't have a vehicle either. Have you forgotten? My Jeep was destroyed. Just wait a moment. I'll borrow my friend's car. After hanging up, John waited patiently, contemplating the events that had just transpired. The agents of the Serpent Shield had likely arrived long ago. Observing the altercation between him and Jack, intent on reaping the benefits from their conflict. Jack was presumably their subject for human experimentation, however. Coulson wasn't mistaken. The repugnant corpse had only been returned a week prior, making it improbable to concoct such a reagent in that time frame. The only plausible explanation was that they had long acquired anomalies and commenced their research. Truly, a despicable lot. Before long, David arrived in a compact car to pick up John, and the gathering continued. For a while, John's life was quite serene, attending classes, exercising, and engaging in mech battles. Until one day, he discovered a business card tucked away in his bag. It seemed he had forgotten about this matter. Should he pay a visit? Sitting in his new car, John pondered over the card. Why not? He had no classes after all, so off he went. Thus, John started the engine and drove towards the address inscribed on the card. With the hum of the automobile's engine, John arrived at the designated location. The Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. With his hands in his pockets, he approached the door and knocked. After a brief wait, noticing the door was unlocked, he pushed it open. Pardon the intrusion, is Master Gui present? John's voice echoed in the emptiness. Was there truly no sorcerer stationed here? Mr. Stark. Referring to a supreme sorcerer by his name may be considered rather impolite. A dark-skinned man stood atop the staircase, looking down at John. John recognized him as Master Mordo, who had turned to the dark side at the conclusion of Doctor Strange, yet had not made a single appearance in the sequel. Oh, my apologies. Is Master Gui here? Mordo descended the stairs, scrutinizing John. Mr. Stark, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Merely a tour. John replied with a faint smile, just jesting. I've come to visit Master Gui and see if I might learn some magic. Mordo continued to approach John, as if trying to peer into his very soul. John frowned. Was he to be tested for worthiness? Suddenly, Mordo broke into a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. Ah, Mr. John, your desire to learn magic is most welcome. John's lips twitched as he asked, what was that about? Master Gui has stated that anyone wishing to learn magic is welcome to be taken to Kamartosh, though I must ascertain whether you are possessed by a demon. For if that were the case, you would not gain entry. Mordo's demeanor shifted entirely, becoming exceedingly cordial. Come, let me take you to meet Master Gui. John felt as though Master Gui had been anticipating his arrival to learn magic. Thus, he followed Mordo through a portal, arriving at Kamartosh, located on Mount Everest. Upon arrival, John beheld numerous apprentices practicing magic in the courtyard. Mordo, a man called out to him, then turned to John. And who might this be? Mordo replied. This is John Stark, here to learn magic. I was just about to introduce him to Master Gui. John recognized the man with a connoisseur's visage and nodded in acknowledgement. Caecilius, a remarkable sorcerer, alas. Later learned of the Ancient One's reliance on the powers of the Dark Dimension to prolong her life, which led him to waver in his convictions and ultimately ally himself with the Dark Lord Dormammu. Nevertheless, he remained the esteemed and revered master of Kamartosh. You may proceed. The sorcerer is within, Caecilius indicated towards a chamber. Subsequently, Mordo and John navigated past the apprentices and approached the room where the Ancient One resided. Upon reaching the door, Mordo knocked and entered. Master, I have brought the guest, he announced before stepping back and closing the door behind him. John, feeling quite at home, took a seat opposite the Ancient One and produced a box of tea leaves from his attire. It is a pleasure to see you again, Master. A token of my esteem. You are too kind, Mr. John, the Ancient One replied as she accepted the tea. Are you interested in learning the arcane arts? She inquired forthrightly. John asked, do I possess the requisite talent? The Ancient One nodded affirmatively. Indeed, your potential is extraordinary. At this, John fervently engaged with his internal system. System, respond. Ding. Well then, host, you're quite impressive, aren't you? The Ancient One appeared genuinely enthusiastic about John's journey into sorcery. Intrigued, John posed a question. Master, since you previously referred to me as an outsider, why do you wish for me to learn magic? As she poured the tea with grace, the Ancient One elucidated. Mr. John, you have already become part of this world. I foresee no threat emanating from you in the future. Furthermore, your arrival has introduced certain elements that are distinctly different. I trust you are aware of this. John nodded in acknowledgement. Not long ago, a formidable presence arrived in this realm, Mr. John. and it is your destiny to confront this challenge. Although that being is unaware of why its power has waned, it remains immensely powerful. Hence, I wish for you to acquire some magical skills to bolster your strength. John inquired, Master, could you not simply handle this matter yourself? The Ancient One shook her head. I must remain vigilant against incursions from other dimensions, and cleansing this world of entities that do not belong is your responsibility, is it not? In essence, the Ancient One implied that one must address the consequences of their own actions, yet she maintained high hopes for John, thus encouraging him to learn magic for his own protection. John found himself at a loss for words, as the anomalies were indeed connected to him. The system blames you, he thought. Ding. John posed one final question. Master, do you know what that powerful being looks like? The Ancient One raised her hand and conjured an outline in the air with her magic. Upon seeing the towering figure, John could not help but exclaim in astonishment. By the gods, what in the name of all that is bountiful? He gazed at the imposing silhouette, exclaiming, this is utterly absurd. The figure, known as the Thunderous One, was not only immensely powerful but also immortal, having been imprisoned in the celestial vessel's abyss, enduring torment without sustenance, yet still surviving. System. Can I acquire the sword techniques of the mirror flow? Ding. Currently, the card pool does not contain the mirror flow sword techniques. However, updates may include them later. Nonetheless, given your luck, host, it would be remarkable if you could draw something of significance. Oh, so you underestimate me? Be cautious lest I achieve a tenfold draw of dual gold. When the time comes to draw the prison mirror, it is imperative to surprise Hule continuously. John could already envision Hule's expression at that moment. Hule would exclaim, the mirror flow is still pursuing me. With Hule's arrival, John pondered whether others might be present as well. Thus, he voiced his inquiries to Master Gui. Upon hearing this, Gui shook his head and remarked, their futures are altered by your actions. As it stands, aside from a lone werewolf, no other species has arrived on Earth. Then where is Hule now? John inquired. Oh, just that werewolf, came the reply. Ding. Host, why do you ask this? You are unable to contend with it at present. Although Hule had reduced his combat level to that of the game, one would still require a gem to stand a chance. Asking doesn't hurt. What if Hule is nesting beneath my house? Ding. I believe it lacks such tendencies, Gui responded. I have banished it to the cosmos. Yet it shall return in due time. John furrowed his brow and questioned. The universe is vast. How will it return? It is destined. It will inevitably seek you out. Gui spoke with an air of mystique, leading John to perceive this as an ethereal quest. The anomalies arose due to his connection with the system, frequently drawing near him. In other words, regardless of the circumstances, he would encounter these anomalies and engage in battle. Indeed, survival hinged on combat. Gui chuckled softly, sipping his tea, and stated, it cannot return to Earth for now. In the meantime, endeavor to strengthen yourself. Modu will guide you in the basics of magic. Feel free to consult him with any queries, or you may seek literature in the library. Rising, John offered a slight bow to Gui, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master. As he prepared to depart, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to prepare a gift for his mentor. Glancing around the house, he remembered that at this time, Kamartaj likely lacked internet access. He turned to Master Gui and said, Master, I wish to renovate this place. Would you mind? Gui smiled and nodded. Of course. It is no issue. Just as John stepped through the door, a sudden thought struck him. Could Gui be scheming to take me on as a disciple and then secure sponsorship from Rastak? Oh, it's merely a gift for my mentor, a trivial expense. Modu was waiting at the door. Upon seeing John emerge, Gui's voice resonated from within. Modu, I entrust Mr. John to you. Yes, Master, Modu replied, leading John to a small square. He produced a mystic ring and donned it on his finger, commencing a lesson on the most fundamental of portals. We draw power from the dimensions, primarily from the trinity of the Dimension Emperor, and then use the ring to cast the desired magic. What I shall teach you now is the portal, as I demonstrate. Modu traced a circle of sparks before leaping into it and re-emerging behind John. Observing John's astonished expression, Modu smiled faintly and continued, however, before we proceed, you must first learn to draw strength from the dimensions. Come, follow my lead. Modu then demonstrated, and John, filled with wonder, donned the mystic ring and attempted to feed himself. However, aside from a flicker of sparks emanating from his hands, there was little else to show for it. John directed his gaze towards Modu, who merely patted his shoulder and, with an encouraging glance, remarked, it's perfectly fine. Learning magic is not an instantaneous endeavor. We all start somewhere. Is that so? I trust your expertise, John responded. Following Modu's guidance, he endeavored once more. At last, on his fifth attempt, he succeeded in conjuring a line. Eureka! John exclaimed with delight. Yet, the very next moment, the line vanished. Modu reminded him, concentration is essential when wielding magic. For the next half hour, with Modu's corrections and encouragement, John had already managed to sketch the perplexing geometric models that plagued countless students. Modu generously praised him. John, You possess remarkable insight. After practicing for a while longer, Modu commenced the formal instruction on portals. Observe my movements. Draw a circle before you while vividly envisioning your destination in your mind. The clearer your thoughts, the quicker the portal will take shape. After Modu's demonstration, John mimicked his actions, tracing a circle in the air, yet the circle remained void, as he had yet to decide on a destination. Perhaps Tony's workshop. As no one would see, once he solidified the scene in his mind, the spark circle began to expand, with the interior gradually clarifying to reveal the basement setting. John and Modu found themselves locking eyes with Tony and Pepper in the basement. You've been hacked. John blinked, hastily closing the portal with a clenched fist before Tony could question him. Modu hesitated for a moment, inquiring, was that really Tony Stark? Indeed. In the basement, the two were engaged in serious conversation, seemingly unaware of the levity of their discussion. Modu patted John's shoulder, his tone imbued with astonishment. I cannot believe you succeeded in using a portal on your very first attempt. Does this mean I possess the talent to become a supreme sorcerer? Modu merely shook his head, unconcerned, stating, to attain the title of supreme sorcerer, there is still much you must accomplish. Throughout the afternoon, John practiced magic diligently, mastering the portal spell and beginning to learn several other foundational spells, such as the Ring of Ragador, a common initiation for many magical incantations, and the sacred sword of Vishanti. Ultimately, John also attempted to transform a horse through magic. Although it bore the shape, it proved practically useless, unrideable, and exceedingly taxing on one's spirit. As evening approached, John prepared to return. Modu, please inform Master Gu that I will bring supplies for renovations tomorrow. Modu looked at his companion, Caecilius, with a perplexed expression and asked, renovations? What is he renovating? Caecilius replied, did you not hear him telling the other disciples? As a token of his apprenticeship, he intends to refurbish Kamartaj, and Master Gu has consented. Subsequently, John made his way to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. Upon exiting, he was left bewildered by the gust of wind. Wait, where's my car? Chapter 38. The expo is about to begin after some time. John finally located his vehicle, which had been towed for illegal parking. Tony found endless amusement in this predicament. Ha ha ha, not you, ha ha ha. John, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the exuberantly laughing Tony and remarked, that's enough. How was I to know that parking was prohibited in that area? What were you doing there, anyway? Studying magic? Tony inquired, wiping away tears of laughter, his curiosity piqued. Is there truly magic in this world? John nodded in affirmation. Could you demonstrate it once more? The circle from last time. Encouraged by the prospect of showcasing his abilities, John eagerly responded, watch closely. He donned the mystical ring and traced a circle in the air, conjuring a portal behind Tony. Wow! Tony exclaimed, his face alight with astonishment. He stepped through the portal and emerged from the other side. This is incredible, J-A-R-V-I-S. Did you capture that? Analysis in progress. Came the reply. John, brimming with anticipation, added, and there's more. He then conjured a knife, a shield, a whip, and finally, a magical steed. Actually, you needn't display the last one, Tony noted, recognizing it as John's playful whim. How do you wield this power? Tony asked. Consequently, John described the process of drawing strength from dimensions, leaving Tony bewildered with questions. Dimensions? Soon, J-A-R-V-I-S, provided results indicating an unknown yet stable energy. At that moment, Tony noticed the ring. Must you wear that peculiar ring to cast spells? Essentially, as a novice, I rely on the mystical ring for magic, John explained. What if you lose it? Oh, that's not a concern. I specifically learned a spell to bind the ring to me, ensuring I can retrieve it regardless of its location. Like this. John tossed the ring to Tony, then stepped back and struck a dramatic pose. Return. The ring vanished from Tony's hand, reappearing in John's grasp. While this magic appeared remarkably convenient, it was, in fact, an enhancement made by the Ancient One to allow John to reclaim his ring through the mirror dimension. Otherwise, how would Dr. Strange have missed this spell when the Spider-Man took the ring and trapped it in the mirror dimension? Tony glanced at the suits displayed in the case, then back at the ring in John's hand, asking, do you think I could learn magic? Certainly, but magic cannot compare to my armor's might. I merely believe we should prepare for the potential emergence of magical criminals. John pondered and replied, I must consult with Master Ancient One, the director of Kamartaj, regarding this. Subsequently, when John visited Kamartaj, he inquired and received the response. Tony is not yet ready to learn magic. The Ancient One was reluctant for John to engage in activities outside the timeline. Nevertheless, John procured some magical artifacts for Tony to analyze, as he thought it possible to create armor resistant to magic. In the days that followed, John regularly visited Kamartaj to study magic while bringing robots and equipment to renovate the place, even installing a network. His journey into the realm of magic progressed slowly, learning a new spell approximately once a week. There are primarily two reasons for this situation. Firstly, John has classes and occasionally takes on assignments from S.H.I.E.L.D., which significantly reduces his time to visit Camartage. Secondly, Mordo advises him to proceed with caution and not to rush into things. However, the more substantial reason lies within John himself. Mastering the magical arts of Camartage requires a wealth of knowledge, comprehension, and memory. What John lacks most is memory. He struggles to retain the incantations and constructs of magic. Can someone like me truly achieve greatness? After training, John sat atop a high vantage point, gazing at the descending sun. In truth, John had been learning quite rapidly, primarily because he wasn't focused on martial training. Most practitioners here are close combat mages. And to effectively wield magic, one needs a robust physique, as Mordo pointed out. Thus, John and Mordo engaged in sparring. Without the use of magic, Mordo was defeated. When utilizing magical artifacts, Mordo faced defeat again. Finally, when John employed the Dawn Guardian alongside magical enhancement, Mordo was defeated a third time. Can you imagine a 2-meter figure suddenly emerging from a portal behind you to deliver a strike? Of course, this was merely practice. John, you possess a formidable physique, Mordo proclaimed. From then on, Mordo focused solely on instructing John in the arcane arts. Unbeknownst to them, a year had swiftly elapsed. During this year, S.H.I.E.L.D. had surprisingly refrained from causing disturbances. Whenever minor anomalies arose, John simply dispatched them with a swift portal and a decisive strike. Soon enough, the Stark Expo approached. Hey, Lin, is the expo about to commence? David inquired excitedly, glancing at the news on his phone. John nodded. You can snag tickets now. Oh no, David exclaimed, promptly pulling out his tablet to log onto the website to secure tickets. The Stark Expo is a celebration of the latest technology and concepts. A veritable feast for tech enthusiasts. Molly, are you attending? John asked nearby. Molly nodded and smiled. I've already secured my ticket. May I invite Mr. John to be my guide? I would be delighted, John replied. Upon turning around, he noticed David giving him frantic signals. Taken aback, John began to tune into the unspoken communication. What is it? John asked. Do you need the guys to help you prepare for something? David queried. Prepare for what? John replied. A confession. This is a golden opportunity. John responded. Must it be at the tech park? This is the closest chance you have. You two have made no progress in a year, and we're all anxious. John retorted. Mind your own business. I have my own pace. There were things John couldn't articulate. He anticipated that a burly figure would cause a commotion at the expo. Throughout the year, John had indeed sought to trace Ivan's whereabouts. But the task proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, John resorted to utilizing some influence from S.H.I.E.L.D., only to find that Ivan was quite elusive. Upon arriving at his residence, he discovered it abandoned. To avoid drawing the attention of the serpent, John had no choice but to relinquish the search. But he urged Tony to bolster security at the expo, particularly regarding online safety. Tony remarked, it's merely Ivan. A single strike will suffice. Subsequently, John revealed Ivan's true identity and his potential capability to construct a miniature reactor, leaving Tony in silence. After class, upon returning to the villa, John noticed a freshly prepared green beverage on the table. With a raised eyebrow, he seemed to recall something significant. Chapter 39, Old Dang. Still things, Ethan resigned from the hospital, appearing discontent with that environment. How about hiring him as my personal physician? What are you doing? As Tony entered the living room, he discovered John discreetly sipping his green drink. Upon being caught, John glanced at the half-empty glass of green juice, discreetly wiped his mouth, and said, It was like this to begin with. Tony was somewhat speechless. Do you actually enjoy this? Not really. I was curious and took a sip. It tastes quite good. A silence enveloped the air. Why are you making this? John feigned ignorance, knowing full well. Unperturbed, Tony replied, I read online that drinking this can be beneficial for health. Isn't your health in jeopardy? Not at all. I don't believe you. John gestured theatrically as if reading fortunes, spinning around while saying, Let me guess. Is it heavy metal poisoning? Ah, based on your expression, I presume I am correct. Now let me take another guess. Is your chest reactor corroding your body? Very well. I concede. Tony rolled his eyes. I haven't even done anything yet, and you've already deduced it. Just admit if I guessed right, John urged. After a brief silence, Tony nodded in acknowledgement. Palladium poisoning, it sustains my life while simultaneously depleting it. He indicated toward his chest, producing a thumping sound. Have you utilized the restorative serum I provided? Not at all. It merely addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Indeed, as long as the reactor in his chest lacked a superior alternative energy source, Tony would remain ensnared in the throes of heavy metal poisoning. Furthermore, the restorative serum appeared ineffective in alleviating such adverse effects. John pondered for a moment. In the original narrative, Tony's poisoning led him to discover new energy, which was merely a favor owed to S.H.I.E.L.D., laying the groundwork for Tony's eventual alliance with the Avengers. However, with his presence, the plotline seemed unnecessary. Why not attempt to create a new energy source? Your suggestion is akin to asking why not feast on meat porridge. Had it been feasible, I would have done so long ago. I have experimented with all existing elements and their various combinations. I mean, why not invent a new energy source, a new element? Tony, taken aback, exclaimed, wow. Do you have any ideas? None. Then what is the point of your suggestion? John shook his head, responding, I lack ideas, but my father had them. Tony inquired. John continued, our father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and they possess items he left for us. Tony, puzzled, asked, how does that relate to creating a new element? It might indeed be relevant. Seeing Tony's skepticism, John quickly added, the wondrous powers of the East. You understand. I will find a way to have them return the items. Tony did not believe that old Howard could leave him anything of value. Yet he did not wish to dampen John's enthusiasm. He inquired, how did you come by this information? Oh, it was gleaned through subtle inquiries. In truth, I sense they wish to extend a favor to you, to entice you into the Avengers initiative. Considering your words, it does seem plausible, Tony replied, casting a glance at the half-consumed green juice, still intent on preparing a fresh batch. At that moment, Happy entered, exclaiming, Tony, oh, hello, John. Tony, we must take our leave. Observing John's puzzled expression, Tony clarified, the Congress has convened yet another hearing, and they want me to attend. John wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Tony continued, do not laugh. You were originally part of this, but I have taken it upon myself. When we return, you must treat me to hamburgers. How about donuts? That works too. Subsequently, Tony and his companions exited, while John placed a call to Fury. Old Ding, I need something from you. Fury, situated in his office at the Triskelion, scowled even more darkly, responding tersely, in a certain sense, I am your superior. Could you display a modicum of courtesy? Where is your sense of humility? I'm not begging. I am merely informing you that I require that item. Very well, what is it that you seek? Fury relented, having grown accustomed to this fellow's brusque demeanor since their acquaintance. The belongings my father left us. Your father's possessions? I may need to conduct a thorough search in the warehouse. Spare me the charade. Those items were prepared to win Tony over long ago, were they not? How do you know? Just a guess. A lengthy silence enveloped the conversation before Fury replied, when shall I deliver it to you? In the next couple of days. If possible. After arranging the timing, John inquired, did you ascertain the cause behind that large lizard's transformation? Fury responded, according to the autopsy results. The individual injected himself with a serum containing lizard DNA, along with an incomplete version of the super soldier serum. Have you identified who supplied him with the serum? We discovered surveillance footage of him meeting someone at the 9th bar, but the associate exhibited remarkable counter-surveillance awareness, leaving us with no evidence. Perhaps it is someone within your S.H.I.E.L.D. What do you know about this? Fury fell silent. Ever since John had alerted him, he was reluctant to believe that Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., yet his clandestine investigations had yielded some leads. Indeed, Fury's actions had kept Hydra at bay for the past year, fearful of being uncovered by this so-called king of agents. John smiled faintly, saying, I am merely a college student. What could I possibly know? Very well, continue your investigation at your leisure. I must attend class. With that, John ended the call. System. Display the panel. Ding. Host. John Stark. Lin Hai. Age. 18. Gender. Unknown skills. Jade Shield. Magic armor arrival. Dawn Guardian. Blink. Phantom etching items. Iron Sword X4. Heart of the Dawn. Advanced Resonance Potion X5. Basic Recovery Potion X6. Tivit Omelette X2. Salada Soda X2. Sword Bathed in Dragon's Blood. Leather Armor X2. Meteor. Endless Battle Blade Constitution. 170-100 Mentality. 130-100 Strength. 155-100 Source Stone. 52 Excellent. This year I've amassed over 50 draws. In due time, I shall select an auspicious day to draw them all. Chapter 40. New partner on the other side. Happy drove towards Washington, with Tony and Pepper seated in the back. Soon, they arrived at the White House and entered the conference room. In the spacious meeting room, Tony occupied the front row, incessantly conversing with Pepper, showing little regard for the lawmakers on stage. Eventually, a member of the assembly could no longer tolerate it. He rapped on the table and declared, Mr. Stark, shall we commence the meeting? Certainly, Tony replied, turning to speak into the microphone. The legislator shot Tony a glance before lowering his gaze to read from his notes. Can we assume you possess some form of weapon? That depends on your definition of a weapon. The Iron Man suit does not qualify as one. Well, it's a prosthetic. I'm afraid I can't think of a more fitting descriptor, Tony responded, eliciting scowls from the assembly, who had endured his evasions multiple times. His words sparked laughter among the attendees. We wish for you to relinquish the Iron Man suit to the public, the legislator continued, finally articulating their true intent. Naturally, no one believed this statement. They would undoubtedly transform the suit into other offensive arms. In prior meetings, the lawmakers had attempted to pressure Tony into voluntarily surrendering the suit. But now they had to be forthright in their demands. I will not surrender the suit. Iron Man and I are one. To give him up is to give up myself, Tony declared with a commanding presence. The assembly, unconvinced, scoffed as one remarked, I am not an expert on weaponry. Which is why I have invited Justin Hammer, our current arms dealer. At that moment, a bespectacled man in a suit stood up to greet everyone, and then took the stage for a self-introduction, taking the opportunity to disparage Stark Industries. Hammer Industries also dealt in arms but had always lagged behind Stark Industries until Tony announced the closure of his weapons division, providing Hammer a chance to thrive. However, Hammer and Tony had long been at odds, and he seized this opportunity to voice his grievances. Then, the legislator added, next, we invite Colonel James Rhodes to present his findings regarding Iron Man. Today, they had prepared a two-pronged approach to persuade Tony to surrender the suit. Before long, a man clad in military attire entered. It was Rhodey. Tony turned around and rose to embrace Rhodey, exclaiming, old friend, I never anticipated your presence here. Rhodey could not help but quip, must you always be so formal? I attend every one of your meetings. Haha. Tony laughed heartily. And then he and Rhodey took their seats in the front row. Rod placed a report on the table and turned the microphone towards himself, preparing to speak. However, an assembly member interjected, Colonel Rod, please read the fourth paragraph on page 57 of your report. Rod's report had been shared with the higher-ups in advance, indicating that the assembly member was well prepared and deliberately selected a passage that could be construed as unfavorable to Tony, taking it out of context. Despite this, Rod leaned towards supporting Tony. He understood the intentions of the rotund politicians seated in the front row. He replied, do you want me to read the specified paragraph? I believe the report should retain its authenticity, and I do not think it appropriate to read just one segment. The assembly member grew impatient, insisting, Colonel, please read the fourth paragraph on page 57. Reluctantly, Rod complied, due to the fact that Iron Man is not affiliated with any organization. He poses certain security risks to the nation. However, my conclusion is that the benefits of Iron Man outweigh his detriments. That will suffice, the assembly member quickly interrupted. Seeking only the negative aspects concerning Iron Man, I think it would be better to play a video from your report. At that moment, a television screen activated, displaying a recorded segment. Tony, unaware of what footage they possessed, refused to remain passive as they made their move. He picked up a new concept smartphone, aimed it at the large screen on stage, and with a few swift maneuvers, gained access. After obtaining control, Tony pressed several buttons, revealing a plethora of documents on the screen. It seems I have hacked into your display, Tony quipped. Let us show everyone something more entertaining. He proceeded to release several videos showcasing various attempts to develop armored suits that ended in failure. Among these was footage from Hammer Industries, featuring a pilot in an armored suit that malfunctioned, resulting in the upper body spinning around and becoming unresponsive. The assembly member hastily instructed them to shut it off. Hammer was the first to rush forward, as it featured a scandal involving his own company. Ultimately, the power was cut, and the television screen went dark, allowing the others present to exhale in relief. Hammer turned to the audience, assuring them, rest assured, that pilot is unharmed. However, his tone lacked conviction. Looks like your company's products continue to face issues, Tony retorted without mercy. He exchanged a knowing smile with Rod, then stood and declared, I will not surrender the armored suit. Furthermore, I alone can maintain world peace. Given that the nefarious entities had yet to emerge, Tony's statement was hardly surprising. The assembly members' expressions darkened, their plan to seize the armored suit thwarted once again. One assembly member, undeterred, pressed, Mr. Stark, if you refuse to relinquish this suit, how will you explain it if someone replicates a similar armored weapon to commit crimes? The core technology behind the armored suit would take at least 20 years of independent research from various nations to replicate. No one would be able to imitate it. If John were present, he would have likely covered Tony's mouth at this moment, even though he had informed Tony about Ivan. Tony remained unconvinced that anyone could truly recreate it. This was the pride of a genius engineer. In the villa, John sat in silence, gazing at the television, while an air of stillness enveloped the room. Jarvis, did Tony truly say that? Indeed, sir. Mr. Stark made that statement at 1,524 hours. Please remember to clip that segment for me. I intend to splice it into a video later. After a prolonged silence, John resolved to preserve and fabricate a scandalous history for Tony, anticipating that it would garner millions of views on Twitter. Mr. John, Mr. Coulson and an unfamiliar lady are awaiting you at the door. John's eyes brightened. I didn't expect them to arrive so promptly. Let them in. Shortly, several agents entered, carefully carrying large boards covered with cloth, followed closely by Coulson and the lady. Hey, easy now. Be careful not to damage them. John glanced at Coulson and was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the woman accompanying him, Natasha Romanoff, the renowned Black Widow. Although the actress's appearance fluctuated in reality, she was undeniably a striking beauty within the series. Pretending not to recognize her, John inquired, "And who might this be?" Coulson replied with a smile, "Your new partner." Natasha confidently approached, extending her hand for an introduction. "Natasha Romanoff, Level 7 agent." "Hello," John stammered, then promptly withdrew his hand after a brief moment. His focus sharpened on the 3 words spoken by Coulson. "New partner?" Coulson nodded affirmatively. "Yes, your upcoming mission will be undertaken alongside Natasha." He elaborated. Reports have surfaced in New Jersey of a humanoid creature, with some claiming that a car with legs fled the scene. The local police encountered an unknown attack during their investigation, which prompted us to take notice. John pondered for a moment, questioning, "Is this task assigned by Fury?" "Indeed," Coulson confirmed. John glanced at the covered wooden boards strewn about, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Fury could be quite frugal. It seemed that the mission was of primary importance, while Howard's belongings were merely ancillary. "Very well, when do we depart?" "Tomorrow morning at 8. How about 9 instead?" "Mr. John, it would be wise not to indulge in slothful habits. This situation has already resulted in casualties, so the sooner, the better." Subsequently, John exchanged contact information with Natasha. And after Coulson sent the mission details to John, the two departed with a group of SHIELD agents. After assembling the model of the original Stark Expo venue, John settled on the sofa, idly perusing the documents sent by Coulson. A 4-legged car with drill-like hands. What on earth is this? He mused, perplexed by the blurry images and surveillance footage. Additionally, it was noteworthy that, according to police descriptions, a powerful electromagnetic wave interfered with electronic devices in proximity to the creature. John contemplated this. It likely indicated an anomaly. Yet there were too few clues to deduce which one. "Oh well, I shall find out tomorrow." At that moment, Tony had returned. John turned to him and asked, "Did Pepper not come back with you?" "Happy took her to the office," Tony replied. Recently, he has been gradually entrusting company affairs to Pepper, who is far more capable in this regard than Tony. "What is that?" Tony inquired, pointing at an object on the ground. "Where did you unearth that antique?" "It was left by father at SHIELD. Look, there's also a tape. Would you like to watch it?" John waved a tape in his hand. Knowing it was recorded by Howard, Tony hesitated for a moment. "Let's watch it then." Shortly thereafter, Tony had an old device brought in and inserted the tape to play it. JARVIS. Dim the lights. The contents of the tape projected onto the wall, beginning with their father, Howard, introducing the Stark Expo. Towards the end of the video, a young Tony accidentally stumbled into the recording, eager to play with Howard, only to be shooed away. Tony glanced at John, who was covering his mouth, unsure if he was laughing or not. "Don't look at me. There's more to come." The video continued. "Tony, this is the key to the future. I am constrained by the era in which I exist and cannot complete it, but you certainly can. When you unravel the puzzle, you will change the world. My greatest creation in this life is you." After watching, Tony fell into a contemplative silence. "You're not crying, are you?" John's cheeky voice suddenly broke in. "Crying? Absolutely not." Tony stood up, and the room lights brightened again. He asked, "Do you think there might be a solution to my poisoning in there?" John shrugged. "Did father not say this is the key to the future?" "Perhaps." Tony circled around the original Expo model and said, JARVIS. "Project the model." A beam of light swept across, revealing a 3-dimensional model before Tony. Supporting his chin with his hand, he scrutinized it. It seemed familiar. Yet he could not discern anything. "This resembles something in atom. So this globe must represent the nucleus." John approached, observing the model, not being particularly academically inclined. He did not grasp the details, nor did he recall the specifics from the movie, but he firmly believed that Tony would discover a new element. Suddenly, an idea struck Tony, and he said, "Remove the pathways, eliminate the shrubbery and flower beds, parking lot, entrance, and exit." Tony began to attempt deleting parts of the model, gradually gaining confidence. "All right, now let's assume protons and neutrons around the globe." JARVIS commenced calculations, and the remaining model components converged towards the center, causing Tony's heart to race. Finally, all the components coalesced into an atom, and Tony's hand spread the model apart, revealing the atomic structure unmistakably. Spinning in his chair, he beheld such a splendid sight, overwhelmed by indescribable emotions. "Tony, you must be crying now, right? This is called crying tears of joy." Tony burst into laughter, then clapped his hands together, consolidating the model in his grasp, murmuring, "Goodness, even after all these years, he is still teaching me." At that moment, JARVIS remarked, "Sir, the hypothetical element could replace palladium, but direct synthesis is not feasible." "A minor issue, John. Please contact those equipment companies. We are preparing to manufacture the hardware. Soon, some equipment was urgently transported, and John tirelessly carried items up and down as a laborer. Tony swung a heavy hammer and began to demolish the wall. Images began to spontaneously materialize in John's mind. 88. You're too slow. Let me handle it. John seized the hammer and, with a few powerful strikes, accomplished the task effortlessly. Tony then instructed John, help me retrieve that pipe, gesturing towards the nearby piping. Together, John and Tony adeptly connected the pipe, creating an accelerator and linking it to the villa's power supply. With John's assistance, the two swiftly assembled the apparatus. After calibrating the instrument, Tony prepared to commence the operation. He positioned the pre-prepared triangular frame on the front support and inserted a prism into the accelerator, activating the power. As the prism accelerator powered on, a beam of high-energy laser shot forth. Tony adjusted its direction, severing everything in its path. The laser illuminated the triangular frame, emitting a blinding radiance. Standing nearby, John quietly donned sunglasses. Once he deemed it sufficient, Tony switched off the power. Is this the new element? Tony began to boast again. He approached to examine it and carefully placed it into his small reactor using tongs. Congratulations, sir. You have created a new element, Jarvis announced. I will now assess the energy output of the new element. No need. I will measure it directly, Tony replied, replacing the old reactor and inserting the new one into his chest. Soon, energy began to flow forth, radiating a dazzling light. Unable to contain his excitement, Tony shouted, "Oh, yes." Chapter 42, Discovering the Target. The energy emitted a scent reminiscent of coconut, with a hint of metallic essence. The remarkable energy output surprised Tony, producing an array of peculiar sounds. After a short while, the energy output stabilized, prompting Tony to instruct Jarvis to conduct a check. The energy output remained steady, with no adverse effects detected. Upon hearing this news, Tony erupted in cheers. He was finally free from the torment of poisoning. After discovering his palladium poisoning, Tony had believed he was beyond salvation. Without the reactor, he would perish instantly, and with it, he was doomed to die within days. Now, with the new element, his health concerns resolved. He felt as though life had transformed for the better. This energy source could usher in a new era, John remarked, pointing at the reactor embedded in Tony's chest. He recalled that the films had introduced such an energy source, but he later learned it was an isotope of the space stone. With this energy source, Stark Industries could easily transition into the energy sector, perhaps even surpassing the profits previously made from arms dealing. Tony changed his attire, preparing to modify Mark IV into Mark VI to accommodate the new energy source. John inquired, "Where's my Dawn 2? It's in the basement, already maintained," Tony responded. Realizing, he asked, "Are you heading out?" John nodded. S-H-I-E-L-D has given me a mission to New Jersey. When? Tomorrow morning at 8. Tony nodded and then descended into the basement, intending to upgrade Dawn 2 as well. John surveyed the scattered laboratory equipment and decided it would be prudent to wait for Tony to tidy up, fearing he might inadvertently cause damage. Before long, a day had elapsed. In the morning, when John struggled to open his eyes, Jarvis roused him. "Sir, Coulson is waiting at the door." "Oh," John muttered, lingering in bed for a while before finally rising. Moments later, he emerged from his room with a black travel bag slung over his shoulder. "All right, let us proceed," he declared. Consequently, Coulson escorted John to the airport, where Natasha awaited their arrival. Observing the duo, she teased, "It is hardly gentlemanly to keep a lady waiting." Coulson shrugged and turned his gaze to John, who mirrored the gesture, replying, "You know, 8 o'clock in the morning is rather ambitious for a university student." "Best of luck to you both," Coulson remarked as Natasha and John boarded the plane. Recalling the Quinjet, John inquired, "Does S-H-I-E-L-D not possess a dedicated aircraft?" "We are still in the research phase," Natasha replied. Several hours later, John and Natasha found themselves seated in the local sheriff's office. The sheriff respectfully slid a file across the table, stating, "This contains the entirety of the case details. We have also had officers witness the creature during the attack. Recently, we have been monitoring this situation and have discovered unusual activity in several locations. The highest frequency has been recorded at the abandoned station and the music store." Natasha queried, "What do these music stores primarily sell?" Musical instruments," the sheriff responded. 2 hours later, a convoy traversed the main road, heading towards a historic small town. It is currently speculated that there are 2 creatures, one humanoid and another resembling a long-legged vehicle, primarily appearing at the recycling station and music stores. However, their presence near the stores has not resulted in any reported injuries. "John, do you have any insights?" Natasha asked, glancing back at John, who was seated in the rear. "Perhaps the musical instruments could soothe them," he casually suggested, though upon hearing the mention of instruments and correlating it with the creature's characteristics, he had an inkling of what they might be dealing with. Before long, they arrived and coordinated with the local police to facilitate their operation. This quaint town boasted 3 recycling stations, with a limited number of shops concentrated in the town center. I suggest we split up and report any findings immediately, Natasha proposed. John nodded in agreement. I have no objections. With that, Natasha divided the S-H-I-E-L-D team into 2 groups to investigate 2 of the recycling stations, while John ventured alone to the third, apprehensive that encountering the creature might distract him from protecting others. Do you require a ride? That recycling station is quite far, offered an elderly sheriff. I would appreciate that, thank you, John replied. Thus, John climbed into the old sheriff's vintage patrol car, heading toward the recycling station. During the ride, John closed his eyes to rest, while secretly engaging in dialogue with the system. System, do you think this anomaly could be a sound wraith? He inquired. Ding. The system is unaware, came the reply. Fog of the lungs, the system continued. Ding. I cannot ascertain anything until detection occurs. Host, are you deliberately seeking trouble? I find myself somewhat apprehensive. A thunderous roar has emerged from the direction of the collapse iron, and I cannot help but wonder if the tide of resonance will unleash a formidable adversary upon me. Cheer up, comes a reassuring voice. What if it turns out to be the illustrious Hollow Six? Your ability to comfort is truly remarkable. Rest easy. As I mentioned, anomalies are unrelated to the background. The anomalies that do appear may be slightly more challenging, but they will not bring about the end of the world. I had never managed to confront the Hollow Six before my journey through time. That is simply because you are inexperienced, dear friend. What are you exclaiming? As the vehicle traversed a distance, it suddenly jolted, and John found himself airborne, his posterior a mere 2 centimeters from the seat. He genuinely questioned whether the sheriff's car would hold together on this bumpy ride. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Warning, anomaly detected 1,000 meters ahead. John gazed forward, spotting a scrapyard. It appeared he had struck gold. Sheriff, let us halt here. I will proceed on foot. The sheriff, perplexed, replied, Are we nearly there? No need. Your vehicle might disturb whatever is inside. Very well. Thus, the police car came to a halt, and John exited, advising the sheriff. Danger lies ahead. It would be prudent for you to return. With that, he made his way toward the scrapyard. Although labeled a scrapyard, it had long since fallen into disrepair, with the remnants of refuse littering the ground. Approaching within 300 meters, John fastened his clothing and tapped a few times on the display of his backpack shoulder strap. In an instant, the backpack unfurled. An intricate component sprang forth to envelop John. Soon, a sleek black dawnlight battle suit materialized. John flexed his arms and legs, commenting, no doubt, this is the streamlined version. It feels quite lightweight. Indeed, this was the Dawnlight 2, conceived by Tony based on the Mark V's suitcase armor. Its primary advantage lay in its convenience, allowing for brief periods of low-altitude flight. Ascending into the sky, John commenced a scan of the entire scrapyard. Shortly thereafter, a heat source was pinpointed on his visor, revealing an ancient pickup truck. Such an obvious heat signature, one might mistake you for a transformer. Locking onto the target, John's chest armor deployed side panels, launching 10 miniature missiles. Boom. Chapter 43. The first lament. Given that this was a portable battle suit, the missiles lacked substantial power, yet their stealthy approach proved effective. In no time, the vehicle had sprouted 4 legs. Upon witnessing the monstrous form, John confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed a remnant. What was this 4-legged automotive abomination called? Warning. Carblade scythe. Upon further inspection, the fully revealed carblade scythe bore a massive scythe-like mouthpart, while the pickup appeared to serve as its exoskeleton. As the battle suit could not sustain prolonged flight, John descended to approximately 30 meters from the carblade scythe. Its shell appeared quite resilient. John's visor began an analysis. The initial bombardment had merely provoked it without inflicting significant damage. The carblade scythe turned its gaze toward John, aware that this dark figure was its assailant. With a powerful leap, it soared several dozen meters into the air, then came crashing down toward John's position. John retrieved a circular object from the back of his battle suit and placed it on the ground. With a swift maneuver, he evaded just before the carblade scythe descended, propelled by his leg thrusters, soaring over 10 meters before coming to a halt. Enjoy Stark's explosion, he exclaimed. Boom. John activated the circular device beneath the carblade scythe, unleashing a far more intense explosion that engulfed the scythe. This bomb possessed a power that far exceeded that of an anti-tank mine. Ding, you are quite remarkable to wield such a formidable bomb as a grenade, the system remarked. Now, tell me, does it serve its purpose? As the thick smoke dissipated, at the epicenter of the explosion, the carblade scythe lay overturned, its underside now sporting a significant gash. John approached and fired 2 shots from his palm cannon at its head. The scythe was rendered utterly lifeless. As anticipated, its form did not disintegrate into ashes, but transformed into a translucent yellow apparition. John reached out, yet his hand passed through without making contact. Puzzled, he inquired of the system, can I not absorb this residual echo? Ding, that is a residual sound. It must be converted by the Panga terminal into a sound echo for absorption. You possess neither a Panga terminal nor the ability to drift in confinement. So how could you absorb it? Am I left to merely observe? Ding, indeed. And the residual sound will likely vanish within an hour. John felt a pang of frustration. Reluctantly, he decided to inform Natasha. Natasha, how are things on your end? I have completed my search and found no monsters here. I discovered one and have dealt with it. Suddenly, another team connected to the channel. Commander, we've encountered a monster and are engaging it. Upon hearing gunfire through her earpiece, Natasha's expression turned grave as she quickly assembled her team and headed towards the junkyard where the monster was spotted. John checked the map. The junkyard was 2 kilometers away. Thus, he resolved to fly directly there. At the junkyard, 5 SHIELD agents were armed, using vehicles to maneuver around the apparition. Whoosh! Suddenly, the apparition lunged, piercing one of the cars, and the intense heat ignited the gasoline, resulting in an explosion. Moments later, John arrived from the sky, witnessing the assault by the apparition. The Crying Warrior. The name instantly flashed in John's mind. Humanoid, standing 2 meters tall, with sharp spines protruding from its arms and flowing with lava-like patterns. This creature left a profound impression on John. Its attack style resembled that of a gentleman. After lunging, it would even bow. The Dawn, too, aside from the palm cannon, had no other means of attack, so John summoned the light blade into his hand. As the Crying Warrior bowed, he descended from above, driving the light blade vertically into its back. The Crying Warrior was caught off guard and met its demise, yet it left no residual sound. John was not surprised. During his initial explorations, he had encountered many Crying Warriors in an attempt to fill his bestiary, only to find they did not yield any sound echoes. He shook his aching arm, lamenting the creature's resilience. No wonder the agent's bullets had no effect on it. Soon, Natasha and her team arrived by car. Upon stepping out, Natasha noticed the still-burning vehicle and inquired of John, "What happened to the monster?" "It has been dealt with." "And the body?" "It vanished." Natasha felt a headache coming on. Aware that some creatures John had previously slain had also left no remains, Fury had advised her not to dwell on it. However, she still had to compile the mission report. "That will suffice," she remarked. Subsequently, Natasha directed the injured to receive medical attention, and then, alongside John and with the cooperation of the police, they thoroughly searched the town, confirming the absence of any remaining monsters before preparing to depart. Before leaving, however, Natasha encountered the remnants of the creature known as the Echo of the Carblade. "What is this?" she asked, surrounded by several SHIELD agents. "The Echo," John mused, recalling what he knew. On a planet called Solaris, an unprecedented catastrophe known as the Whale occurred. The emergence of these monsters was termed the erosion phenomenon. They are also referred to as echoes. Upon their demise, there is a probability that they leave behind an echo, which is this very thing. On that planet, its inhabitants could harness the power of the echo through a unique method. Natasha was astonished. "So, this is an extraterrestrial being?" "Well, one could consider it that way," John replied. Natasha, puzzled, asked, "How do you know this?" John shrugged. "That is information I am not obliged to disclose. I advise you to study the echo quickly. It is about to dissipate." Upon hearing this, Natasha hurriedly instructed her agents to record data with their portable instruments. Just as the echo began to fade, "If there's nothing else, we can head back." John glanced at the agents packing away their equipment, curious if the world could devise a myriad of studies on the echo. Once everything settled, they set off. However, the following day, in the scrapyard where the Echo of the Carblade had resided, a peculiar black stone appeared in an obscure corner. "System, how much experience do you still need to level up after eliminating those 2 echoes?" "Ding, an estimate of 3 whip locks is required." John contemplated, noting that the whip lock was a soon-to-be antagonist. "Perhaps I should deal with him at the racetrack. After all, he is somewhat expendable and does not significantly impact the subsequent plot." However, needing 3 for the upgrade implied he would have to wait until the Thor narrative unfolded if there were no abnormalities to defeat in between. With such thoughts, John returned to his villa. System, draw a card. Chapter 44. The Commonality of Humanity. Ding. Host, John Stark. Lin Hai. Age, 18. Gender, unknown. Skills, Jade Shield. Armored Descent, Dawn Guardian. Blink, Phantom Erosion Items, Iron Sword X4, Heart of the Dawn, High Resonance Potion X5, Basic Recovery Potion X6, Teyvat Amulet X2, Soda X2. Sword Bathed in Dragon's Blood, Leather Armor X2, Meteorite, Endless Blade Physical, 170-100 Mental, 130-100 Strength, 155-100 Source Stone, 53 Excellent. 53 Dross. Let us go all in. John summoned the prize wheel, rubbing his hands together like a fly, and then drew a cross over his chest with a solemn expression before clicking on the 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Teyvat fried egg. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special dish. Judgment time. Is this dish even in the original? Isn't this derivative creation? Ding. If I say it exists, it exists. Do you want it, Egyptian style? You've become a pharaoh too? Haven to you? John took a deep breath, deciding not to get entangled with the system and affect his luck. Onward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the doctor's robe. John was momentarily stunned. He pondered. He rejoiced. Oh my, what a treasure. With this bound to Stark, my damage will soar. Ding. Host, please clarify. This is the doctor's robe, not the pure beauty robe. Huh? John then noticed the item's name, subsequently unleashing an unwilling roar. No. Doctor's robe, upon entering battle. The mission Echo skill restores to energy limit and increases the skill S damage by 40. John had assumed it was the pure beauty robe, which increases damage by 16 for every 100 fragments. He thought with Stark, a colossal power, he could take flight directly, only to discover it was another item. At this moment, the system chimed in. Ding. Host, although you drew the doctor's robe, you cannot use it. John's expression darkened, for he did not possess the mission Echo skill. Thus, he inquired, can I draw the mission Echo skill directly? Or must I collect a certain number of blessings to unlock it automatically? Ding. Both options are viable. Draw. John's motivation surged again. As long as he could obtain more blessings, what was a mere step away? Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the Guardian Fire Wax. Ding. Host has obtained the Guardian Blessing, Interstellar Construct Tetrahedron. Guardian Fire Wax effect increases the probability of obtaining Guardian Blessings. Blessing effect of Interstellar Construct Tetrahedron increases shield amount by 30. Ding. Host, why are you so lucky today? Humph. This is the fortune I've accumulated over a year. Come on, the final 10 draws. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Eternal Rampart. Upon seeing the golden light, John leaped for joy, thankful to be in his room where no one could see. However, the next moment, he felt a bit dazed. What skill is this? The system kindly reminded him. Ding. With the will of guardianship, never ending. Oh, now I understand. Japard, the shield of the crumbling iron version of Zhongli. John opened the skill to check its effects. It could provide himself with a shield, with the shield's amount linked to his defense value, and could stack with other shields, granting teammates a shield at 70 of his own. After reviewing, John realized the skill had been modified. For instance, when providing a shield to teammates, he must consider them as teammates, and it cannot exceed 4 individuals. How is the defense calculated? I don't see any values. Ding. The specific values will be visible in the next update. Currently, the shield provided by the Jade Shield amounts to approximately 20 to 30,000 health points, akin to that of Zhongli. When adorned with the Dawn Guardian and employing the Everlasting Wall, it yields a shield capacity comparable to that of the Jade Shield. In typical scenarios, even the Hulk can only gaze in astonishment at such formidable defenses. Remarkable, indeed. But what of extraordinary situations? Well, Hulk is not merely a machine. Should he hasten his assault while your shield is still on cooldown, he could very well shatter it, leading to your downfall. A valid point. Nonetheless, this singular skill remains quite commendable. Jabard. Why does this evoke a hint of melancholy? John's expression turned pensive, perhaps due to the numerous missteps of the past. The author whimsically notes that 3 misfortunes have occurred over the past 6 months. Consequently, John casually pulled 2 more draws, yielding nothing. It appears his luck has run dry. Preparing to fetch a glass of water, John inadvertently stubbed his little toe against the doorframe. The Stark Expo is fast approaching, with the opening ceremony set for this evening. Reluctantly, John found himself recruited by Pepper as a laborer. Donning his headphones, John inquired, Jarvis, have the checks been completed? Sir. All systems report normal. Good. This expo must proceed without a hitch. Failure would lead to ridicule. John then called Tony. Tony, are you ready? From an aircraft above. Tony peered out in his suit and answered John's call. No worries, it's all set. He then took a bite of a nearby hamburger. All right, John sighed, recognizing Tony's typically unreliable demeanor. Upon reaching the backstage area, John had to address not only equipment issues but also personnel matters. Ladies, are you prepared? He asked the dozen or so young women clad in Iron Man-themed attire in the makeup room. You may rehearse once more. There are still a few minutes before the ceremony begins. John took a seat to observe their practice, finding joy in the experience, such as human nature. At that moment, a call from Molly came through. John, we've arrived. He could hear David and his girlfriend's voices in the background. All right, I'll be right out. After casting one last glance at the rehearsing performers, John stepped outside to guide Molly and David to the prime viewing location. The opening ceremony is about to commence. Please hold on for a moment, he instructed before departing. As 8 o'clock approached, John watched as the performers began to take the stage. Sensing the atmosphere was just right, he communicated via Bluetooth to Tony. Tony, it's your turn to perform. On the aircraft, Tony finished the last bite of his hamburger, donned his helmet, and moved to the rear of the plane to open the hatch. Woohoo! He exclaimed, leaping into the air, activating his engine, and soaring aloft in his suit. leaving a brilliant trail in the night sky. The expo's ceiling was glass, allowing the audience to gaze upwards at the celestial display, witnessing Tony's graceful flight. The crowd erupted in awe. As Tony seemed eager to showcase further acrobatics, John hurriedly cautioned, "Tony, no need to show off." "All right," came Tony's response. The triangular reactor on Tony's chest emitted a radiant glow as it plunged toward the exposition. With a thud, Tony landed squarely on the prepared platform, eliciting an ecstatic response from the audience. Rising to his feet with arms outstretched, he reveled in the adoration of the crowd. Chapter 45, the zero-frame initiation. The platform below activated, unfurling into a multitude of mechanical arms that gracefully disrobed his suit, revealing Tony clad in a tailored suit. The audience erupted with chants of "Tony! Tony!" Meanwhile, a dozen young women danced energetically on stage, while Tony exchanged pleasantries with the spectators below. Ultimately, he bowed in appreciation, joining the girls in a concluding gesture before they exited the stage, leaving Tony alone. What a delightful return! The audience erupted in another wave of cheers as Tony engaged enthusiastically with them. At that moment, a male voice from the crowd exclaimed, "Tony, I love you." Tony furrowed his brow upon hearing this, jesting, "Sir, there's no need for such fervor. Good evening, everyone." Reflecting on his prepared speech, Tony began, "I have never claimed that the world's enduring peace is solely due to my efforts, nor have I asserted that no one else can rise from the ashes as I have." He emphasized this point with a heightened tone. "For I have remained at the pinnacle, with no challengers to contend with." Beside him, John nudged Molly with his elbow, remarking, "Look, Tony is showing off again." "Indeed," Molly replied with a smirk, her gaze fixed upon Tony's performance, choosing silence. David, meanwhile, held up his phone, recording every word of Tony's address. "Wow. I'm about to gain thousands of followers. I am inconsequential, and so are you. What matters is our legacy." Tony paused to gather his thoughts. "We must leave something for future generations. Therefore, beginning next year, for the first time since 1974, exceptional talents from various nations and companies will share their resources, knowledge, and insights to collaboratively forge a brighter future. We are not significant." The audience erupted once more in applause. "Thus, I extend a warm welcome to the Stark Industries Expo," Tony declared. The crowd erupted in excitement, raising their lights in unison. Tony raised his hand to signal for silence, saying, "Next, we have a special guest who will transcend time to elucidate everything for you. Please welcome my father, Howard." At that moment, a video of Howard explaining the future city began to play on the screen, an official version, while Tony stepped down to grant the stage to his father. John approached Tony as he descended, inquiring, "How do you feel?" Tony responded, "I feel fantastic, though the audience is exceedingly enthusiastic." Just then, Carlson unexpectedly arrived. "Surprised to see you here, Carlson," John exclaimed. Carlson smiled and nodded at John before addressing Tony. "Tony, your speech was quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment. But you wouldn't have come all this way just to tell me that, would you? Or have you found any suspicious individuals at my expo?" Carlson remarked. Given the significance of this exposition, which showcases numerous cutting-edge technologies and is one of Mr. Howard's labor of love, shouldn't we at SHIELD take a moment to observe it? Tony nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. I suggest you first explore over there. Stark's technology will undoubtedly leave you astounded. Should anything pique your interest, we can certainly discuss collaboration and financial arrangements." Carlson replied, "We will take a look." After exchanging a few more words, Carlson departed, seemingly having only come to extend greetings. "I shall join Molly and the others for a stroll," John announced. "Off you go, you rascal," Tony jestingly retorted. Thus, John returned to Molly and her companions. "Come, I shall show you around." David exchanged glances with his girlfriend, Ginny, and then David said, "Lin, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. Ginny and I can explore on our own." With that, David gave John a knowing look, and together they departed hand in hand. John chuckled in resignation and turned to Molly. "Since they have chosen to wander off together, I shall accompany you." "All right." Molly nodded in agreement. In a corner, David and Ginny observed as John and Molly walked away side by side. According to customs from the East, it seemed they were to prepare a separate table for themselves. Meanwhile, John led Molly towards several electronic technology exhibits. The technology here was predominantly visually captivating, far more suitable for a female companion than the military technologies next door. Suddenly, Molly tugged at John's shirt. Turning his head, John noticed Molly pointing ahead. "There's a child who seems to be lost." Indeed, a young boy wearing an Iron Man mask was looking around anxiously, calling out something. The two kind-hearted college students approached him. "Little one, is something the matter?" Molly gently inquired as she knelt before the boy. I lost my uncle and aunt," the boy replied in a soft voice. Upon hearing this, John asked, "Child, I am one of the organizers of the expo. Could you share your name with us? Knowing your name will help us locate your uncle and aunt more effectively." The boy replied, "My name is Peter Parker. John's heart raced at this revelation, and he inquired further, "What are your uncle and aunt's names?" "Ben Parker, May Parker," came the response. Well, it seemed he truly was Spider-Man. John recalled a storyline where Tony had rescued a young boy at the exposition who was indeed Peter Parker. Consequently, John contacted the broadcasting station to announce a search for the child. While waiting for his uncle and aunt to arrive, Molly and John decided to stay with him. Curiously, Molly asked, "Peter, didn't you come with your parents?" 0 frames, start. John quickly covered Molly's mouth, then attempted to divert the topic. "Peter, how do you find the exposition? If you see something you like, I can gift it to you." Parker hurriedly shook his head in refusal. "No, thank you. Sir, I appreciate your kindness." Just then, not far off, Ben and Aunt May heard the broadcast and hurriedly made their way over. Parker heard a shout and turned to see his uncle and aunt. "Uncle Ben, Aunt May." Peter hurried over to embrace them. John was also introduced to Spider-Man's uncle and aunt, a composed gentleman and a strikingly beautiful lady. "Uncle Ben. They assisted me in broadcasting." Uncle Ben looked gratefully at John and Molly, saying, "I truly appreciate your help in locating Parker." "It was nothing," they replied modestly. After expressing their gratitude once more, they offered to buy the two a treat. However, upon learning of John's identity, they could only extend their thanks verbally. Once they departed, Molly gazed incredulously at the large handprint on her mouth, contemplated for a moment, and then bit down. "Ouch, what are you doing? Why do you ask me? You've had your hands all over me for ages." Molly's face flushed as she retrieved a tissue to wipe away the saliva from John's bite marks. It was then that John realized he had been covering Molly's mouth in what could almost be described as a kidnapping stance. Chapter 46, Monaco Grand Prix embarrassed, John chuckled. "I'm really sorry." Molly shot him an exasperated glance. They continued to explore the fair together until closing time, at which point John drove Molly home. Standing at her doorstep, they bid each other farewell. "See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." As Molly returned home, John turned around to find a burly man staring intently at him from a distance. Hello, sir?" The man before him was Molly's father, who, despite their several previous encounters, still held a disdainful attitude towards John. The father simply nodded and unlocked the door, showing no intention of greeting him. "Ding, ding. How's the ghost fire treating you downstairs?" "Get lost. I'm not a blonde." "Ding, TSK. In a sense, you and Molly have been childhood sweethearts. After all this time, you still haven't won over her father. What can I do?" "He-s a daughter slave," John mused, casting one last glance at the illuminated windows of their home, thinking, "One day, I shall put an end to this ghost fire." He then drove away. Upon returning home, Tony approached John. "I'm planning to attend the Monaco Grand Prix. Care to join? You've developed an interest in racing?" John inquired with a smile. In the original storyline, Tony sought thrills due to his near-fatal poisoning. "I am an avid racing enthusiast, and I even have a license." John considered for a moment before agreeing. "All right, sounds good." If the plot remained unchanged, Ivan would likely appear at the racetrack, and he intended to resolve the danger this time. Soon, the news of Tony and John attending the Monaco race was disseminated by the organizers, their intention being to boost attendance. As they had anticipated, even before the race commenced, excitement reached its zenith. On the day of the event, Tony and his entourage drove to Monaco. They arrived at the venue, where Pepper donned an elegant gown, and Tony was dressed in a tailored suit, as this appearance was in his capacity as the newly appointed CEO of Stark Industries. Indeed, Tony is still inclined to assume the role of a detached observer. Meanwhile, John trails behind them, dressed rather casually. Happy, on the other hand, carries a red suitcase, serving as a bodyguard. The gathering is rife with numerous celebrities, alongside a multitude of journalists. Tony greets them one by one. "Ah, is that not John Stark? What a pleasure." A bespectacled man emerges from the crowd to address John. Hammer's hand hovers in the air as John shakes it, replying, "A pleasure indeed." At that moment, Tony approaches, somewhat surprised, exclaiming, "Justin Hammer, I didn't expect to see you here." Upon noticing Tony's arrival, Hammer responds, "Tony, you're here too. Allow me to introduce you to Christine. She will be interviewing me shortly." Hammer proudly gestures towards the woman beside him, as if to imply to Tony that he has someone to interview him, while Tony lacks such a privilege. Indeed, his motives are rather transparent. Christine regards Tony with a somewhat nuanced expression, offering a greeting. "Hello, Tony." "Hello," Tony replies, feeling a touch awkward, as this is someone he has previously pursued. Hammer perceives the tension between them, feeling a pang of concern, and inquires, "Do you two know each other?" Pepper interjects, "This young lady has conducted an interview with Tony before." The emphasis on the word conducted causes Hammer's expression to darken. John, sipping his drink, turns his head to conceal the smirk that threatens to escape, muttering in a low voice, "This world is filled with arrogance." The television is broadcasting updates on the racing competitors' preparations. Tony pulls John aside and says, "Brother, I am gearing up for the race. Could you assist me in getting ready?" John is taken aback, wondering why Tony, now recovered, seeks out such thrill. Can you even handle it? Just watching me from the sidelines is making you restless, Tony asserts. Thank goodness you aren't suffering from a lung ailment. What? Nothing. Do you have your credentials? Show them to the organizers. Otherwise, they likely won't permit you to compete. I don't have them. Of course not, as I was practicing for a game. All right, go arrange it. Life is meant to be filled with challenges, Tony urges. After such a serious illness, how can we not celebrate? John asks, does Pepper know? She would undoubtedly disapprove, so you understand. Unable to resist Tony's insistence, John reluctantly contacts the organizers. John requests that the organizers allow Tony to participate, but they flatly refuse, stating there are no available spots. Subsequently, John produces a card, and instantly, a spot becomes available. The organizers replace a less competent contestant. Upon hearing he has been replaced, the competitor angrily throws his helmet to the ground, wishing to confront the organizers, only to realize that after years of racing, he has not been defeated by rivals, but rather by the affluent. Can wealth truly dictate one's fate? With a heavy heart, he storms off, clutching a check, returning the car to its original owner, Tony. Once Tony's matters are settled, John requests the organizers to find a suitable replacement, describing a long-haired, robust individual dressed in staff attire, none other than Ivan. However, due to the passage of time, John's memory of Ivan's appearance is somewhat hazy. After completing his tasks, John returned to enjoy a drink, while Tony discreetly changed his attire. Hammer continued to boast to Christine, yearning for her attention, yet he soon noticed that Christine's gaze was fixated on the television behind him. Curiously, he turned to see Tony entering the arena amidst the adulation of fans. Amber also caught sight of this and hurriedly approached John to inquire about the situation. John feigned ignorance and shrugged, indicating that he was unaware. At that moment, a staff member approached and informed John that they had not located the person he had described. John silently questioned the rationale behind this. Surely, the individual must have been lying in wait, so how could they have gone unrecognized? Was the description inaccurate? Or was it the insidious alteration of the plot at play? Meanwhile, the competition had commenced. Concerning Tony's safety, John had previously warned each participant that Tony Stark would also be competing, urging them to exercise caution. The other competitors responded with enthusiasm, ensuring that the flamboyant playboy would avoid any mishaps. As for everything else, John instructed them to manage as they saw fit, even allowing Tony to finish last if necessary. Soon, the race began, accompanied by the roar of engines as the cars surged forth like arrows released from a bow. John remained transfixed, fully immersed in the exhilarating atmosphere of the racetrack, while simultaneously keeping an eye out for Ivan's potential ambush. Before long, the first lap concluded, and John found himself puzzled. Why had Ivan not yet made his move? Chapter 47. 1 against 2, the advantage is mine. Just as John's confusion lingered, a commotion erupted from the stands. A spectator was leaping excitedly against the railing, initially perceived as mere exuberance. However, others soon noticed a peculiar pattern. As many nearby began to jump in unison, it was as if they had been electrified. At that moment, a burly man passed by that very spectator, grasping the railing and effortlessly hoisting himself over. He leapt into the arena, disregarding the feelings of the female audience members, and began to strip, revealing his muscular upper body and the gear he wore, brandishing metallic whips in both hands. It was Ivan. John was taken aback, never expecting him to conceal himself among the crowd. Had he anticipated that John would seek him out? The sudden appearance of Ivan caught everyone off guard. Amber attempted to approach for a closer look, but John halted her, insisting, "Stay here. I will investigate." With that, he seized the briefcase from Happy's hands and made his way onto the track. The leading racer, confident in his position, was momentarily stunned upon seeing Ivan's unexpected arrival, inwardly cursing the foolish intruder and the event organizers. Ivan's apparatus began to activate, powerful currents swirling around the metallic whips. He lashed the ground, leaving terrifying gashes, demonstrating the might of the electric whips. The leading racer, of course, took note of this. "Get out of the way," he shouted, desperately maneuvering the steering wheel. But Ivan's whips crackled with electricity, and with a single strike, the whip sent his car hurtling away. "Is this even legal?" the racer exclaimed, as his vehicle spun uncontrollably before crashing against the wall. Thick smoke billowed from the vehicle, signaling impending doom for the contestant within. Just then, another car approached. The driver frantically swerved, but Ivan, brandishing his whip, struck down with ferocity, cleaving both the car and its occupant in twain. Observing the grim scene, Tony, positioned third, slammed on the brakes, nearly lodging his foot into the fuel tank in his panic. He lamented his reckless pursuit of thrills, realizing he was no match for such an adversary without his battle suit. Upon noticing Tony had halted, Ivan, whip in hand, charged towards him. Oh, cursed fate! Tony quickly unfastened his seatbelt and fled the vehicle, sensing Ivan's proximity and feeling a surge of dread. Suddenly, a massive knife descended before Ivan, embedding itself into the ground and obstructing his path. He halted, glancing around to discern the source of this unexpected projectile. A gentle breeze ruffled the air, and Ivan felt a chill at the nape of his neck. He turned to find John, wielding a sword reminiscent of a crucifix, aiming for his throat. Ivan swiftly raised his whip in defense, but the electric shock from John's weapon jolted his hand. Seizing the moment, Ivan retreated a few steps, creating distance between them. John shook off the tingling sensation in his hand and retracted the blood-soaked sword into his system, reflecting on the whip's formidable electric charge. He and Tony positioned themselves strategically to sandwich Ivan. Ivan mused to himself, with both Stark brothers present, my task is made simpler. He cast a glance at the disheveled Tony and the casually attired John, a cruel smile forming on his lips. Tony was unarmored, and John lacked his peculiar armor. It appeared that the advantage lay with him. In Ivan's mind, both armor and battle suits required time to don, a luxury neither brother possessed in this moment. Of course, this was partially John's fault, as few had recorded his armor donning, leaving Ivan unaware of John's ability to suit up at will. Starks, prepare to face your reckoning, he declared, brandishing his intact whip towards Tony while simultaneously launching a strike at John. Tony, perceiving the whip's approach, executed a desperate roll to the side. He did not believe he could withstand the electric lash without his armor. The whip narrowly grazed Tony's back, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. The audience gasped at the sight, their concern palpable. Pepper felt as though her heart had leapt to her throat. John managed to retract his energy blade to defend against the electric whip, yet the immense current coursed through his weapon and into his body. Even with his enhanced physical capabilities, the shock was agonizing. With determination, John swiftly donned the Dawn Guardian armor. The armor fused to him seamlessly. Ivan turned, astonished. Wait, where did you pull this 2-meter-tall armor from? He exclaimed. Nanotechnology? Such a disparity in information. John hurled his arm blade to counter the whip's assault, then forcefully tossed a box to Tony. Tony caught it deftly. Ivan watched as the box arced gracefully before him, oblivious to its contents. But understanding he must not allow Tony to seize it, he calculated his angle, preparing to cleave both Tony and the box in half. Tony, your end is nigh. The whip struck the box, only for a hexagonal energy shield to manifest, blocking the attack. The whip landed beside Tony, and a similar energy shield appeared around him as well. The everlasting wall, who would have thought that even this box could designate allies? Truly remarkable. I find it delightful. Upon hearing John's words, Ivan turned to him. Though he did not comprehend what was said, he understood that this energy shield was undoubtedly conjured by John. You Stark folks have indeed produced a plethora of impressive inventions, Ivan remarked with a sneer. How do you like it? John asked, wielding his knife with a sense of calm, knowing that dealing with Ivan required just a single strike. Yet, he suddenly considered extending an invitation. Are you interested in joining us at Stark Industries? The salary can be negotiated. Meanwhile, Tony had completed donning the Mark V suit, causing quite a stir among the onlookers. Ivan glanced back at Tony, and the two had already formed a pincer movement around him. With a disdainful expression, he addressed John. It was you Starks who drove us out, and now you wish for my return? Doesn't that strike you as absurd? You Starks are nothing but thieves. John observed the frenzied Ivan and shook his head in resignation. The grievances between our forebears have long been settled. I have no desire to delve into matters of right or wrong. Ivan, you possess intellect rivaling that of Tony, yet it seems we cannot reach an agreement. Come on. Ivan turned and lashed the electric whip around Tony, the powerful current instantly scorching the armor's surface. However, thanks to the everlasting wall, the armor merely lost its paint. He then forcefully hurled Tony towards John. John caught Tony and swiftly severed the whip with his blade. Stumbling, Ivan had yet to regain his footing when John appeared before him in a flash. Without a moment's hesitation, John delivered a punch to Ivan's abdomen and yanked the reactor from his chest. Deprived of energy, Ivan's rudimentary armor lost all power, leaving him to lie helplessly on the ground. John pressed the blade against his throat, surveyed the surroundings, and sighed. It's rather difficult to act with so many witnesses. Ivan, this is your final opportunity. Will you perish, or return to Stark and realize your potential? Chapter 48. You die, I live? Ivan spat blood, a dark smile gracing his face. I will not kneel before you Starks. You have already lost. Do you think that if I reveal what happened back then, the Starks would not face the scorn of the masses? John regarded him with a look of incredulity. Do you believe those matters will ever see the light of day? Shall I predict your fate? A high-tech criminal steals Stark technology, embittered, decides to take revenge on society, wreaks havoc at this racetrack, and ultimately, is valiantly defeated by me. Upon hearing this, Ivan erupted in a tirade of curses. Shameless. John shrugged. You're intent on killing us, yet you object to my retaliation? The past was not solely Tony's doing. Had Ivan been willing to join Stark, John would have gladly offered him a chance to rise above. Alas, you are blinded by hatred. John felt a jolt of electricity surge through him, rendering him rigid in place. Shortly thereafter, the tardy police arrived, prompting John to cease his actions. Two officers dragged the unconscious Ivan away. Tony approached, and John handed the reactor to him. Upon scanning it, Tony's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Aside from its low energy output, this reactor bore an uncanny resemblance to the miniature reactor he had crafted years ago. He turned to John and inquired, "What is your perspective on the events of that time?" It was sheer folly. Desiring to exploit technology for profit is one thing, but lacking moral boundaries is quite another. After being ousted from the company by his father, it was absurd that he could not sustain himself. Ultimately, he had relinquished his own potential. The situation was indeed ludicrous. Ivan's father, Anton Vanko, had collaborated with Howard Stark on reactor research and possessed considerable intellect. How could such a talent, after departing from Stark Industries, end up living like a vagabond? John harbored suspicions that the screenwriters had deliberately crafted a villainous character in this manner. Moreover, he had attempted to kill us if he were to survive. It would mean my demise. John patted Tony on the shoulder and remarked, "You have your work cut out for you ahead. But do remember to confine Ivan in a prison populated by more unsavory characters." As John dispersed his armor and exited, Tony remained, staring at the reactor in his hand, exerting force to crush it. John was correct. He indeed had much to attend to. Ivan's actions had dealt him a resounding blow. Previously, he had confidently proclaimed that it would take at least 2 decades for the nation to develop an Iron Man suit and 50 years for a miniature reactor. Reality had just delivered a slap to his face. That evening, in New Mexico, a jeep raced across the desolate landscape. A striking woman inside the vehicle was intently scrutinizing complex data on her tablet. Ahead, a magnetic storm manifested with intense volatility. She was Jane Foster, an astronomer, and her companion, Daisy, was at the wheel, while an elderly professor, Eric, occupied the passenger seat. Daisy remarked, "It appears there's a storm ahead. Accurate data can only be gathered at the center." Suddenly, Daisy slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Eric sighed, "Daisy, please drive more cautiously. My old bones cannot endure such turbulence." Jane queried, "Why have you stopped?" Daisy, wide-eyed, pointed ahead, exclaiming, "There is something out there." Both turned to see a colossal figure approaching them, a behemoth of a creature reminiscent of the Hulk, adorned with a peculiar mask. "Daisy, we must flee." Daisy repeatedly turned the key, but the car remained unresponsive. Desperation welled in her eyes. It won't start. A classic trope. The vehicle fails to start at the critical moment. "We must abandon the car." No. Staying inside is the safer option. The surrounding desert offered no refuge. Venturing out would mean certain death. As the monstrous figure drew nearer, it clenched its fists, radiating a yellow glow. At that moment, Jane's tablet emitted a warning. The electromagnetic phenomenon had reached its zenith. Above, the clouds twisted into a spiral, continuously unleashing bolts of lightning. Thunder roared as a lightning bolt streaked across the sky. As they witnessed a streak of light swiftly pierce through the monster's chest before vanishing into the distance, a sense of bewilderment enveloped them. What could that have been? The creature collapsed, prompting the intrepid Daisy to exit the vehicle. Her curiosity piqued. "Daisy, come back. It's dangerous," Jane exclaimed anxiously. "It's fine, Jane. The monster has disappeared." Peering through the windshield, Jane confirmed that the creature's remains were indeed no longer visible. Eric pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Is there not a person approaching?" They observed an individual staggering toward them, and seeing Daisy frozen in place, Jane stepped out with concern, only to find Daisy nearly drooling at the sight. The reason for her astonishment became clear as the figure drew nearer, a muscular man who, upon closer inspection, was clad in nothing but tattered shorts. "Mortal, have you seen my Mjolnir?" the man inquired as he approached Daisy and Jane. "What Mjolnir?" Jane replied, her confusion evident. "Tell me, which direction did it go?" The man's urgency and disorientation rendered him somewhat menacing. Instinctively, Jane took a step back, while Daisy swiftly brandished her stun gun and zapped the man. "Mortal, you intend to attack with that?" The man fell unconscious. Jane stared in disbelief at her best friend. "What have you done?" Daisy glanced at the stun gun. Realizing she had set it to maximum power, capable of incapacitating a bull, Jane examined the stun gun and checked the man's condition, relieved to find he was still alive. "Where did you acquire this device?" "Stark." Daisy playfully stuck out her tongue, justifying her actions. "He charged right at us. It was self-defense. Alas, he possesses an admirable physique. Yet he appears to be a fool," Eric remarked as he joined them to assess the situation. After some deliberation, he suggested, "We should take him to the hospital." Concerned that the stun gun might have caused complications, the group worked together to hoist the man into the vehicle. Miraculously, the previously inoperative car roared to life, with Jane taking the wheel and Daisy overseeing their unconscious charge. As they approached the nearest town, the man stirred awake, immediately erupting in furious exclamations. "Mortal, how dare you desecrate a god?" Startled by his outburst, Jane promptly halted the vehicle, turning to see Daisy pressing the stun gun against the man's neck, her expression apologetic. "He startled me, my apologies." Indeed, the man's sudden vocalization had unnerved Daisy. With a resigned shake of her head, Jane resumed driving, and they soon arrived at the hospital. Meanwhile, not far from where the man had appeared, a colossal pit cradled a hammer at its center, awaiting its rightful owner to claim it. Chapter 49. A photograph with the elder. The day following the Monaco racing incident, Tony leveraged his connections to have Ivan transferred to a male-dominated prison. When officials later attempted to secure Ivan's release, they discovered that he had succumbed to emotional turmoil and amnesia, rendering him devoid of any utility to them. However, that was a matter for another time, as many still coveted Ivan's ability to create reactors. Subsequently, Tony and his companions returned to New York. In the seaside villa, Tony rubbed his injured arm and remarked to John, "I never anticipated you would act that way." He had witnessed John electrocuting Ivan at that moment. John shrugged and responded, "Ivan harbors immense hatred towards us, and he possesses the capability to be a persistent threat to us and to Stark." While Tony relished managing the affairs of the company, he was not a man of leniency. He understood that Ivan's attitude towards him was inconsequential. What mattered was his formidable strength. He was somewhat surprised that John, a student, could exhibit such decisiveness. Indeed, he was a Stark. He inquired, "What do you think will happen to him?" John pondered for a moment and replied, "I am not a medical professional, but given the intensity of the electric current, I would have released it at his neck. He would likely suffer from paralysis or at least amnesia. What if we placed him in a male prison? Is that your wicked sense of humor?" Tony quipped. "I suspect he would be quite popular there, given his demeanor." Tony couldn't help but feel a chill at John's dark sense of humor. Suddenly, John's phone rang. It was a call from Molly. He showed it to Tony, who responded with a teasing expression. "Still not confessing after all this time? I have my own pace," John retorted before stepping out onto the balcony to take the call. Tony wore a fatherly smile, but it quickly faded upon observing the villa still in disarray. Since the creation of the new element, the equipment had remained untouched, scattered about. "Well, it seems it falls to me to clean up," he muttered. Thus, Tony began to dismantle the equipment, enlisting the help of robotic arms led by the ever-distracted little bot. After about 20 minutes of labor, John was still on the phone. Tony stole a glance at the balcony, pondering, is he doing this on purpose? On the balcony, Molly expressed her confusion. "Strange, why are you so chatty today?" John glanced at the unfinished mess in the house. "What do you mean? Do I usually speak so little with you?" "Not exactly. But it feels like you're deliberately trying to talk more today." A disquieting intuition stirred within him. Another 10 minutes passed when the doorbell rang. "Sir, Agent Coulson has arrived," announced Jarvis. "Let him in," Tony replied. Upon entering, Coulson immediately noted the apparent cleaning frenzy Tony was engaged in. "Are you cleaning up?" "As you can see," Tony replied. Suddenly, Coulson's keen eyes caught sight of something in the corner. He quickly approached and picked it up. "What is this?" As a fan of Captain America, Coulson immediately recognized the object in his hand as resembling the Captain's shield. Seeing this, Tony explained, "Oh, this item. I initially intended to replicate Captain America's shield, but I lacked the crucial metal to achieve indestructibility, so I abandoned the idea. Can I take this?" "I'm willing to pay for it," Coulson asked. Tony waved his hand dismissively. "If you want it, take it. It's of no use to me." "Thank you very much. By the way, what brings you here?" Tony inquired. Coulson remarked that the agency had assigned him a task to investigate a mysterious artifact in New Mexico. Simultaneously, a witness reported encountering a creature, prompting him to inquire whether John would be interested in joining him. "Where?" John asked, peeking out from the doorway. "New Mexico," Coulson replied. Tony, somewhat incredulous, questioned, "Are you done with your phone call?" "Cough. Just finished," John said as he descended the stairs to join Coulson. "Is it a hammer?" Coulson asked, his expression one of surprise. "How did you know?" "The mysterious powers of the East," Tony interjected, having heard this many times before. Then, John placed a reassuring hand on Coulson's shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm more than willing to go. When do we depart?" He was eager to meet Thor, the god of thunder. "Tomorrow," Coulson stated. Hours later, upon their arrival in New Mexico, Coulson and John traveled in ASHIELD vehicle to the site of the mysterious artifact. Upon arrival, John immediately alighted from the vehicle and beheld a large pit surrounded by numerous onlookers, predominantly middle-aged men. In the center of the pit lay a smooth hammer, and many attempted to lift it, but to no avail. Amidst the group of idle older men, several ingenious ideas began to emerge. They procured a pickup truck, chaining the hammer's handle to the vehicle, with the other end secured to the truck itself. 3, 2, 1. With the command given, the pickup roared to life and surged forward. The chain snapped taut, the truck hesitating momentarily before its rear was violently overturned. As the truck settled, a gray-haired elder leaned out, eagerly asking, "Did you get it out?" "No," came the collective response, eliciting a chorus of disappointed murmurs. John approached the elder, tapping him on the shoulder and capturing a selfie as the elder turned. "Come on, smile." The elder, recognizing him, exclaimed, "Oh, you're the John Big Balls." John's expression twitched, He had not anticipated a nickname intended for Tony would now be attributed to him. Old man. This is now a controlled area. You should head out, John advised. Soon, agents arrived to cordon off the pit, dispersing the crowd. Before driving away, the elder shouted, John Big Balls, if anyone pulls that hammer out, be sure to let me know. Sure thing, John replied. Coulson approached, curiosity piqued. Are you familiar with him? Not really. We just understand each other's identities, John explained. The elder was none other than the beloved Stan Lee, known for his delightful cameos, while in this scenario, he played the role of an observer. Previously, upon hearing news of Stan's passing, John felt a pang of sorrow, but now, having traversed time, he was determined to capture a moment with him. John tucked his phone away and approached the hammer. John, it's best to keep your distance, Coulson cautioned. It's fine. So many have touched it already. I want to give it a try, John replied, gazing at the exquisitely crafted Mjolnir before seizing it firmly. Chapter 50. Is it yours? Then pull it out. Pull it out. Pull it out. John gathered his strength, bracing himself to exert all his might in an attempt to lift the legendary hammer. Coulson stood by, observing John, who was on the verge of toppling over, and remarked helplessly, John, if you can't pull it out, then perhaps you shouldn't. John let out a philosophical battle cry, exerting all his strength, yet the hammer remained unmoved. Ultimately, he rubbed his reddened palms and stepped back, muttering to himself, honestly, despite my handsome demeanor and kind heart, I still haven't earned the hammer's recognition. Mjolnir interjected. Is it yours? Then why not simply pull it? Ding. Host, did you find amusement in your own words? So what? Coulson inquired. What did you just say? Nothing. John replied, taking a few steps away before turning back, determined to give it another try. He donned the Dawn Guardian, drawing the attention of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Give me power. John grasped the hammer's handle, straining to lift it. At that moment, Mjolnir suddenly unleashed a pulse, sending the unsteady John flying. Whoa, John. Are you all right? John climbed to his feet, removed his armor, and addressed Coulson. You see, this hammer possesses a self-defense mechanism. You all should investigate it thoroughly. With that, John departed. Since this was Odin's trial for Thor, he chose not to intervene. Of course, it was not merely that the hammer had just rejected him. After walking a short distance, an idea struck John. Could he perhaps lift the hammer using magic? However, upon seeing that S.H.I.E.L.D. had begun constructing a research facility around the hammer, he abandoned the thought. Being rejected once more would indeed be quite embarrassing. By evening, Coulson approached John with news. They had discovered that 3 individuals had found a man not far from where the hammer had fallen. And these 3 happened to be the very ones who reported sighting the monster. Then we should hurry. Where are they? At the hospital. Soon. Coulson and John arrived at the hospital. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, John spotted 2 women and an elderly man explaining the situation to the agents. Their appearances closely resembled those from the films, and John recognized them as Jane, Daisy, and Eric. Daisy, the handsome scanner, immediately noticed John approaching. She quickly tugged at Jane, who was still explaining. Jane, look over there. Isn't that John Stark? Jane hesitated to confirm. It seems to be. John approached, first nodding in acknowledgement to the excited Daisy, then extending his hand to Professor Eric. Professor Eric, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. This esteemed professor had made significant contributions to the field of astronomy and had established a connection with S.H.I.E.L.D. during the Thor narrative, ultimately being invited to assist in the research of the cosmic cube. Eric reciprocated the handshake. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stark. John inquired. I heard you encountered the monster. Could you describe its characteristics? Daisy raised her hand to speak, as she had been the only one to see it clearly at the time. It was a yellow hulk. Oh, I mean, not the abomination. John and Coulson exchanged concerned glances. Were there any other distinguishing features? Daisy pondered for a moment before exclaiming, oh right, its physique is rather peculiar. The upper body is frighteningly muscular, while the lower half, though also well-developed, gives the overall impression of a thumbtack. A cyborg? At this juncture, Jane articulated the most crucial characteristic. That creature wore a mask and emitted a yellow glow. John contemplated briefly, then retrieved an image of a choo-choo mask from his phone gallery to show them. Is this it? Daisy nodded affirmatively. Yes, that's it. Combining their descriptions, John's mental compendium of monsters unfurled, pinpointing the target, the Rock Choo-Choo King. However, he was curious about how they managed to escape from such a nightmarish creature. Jane replied. At that moment, the monster approached us, and then something flew down from the sky, pierced through the creature's chest, and then it vanished. John and Coulson exchanged glances. That hammer. Coulson pointed at the man in the hospital room and inquired, do you know that person? Daisy was the first to respond. No. Not at all. Jane and Eric were momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Coulson offered an awkward yet polite smile and said, all right then, you may leave. Sensing no trouble, Daisy quickly took Jane's hand and hurried away, with Eric, being older, trailing behind. Coulson led John around a corner to the observation window of the ward, where an agent was already stationed. With a quiver slung across his back and muscular arms, he regarded John with piercing eyes. It was Hawkeye, Clint. How's the patient? Coulson inquired. Clint shrugged in response. Just woke up, but he's got quite the temper. John and Coulson glanced over to see 3 doctors and 5 nurses struggling to contain the awakened blonde man, who was shouting, "Release me, you mortals. I am Thor, the god of thunder. You are desecrating a deity." Outside the window, John silently activated his phone's video recording. Coulson asked, "What are you doing?" "Capturing the beauty of life. So I can show him this footage later," John replied. Inside the ward, a doctor, out of options, resorted to using a taser on the man. "Ugh, you mortals." John shook his head in disbelief. The god of thunder actually fainted from a taser. Unknown to John, Thor had already been incapacitated twice prior. Hearing John's remark, Coulson asked, "What did you say? The god of thunder?" "Yes, that's what he claimed." John gestured towards the rebound Thor in the ward. "This patient clearly exhibits signs of a mental disorder. Do you really believe in such supernatural nonsense?" John shrugged, recalling how before arriving in this world, he had never believed in the concept of traversing dimensions, nor did he expect to find himself in such extraordinary circumstances in school. He gently patted Coulson on the shoulder, stating earnestly, "There are many things in this world that you remain unaware of. Just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist." Coulson frowned, questioning, "So you believe what this man is saying?" A hammer inexplicably descended from the heavens, imbued with extraordinary power. There stood a man claiming to be Thor, the god of thunder. I suggested he might wish to delve into Norse mythology, for it could unveil some clues regarding the hammer. Coulson, pondering this notion, remained skeptical about the veracity of such myths. Nevertheless, he summoned an agent to document the man's movements before departing the hospital with Clint, for they had numerous matters to attend to. John, however, declared his intention to remain at the hospital. As night fell, John, who had been resting with his eyes closed outside the ward, suddenly opened them. "Since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself?" he proclaimed earnestly. The hospital was deserted at night, and the duty nurse, startled by John's exclamation, nearly fainted. The remaining agent, upon hearing John's words, promptly drew his firearm in alertness. Noticing the stillness around him, John continued, "Are you still reluctant to show yourself?" After waiting in silence for an extended period, he grew somewhat perplexed. How peculiar. Could it be that Loki has not come? Indeed, John's previous display was an attempt to provoke Loki, yet it appeared he had not materialized. "Mr. John, is something amiss?" the agent inquired. "Nothing of consequence, merely indulging in a moment of folly," John replied. After a brief interval, the surrounding quietness became unnervingly palpable. "How dull," he muttered, hands shoved into his pockets as he prepared to depart. 3 minutes later, John reappeared, pointing towards Thor in the ward. "Do not hide. I see you." Yet still, there was no response. The agent, startled by John's sudden outburst, nearly emptied his magazine in alarm. "Mr. John, might I implore you to refrain from such dramatic displays?" he cautioned. How awkward. Unbeknownst to John, a figure stood silently beside him, bemused by John's attempts to draw him out. The foolish mortal. Indeed, it was Loki. As the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, he found it exceedingly simple to elude detection by a novice sorcerer like John. "How tedious," John muttered, genuinely prepared to leave this time. Loki, observing John's retreating figure, suddenly conceived a mischievous idea. In his estimation, this mortal possessed considerable knowledge, even of Thor and himself, and held a unique status among humans. Should he be eliminated and the blame cast upon Thor, it could prove advantageous. Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed this notion. As he had said, John was no ordinary mortal. His brother Thor lay unconscious, stripped of all divine power, reduced to a mere mortal state. Such a scheme would be riddled with logical flaws. Glancing at the slumbering Thor, Loki decided to depart, having only sought confirmation of Thor's loss of divine abilities. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, the trio of Jane, Eric, and another returned to their studio, unloading the equipment from their vehicle. They affixed the photographs taken that night onto the whiteboard. Eric scrutinized the data and inquired, "You do not believe that was a mere thunderstorm, do you?" "Certainly not," came the assured reply. Using the computer to check data, she suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Look at these rings. They exhibit the characteristics of the Einstein-Rosen bridge theory." "What bridge?" Daisy asked, her expression one of utter confusion. "The Einstein-Rosen bridge, don't you know?" Eric replied. Daisy weakly responded, "Should I know? I always thought you were a science major." Eric seemed incredulous. "I study politics." "Well then," Eric conceded, taking it upon himself to explain the Einstein-Rosen bridge theory. The Einstein-Rosen bridge, also known as a wormhole, is a narrow tunnel that may exist in the universe, connecting 2 disparate points in space-time. It serves as a conduit that might link a black hole and a white hole, allowing matter to be transmitted from the singularity of a black hole through the wormhole to the white hole, where it radiates outward. observing Daisy's inattentiveness. It was clear she had not grasped the concept. Eric chose to disregard her and continued collaborating with Jane on the experimental data. Daisy stood beside the two, animatedly discussing. Resembling a network diagram, two sharply dressed individuals engaged in discourse, while a primitive figure feigned interest, scratching her chin. Daisy felt like that primitive figure. Having nothing of her own to contribute, she began to survey her surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a photograph hanging on the whiteboard. She approached and scrutinized it, discovering a blurry figure in a photo depicting a magnetic storm. "You all, come and take a look at this," Daisy called out. Eric and Jane walked over, and Daisy pointed at the photograph. "Look at this." Upon seeing the figure in the image, Eric exclaimed, "Impossible. If someone could venture into a magnetic storm, he would be a superhero." Jane recalled Sol from the hospital, as he was the one they had found at the center of the magnetic storm. "And there might be clues on him. I'll head to the hospital." "I'll go with you," Daisy insisted, unwilling to remain amidst a pile of data. Eric halted them, saying, "Wait a moment. Those men in black might still be guarding him. You want to learn anything? It would be better to wait until tomorrow." Daisy and Jane exchanged glances, finding his reasoning sound, and decided to wait a day. The following day, they quickly drove to the hospital, relying on their memory to locate the ward, where they found Sol awake. After being knocked out, he had become subdued, lying quietly on the hospital bed. He was acutely aware that his powers were gone, leaving him merely human, which rendered him visibly fatigued. As Jane and Daisy entered the room, Sol became animated upon seeing them. He recalled that the large one had nearly electrocuted him with a small device, and had done so twice. "You two mortals dare to attack me." Sol sprang up, attempting to stand, but he had forgotten he was still restrained by the doctors. Jane was taken aback that he remembered them so vividly, and she stepped forward to sincerely apologize. "I am truly sorry." She exchanged a glance with Daisy, who followed suit in her apology. Do apologies even matter? Sol, possessing considerable strength, broke free from his restraints and approached the two, intent on demonstrating that even without his powers, he remained formidable. Daisy, upon seeing Thor approach, instinctively drew her stun gun and pulled the trigger. Thor, startled by the weapon, exclaimed, "Not again." Moments later, he succumbed to the electric shock, convulsing briefly before falling still. Poor Thor, unprepared for the effects of the unfamiliar stun gun, found himself incapacitated once more. Jane gazed in disbelief at the taser in Daisy's hands and inquired, "How do you still possess that?" Daisy sheepishly replied, "Hee, for self-defense." "Of course, but the charge is quite low." With that, she removed the electrodes from Thor's body. When Thor regained consciousness, he appeared considerably more subdued. After Jane explained the situation and sought his opinion, she escorted him back to the studio. Along the way, Jane asked, "What is your name?" Thor proudly declared, "I am Thor Odinson." Daisy, taken aback, responded, "How is it that your name resembles that of the god of thunder?" Thor replied, "Because I am he." Jane interjected, "Ah, yes, indeed, the god of thunder, rendered unconscious by a stun gun." Thor retorted, "I have become hardened, my fists are strong. This is a disgrace." Noticing Thor's dismal expression, Jane quickly shifted the topic. "I am Jane Foster, an astronomer. This is Daisy, a drifter. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. God of Thunder." Chapter 52. Covert infiltration. Before long, the quartet found themselves in a restaurant. After Jane provided him with some clothing, they took Thor to the establishment, as he had expressed hunger, and it served as a convenient opportunity for them to have lunch as well. Their selections were quite simple, primarily due to their limited funds. Thor devoured the snacks voraciously and then downed a drink in one go. "This tastes delightful," he exclaimed, pleasantly surprised that such delectable fare could be found in Midgard. Daisy remarked, "This is the restaurant's specialty, delicious yet quite expensive." Thor dismissed her concerns and suddenly hurled his cup to the floor, shouting, "Bring me another." Instantly, all eyes in the restaurant turned towards them. The cup shattered, leaving Jane perplexed, and she questioned, "What are you doing? If you want another drink, just ask." They would have to pay for the broken cup. Daisy regarded Thor with a peculiar expression, pondering, could he truly be mentally unwell? Thor, somewhat confused, responded, "I did say so. It is customary in Asgard." Just then, John approached their table, carrying a plate of food. "Oh, Mr. John, what brings you here?" Jane exclaimed, astonished. "I heard you took the patients away, and I happened to see you here," John replied, trying the restaurant's specialty dish, which indeed was quite good. Thor recognized John and remarked, "I remember you. You were with that group of dark-clad individuals." He had glimpsed John through the glass window during his struggles in the hospital. "I am honored to be remembered by you. However, I must remind you, Mr. Thor Odinson, that in Midgard's restaurants, one simply needs to inform the server for more drink." At that moment, John's tone took on a more formal air as he addressed Thor. Thor took note of the term John's courtyard, as previously, when he mentioned this word. Most people assumed he was speaking nonsensically. Thus, he inquired, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" John smiled and extended his hand, introducing himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am John Stark, the second shareholder of Stark Enterprises. As for your name, I naturally came across it on the hospital diagnosis report. Thor memorized John's name, but remained uncertain about the identity of Stark Enterprises, casting a questioning glance at Jane. Observing this, Jane responded, Stark Enterprises is one of the leading corporations. Initially, it primarily dealt in weapon development and sales, but it has now transitioned to clean energy. Thor grasped the implication. John held considerable influence in the courtyard. Thus, he asked John, may I request your assistance in locating something? John retorted, Mjolnir? Thor exclaimed in delight. You know. John nodded. I am well aware. It is the weapon of Thor, the Norse god of thunder. At this moment, Jane kindly reminded John not to cater to Thor's words based on his mental state, as they had no belief in such myths. John signaled with his eyes that he understood. Thor, however, was exhilarated, for he finally found someone who comprehended him. John, I must affirm that the myth is indeed true. Mjolnir is my weapon, and I am Thor, the god of thunder. Daisy suddenly interjected, then why are you now like a mere mortal? Thor's excitement momentarily faltered, prompting John to steer the conversation elsewhere. Thor, I know where Mjolnir is, but at that moment, two burly men entered the restaurant, laughing and chatting. Did you hear? A satellite fell recently. Indeed, it left a massive crater shaped like a hammer, too heavy to lift. Alas, I haven't had the chance to try. But I heard the government has already dispatched personnel to cordon off that thing. John glanced at the two men and remarked, that is the reason. The courtyard's military has already dispatched personnel to surround Mjolnir, and the defenses are quite formidable. Thor, however, remained unfazed. Do not worry, I have my own methods. He then rose and approached the two burly men, inquiring, which way to the place you just mentioned? The men pointed in a direction, indicating the spot where he had landed on Earth. Thor returned to Jane and asked, Jane, could you give me a ride? Jane hesitated, while Eric interjected, Jane, that's a desert, it's too dangerous. The implication was that it was unnecessary to venture into the desert for someone she had just met. Thor, however, was remarkably open-minded. It's all right. It seems we must part ways here. Then he took Jane's hand, performing a gesture of kissing her hand. Such an ancient nobleman's courtesy brought a smile to Jane's face. Daisy, Eric, I shall remember you both. John, you are the only one who believes in me. And I can sense that you are a formidable warrior. Once I retrieve Mjolnir, perhaps we can engage in a friendly spar. Thor's millennia of combat experience allowed him to perceive the distinction between John and ordinary individuals. John responded with a smile, of course, no problem. Best of luck to you. Thor waved goodbye to a few individuals and set off alone towards the desert. Daisy, observing Jane's gaze lingering on Thor's departing figure, remarked, It's over, she is utterly enchanted. As Thor left, Eric turned to John, who was indulging in his meal, and inquired, Mr. John, do you truly believe what Thor said? You shall soon discern the truth from falsehood, came the reply, accompanied by a click, and I, too, harbor a sense of reverence for the very essence of mythology, for in Marvel, there are always traces to follow. Having learned magic, how could he not believe in myths? However, for Eric, who had devoted half a lifetime to science, engaging in a debate over the veracity of myths seemed futile. Thus, he decided it was best for them to discover the truth themselves. Once the meal was finished, John took his leave. Beep. Host. I sense you were merely putting on an act. What would you know, personal machine? I was showcasing the demeanor of us Earthlings before an extraterrestrial prince. If I appeared as an abstract oddity upon our first encounter, how would others perceive Earth? Beep. Oh, how astute you are. Are you deliberately mocking me? How dreadfully dull of you. Beep. Certainly not. An anomalous signal has been detected 1 kilometer to the southwest. Ah, a mission has arrived. Thus, John altered his course towards the source of the anomaly. Meanwhile, Thor had reached the periphery of the temporary research facility. Noticing the heavy guard presence, he resolved to wait until nightfall to infiltrate stealthily. As night descended, Thor observed a convoy departing from the research center. Realizing this was his opportunity, he swiftly made his way to the entrance under the cover of darkness. Close the door. It's raining. Maintain vigilance. Just as the guard turned away, Thor struck with precision, incapacitating him with a swift blow to the nape of his neck. Soon, the guard at the main entrance lay defeated, allowing Thor to infiltrate with confidence. Chapter 53. A cut of plum blossom Yura Yura Yura. Thor believed his plan was flawless, yet upon entering, he inadvertently triggered an alarm. The red alert lights along the corridor flashed incessantly, signaling to the entire research facility, an intruder is present. All guards swiftly mobilized to investigate the breach. And Thor was undoubtedly the prime target. With no choice left, he pressed forward, fully aware of the peril he faced. Although stripped of his divine powers and reduced to an ordinary man, Thor possessed a formidable physique and unparalleled combat skills, easily dispatching the approaching guards. Before long, he arrived at the location of his hammer. Unbeknownst to him, an observer watched from above. Hawkeye, noticing Thor's entrance, communicated via radio to Coulson, stating, "That fellow has entered. Let us remain cautious for now." In another room, Coulson monitored the situation through surveillance, refraining from urging Clint to take action. He recognized Thor's objective was the hammer. Yet he was curious to see what this ordinary man intended to do. Simultaneously, he recalled John's words. What if this individual truly were a god? Thus, unbeknownst to Thor, many eyes were fixed upon him. Thor approached the mighty hammer, gently caressing its handle as if reconnecting with a long-lost lover. "Oh, old friend, I have finally found you. It seems we are destined to fight side by side once more." Thor grasped the handle of his hammer and lifted it. Yet it remained immovable. Something felt amiss. A hint of embarrassment crossed Thor's face. He must have been gripping it incorrectly. Thus, he looped the handle strap around his wrist and reasserted his hold on the hammer, exerting all his strength, but still, he could not budge it even a fraction. This cannot be. Thor could hardly believe that he was unable to lift the weapon that had accompanied him through countless battles. In desperation, he adopted various stances. Yet to no avail. "Mjolnir, have you forsaken me?" Why? It dawned on Thor that it was Mjolnir that refused him. He let out a howl to the heavens, knowing his father was watching. "Father, why is this so?" The god king, dwelling in the lofty skies, offered him no reply. Instead, the clouds wept a sorrowful rain. "No." Thor cried out in anguish, feeling as though he had truly become mortal, all due to his reckless escapade in Jotunheim seeking redemption. Coulson, observing the scene through the monitor, shook his head in disbelief, having expected something entirely different. He had not anticipated that this fellow could not lift the hammer. He waved his hand, instructing the guards to apprehend Thor. The guards, armed and swiftly surrounded Thor, and it became evident that, had it not been for Coulson's design, Thor would not have been able to approach Mjolnir within 10 meters. The rain continued to pour. At that moment, all eyes turned to the sudden appearance of Jon, including Thor's. "Why are you looking at me? Do you not think this song fits the scene perfectly?" Jon exclaimed, showcasing the music playing from his device, titled "The Cut of Plum Blossom," that the West Coast crowd failed to comprehend. Suddenly, a guard shouted in excitement, only to quickly suppress his grin under the scrutiny of all present, explaining, "Ahem, it sounds lovely." Jon first addressed Clinton, saying, "Clinton, you may lower your bell." Having seen if, he was aware that the events depicted would not unfold, yet it was wise to remain cautious, particularly with Loki lurking nearby. Jon scanned the surroundings, still unable to locate Loki's concealed presence. Turning to Thor, he greeted him with a smile. "Thor, we meet again." Thor cast a glance at Jon and then at the armed guards. He had initially assumed their connection was slight, but it became apparent that Jon's status here was quite significant. "Jon, I have betrayed your trust," Thor said with a bitter smile. For Jon was the only one who believed in him now, and with Mjolnir's rejection, he had been reduced to mere mortality. "Thor, you have not betrayed my trust. This is not the place for conversation. Let us speak inside," Jon replied. The rain fell heavily, turning the earth into muck, leaving Thor in a state of disarray. Soon, they made their way to the interrogation room, where, with Jon's assurance, Thor was permitted to change into clean attire. Name? Thor Odinson. Age? 1,500 years? As Coulson documented the proceedings, he displayed a look of incredulity. "Thor, I advise you to be truthful." Meanwhile, Jon patted Coulson on the shoulder, encouraging Thor to continue. Coulson pressed on. "What brings you here?" "I seek to reclaim Mjolnir," Thor replied. Coulson set down his pen, fixing Thor with an intense gaze. "Mr. Thor, you have claimed to be the legendary god of thunder, yet you are unable to lift your weapon. Does that not present a contradiction?" Thor opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Jon interjected. "Thor is unable to lift the hammer because it has rejected him." Coulson frowned. "Jon, he may simply be a patient with cognitive impairment." No. Jon interrupted. "Coulson, I know you are a materialist, but have you ever considered that what we call gods might merely be powerful extraterrestrial beings? What are you implying?" "I mean to say that myths have tangible origins. Soon, you shall come to believe this." Just then, a message crackled through Coulson's earpiece. After listening, his expression shifted drastically, and he rushed out. "Wait. I must step out for a moment." Thor turned to Jon, saying, "Jon, thank you for still believing in me." Jon shrugged, nonchalantly replying, "It's not enough for me to believe alone. It will only lead Coulson to think I'm an eccentric enthusiast of mythology. However, this afternoon I went hunting. And you won't believe what I found." Thor, intrigued, asked, "What?" "Several blue giants capable of creating ice blocks." "Frost giants," Thor exclaimed, instantly recognizing the name. Soon enough, Coulson returned, drenched in sweat. "Jon, the creatures you mentioned earlier are these?" Jon turned to Thor. "Come, let us see your old friends." The trio swiftly arrived at a makeshift warehouse where 3 giant corpses lay in the center. Thor recognized them at once. "Indeed, they are frost giants." "Jon, did you slay them?" The frost giants were formidable, and those lying on the ground were among the elite warriors. Thor was astonished that Jon possessed the strength to hunt such giants alone in Midgard. Jon wore a smirk of disdain. and Thor concluded that he was a warrior rivaling the valiant Thor of Asgard. Chapter 54. One must not pretend to be a cupting. Let us rewind time to the afternoon. John emerged from the dining hall, having received a system notification. A kilometer was not far, so he decided to walk. System. When will you implement a feature to display anomalous names and abilities? Ding. If you engage more with anomalies and narrative arcs, this system may upgrade to include such functionality. How bothersome. Upon reaching the side of the anomaly, John looked around but saw nothing. Where could it be? Ding. It has fled. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Ding. I only just did. John pinched the bridge of his nose, speechless. System, you better not give me a chance, or I will surely turn you into a white-haired lowly for my amusement. No, I must find the reality stone to experiment with. Ding. The anomalous location has been updated. Host. Hurry and pursue. Pursue? What a joke. He doesn't even have a vehicle. John glanced at the updated map from the system, noting that the anomalous red dot had already moved more than a kilometer away and was continuing to accelerate. As he looked around, he fortuitously spotted a motorcycle. His eyes lighting up. What was the owner doing? Flirting. John approached and tapped the owner, who was engrossed in conversation with a girl. Friend, that's a fine bike. How much for it? The owner turned, brushing his flowing bangs behind his ear, and with a displeased expression replied, Who are you? I want to sell it for any price. When the owner turned back to chat with the girl, he noticed that her attention had completely shifted to John. The owner's annoyance peaked. This handsome fellow was not only interrupting his flirtation but also standing there. Hey, kid, get lost. The owner turned and attempted to push John away, only to find him unmoved. John smiled brightly. How about 100 grand? 2 minutes later, John sped away on the stylish motorcycle. Meanwhile, the girl gazed dreamily in the direction John had gone, murmuring to herself, I wish I could sit on his back seat. Me too. The original owner, feeling the strange gaze from the girl, awkwardly scratched his face. In the desolate landscape, John rode his beloved motorcycle in pursuit of the anomaly. Ding. Host. I have a question. Can't you open a portal? Screech. The motorcycle came to an abrupt halt. Once steady, John realized the system had posed an excellent question. He looked at the stylish motorcycle that pleased him and said, Well, now that I've bought it, who cares? As the saying goes, the journey's meaning lies in the scenery along the way. Ding. Well said, host. Next time, you'll only get 3 draws. Go away. John resumed his journey, revving the engine to quickly catch up with the anomaly. The ground heaved, clearly revealing something moving rapidly underground. John accelerated once more, overtaking the anomaly, and then executed a stylish drift to block its path. After dismounting, John drew his light blade, seizing the opportunity to plunge it into the ground. Squeak. A small creature sprang forth, sporting a prominent bump on its head. John chuckled. Well, a burrowing pig. The burrowing mouse, a common monster from the world of Ming Chao. When the creature emerged into reality, John noticed it was nearly the height of his calf, making it somewhat difficult to identify. Though he was grateful for the black stone and star-crossed structure on its back, the burrowing mouse, seeing the imposing figure before it wielding a gleaming blade, sensed it was in for trouble. Flee. The burrowing mouse attempted to leap back underground. Whoosh. John wasted no time, delivering a swift blow to dispatch the creature that had suddenly appeared in this world. No sound was left behind. All done. Time to return and wait for Soul. Ding. Host, there's an anomaly 300 meters to your right rear. Could you please say it all at once? John glanced back over his right shoulder, seeing nothing in sight. Where's the anomaly? Ding. It is 300 meters ahead, possibly underground. You can't expect me to dig, can you? John mounted his motorcycle and rode forth. Why does it feel a bit chilly? He halted the motorcycle and wandered about, yet saw nothing of note. Frowning, John sensed an unusual drop in temperature, akin to being in an air-conditioned space. He crouched down, placing his hand on the ground, which felt as though it were barely a degree or 2 above freezing. It was underground. Thus, he began to search for the coldest spot. Suddenly, he stepped into thin air. Goodness! Once he regained his balance and turned to look, he saw no pit. A concealed magic? As he reached out, upon touching a green luminescence, he instantly understood. It was Loki, scheming once again. Fortunately, John possessed a spell capable of dispelling this concealment. However, to avoid alarming the serpent, he decided to descend directly. 3, 2, 1. A leap of faith. John plunged into the underground realm. He looked up to find the opening was vast enough to accommodate a large transport vehicle. Meanwhile, in the spacious depths below, 5 towering frost giants emerged from a rift, with Loki observing nearby. After the last giant emerged, he cast a sinister smile at Loki and inquired, Where is Thor? Thor should currently be held captive by the Midgardians. Their weaponry is formidable. Are you certain this handful can succeed? The frost giant replied confidently, We 5 are the elite of our kin. As long as you are certain Thor has truly lost his divine power. Loki nodded. I am quite certain. The giant stepped forward, surveying the underground expanse. This space is rich in ice elements. Loki, you have indeed chosen an excellent location. I have only just realized that. Suddenly, a noise echoed above them, growing increasingly loud. What is that? They looked up to witness a figure plummeting down. How could they be so high? Midgardian? The giants were perplexed. Loki frowned slightly. He had cast a concealment spell, and in such a remote locale, who could possibly be present? John rubbed his backside and stood up. Upon seeing the 5 towering blue giants and a familiar man, he admitted to feeling a momentary panic. Good afternoon? One giant stepped forward, revealing a cruel smile. Humph. Allow me. Its arm coalesced into a 1-meter-long ice spear, advancing step by step towards John, intent on making the Midgardian recall the terror of giants. Die, little creature. The giant thrust the ice spear forcefully towards John's chest. In the next moment, all eyes widened in astonishment, for John had suddenly appeared behind the giant, his blade dripping with the giant's blood. Don't flaunt your lack of reaction speed before me. The giant's head fell, its lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Chapter 55. The Radiant Army Mortal. The death of their companion ignited fury among the remaining frost giants, who began to conjure ice spikes, aiming to pierce John with transparent holes. Only Loki furrowed his brow, retreating behind the giants. To his astonishment, John, this mere mortal, possessed the ability to traverse space. It appears time has come to awaken that fellow. Loki felt the magic surging in the palms of his hands, hidden behind his back. For towering frost giants, each 3 meters tall, encircled John. He glanced at them, then cast his gaze towards Loki in the distance. This scene was not part of the original narrative. Could it be a consequence of his appearance, a butterfly effect? The frost giants, what about that anomaly? Now was not the time for contemplation. Having just used a blink spell, he found himself in cooldown, leaving him to confront them head-on for the next 2 minutes. The foremost frost giant wielded an ice spike in his left hand and a colossal ice axe in his right, regarding John with a chilling stare. Mortal, have you contemplated your demise? Demise? John scratched his ear and thought, I wish to perish in the embrace of a petite girl with white hair and beastly ears. But alas, you are not her. The frost giant was bewildered. What are we discussing? What are you saying? Where's your wish? Die. The 4 frost giants lunged at John simultaneously. Should they strike true, it would evoke a scene reminiscent of the flickering deaths in Dread, but such a fate was improbable. With the sound effect echoing, John was enveloped in gleaming silver and azure armor. The ice spike struck the armor, which instantly manifested ice blue hexagonal shields alongside golden ones. The spikes could not pierce it in the slightest. Ding! Host, where did that sound effect come from? I enchanted the sound device and the Dawn Guardian together. It adds a certain flair to each summoning. Ding! As long as you're happy. Alas, too bad the pool lacks armor summoners or night drivers. Or I would even need a sound card. Ding! Why do I sense a hidden meaning in your words? Ahem, my lord, this pool truly lacks substance. If you catch my drift. Outside, the moment the frost giant's attacks landed upon John, rather than breaching his defenses, they were repelled by a surge of elemental rock. John brandished his sword and pointed a finger at the foremost frost giant. Come at me. Such arrogance was intolerable. The giants, unable to bear it any longer, commenced a despicable 4-on-1 assault. 3 minutes later, John found himself kicked against a wall, propping himself up with his sword while rubbing his arm. From the beginning, he had not undergone any formal combat training. His fighting relied solely on numerical superiority and reflexes, thus facing a few elite warriors and a gang-up was rather unpleasant. The giants, too, were not unscathed. Each bore wounds, and 2 had lost their arms. Powerful mortal, I concede you are a formidable warrior. Thank you for the compliment. John assumed an offensive stance. There was merit in enduring blows, as he was gradually acclimating to the giant's fighting style. Yet you must still die. Thus, the battle resumed. Meanwhile, Loki, observing the fray, intensified his efforts to awaken the giant. John's emergence had alerted him to the potential exposure of his plans. Although it appeared that John was evenly matched with the giants, Loki perceived the truth. The giants could not breach John's armor, and defeat was merely a matter of time. Hence, he needed to awaken that colossal being to prevent future troubles. Finally, he opened his eyes, a look of delight upon his face. It is done. On the other side of the battlefield, as the fight raged on, only 3 giants remained. One had lost both arms and bore a deep gash in his chest, exposing bone, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. The leading giant conjured an ice ball, sharp and 2 meters in diameter, and, while the other 2 giants distracted John, he brought it crashing down upon John's head. John had already sensed the impending danger. He kicked the left giant's knee, forcing him to kneel, then swiftly drew his sword to intercept the ice ball. Stepping back slightly, he turned to dissipate the force and, with a flick of his wrist, severed the giant's arm. The giant recoiled, clutching his wounded limb and retreating, gritting his teeth in frustration. He realized that John was treating them as mere practice dummies. Within mere minutes, he could perceive John's remarkable improvement in skill. Was this truly the mightiest warrior of Midgard? If John could hear his thoughts, he would shamelessly nod in agreement. Indeed. That is I. In the span of a heartbeat, John plunged his radiant blade into another giant's chest before withdrawing it. Now, only 2 giants remained, scanning his surroundings. Panting heavily, John noted the absence of Loki. Had he fled again? Suddenly, thick white mist began to envelop the ground. A shiver coursed through John. The temperature in the subterranean space plummeted drastically. He sensed trouble, for the cold was healing the giant's wounds. At that moment, he heard a buzzing sound behind him, and the giant before him turned his gaze back, chuckling, I never imagined Loki would find such a beast in Midgard. John could already feel the chill emanating from the creature behind him, and on his system map, the anomalous red dot was flashing ominously. With a resounding whoosh, John's instinct screamed at him to teleport away from his previous position. When he turned to look, he saw a razor-sharp bone dagger, cloaked in frost, slicing through the air where he had just stood. Its wielder was a massive beast, cloaked in icy blue, its form flickering between solidity and ethereality. The dazzling military might of the glimmering army. In this world of resonant tides, a phantom of furious waves. A colossal ice moth. John found himself at a loss for words. The appearance of this formidable force heralded the inevitable arrival of the elder brother. Recalling the elder brother's instantaneous strikes in the game, John could not help but feel a sense of foreboding for the days to come. Stark, you must strive to grow stronger. Ding. Now you feel anxious? Where was this urgency before? Commander, please tell me there won't be any holographic monstrosities in the future? Ding. Uncertain. However, a friendly reminder, the recent update introduced nightmarish creatures, now even more formidable. Blast. I shouldn't have let my guard down earlier. It was all due to the sudden allure of a lavish lifestyle that had clouded my judgment. Nevertheless, it was best to focus on the present. At that moment, the remaining 2 giants, alongside the glimmering army, formed a triangular encirclement around John. Mortal, it appears you are destined to perish here. John cast a troubled glance at them, and then, donning the mystical ring, began to excavate a hole beneath the giant. At the moment the giant lost its footing, John seized the opportunity to clench his fist and close the portal, severing the giant's head with a spatial cut. The decapitated corpse plummeted from the sky, landing beside him. The remaining giant, witnessing this, hastily attempted to flee. However, John had no intention of letting it escape, employing the same method to send it to its demise. Did these fellows truly consider themselves invincible? In Chapter 56, titled Slightly Soiled Him, John merely harbored an impulsive desire to hone his combat skills against a few giants. If it came to an all-out brawl, he could easily create a portal for each adversary. Remarkably, this strategy proved to be quite effective. John's gaze shifted towards the Radiant Army, while he remained internally vigilant for any underhanded tactics from Loki. He raised his hand adorned with the mysterious ring and opened a portal beneath the Radiant Army, hoping to split it apart in the same manner. As the portal formed, the Radiant Army began to descend, but midway through, just as John was about to close the portal, its entire form became ethereal and reappeared on the opposite side. Indeed, it seemed this approach would not suffice. Suddenly, the air around them began to whirl, conjuring an icy vortex around the Radiant Army. John's expression changed. It was that maneuver. The opponent initiated a downward assault. The Radiant Army leaped with force, crashing down, and the powerful ice element shockwave rapidly spread. Unlike in games, where one enjoys invincibility frames during evasions, John could only open a portal to escape before the impact wave struck. He opened the portal directly above the Radiant Army, gripping his light blade, and leaped down. The blade sliced through the creature's body, eliciting a painful cry, forcing its 3 successive downward attacks to be interrupted. Upon landing, John immediately activated Phantom Etching, charging towards the Radiant Army. After several instances of phasing in and out of reality, the Radiant Army swung its massive bone blade in the direction of John's advance. Noticing this, John raised his blade to block, as rampant thunder and frigid frost filled the space around them. Yet, to John's surprise, after fending off this attack, the Radiant Army momentarily seemed dazed. Could it be a rebound effect? To test his hypothesis, John began to kite the creature, intermittently counterattacking while using the portal to evade. Finally, after the Radiant Army was once more caught off guard, John reached a conclusion. It genuinely could rebound, suggesting the presence of a resilience meter. As the temperature around him plummeted, John's body began to stiffen. He needed to conclude this battle swiftly, accelerating his attack frequency. The occasionally appearing phantom hunters joined him in a coordinated assault on the Radiant Army, preventing it from defending itself effectively. The Radiant Army relied on only a few moves, and after becoming familiar with its patterns, John managed to evade damage entirely. His blue and gold shields remained aglow, as long as he dodged judiciously. He could perpetually sustain his shields without injury. Just as John exhaled a breath of cold air and executed a dragon's descent against the Radiant Army using the wall as leverage, a sudden golden light emanated from the creature. For a fleeting moment, John felt the world around him lose its color. Then, the Radiant Army collapsed to the ground. Ripe for the picking, John gasped. noting the remarkable resilience of the yellow strip before him, though its length was rather excessive, even clad in the Guardian of Dawn armor. The afterimage technique enveloped him halfway, leaving him in utter discomfort. Truly, the ultimate move of Kakuro, a warrior born from the abstract, was no trifling matter. Others might engage in overclocking daily without issue, yet he felt as if he were straining with every effort. However, it seemed time to conclude this confrontation. With a mighty blade in hand, John approached what appeared to be the head of the Radiant Legion's apparatus and delivered a decisive blow, severing it cleanly. Whoosh! That sensation returned. John furrowed his brow as the colors around him faded once more, and time itself slowed to an agonizing crawl, though it lasted only a fleeting moment. These phenomena confirmed that the Radiant Legion had indeed met its demise. But where was my voice? The corpse before him vanished, leaving nothing in its wake. What unfortunate luck. John scanned his surroundings, yet Loki remained elusive. Had the scoundrel fled once more? It appeared he had truly departed. With no other options, he decided to report the remaining corpses of frost giants to S.H.I.E.L.D. Commander, is everything around us clear now? After receiving confirmation from Coulson, John deactivated his armor and the phantasmic etching, unceremoniously seating himself upon the ground. Ding. System upgrade in progress. Estimated time, 23 hours and 30 minutes. A smile spread across John's face. Finally, an upgrade. This unexpected boon came as a delightful surprise. Under normal circumstances, he would have had to defeat the Annihilator to advance, yet here he was, having vanquished a mere rodent and a fluttering moth, along with 5 frost giants, all enabling his ascension. Loki, it seemed, was indeed a good fellow. Before long, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived at the cave entrance. As the concealed magic had dissipated during John's battle with the Radiant Legion, time returned to the present. Thor regarded John with evident admiration. Here stood a formidable warrior. John recounted his encounter with the frost giants, first this way, then a strike here, and before I knew it, all the giants were vanquished. Were you unharmed? Thor inquired. Noticing the slight dirt on John's clothing, Coulson interjected, so, the underground space resembling a refrigerator was also the work of these giants? John replied, there was another creature. But I dealt with it. Coulson nodded thoughtfully. He then turned to Thor and asked, so, these giants are indeed the frost giants from myth? Thor affirmed, indeed. These giants hail from Jotunheim, possessing the ability to manipulate ice and snow. According to records, they once invaded Midgard, your Earth, after being defeated by my father, King Odin, but were ultimately overcome by our valiant Asgardian forces. The myths you know today likely stem from that time. Coulson inquired, and where is Jotunheim located? John responded, it's on another planet. Best not to dwell on it. What of the giants' origins? Where are their ships? Thor shared his confusion, prompting both men to turn their attention to John, the one directly involved in this peculiar affair. John observed the gazes exchanged between the two individuals and remarked, they have arrived through a spatial rift situated in that subterranean realm. However, it is exceedingly challenging to locate such a rift through conventional means. He then turned to Thor and added, those giants were summoned by a person, a sorcerer, judging by their attire, presumably one of your kin from Asgard. Thor's countenance darkened instantly as a singular individual came to mind. Meanwhile, Coulson was now engulfed in confusion. He was barely able to accept Thor as the legendary fallen god of thunder, an extraterrestrial prince, yet the notion of magic perplexed him further. Magic? Noticing Coulson's bewildered expression, John pondered whether S.H.I.E.L.D. was unaware of Kamartosh. He could only respond, it is all myth, thus, a touch of magic seems quite reasonable. Silence ensued. Coulson once again posed the question to Thor, what brings you to Earth? Chapter 57. Thor remained reticent. Was it not abundantly clear? He had been exiled. John did not let this opportunity slip. Thor nodded, indeed, I have been cast out by my father, no longer a god. Even my beloved Mjolnir has rejected me. Suddenly, Clinton, who had been silent until now, interjected, if he is indeed in exile, does that not imply that our Earth is a forsaken wilderness? The trio turned their attention to him. John gave a thumbs up. What a novel perspective. Coulson furrowed his brow. Clinton's words indeed highlighted certain issues. Thor was banished, although the reason remained unclear. It would be reasonable to exile one to a remote and desolate place, suggesting that Earth might appear somewhat feeble among extraterrestrial civilizations. Of course, John knew the true reason and certainly did not share that sentiment, given the multitude of formidable figures on Earth. Below, the dissection of the frost giants had commenced. Coulson addressed Thor. Thor, it appears you must assist us with the work concerning the frost giants. You should be well acquainted with them. Thor shook his head, his mood far from amiable. I refuse. Then you shall remain in the interrogation room, Coulson replied with a mischievous grin. How am I to assist you? John interjected. Coulson, who, after all, he possesses quite a unique status, I assure you. Rest assured, Coulson said to Thor, do you have a place to stay? Thor glanced at John, scratched his head. and responded, I shall inquire with Jane and the others to see if there are any available rooms. Thus, Thor's inaugural collaboration with S.H.I.E.L.D. commenced ahead of schedule. John returned to the room prepared for him at S.H.I.E.L.D., and after a brief wash-up, he lay down to rest for a moment. At 1 o'clock in the morning, on the other side, Coulson brought Thor to a modest single room to spend the night. With Thor's assistance, the dissection proceeded swiftly, and S.H.I.E.L.D. compiled the various data regarding the frost giants, except for how they controlled ice and snow. This phenomenon was indeed fantastical and lacked a dedicated organ, necessitating further analysis with specialized instruments. In the course of those few hours, Coulson became genuinely convinced of Thor's identity, detailing the various accounts concerning the frost giants with remarkable clarity. At the very least, he was an extraterrestrial, despite the blood tests revealing nothing conclusive. You've had a long night. However, we do not have any spare rooms, so you may rest here for the evening. We will reach out to the individuals you mentioned in the morning, Coulson stated as he opened the dormitory door. That sounds fine. Thor nodded in agreement, relieved not to be confined like a prisoner. Upon entering, he noticed a camera lens directed at the bed. Coulson, with a calm demeanor, explained, Oh, this used to be a storage room, so it's normal to have surveillance. You needn't worry. We will not observe you while you sleep. Thor pondered for a moment before inquiring, Are there any other rooms? None available, Coulson replied, his amiable facade prompting Thor to trust his explanation. He decided to simply cover the camera with his clothing upon entering. Sweet dreams, Coulson said as he departed. Thor also found a cloth to obscure the surveillance camera. That night, Thor lay on the narrow bed, unable to find rest. Memories of life in the realm of Asgard flooded his mind, battles in Jotunheim, thoughts of his companions, his brother, his mother, and his father. Suddenly, he noticed a figure standing by the bed. Instantly alert, Thor rose to his feet, and upon recognizing the visitor, his cautious gaze transformed into one of delight. Loki, what brings you here? With a smile, Loki replied, I came to see you, brother. Did father send you to fetch me? Thor asked eagerly. Loki's smile faded, replaced by an expression of sorrow. Brother, I am here to deliver grave news. After your banishment, father was greatly angered and has succumbed to Odin's sleep earlier than anticipated. What? Thor's eyes widened in shock, realizing that his actions had caused his father to enter a deep slumber prematurely. Loki continued, before he fell into complete slumber. He proclaimed your permanent banishment and appointed me to oversee affairs in Asgard. I am sorry, brother, but I cannot defy father's orders. Thor sat up abruptly, feeling as though the ground had shifted beneath him. And mother? What of her? She remains by father's side day and night, and she is deeply disappointed in you. Loki replied. Thor fell silent, lost in thought as his mind drifted elsewhere. I'm afraid I cannot linger for long, Loki said as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, Thor remembered something and asked, Why are you entangled with the frost giants, and why did you summon them to Earth? Loki's brow furrowed in confusion. What frost giants? What are you speaking of? Thor paused before responding. My friend discovered frost giants in a cave. A sorcerer summoned them here. Loki's expression turned serious. A sorcerer? Do not worry. I shall investigate upon my return. He cast one last lingering glance at the dejected Thor before vanishing. In the very next moment, John appeared in Thor's room through a magical portal. Thor, astonished by the sight of the magical gateway, exclaimed, John, I never imagined you were a sorcerer. I picked it up during my free time, John replied nonchalantly. No need to be so surprised. The sorcerer I mentioned is not me. Thor nodded, feeling a sense of trust towards John. Has your brother left? John inquired. Thor exclaimed, How do you know? My room is right next door. And I hesitated to disturb you while I overheard your musings. John had been vigilantly watching over Thor for over an hour since he had fallen asleep on the bed. From the moment he witnessed Loki conspiring with the frost giants in the cavern, a sense of unease had settled in. What other purpose could Loki possibly have in summoning such brawny figures if not to eliminate Thor? Thus, John remained on high alert. Yet he found himself unable to fathom Loki's concealment and could only eavesdrop. Has something occurred? John inquired, feigning ignorance. Thor lifted his gaze, his hollow eyes fixated on the ceiling. My father has permanently exiled me, and in his fury, he has succumbed to slumber due to my transgressions. Did your brother convey this to you? Thor nodded. John pondered for a moment and remarked, Your brother, Loki, is indeed the god of trickery, is he not? Yes. Have you considered the possibility that Loki might be deceiving you? What? Thor's face registered shock. For the gravity of the information Loki had relayed was so staggering that he had not paused to contemplate its authenticity. John shrugged and said, Given that your brother is known as the god of trickery, I find it hard to believe that you have never fallen victim to his ruse. Suddenly, a memory flashed in Thor's mind. When he was a child, Loki had transformed into a venomous serpent and bitten him fiercely. Memories of the past. John continued. If your father truly intended to cast you out permanently, then why did he leave you the hammer of the thunder god? Would it not be more prudent to reserve such a formidable weapon in Asgard for the next worthy warrior? Chapter 58. System update. Could it be that there is some merit to this? A flicker of hope ignited within Thor's heart. What if his brother was indeed toying with him again? After all, there have been several instances of this nature before. No father would willingly forsake his child, however. A king must possess more than just formidable might. There are numerous dynasties on Earth. Perhaps you could take some time to reflect upon how to become a worthy heir. Jon patted Thor on the shoulder and exited the room. Thor reclined on the bed, earnestly contemplating the recent events. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Coulson removed his headphones. Although the surveillance cameras were mere facades, they had installed listening devices. Assist me in researching Norse mythology. I seem to recall that Loki should be Odin's brother. The following day, Jon abruptly sat upright in bed, awakened by the sound of a system update. Ding. System resource package installation in progress. Loading data. Update complete. Welcome to the multiverse extraction system. Update announcement 1. In light of sporadic and unpredictable occurrences, the search radius will be expanded to a 2-kilometer area, with types displayed on the system map. Update announcement 2. The original extraction mechanism has been modified, in addition to the previous 7-day extraction cycle. Defeating anomalies will also yield source stones. Update announcement 3. Experience points will now be displayed. Defeating key narrative figures or performing acts of valor will yield experience in numerical form. Update announcement 4. An equipment slot has been added for blessings, artifacts, and the like. Update announcement 5. The card pool has been expanded to include several cinematic references. Wishing you a delightful experience. Upon reading the announcement, Jon's eyes lit up. Defeating anomalies could indeed yield draws, significantly accelerating his path to power. The system has finally accomplished something commendable. Eagerly, he clicked open the panel. Ding. Host. Jon Stark, Lin Hai, experience, 23, 203, 000 age, 18 gender, Walmart shopping bag skills, Jade Shield, magical armor descend, Dawn Guardian, blink, phantom etching. Eternal wall items, Iron Sword X4, Heart of Joushin, Advanced Resonance Potion X5, Basic Recovery Potion X6, Tivit Amulet X3, Salada Soda X2, Blood-Soaked Sword, Leather Armor X2, Meteorite. Endless Battle Blade, Fire Wax, Doctor's Robe, Blessing of Protection X1, Special Dish, Time of Judgment. Physique, 175, 100 Spirit, 137, 100 Strength, 165, 100 Defense, 200, 100 Unarmored, Source Stones. 8. Jon furrowed his brow. He distinctly remembered having exhausted all his draws last time, and it seemed only a little over a week had passed. How could there be 8 draws now? Counting meticulously on his fingers, it appeared that the complete anomalies he had defeated indeed accounted for 8 draws. Those previously vanquished also counted. The system had finally shown some integrity. Ding. Please, this system has always been quite fair, you know. Really? I find that hard to believe. Ding. Believe it or not. A smirk crept onto Jon's lips as he directly clicked on the draw wheel, a strong premonition coursing through him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 empty-handed blade reception, stage 1. At this moment, Jon's expression was more vivid than any meme online. Golden draws indeed. Just 8 draws. And it was a conceptual skill. 100 empty-handed blade reception. A skill of Li Jing from the anime 10 Cool guarantees that whenever a sword is drawn, someone will kneel empty-handed before the swordsman. Noticing the 3 words following the skill, Jon clicked to examine it further. 100 empty-handed blade reception. Stage 1. Randomly forces an opponent to receive a blade empty-handed. Those unable to clasp their hands will be executed. Stage 2. Can compel all beings before the swordsman to receive a blade empty-handed. Those unable to clasp their hands will be executed. Stage 3. Can specify an individual to receive a blade empty-handed. Those unable to clasp their hands will be executed. System, can this skill be upgraded? Ding. Yes. It can be upgraded through personal practice or using source stones. How many source stones? Ding. 1, 600. Go and seize them. Ding. You can also practice on your own. Rest assured, it's not difficult. Then I shall practice on my own. Magnificent. No further words needed. Jon felt an incredibly bright future ahead. Possessing such a formidable control skill would be exhilarating, especially as it could be upgraded to stage 3. Moreover, it would be an active skill in his repertoire. For instance, in future confrontations with Thanos, when his opponent is about to use the stones, he could employ the skill to exert control, then blink away, repeating the cycle, pure bliss. Employees of S. H. I. E. L. D. passing by Jon's room caught sight of him joyfully jumping in exhilaration through the ajar door. Whispering to one another as they quietly departed, Jon immediately drew forth the light blade. Come now, let us experiment. For everyone in this research institute possesses arms. John brandished his blade, initiating a downward strike while simultaneously executing an unarmed interception of the blade. He observed Coulson, who knelt before him, hands clasped in prayer as he caught the luminous edge of John's sword, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. How does he know me? John retracted his weapon and pulled Coulson to his feet. Allow me to treat you to coffee as a token of apology for my experimental endeavor. Coulson dusted off his trousers, his expression somewhat awkward. I thought you were going to strike me down. Just a moment ago, he had been at work. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself in John's chamber, catching the glowing blade with both hands. How could I possibly harm you? That was merely an accident. Is that your ability? Oh, I was just playing around. Thus, John ushered Coulson out of the room and closed the door behind him. Taking a deep breath, he raised the luminous blade once more. Here we go, once again. He swung the sword. A 100% success at unarmed interception. John, if I have offended you in any way, please feel free to express it. There is no need for such measures. A slip-up, heh. John continued to apologize profusely as he pushed Coulson out of the room. He glanced at the radiant blade, muttering to himself, isn't this supposed to be random? The probability of 2 consecutive occurrences is rather slim. Perhaps I should try once more? John lifted his sword, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately set it down and raised his hand in a gesture of unarmed interception. Coulson was taken aback. He had just arrived at his workstation. John found it quite peculiar. 3 times in a row with the same individual? Is this truly random? John, you are truly something else. I happen to have a few photographs of Captain America at home. I shall dig them out and gift them to you. Rest assured, I will assist you in mastering your ability. Coulson earnestly shook hands with John. Perhaps I should find a more secluded spot. Chapter 59. The True Golden Hair. Meanwhile, Coulson had someone notify Eric and the others still in the small town, instructing them to come and collect someone. The person arriving was none other than Eric himself. At his age, he still had to come and retrieve the wayward youth, Thor. Thor, I hope your recklessness has not led to any trouble. Eric chuckled as he patted Thor's shoulder as he approached. Coulson followed closely behind, stating, Indeed, some trouble has arisen, but he has made amends. Well then, that is good. Eric and Thor proceeded towards the exit of the research institute. Where are we headed? Thor inquired. Noticing Thor's downcast demeanor, Eric replied, Let us go for a drink. Thus, Eric led Thor to a local tavern in the town. Being daytime, the bar was relatively empty, exuding a somber atmosphere. Once the bartender served their drinks, Eric remarked, Now, we have our drinks. Is there anything you wish to say? Thor remained silent for a moment before confessing, I was mistaken. I was entirely wrong. Eric was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp what Thor had erred in, but observing Thor's expression, he contemplated and offered reassurance, sometimes. Realizing that one does not possess all the answers is not a bad thing. It prompts you to begin asking the right questions. Perhaps this is the first time in my life that I find myself uncertain of my direction. It is indeed a fact that one cannot wield the mighty Mjolnir and must accept the limitations of being merely mortal. Anyone seeking to carve their own path in this world must first acknowledge their own ignorance of their true circumstances. Thor nodded in agreement and courteously replied, I appreciate your willingness to come for me. No need for thanks. I do this for Jane. Eric's expression suddenly turned grave. I am acquainted with his father. He is a good man, but sometimes struggles to heed the advice of others. Thor concurred. I too, in my youth, found my father's attempts at guidance to be lost on me due to my own folly. Eric turned to face Thor and stated, I do not care what delusions you may harbor. My only concern is for her. At this moment, Thor was utterly perplexed. Eric elaborated. I have seen the way she looks at you. Ah, the old father watches as his daughter risks being swept away by a golden-haired rogue. Thor then comprehended that Eric had brought him to the tavern to broach this matter. Therefore, he earnestly declared, I swear to you, I harbor no intention of causing her harm. Eric smiled politely and replied, Very well, then let me offer you another drink. After which you shall leave this town for the night. Thor contemplated this and nodded. Departing was indeed an option to explore, to wander, and to delve into the annals of Earth's history. Perhaps, as John suggested, he was still far from being a true heir. 2 shots of Jade Bomb. Eric instructed the bartender. The two raised their glasses in a toast. As they drank, Eric took a moment to glance at Thor, wondering how this fellow could consume such potent liquor so swiftly. Mistakenly believing it a competition of who could finish first, Thor hastened his pace. In no time, Thor drained his glass, while Eric still had half remaining. Thor patiently awaited Eric to finish, only to find himself suddenly overcome by inebriation. Am I truly intoxicated? Thor pondered, feeling no effects from the drink. However, he could not abandon Eric, an elder, alone in the tavern, and thus hoisted him onto his back. At that moment, Jane called Eric, and Thor answered, informing her of their current state. She then disclosed their location. Half an hour later, Jane heard commotion outside the RV and hurried to open the door. How much have you both consumed? Jane inquired. Just one drink. Thor replied as he carried Eric into the RV. Where shall I place him? Just anywhere is fine. Jane gestured toward the bed in front. Thor laid the drunken Eric upon the bed, who, in a daze, mumbled, I still do not believe you are the god of thunder, but you ought to be. Ha ha ha. Thor surveyed the RV's decor and asked, is this your residence? No, it is merely a temporary dwelling. When one first faces the opposite sex alone, they often appear quite flustered. Jane suddenly noticed the chaotic heap of dishes and utensils on the stove and hurriedly stuffed them into a cupboard. Catching the curious gaze of Thor, she recalled the unwashed dishes and retrieved them once more. Perhaps we should converse outside. Certainly. Soon. The two individuals arrived at a sunlit clearing, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Gradually, their dialogue transitioned from the composition of the world to tales of Thor's homeland. And their relationship began to deepen. They inched closer together, and if it were evening with a crackling bonfire, the ambience would have been even more enchanting. Such a picturesque scene surely warranted a fine recording device. At that moment, John, 100 meters away, shook his head, wondering if he had just imagined hearing an advertisement. Nonetheless, this splendid moment deserved to be captured. He produced his ancestral mobile phone to document the occasion. As for John's unexpected presence in this secluded spot, it was due to Coulson having faced peril thrice, and John had sought a wild area devoid of anything but lizards and birds to practice. His training proved fruitful. One unfortunate lizard, missing a limb, was swiftly dispatched by his skill, while a bird, capable of joining its wings in prayer, narrowly escaped. As he prepared to return to town, he fortuitously observed the young couple sharing intimate whispers. To be honest, he had been watching for quite some time. Regrettably, he lamented that it wasn't nighttime. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have been so charged that it would not have been surprising if they had embraced. After a moment of contemplation, John resolved not to intrude, retracting his blade, wary of inadvertently alerting Thor. Given that Thor was now enamored with Jane, it was only a matter of time before his childhood friends and the destroyer arrived on Earth. He needed to notify Coulson at the lab to prepare accordingly. Simultaneously, John received a message from Tony, reminding him that his birthday party was about to commence and inquiring if he had finished his affairs. Haven't you resolved the situation yet? Tony asked. Not yet. An alien prince has arrived, and in a few days, his extraterrestrial companions will follow. Which planet? Asgard, have you heard of it? Isn't that from Norse mythology? Indeed, that alien prince is none other than Thor himself. I must go. If all goes as planned, I should return by tomorrow. With that, John ended the call and made his way back to the lab. Chapter 60. The quartet within the majestic halls of the distant celestial palace. Vostag clutched a barrel of ale, his mouth smeared with grease as he gnawed on a chicken leg. Nearby, Fandral paced restlessly, unable to bear the sight of their brother Thor being exiled to Earth while Vostag indulged in gluttony. Our dear friend has been cast away, Loki has ascended the throne, and Asgard is in peril. Yet here you are, feasting. For wild boars, 6 chicks, half a cow, and a barrel of ale, I truly envy your appetite, Fandral exclaimed, growing increasingly agitated. In a fit of frustration, he knocked over Vostag's barrel. It seems you are utterly indifferent. Vostag, taken aback, stood abruptly, glaring at Fandral. Do not mistake my hearty appetite for indifference. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense as the two men faced off, their proximity suggesting either a kiss or a brawl was imminent. Seeing the commotion, Sif hurried over to dissuade the two, exclaiming, enough. Hogan joined in, pulling Vostag aside, urging, calm down, calm down. Sif addressed the three, stating, we all know what we must do. We need to act. Hogan asserted, we must locate Thor. This is an act of treason. Vostag added, not merely treason, but sheer folly. Sif's gaze grew resolute as she declared, if it were Thor, he would risk everything to come for us. Shh, keep your voices down. Heimdall might be watching, she cautioned. Just then, a guard entered and informed them. Heimdall wishes to see you. The others turned to Vostag, realizing the urgency of the situation. We are doomed, they lamented. The four followed the guard towards the Rainbow Bridge. Upon reaching the transport device, Heimdall stood with his hands clasped behind him, directly confronting the four. You dare defy the commands of King Loki, betraying every oath you took as warriors to bring Thor back? Sif replied without hesitation, indeed. She scorned the notion of deceit, knowing it held no value before Heimdall. Their mission to retrieve Thor was paramount. Very well, Heimdall said, descending from his elevated position to retrieve a sealed box, which he placed into Vandal's arms. Will you assist us? Sif inquired. I must remain loyal to the king, thus I cannot activate the Rainbow Bridge, he replied, turning away. The contents of the box belonged to someone in Midgard. What now? Vandal questioned, examining the box, which resembled a container for a pet. The four turned. Realizing Heimdall's sword remained embedded, still active, they comprehended his implication. It was Sif and her companions who had taken the sword to transport themselves, absolving Heimdall of any involvement. A beam of rainbow light surged forth from Asgard, and within the palace, Loki, wielding Gungnir, witnessed the scene. Now that he had affirmed his identity as a frost giant, There was no way he would allow Thor to return. As he turned away to activate the destroyer, he suddenly thought that mortal could pose a problem. I shall send more frost giants. Previously, he had merely discovered a new spatial rift, a simple probe, yet he had encountered such formidable warriors on Earth. One of whom was a sorcerer. For safety's sake, he would deploy both the destroyer and the frost giants. Indeed, I am Loki. I am secure. Meanwhile, at the research facility outside Thor's hammer, John had just mentioned the arrival of individuals from the celestial realm when a surge of intense energy was detected. The facility's alarms blared. What is happening? Coulson inquired. The researcher pointed at the computer screen, stating, we just detected a powerful energy source, but it vanished immediately. Approximately 15 miles to the northwest. Then we must go, Coulson directed, looking at John. It seems your extraterrestrial friends have arrived. John reminded him. Remember what I said. Bring heavy weaponry. If anything drops from above, do not engage directly. Coulson recalled the weapon John had mentioned, his expression grave. Do not worry. Soon after, S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived fully armed at the site of the energy surge. In a secluded area, John retrieved a mysterious ring. Drawing a portal and stepping through it. On the other side, Thor had prepared a lavish dinner for Jane and the others. Eric, one hand cradling his head, used the other to toss a fizzy tablet into his cup. Upon awakening, he found Thor still present, and Jane appeared to have grown even closer to him, leading Eric to feel as though he had wasted that drink. Just then, a golden ring suddenly appeared in the living room, startling the three. Thor, recognizing it, reassured them. Especially the three ladies, not to panic. As for Eric, he was already in a daze. I must still be intoxicated. Moments later, John emerged from the portal. Good evening, everyone. Thor inquired. John, how did you suddenly appear here? Oh, is that a portal? Daisy exclaimed excitedly. John replied, we detected a surge of powerful energy. Your friends must be arriving. At that moment, Coulson's voice crackled through the earpiece. John, for individuals dressed in medieval attire are heading towards Thor's residence. One of whom resembles Jackie Chan understood. I'm already at Thor's. What? They left only a few minutes ago? John informed Thor, for people are on their way to us. Thor's face lit up with a smile. Really? My friends? He rushed to the window and, indeed, spotted 4 figures approaching. Jane, I'll step outside for a moment. Thor quickly removed his apron and dashed out of the house. John observed the reunion outside but suddenly noticed Eric appeared to be in a trance. Dr. Eric. Are you all right? I'm fine. What kind of technology is that? Magic. Outside, the 5 friends expressed their joy at reuniting. Guys, I truly missed you, Thor said, genuinely delighted. Let us go inside and talk leisurely. He led them into the house, introducing the 4. These are my friends from Asgard, Volstagg, Fandral, Sif, and Hogan. And these are my friends from Earth, Jane, Eric, Daisy, and John. The group exchanged greetings, and when Jane gazed at Sif, their eyes met, both exhibiting a subtle undercurrent of hostility. Of course, the single men present were oblivious to this tension. John's attention, however, was drawn to the box in Fandral's possession, which had not ceased to emit a red dot on his map since their arrival. My friend, may I ask what you have there? Oh, this is something someone asked me to bring. Before he could finish, the box suddenly opened, revealing its contents and capturing everyone's attention. Chapter 61. I am Thor. Wow. I am Thor. The room fell silent, bewildered by the sight of a 2-dimensional dog within the box. It truly had a 2-dimensional art style. John remained particularly quiet, for he recognized that dog. In the film The King's Avatar 2, the character Thor, son of Odin, is merely a mute creature resembling a dog. Should elements from comedic comics infiltrate this narrative? Such an inclusion might tarnish the Marvel Universe. Rest assured, this is merely a fortuitous anomaly. Future occurrences will solely pertain to gameplay irregularities. Is that truly the case? Indeed, it is. You yourself are uncertain about the password. Thor, clutching the animated version of Mjolnir, surveyed the gathering before finally directing his gaze towards John. I am Thor, the god of thunder. He pressed the blue button on his collar. Does it speak in Chinese? Daisy inquired of John, uncertainty etched on her face. John nodded affirmatively. Where did it come from? He asked Vandal. Vandal replied, it was given to me by Heimdall. Intended for someone on Earth. It wouldn't be you, would it? Thor blinked in confusion and pressed the central white button. For the glory of the northern gods. The group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond to this incongruous canine. At that moment, Thor remarked, it says it is pleased to meet you. The inhabitants of Earth gazed at Thor in astonishment. Jing, intrigued, asked, Thor, can you understand its words? Sif elaborated. Thor has studied the languages of hundreds of races across the cosmos. Thor, able to comprehend Thor's speech, looked at him with teary eyes. Finally, someone could understand its utterances. However, that collar speaks the language of Earth, which I have yet to master. Consequently, John translated the previous 2 sentences for Thor. Upon hearing them, Thor expressed surprise. You are also named Thor. But isn't Thor my name? Oh well, they sound alike. Noticing John's familiarity with Thor, Sif inquired, do you know this dog? John explained, well, it is also a god of thunder and the son of Odin, just from another universe. It wouldn't want to fight, would it? However, the red dot on the map inexplicably vanished. Could it be marked as an ally? Upon learning that the dog was a god of thunder from a different universe, Thor's face lit up with joy, only to be overshadowed by a sense of melancholy. Thor, could I borrow your Mjolnir for a moment? Woof. Thor regarded him with a puzzled expression. Rest assured, I merely wish to test if I can lift it. After much contemplation, Thor decided to lend his hammer to Thor, considering the latter was also a god of thunder and could understand its words. Thor eagerly accepted Mjolnir from Thor's grasp, although it appeared as light as paper. It felt substantial in his hands. Once Thor's pole relinquished its hold on Mjolnir, the hammer predictably fell to the ground. Thor exerted force, yet the hammer remained immovable. Does even the Mjolnir from another universe reject me? John reminded. Thor, this hammer lacks Odin's blessing. Your inability to lift it may stem from your current status as a mortal. John's words struck like a revelation, and Thor's expression brightened considerably. A crackling sound emanated from the earpiece. John, we have encountered that entity you spoke of. It is immensely powerful, and several frost giants have also arrived. They are now heading towards the town. Support arrived swiftly, urging you to hold on. John swiftly turned to Sol and the quartet. Friends, it appears we shall have a conversation shortly. The weapons from your celestial palace have arrived. A humanoid suit of armor and several frost giants emerged. Could it be the destroyer? A cacophony erupted outside, and the onlookers gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, witnessing flames rising in the distance. I shall confront it. As it is heading towards Sol, John opened a portal, positioning himself directly above the destroyer, descending as the Dawn Guardian to deliver a decisive strike. Is it coming for me? Woof. Sif and the others, having witnessed through the portal, confirmed the presence of the destroyer and the frost giants. Vostag seethed with anger. Only Loki can command the destroyer. How dare he? Moreover, with the frost giants arriving via the Rainbow Bridge, it implied Sif's involvement. Drawing her weapon, Sif addressed Sol. The destroyer is immensely powerful. That mortal stands no chance. Sol, you must find a safe place. Subsequently, the quartet leaped through the portal, which closed promptly behind them. Sol gazed at the distant flames, declaring, no, Loki's intent to kill me should not involve so many mortals. Thor, could you ensure their safety? Woof. Thor pressed 2 buttons in succession. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Sol smiled, affectionately patting the dog's head before departing for the battlefield. Sol, Jane attempted to follow, but was halted. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Thor remained silent, resolutely blocking Jane's path. Curiously, Daisy inquired, what does the third red button do? Thor hesitated but, seeing her curiosity, pressed it. Clearance sail, clearance sail. Meanwhile, flames soared. Buildings were damaged, yet no casualties occurred as SHIELD had evacuated civilians in advance. Clang, clang, clang. John clashed with the destroyer, wielding his light blade to prevent it from unleashing its laser. The destroyer shattered his shield with 2 punches, prompting John to counter swiftly. After landing several blows, he managed to inflict a wound on the destroyer, only for it to rapidly regenerate. John, we come to assist you. Vostag led the charge, leaping through the portal to swing his axe at the destroyer's head, but was swatted aside into a nearby shop. The other 3, upon descending, inflicted damage on the destroyer before quickly repositioning themselves. Surrounding them were 6 frost giants, all bearing injuries, evidently having been engaged in a prior skirmish. John, you should lead the charge. Sif began to instruct, but John interrupted. You handle the frost giants. I shall distract the destroyer. Observing the overwhelming numbers of allies, John realized it was not the opportune moment for new skills and unleashed his phantasmal etching to rush towards the destroyer. Witnessing John's prowess, Sif recognized he could indeed hold the destroyer at bay, and thus, without further ado, joined the others in dispatching the frost giants. As the destroyer unveiled its faceplate to unleash a devastating strike upon John, a swift arc of a blade cleaved the air, sending the destroyer's head soaring into the heavens. A fiery beam ascended into the sky. Chapter 62. Thor. The frost giants surrounding them proved no match for the quartet, swiftly falling into oblivion. John, having delivered a powerful slice, quickly retreated to gain distance, then extended his hand to trace a circle in the air, intending to bisect the destroyer with a portal. Soon, a portal manifested beneath the destroyer's feet. Before John could proceed with his next move, a surge of magical energy erupted from the destroyer, dispersing the portal in an instant. What sort of celestial technology is this? Sif, witnessing the event, explained, the destroyer is endowed with numerous divine magical blessings. In simpler terms, its magical resistance is extraordinarily high. This is quite troublesome. The destroyer's mask opened once more, aiming another blast at John. He raised his blade defensively. The Jade Shield shattered first, followed closely by the Eternal Wall. The light blade glowed a fiery red in a mere instant. John utilized a blink to evade as the laser struck the ground, sending debris flying. After teleporting, John swiftly conjured portals before and above the destroyer. The laser traversed through the portal in front of him, emerging from the one above and striking himself. The destroyer staggered from its own laser blast. With the mask sealing shut, the imposing figure of the destroyer regained its stance. The destroyer certainly dealt heavy blows to outsiders. Yet for Thor, it seemed to be a simple matter. But why had Thor not yet proven himself worthy? Behind the scenes, Loki, controlling the destroyer, recognized that John, with his teleportation magic, was the most formidable adversary, thus directing his focus on John. John prepared to wield the Ring of Ragdoll. Would you care to taste your own laser? Meanwhile, the quartet was nearing their own conclusion. Sif leapt forward, driving a spear into the back of the destroyer, firmly pinning it to the ground. Hogun and Volstagg rushed over, striking the destroyer's knees with their weapons, forcing it to kneel. The destroyer, however, was not to be underestimated. Its armor shifted, and it faced Sif with a blast of laser. Fortunately, Sif dodged in time, otherwise she might have met her end on the spot. Seizing the opportunity while the destroyer was still unsteady, John charged in, delivering a thunderous strike to the destroyer's neck. Triggering a critical hit, his blade buried itself a third of the way in. The destroyer grasped the blade lodged in its neck, its immense strength flinging John along with the blade several meters away. Hogun was kicked aside, and after receiving 2 punches, Volstagg fell to the ground. "Oh, are you filming a movie?" Hearing a familiar voice through his earpiece, John exclaimed, "Tony." He looked up just in time to see a streak of flames. It was Tony in his Mark 6 armor, accompanied by a Quinjet. "Sir, I have locked onto the unidentified mech." "John, take cover," Tony warned as his shoulder armor opened to unleash a barrage of mini-missiles aimed directly at the destroyer. The destroyer, recognizing the threat from above, prepared to intercept the missiles. How could John possibly grant him an opportunity? Thus, in the fleeting second before it discharged its laser, he conjured a portal before it, causing the emitted laser to strike its own form. Immediately following, dozens of missiles accurately struck the destroyer, erupting in a dazzling display of flames, while the powerful shockwave shattered the glass of nearby shops. Fortunately, John had preemptively encased the quartet in shields, otherwise they would have been caught in the aftermath. In the skies above, Iron Man and the Quinjet remained vigilant, while the 4 on the ground anxiously observed the epicenter of the explosion. Suddenly, a laser burst forth from the swirling smoke, hurtling directly towards Tony. Oh crap! Tony swiftly evaded, and John retaliated by utilizing the portal to redirect the laser back at the destroyer. Yet, in the next moment, the destroyer, which should have remained at the explosion's center, inexplicably appeared behind John. "John, watch out behind you," Sif shouted. John turned to see the destroyer's mask had opened, a terrifying energy coalescing within. Enough. The sudden voice rendered the destroyer momentarily silent. All eyes turned to see Thor had arrived. "Enough, brother." The destroyer closed its mask and approached Thor. John released a heavy sigh. The destroyer's sudden surge in power felt akin to an awakening. He had truly sensed the specter of death looming close. "So Odin's champion has ceased to perform, has he?" Volstagg exclaimed anxiously. "Thor, don't go over there." Sif prepared to position herself before Thor. No, everyone stay back. "I wish to converse with Loki," Thor commanded, then lifted his gaze towards the destroyer. "Loki, I know you can see me. Regardless of what I have done to you in the past, whatever has bred your resentment, I am sincerely sorry, but they are innocent." The destroyer advanced to stand before Thor, its mask now removed. "Kill me, and let this all come to an end." In the distance, Jane, rushing towards the scene, was consumed by dread at this sight. "Thor." Hearing Jane's voice, Thor turned to see her, along with the nearby Sif. The destroyer's mask reshut, seemingly moved by Thor's words. Suddenly, Thor's gaze was drawn to the horizon. John noticed Thor's expression, sensing the energy emanating from afar. It appeared that Thor's determination to face death had earned him the right to wield Mjolnir. Thus, there was no need to strike Thor down. However, after taking a step back, the destroyer swiftly pivoted and struck Thor, sending him sprawling. "No, Thor." Jane rushed forward without hesitation. Thor fell heavily to the ground, and Jane hurried to support him. "I seem to be all right." Thor observed the shattered blue shield on his chest, and then looked up to see John smiling at him. Realizing John had aided him, yet he should not have, only his death would quell Loki's wrath. Far away in Asgard, Loki, upon witnessing that Thor was unharmed, directed his fury towards John. "Damn mortal, it's you again." John was well aware of Loki's seething anger, but what could be done? There was something far more infuriating awaiting him. The destroyer once more augmented its strength, instantly appearing before John, delivering a powerful blow. Battling Thor was akin to the intensity of a cinematic clash, while my encounter approached the ferocity of a comic confrontation. Clearly, there was a disparity in treatment. "John, having just cooled down from his teleportation, materialized behind the destroyer and unleashed a flurry of strikes. "Thor, lend me your aid," John cried out, and without hesitation. Thor's sword to his side. "Behold, I am Thor, the god of thunder, fighting for the glory of the northern gods." With a mighty swing, Thor's hammer gathered the fury of lightning and struck decisively upon the destroyer's crown. The impact was thunderous. Loki stood in astonishment, bewildered as to how a mere dog could wield the power of a god. Meanwhile, the storm clouds above lingered ominously. At that moment, a streak of light burst forth from the clouds, descending upon Thor. He grasped it firmly, as the lightning coalesced around him, forming a magnificent suit of armor. Thor, the god of thunder, has returned. Chapter 63, The Lonely One. I come with the tempest, bearing the wrath of the gods. This phrase perfectly encapsulated the scene at hand. As everyone marveled at Thor's resurgence, the god of thunder, he has returned. Tony, witnessing the surreal transformation, was left in awe, hastily instructing Jarvis to document and analyze the phenomenon. Clad in shimmering silver armor, wielding Mjolnir, and with a crimson cape billowing in the gale, Thor felt a strength he had never known before. Any worthy individual who could lift the hammer of the god of thunder would inherit his might. Odin's blessing endowed the newly worthy Thor with even greater power. Jane approached curiously, reaching out to touch Thor's armor. "Thor, is this your usual attire?" "Indeed. I told you before that I am the god of thunder," he replied. Eric, witnessing this spectacle, felt his belief in science being thoroughly undermined. "Ah, Thor, you have returned," Vostag exclaimed with joyous laughter. John, engaged in a fierce battle with the destroyer, found himself somewhat fatigued, with his armor showing signs of wear. "Perhaps you might celebrate later and lend me a hand," John called out to them. Noticing Thor reclaiming his power, the destroyer ceased its engagement with John, delivering a forceful punch that sent him flying, before redirecting its focus towards Thor, unleashing a barrage of lasers. Tony maneuvered Mark 6 to his safe distance and began firing repulsor blasts at the destroyer. After being hurled away, John managed to stabilize himself and, observing the destroyer's shift in attention towards Thor, plopped down to watch the unfolding drama. "I'm exhausted. I'm done fighting." Thor spun his hammer rapidly before him, deflecting the incoming lasers. Spotting John seated on the ground, he declared, "John, leave the rest to me." No sooner had he spoken than Thor charged directly into the lasers, delivering a decisive blow that skewed the destroyer's head. Witnessing this, John communicated through his earpiece to Tony. "Tony, don't get too close. Let that hammer-wielding guy take center stage." "Hammer guy? Quite fitting. However, I find him more reminiscent of the protagonist from The Incredible Hulk," Tony replied as he joined John to observe the spectacle. "Frankly, that silver armor is truly formidable. It appears to be unmanned. Do you have any idea of its origin?" Tony inquired, reaching out to touch a nearby object. Thor was not fond of Tony's touch, and thus unleashed a bolt of lightning upon him. "Is this dog also from myth and legend?" John explained. "That armor is Odin's weapon. Imbued with numerous magical blessings and possessing immense power, it is said to have the capability to obliterate stars. In the comics, Odin has indeed battled against the Destroyer and the gods. The Destroyer is formidable, but only when donned by Odin himself. Here, the Destroyer appears weak as it lacks a wearer and is under Loki's control." Through comparison, John discerned that there remained a significant gap between himself and the newly empowered Thor, at least until he could hold his own against the Hulk. He certainly could not contend with the god of thunder. John then pointed to Thor and explained, "This gentleman is actually the god of thunder from another universe. Can't you see the anime style? Another universe? No wonder." Tony exhibited a keen interest, eager to study this uniquely styled canine. After the destroyer's head was struck askew, Loki, far away in Asgard, felt the connection to the destroyer grow faint, and soon it was entirely severed, prompting Loki to curse vehemently. Thor delivered another mighty blow to the destroyer's chin, sending it skyward. John, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in frustration, "The programming is entirely lacking. The strength of this destroyer fluctuates drastically. When battling him, he was fast enough to teleport, yet against Thor, he was so easily dispatched. What is this? Did Odin set up a protocol to prevent him from disrupting Thor's training? I am Thor, the god of thunder." The dog, also named Thor, nodded in empathetic agreement. Thor soared into the heavens, and around the two figures, storm clouds gathered ominously. Under Thor's command, lightning struck the destroyer repeatedly, causing numerous fissures to appear. Thor then concentrated the might of the storm into his hammer and struck down with tremendous force. The destroyer plummeted to the ground, ultimately reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Thor descended triumphantly, wearing a victorious smile. "We must head to the Bifrost landing point. I need to speak with my brother," Thor declared. He then wrapped an arm around Jane's waist and whispered, "Would you like to witness the legendary bridge?" "Of course," she replied, with a flourish of his hammer. Thor lifted Jane into the air. Just then, Coulson arrived, driving the sole surviving vehicle. "Well, it seems we have arrived late. Actually, you should be thankful for your tardiness." John stood up and addressed the small team. Let us go. This will take you there. He gestured toward the hovering Quinjet. Moments later, Thor arrived first at the Bifrost landing point, with the Quinjet closely following. The cabin opened, and everyone disembarked. Heimdall, open the Bifrost, Thor shouted to the sky. But after a while, there was no response. Heimdall? Thor furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. As Tony documented the patterns on the ground, he noticed John engaged in some sort of magic and inquired, "What are you doing?" "I am attempting to directly open a portal to Asgard," John replied, drawing circles in the air while envisioning the celestial palace from the movie in his mind. After several attempts, John suddenly experienced an epiphany, and the portal was forcefully drawn open, revealing the rainbow bridge on the other side. It was somewhat challenging, yet he succeeded. Thor and the quartet were taken aback. "John, how did you accomplish that? You've never been to Asgard, have you? How did you manage to open a portal to Asgard with such a simple spell?" John sheepishly touched his nose and replied, "Basic skills, don't underestimate them. Perhaps this is what the Ancient One referred to as talent." He glanced at the scene within the portal and said to the others, "That gentleman in golden armor seems to be frozen. You should hurry." Heimdall. The two frost giants guarding the other side sensed the commotion from the portal and approached to investigate. They were promptly repelled by Hogun and Volstagg, one with an axe and the other with a hammer. The quartet decisively stepped through the portal. Witnessing this, Thor prepared to bid farewell to Jane. "Wait for my return." The two shared a kiss in front of everyone. John raised his fist in a microphone gesture towards Thor. As the anime version of the single god of thunder, what are your thoughts on the three-dimensional Thor finding a girlfriend? Woof. Thor remained silent, merely baring his teeth at John. Once their affectionate moment concluded, Thor and Jane parted ways and approached the portal. John, struck by a sudden idea, said to Thor, "Would you mind if I took a brief excursion to Asgard?" "Asgard always welcomes you, my friend, but we have more pressing matters to attend to," Thor replied. "That is fine. It seems you are being invaded by frost giants." "And I can lend a hand," John offered. "I can help too," Tony quickly chimed in. "Come on, it's an alien world. There might be advanced technology to learn." "Hey, how exhilarating. A mere destroyer? Watch me invent an anti-destroyer suit." Thor glanced at both of them, then at the portal. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to ponder further. Moreover, he was unsure how many frost giants Loki had actually unleashed. With John's assistance, he welcomed the idea of having an additional Iron Man along. "Then I shall rely on you both," Thor declared, stepping into the portal. John and Tony exchanged glances. "Let us go?" They promptly entered, but as Thor attempted to follow, the portal closed abruptly. Thor stood frozen in place. As he had come from the realm of the gods to Earth seeking John, guided by an instinctive sense that the author's power indicated John was the key to returning to his original world. Yet, now John had gone back to the realm and left him on Earth. What was the purpose of his journey? Woof, in anger, Thor's eyes transformed with fury, and storm clouds began to gather overhead. Nearby, Coulson noticed Thor and signaled to a nearby agent. The agent pulled something from his pocket and tossed it toward Thor. "Look, pup." Thor's attention was captivated, his eyes gleaming, literally, as he bounded towards it. Indeed, it was a toy ball for dogs. With his focus diverted, the storm clouds dissipated. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Coulson exhaled in relief, remarking that the peculiar creatures should be addressed upon John's return. Meanwhile, at the Rainbow Bridge of the Asgardian Palace, Volstagg and Hogun had dispatched the two frost giants guarding the entrance, while Heimdall had extricated himself from his icy confinement. "Sif, escort Heimdall to the infirmary," commanded Thor. Ascending into the sky, Thor's extraordinary vision revealed the chaos that had already begun to engulf parts of the palace, instigated by the frost giants. "John, Iron Man, I entrust these frost giants to you. Fear not," Thor proclaimed, brandishing his hammer as he soared toward the palace court. John turned to Sif and the others, stating, "You must make your way to the infirmary on foot. I have never been there, and thus cannot open a portal." Vandal, quick to respond, interjected, "Then how Vandal?" Sif shot him a glare. John fabricated an explanation. "Earth's virtual technology allowed me to construct a rough approximation of Asgard based on mythological illustrations. However, there may be discrepancies, otherwise I would not have needed to attempt so many times to open the portal. This was a mere pretense, as the true reason for his repeated failures lay in the vast distance separating them." Although Sif refrained from questioning further, her suspicions were assuaged. "Let us proceed to the infirmary. The Asgardian warriors outside will stand by your side against those frost giants." With that, they assisted Heimdall in departing. Before leaving, Heimdall turned to John and expressed, "Friend from Earth, Asgard is grateful for your contributions and assistance." Once they had departed, Tony inquired, "I had Jarvis compile a collection of Norse mythology for me in advance. That individual appears to be Heimdall, the god of light?" "Indeed, though reality may diverge from myth, the essence remains the same. He is the sentinel of Asgard, immensely powerful, possessing the ability to see across the 9 realms. The key to activating the Rainbow Bridge is represented by the sword he wields. Though one need not possess a sword to activate the bridge, he added. Quite tall. Yet how do you know such intricate details? I recall it from when Thor was boasting. Jon gestured to form a portal before them. Let us go. We shall tour here after the battle. He leaped through the portal, instantly arriving in the midst of the turmoil within the court, donning the Dawn Guardian armor mid-flight. He descended and cleaved a frost giant in twain from above. The two factions abruptly halted, their gazes fixed upon the armored figure that had appeared so unexpectedly. Greetings. Friends of Asgard. The frost giants behind him exchanged glances, one of them summoning icy spikes to test this sudden newcomer. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted in horror as an energy whip extended from Jon's hand, ensnaring his neck and forcefully yanking him toward the opposite side. With a sickening sound, the frost giant's head was dislodged. I am a friend from Earth, ally of Thor, and as you can see, I have come to assist you. At that moment, Tony emerged from the portal, unleashing indiscriminate bombardment upon the frost giants. Having come to support Jon, he had loaded his armor with ample ammunition. Recognizing that both individuals were there to aid them, the Asgardian warriors launched another assault against the frost giants without hesitation. In the midst of battle, Jon discovered another front ablaze with conflict and turned to Tony, saying, Tony, I leave this side to you. He summoned a portal and instantaneously arrived at the opposite side of the Celestial Palace. Tony was diligently confronting each adversary, without the assistance of Jarvis. His armor now possessed only basic functionalities, compelling Tony to engage in combat with utmost seriousness. Thoughts began to swirl in his mind. It was time to design an armor suitable for space warfare, as well as devise a strategy for offline scenarios. Upon arriving at another battlefield, Jon noticed that the Celestial Palace warriors had only just become aware of his presence, so they were not particularly surprised by his arrival. Let me test this magic, he declared. Positioned behind the Celestial Palace warriors, Jon methodically formed the incantation with his hands. The surrounding warriors understood from his actions that he was a magician, seemingly preparing to unleash a grand spell, and thus tacitly reduce their interference. At last, the spell was completed, and Jon waved his hands dramatically. But to his dismay, nothing emerged except for a few sparks. The nearby warriors fell silent, unable to resist asking, Friend, where's your magic? Is it visible only to the astute? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jon chuckled. Hee, perhaps I made a mistake somewhere. Let me think. As he reflected on his previous actions, 2 seconds later, he finally recalled where he had gone awry. I've got it. Step back, friends. I am about to impress. This time, Jon executed the spell with remarkable swiftness. After forming the incantation, he waved his hand. Instantly, dozens of armored figures resembling Jon appeared beside the frost giant. The form of Akin, commonly known as the clone. A wicked smile crept onto Jon's face. You are now surrounded. Lie down, cover your heads, and I may yet grant you a path to survival. With the multitude of armored figures and the Celestial Palace warriors, their numbers exceeded 100. Encircling a mere dozen elite frost giants, victory seemed assured. However, they did not surrender, for their king was engaged in a matter of great importance. In the next moment, the king's presence vanished. Chapter 65. I am merely a frost giant. Do you know what a frost giant is? Within a palace, Frigg stood guard beside Odin, wielding a small knife, knowing that the frost giants had breached the defenses. Outside, the sounds of battle echoed. Suddenly, a scream from the guards pierced the air, followed by a wave of frost enveloping the door. With a thunderous crash, the door shattered, and the towering figure of Laufey entered, his crimson eyes fixed upon the slumbering Odin. Frigg, though merely a sorceress, posed little threat to Laufey, the king of the frost giants, especially in such a confined space. Nonetheless, she pointed her knife at him, asserting, if you wish to touch Odin, you must first step over my corpse. That will not do, madam, Laufey replied, swiftly swatting Frigg aside. In her panic, she could only shield herself with magic, and as she saw Laufey approach Odin, she recalled Odin's previous admonitions. The magic she had gathered dissipated. Laufey conjured an ice spike, looking down upon Odin. Odin, I know you can see me now. You must understand, it is I, Laufey, who will bring about your end, and the millennium of conflict shall conclude here. As he spoke, he was about to plunge the ice spear into Odin's chest. But a sudden beam of light from outside hurled Laufey against the wall. The one who will slay you, king of the frost giants, is I, Loki. Loki sheathed Gungnir. Mimicking Laufey's tone, you truly cannot be trusted. Laufey slowly rose, retrieving the box of ice. If that is the case, then you shall perish as well. He attempted to unleash the box of ice, yet no matter how he willed it, the artifact remained unresponsive. Eventually, he realized he had fallen victim to Loki's trickery. The box of ice in his grasp had transformed back into a mere magical stone of ice. A counterfeit. Loki sneered at the sight. Do you not know how they refer to me? The god of mischief and lies. Perish. Loki unleashed another beam of light from Gungnir towards Laufey. In regret, Laufey was reduced to ashes. Mother, are you unharmed? Loki approached, his concern for his mother evident, wishing for her safety from Laufey's wrath. I am well. Loki, you have saved your father. It is what I ought to do, Loki replied, casting a glance at Odin while assuming the demeanor of a dutiful son. Loki, Thor finally returned. Brother, I did not expect you to be back as well, Loki chuckled awkwardly, feigning surprise. It seems you have regained your powers. I am truly pleased for you. Thor, filled with fury, confronted Loki. Loki, perhaps you should clarify why you sent frost giants and the destroyer to kill me. What? Frigga. Incredulous, turned to Loki. Loki, what is going on? Oh, my brother, I believe this must be a misunderstanding. You know I visited you on Earth. How could I send frost giants to kill you? As for the destroyer, I dispatched it to Earth to eliminate the frost giants, so truly. This is a misunderstanding perhaps due to my mismanagement. A misunderstanding? Mismanagement? There are countless injured on Earth, and you dare to call it a misunderstanding? Thor was nearly laughing in anger. The small town was practically devastated by the destroyer. Colluding with frost giants was an undeniable fact. Asgard is still threatened by giants, Thor. We must address this. Moreover, Jotunheim's assault on Asgard is a provocation we must retaliate against. We must vanquish them. Loki attempted to shift the topic. Even though he was on the brink of a rift with Thor, he did not wish to confront him in front of their mother. No, Loki. We cannot simply wage war. It will only incite further conflict. Indeed, Thor finally understood. Very well then, I shall handle it myself. Mother, watch closely. I will prove to you that I am stronger than Thor, more fit to be king. With that, Loki vanished using magic. Loki. Thor glanced toward the door. But Loki had already disappeared. With a swing of his hammer, Thor flew out as well. After their departure, Odin slowly regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Loki, wielding Gungnir, stormed into the Rainbow Bridge's teleportation device. Just as he retrieved the genuine box of ice from his dimensional space, he noticed someone lingering nearby. Destruction is not the only path to prove your worth, John remarked, arms crossed, leaning against the wall with a sideways glance at Loki on the platform. How could a mere mortal comprehend such matters? Loki exclaimed in a fit of rage, only to regain his composure moments later. What brings you to Asgard? Is it true that outsiders are unwelcome here? Humph. Loki refrained from responding, instead channeling the frost box to unleash a chilling blast capable of freezing an entire planet upon John. In swift reaction, John conjured a portal, attempting to redirect the icy onslaught into the depths of outer space. However, as the portal's edges came into contact with the frost, they instantly iced over, forming a frosty ring. He quickly teleported away from his previous position, his heart pounding in trepidation as he glanced back at the spot. The temperature plummeted around him, leaving him shivering uncontrollably. Loki wasted no time, raising Gungnir and unleashing a laser beam directed at John. John hurriedly raised his luminous blade in defense, yet the laser, endowed with an unerring quality, pierced through his chest without hesitation. John's form dissipated, prompting Loki to mock, so it was merely a projection. He typically employed illusions. While John's icon form was a genuine duplication, this particular duplicate had been deliberately created by John. Although it proved of little consequence, it did buy him some precious moments. Just as Loki inserted Gungnir into the teleportation device, he was struck aside by the mighty hammer of Thor. Loki, what are you doing? Thor thundered as he entered, his voice laced with fury. I am proving that I am more deserving than you. Odin has always favored you, providing you with the finest of everything. I, on the other hand, am deemed unworthy, merely a frost giant. Do you understand the significance of being a frost giant in Asgard? The so-called throne was predetermined from the very start. In his fervor, Loki's skin glowed with a blue hue, altering even the color of his irises. What? Thor was taken aback, never having considered that Loki was the offspring of a frost giant. At that moment, John, sensing the demise of his duplicate, arrived through the portal and overheard the exchange. Loki, he interjected, Thor has never sought to contest anything with you. Your desire for the throne is merely a quest for Odin's validation. Your identity as a frost giant serves only as a pretext. Thor chimed in, indeed. If you seek the throne, I could grant it to you. Loki shouted defiantly, I do not require your charity. John regarded Thor with exasperation. I understand your intent. But could you kindly refrain from speaking? Very well. Chapter 66. Brothers, you cannot thwart me. Gungnir also served as the key to the Bifrost, now aimed at Jotunheim. With a whoosh, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from the Bifrost, relentlessly annihilating distant realms of Jotunheim. Thor attempted to wrench Gungnir free, while John charged at Loki with his blade drawn. Loki, wielding the frost box, launched an indiscriminate assault upon the two. The entire device transformed into a solid block of ice. The beam of the Bifrost remained fixed in one direction, penetrating deep into the heart of the earth. Meanwhile, Loki had already utilized magic to transport himself onto the Bifrost. Despite being the bearer of the frost box, he was still affected by the chilling energy, resembling someone who had just emerged from a snowdrift. Brother, I shall prove that my actions are justified, Loki murmured. He doubted that Thor could free himself from the encasing ice brought forth by the frost box, let alone the mortal. Inside the teleportation device, John found himself encased in ice. While he could sense a formidable energy, Thor was breaking free. John's eyes darted around. He was a considerable distance from the exit, and a teleportation would not suffice, yet he was positioned just right against the wall. If he could wedge himself in, he could reopen it. Damn it, let's take a gamble, John thought, activating his teleportation. In the next instant, he found himself outside the device, uncontrollably plummeting downward. He had indeed guessed right. No, wait, he needed to ascend quickly. Who knew where he would land? Hastily, John trembled as he drew a teleportation portal before falling into it, arriving on the Rainbow Bridge. Loki, upon witnessing this, was taken aback. Mortal, you truly astonish me. He then smiled nonchalantly. However, your emergence is of no consequence now. As John rose to his feet, he gazed at the Rainbow Bridge, which released energy deep into the cosmos. The bridge, crafted by Odin using the power of the space gem, could not be utilized by him to transfer the energy. John felt a pang of frustration. It seemed that destroying the bridge was the only option. Had he intervened earlier, there would have been no need to demolish it. Yet, the dilemma lay in Thor's bond of friendship urging him to persuade Loki first. While John could not reach the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms due to the distance, not to mention Loki wielding the frost box, a divine artifact. At that moment, John pointed his blade at Loki. Loki scoffed. What, do you wish to challenge me? Your spatial transfer ability should be unavailable for some time. Can you even reach me? With that, Loki displayed the frost box in his hand. I need not engage in combat with you, nor do I need to approach. I merely require a small gamble. With that, John swung his blade downward, activating the technique of catching a blade with empty hands. In the blink of an eye, Thor, who had been encased in ice, now knelt before John, trembling slightly, his hands clasped to receive John's light blade. How do you like that? John's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, his luck had taken a turn. Sometimes, the worse your fortune, the better it becomes. As John withdrew his blade, Thor rose and glared furiously at Loki. Loki, in disbelief, exclaimed, how did you accomplish that? Thor would not indulge Loki with further words. He summoned his hammer. With the space created by Thor's disappearance, the mighty Mjolnir accelerated through the ice, returning to Thor's grasp. Without giving Loki a chance to utilize the frost box, John swiftly unleashed an energy whip, attempting to seize the artifact. While dodging, Loki was struck by a tremendous force. Thor had hurled Mjolnir. Thor approached and pressed the hammer against Loki's chest. Only those deemed worthy could lift Mjolnir, with certain exceptions for specific creatures. Loki was clearly not included in this scenario, as he found himself pinned to the ground. Unable to move, Thor glanced at the teleportation device, which was now operating beyond its limits. With Loki immobilized, he resorted to verbal taunts. Look at you, the mighty Thor. Reduced to enlisting a mere mortal to resolve your predicament. You still cannot confront the situation at hand. Thor, do you hear me? You are utterly powerless. As Thor observed the device spiraling toward chaos, he realized there was but one course of action. He summoned Mjolnir without hesitation and brought it down with all his might. Loki, witnessing Thor's actions, was momentarily taken aback. No, what are you doing? You cannot destroy this bridge. Thor remained undeterred, each swing of his hammer fueled by sheer strength. Loki hastily interjected, if you destroy this bridge, you will never see your woman on Earth again. Your friends will be lost forever. Nearby, John, who had been submerged, interjected. Do you think that is how I arrived here? Loki, puzzled, queried, did you not come through the Rainbow Bridge? John waved his hand and personally revealed the portal to Earth. Upon seeing it, Loki exclaimed in disbelief, such a distance cannot be traversed with mere simple magic. Are you mocking me? John scoffed. For a master magician of the 9 realms, you are surprisingly incredulous. Others have used this portal to access parallel universes. Loki's expression darkened as Thor's hammering reached its final phase. He contemplated using magic to escape John and then employ the frost box to subdue Thor. However, just as he prepared to act, John's light blade was already pressed against his throat. I advise you not to move. At that moment, Thor delivered the final blow. A tremendous surge of energy erupted, engulfing the 3 men. We are too close. They were instantly thrown off balance. The Rainbow Bridge fractured, and the teleportation device, devoid of support, began to plummet into the abyss. Suddenly, a streak of light shot forth from within. John conjured a magical shield, augmenting it with his own barrier to withstand the impact. Once he landed safely on the bridge, he noticed Thor and Loki on the brink of falling and hastily conjured a portal to bring them back. Clang. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Thor rushed to his feet, his gaze fixed on the elder before him. Father, you have finally awakened. Loki's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions as he beheld the newcomer. Odin, clad in armor and wielding Gungnir, emanated an aura of regal authority that commanded respect. John silently marveled. Truly, the king of the gods was formidable. Odin's piercing gaze fell upon John, prompting him to stand at attention. Midgardian, I thank you for your assistance. No need for thanks, I merely aided my friend Thor. Jon replied. Thor added, Indeed. Father, Jon is a good brother I met on Earth. Odin nodded before turning his attention to Loki. Loki. Your actions this time have crossed a line. Chapter 67, forcing the plot forward. Loki, your conduct has been rather excessive, Odin admonished sternly. Loki, with a hint of self-deprecation, retorted, Excessive, you say? I am here for you, for all of us. I have never desired the throne. I merely wish to be treated as Thor is. Odin's eyes were filled with disappointment. No, Loki, you are mistaken. Upon seeing Odin's gaze, Loki understood, his body involuntarily retreating. At that moment, Jon wished to interject, perhaps to suggest that Odin truly loved him, or that Loki could ascend to the throne, with Thor serving as Loki's general. However, as an outsider amidst their familial discord, it felt inappropriate for him to speak. Loki's emotions were volatile, and he feared that any word from him might ignite a spark. Just then, Loki's heel brushed against the edge of the rainbow bridge. Unable to restrain himself, Jon called out, Loki, watch your step. You mortal, silence yourself. Loki furiously pointed at Jon, leading to an inevitable explosion of emotions. Jon quickly fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. If it weren't for you, I would have succeeded. Loki seemed to find a release for his frustration, venting his ire towards Jon. Had it not been for Jon's unexpected presence, he could have confined Thor with the box of ice and harnessed the energy of the Rainbow Bridge to destroy Jotunheim. Suddenly, the Rainbow Bridge beneath Loki erupted in a violent explosion, catching everyone off guard. The bridge fractured again, leading to a second explosion. Odin struck the ground with Gungnir, utilizing his divine power to suppress the raging energy. No, Loki. Thor rushed to the bridge's edge, peering down to see Loki plummeting into the abyss of endless space. Jon hurriedly followed suit, catching a glimpse of Loki's tranquil expression. No, can the plot advance this way? Who planted the bomb? Jon's countenance darkened. Who could dare to place explosives on the Rainbow Bridge beneath the watchful eyes of Odin and Thor? Odin's eyes reflected both anguish and boundless fury. He had never harbored resentment towards Loki's lineage. Otherwise, he would not have taken him as a son. Now, however, someone dared to endanger his son right before him. A provocation against him and Asgard. I will immediately arrange for a thorough search for Loki throughout the cosmos and must ascertain who tampered with the Rainbow Bridge. Odin gently placed his hand on Thor's shoulder. Let us return, my child. Thor rose, and Odin turned to Jon, saying, Come along, child. Soon, the three arrived in the Grand Hall. The invading frost giants had been vanquished, and Tony had arrived, guided by the soldiers, standing beside Jon. Is that the All-Father Odin sitting on the throne? Tony whispered. One eye, an old man, two ravens. Undoubtedly Odin, Jon quietly replied. He is one of the mightiest beings in the universe. Do not scan him covertly. Rest assured, I hold great respect for others. Odin, seated upon his throne, looked at Thor with pride. Thor, you have grown. Thanks to my friends on Earth, Thor replied with a smile. Odin patted Thor's shoulder, saying, It is a good thing to have many friends. By the way, Loki sent the destroyer to kill you. What became of it? I brought it down with 2 mighty strikes, Thor declared proudly. To triumph over the destroyer, Thor, you have indeed made progress. But what of the destroyer? It seems to still linger on Earth. Odin, listening in silence, reflected on this reckless matter. Though it could be repaired, it would have been preferable to have it returned. Jon interjected, I can retrieve it for you. The destroyer, being a formidable weapon of the realm of Asgard, cannot remain hidden on Earth. Odin chuckled. Now that the Bifrost has been destroyed, I entrust this task to you. Jon leaned closer to Thor and whispered, You can still return to see Jane. Thor addressed the 2 friends from Earth. You have aided both myself and Asgard, and thus deserve commendation. You may each make a single request. Furthermore, Thor has expressed his intent to forge an alliance with you. Should Earth face peril, Asgard shall extend its full support. Tony quietly inquired of Jon, if I recall correctly. The 9 realms under Asgard do not include Earth, do they? That was indeed the case. Asgard once ruled Earth in a sense, but due to my mentor, it now only governs it in name, without actual oversight. Mentor? A teacher of chemistry or material science. A teacher of magic. Upon understanding. Tony lifted his Iron Man helmet and bowed slightly to Odin. My lord Odin, may I learn about your technological advancements in Asgard? Certainly, Odin readily agreed. And what of you? Jon pondered for a moment, contemplating whether it was too brazen to request something from Odin's treasury. He finally spoke. I recall that the frost box remains with Loki. If I manage to find him, may it rightfully belong to me? Thor glanced at Jon, then turned to Odin. Loki. He will be unharmed, correct? Odin shook his head. I am afraid not. The abyss Loki fell into may lead to various corners of the cosmos. And it may have even been torn apart by spatial turbulence, so I cannot be certain. Jon, however, assuredly replied, Fear not. Loki will be just fine. He is the god of mischief and trickery. Thor, moved by Jon's comforting words, placed a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, John. Odin then inquired, John, did you study magic at Kamartaj? John nodded. Indeed. Is the Ancient One well? My wife is an acquaintance of hers. She is quite well, thriving as ever. Odin nodded. In that case, should you locate Loki, the frost box shall indeed be yours as a reward. Thank you immensely. John exclaimed with joy, envisioning that within a year, he might possess a powerful artifact. Although there had been some unexpected turns, it appeared that the narrative was still progressing, and the impending Battle of New York would inevitably unfold. The plot of Loki's fall into the abyss seems to be hastily advancing. Could it be the system's doing? System, speak. Ding, this system does not bear that blame. Since you have made your presence known, then that blame falls upon you. In a world where the narrative must advance without the system, there exists but one organization dedicated to preserving the sacred timeline. Had Loki not fallen, the Battle of New York would not have transpired, and the formation of the Avengers would have been significantly delayed, leading to the creation of divergent timelines. This reasoning seems quite plausible. Chapter 68. The banquet. Following a brief conversation, Tony was escorted to tour their celestial technology. While John wandered through the celestial palace under Thor's companionship, the scenery here is truly magnificent, John remarked as he incessantly captured images of his surroundings with his phone. Indeed, Asgard is, in my opinion, the most beautiful place, Thor proudly proclaimed. Beyond the stunning vistas, there were medieval towns and an array of rare and exotic creatures. Over the course of the afternoon, John explored nearly half of Asgard. In the wilderness, John played with a goat the size of a large bull. With so much meat, I can't imagine how long it would take to devour a whole lamb skewer. He mused, stroking the goat's soft, white fur. From a distance, Thor cautioned, John, that goat has a peculiar temperament. Exercise some caution. Relax, am I to be bested by a goat? John replied confidently. Time swiftly passed, and as dusk approached, Thor invited. There will soon be a banquet. Do join us. It would be my honor to experience the culinary delights of Asgard compared to Earth's offerings, John responded. Setting his phone aside, the goat, realizing it was no longer being petted, suddenly charged at John's lower back, sending him flying over 10 meters and tumbling down the cliff. John, Thor exclaimed, rushing toward him. Fortunately, the cliff was not steep, merely 10 meters high, and John's physical resilience ensured he landed on the grassy slope without sustaining severe injuries. As Thor reached him, he found John sprawled on the ground with one hand behind his back. John, are you all right? Thor inquired, inspecting him for visible injuries. John buried his face in the earth, too embarrassed to show himself. Thor, how much for that goat? Tonight, I shall treat you all to a roasted whole lamb. You are the guest. It is not customary for a guest to pay. Thor chuckled. Rest assured, tonight you shall feast on roasted lamb to your heart's content. Oh, my back. My kidneys. The echoes of raucous laughter and anguished cries resonated from the cliff's base, while the goat above remained oblivious, simply grazing. The goat mused. Why does it always feel like it might be my last meal? Soon, the banquet commenced. Several long tables were laden with roasted suckling pigs, whole lambs, mushroom soup, beer, and an array of delectable delicacies. John and Tony sat beside Thor, while their quartet occupied seats opposite them. Tony had securely placed his suit in a nearby room and was now attired in casual wear. After this feast, I'll need to diet until next year, Tony joked. Gazing at the lavish spread, John stowed his phone after finishing his photography and turned to Thor. Thor? Understanding, Thor nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, the kitchen is already preparing. The festivities began as Volstagg raised a mug of beer, proclaiming loudly, to the great Allfather Odin. The crowd raised their beers, and John and Tony followed suit. To the great god King Odin. To the thunder god Thor. To our friends from Midgard. They cheered, with great enthusiasm. Everyone took a hearty gulp of beer before diving into the feast of meat laid before them. The great hall was alive with the dance of maidens and the melodies of musicians. Tony picked up a knife and sliced into a roast piglet, savoring its flavor with astonishment. This is truly delectable, he exclaimed. Thor turned to him with a grin, remarking, the taste of this roast piglet is unparalleled. It is Vostagg's favorite dish. If it weren't for maintaining appearances in front of guests, he would have devoured it in mere moments. Laughter erupted among them, while Vostagg, in all seriousness, declared, a good appetite begets great strength. Cheers. The festive atmosphere prompted Tony to muse. I feel as though I have been transported back to the medieval era. Perhaps a themed restaurant of this sort could be opened. John, armed with a fork in one hand and a knife in the other, was ready to indulge. He quickly joined the meat-eating brigade, soon finding the pace too slow and resorting to using his hands. As soon as one plate was cleared, a server promptly replaced it with a new dish. Vostagg, unabashed in his gluttony, was playfully admonished by Vandal. Do save some for the guests. No worries, there's plenty to go around. John chuckled, his mouth glistening with grease. At the head table, Odin and Frigga dined with grace, smiling at the young warriors. Yet, Frigga's gaze drifted towards Thor and then to Loki, her expression darkening with concern. Noticing his wife's somber mood, Odin gently clasped her hand, murmuring, "Fear not, Loki will be all right." Vostag then announced, "We've eaten enough. It's time for some exercise. Who will challenge me to a contest?" No sooner had he spoken than a warrior of comparable stature to Vostag rose and bellowed, "I will." "Excellent," Tony remarked, observing the unfolding scene. "He shouldn't be intoxicated, right?" Sif, sitting across from him, explained, "We Asgardians are warriors. Vostag is merely stirring the atmosphere." Soon, the servers cleared a 20-square-meter space for the two competitors. They took their positions at opposite ends, eyes locked in fierce determination, while the crowd began to chant, "Vostag! Vostag! Gale! Gale!" Vandal stood up, volunteering to act as the referee. He positioned himself between the two. "Are we all ready?" he asked. Both the warrior named Gale and Vostag nodded in agreement. "Then, let the contest begin." With a wave of his hand, Vandal signaled to start and stepped back. The two men lunged toward each other, unanimously deciding to wrestle for victory. The crowd's cheers reached a crescendo as they grappled, momentarily locked in a stalemate. Finally, Vostag discovered Gale's weakness and decisively maneuvered him into submission. "Vostag is the victor," Vandal announced triumphantly. "Oh." Vostag raised his arms in triumph, exclaiming, "Is there anyone else?" John took a bite of meat, followed by a gulp of beer, and immediately raised his hand. "I'm in." The four-member team had fought alongside John against the Destroyer, so they harbored no doubts about his prowess. Indeed, he was formidable. Vostag's eyes also gleamed with a fighting spirit. "Come, my friend, let us engage in a contest." With that, John stepped into the clearing, facing Vostag. Tony glanced at the empty beer mug on John's seat and inquired of Thor, "What is the alcohol content of this drink? How strong?" "I'm not certain, but I've never gotten drunk from it," Thor replied. Tony took a sip of his own drink and remarked, "I'm starting to feel tipsy." In the clearing, Fandral, resembling a host on the arena, announced, "Let us welcome our friend from Midgard, Jon Stark. He has single-handedly held back the Destroyer on Earth and aided us in slaying numerous frost giants in the Palace of the Gods, making him a formidable warrior. But who will emerge victorious against Vostag?" Chapter 69, the two-day, one-night tour of the palace concludes. "Let the contest begin." With a wave of his hand, Fandral declared the match officially underway. "John, I assure you, I will not go easy on you," Vostag warned. "Huh, just as I like it," John replied, his cheeks flushed, exhibiting signs of intoxication. "Come." Vostag attempted to grasp John's hands, but John, like a slippery eel, swiftly bent down, wrapping his arms around Vostag's waist in an effort to push him out of the ring. Vostag's expression changed as he retreated more than 10 steps, finally stabilizing himself just before the edge of the arena. "Whoa, that was close," Vostag exclaimed, now gripping John's waist. Their size disparity allowed Vostag to lift John completely off the ground. Dazed, John looked upside down at the world around him and realized his predicament. "Oh no. Am I going to be thrown?" Vostag began to spin around, further disorienting the already dizzy John. After several rotations, Vostag released his hold, sending John flying. In the next instant, John instinctively activated his reflexes, appearing behind Vostag half a second later, seizing Vostag's arm and executing a surprise back throw on the unsuspecting warrior. Thud. After the throw, John lost his balance and sat down on the ground. The crowd stood in astonishment, before erupting into cheers. "John! John! John!" Vostag rose, laughing as he helped John to his feet, patting his arm. "Huh, I can't believe I forgot you had that move. I was so careless. Given our sizes, I should have known better than to wrestle with you," John humbly replied. "Now, let the music play and the dance continue," Thor exclaimed, raising his glass. John was already inebriated, prompting the question of who would challenge next. At that moment, someone suggested, "Thor, why don't you step up?" "Yes, Thor, you should. I've been wanting to challenge you. I, too, wish to test my strength against Thor." Faced with the crowd's enthusiasm, Thor could not refuse their invitation. He shed his outer garment, donning only a thin shirt, then strode to the center of the arena, calling out, "Who dares to challenge me? I do. And I." The fierce battle of Thor elevated the atmosphere of the banquet to new heights. John returned to his seat, briefly glancing at the intense action unfolding nearby, only to suddenly collapse onto the table. "John?" Tony prodded his shoulder. He was already fast asleep. Tony chuckled and shook his head, leaning back in his chair and reaching for a piece of fruit to pop into his mouth. Observing the lively festivities, he mused that the ambience was delightful. Perhaps a medieval-themed restaurant could truly thrive here. The tranquil night was spent amidst the jovial gathering. The following day, blinding sunlight streamed through the windows, piercing directly into John's eyes as if attempting to sear them. Who left the window open? John groggily awoke, turning his gaze from the harsh light to other areas. Momentarily disoriented. What did I do last night? I seem to recall having a skirmish with someone. He struggled to piece together the events of the previous night, but his memory faded after consuming half a glass of wine. Never mind, he decided. As John got dressed, it dawned on him that he had indeed overindulged. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. "May I come in?" "Please do." Frigga entered, accompanied by a maid. She instructed the maid to present a cup of tea to John, saying, "This is a hangover remedy, effective in alleviating the unpleasant symptoms of a hangover. We neglected to consider that you earthlings are unaccustomed to Asgardian wine." "It's all right," John replied. "I found that wine to be quite exhilarating." He took a sip of the tea offered by the maid, instantly feeling warmth wash over him, the slight dizziness and headache dissipating. Frigga then inquired with a smile, "Your mentor is the Ancient One, correct?" John nodded. "It's been a long time since I've seen her. She is fortunate to have such a talented student as yourself. I have never witnessed someone so newly acquainted with magic utilizing such a simple teleportation spell to travel from Earth to Asgard." John scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful as he said, "Perhaps I possess a special aptitude for this particular magic. After all, the teleportation spell is incredibly practical." Yet, it was true that John had a unique talent for this magic. His other magical studies were average, but he excelled in teleportation. Meanwhile, Strange had spent years learning and had only recently managed to open a portal from Titan to Earth. "Maybe I just have a specialization," he mused. Frigga chuckled and said, "Please send my regards to your teacher." "No problem. Your travels to Asgard are quite convenient. Feel free to visit at any time. Thank you for your invitation." After exchanging pleasantries, Frigga took her leave. John finished the hangover tea, rubbed his back, donned his coat, and stepped outside. As he exited, he encountered Tony from the adjacent room. "Tony, I believe we can head back today," John yawned. "That works. I've nearly documented all the celestial technology here. And Thor has assured us we can return at any time," Tony replied. "He still has a birthday party to attend." The medieval ambience of Asgard is indeed delightful, yet it does not lend itself to revelry. Thus, they sought out Thor to express their intentions. "No problem, my friends. Asgard always welcomes you as guests." Thor replied with a smile as he led them to the fractured rainbow bridge. There stood Heimdall, clad in golden armor and wielding a sword, guarding the entrance. Upon their arrival, Heimdall nodded in acknowledgement. Thor remarked, "If you wish to visit Asgard, just inform me in advance. Likewise, should I desire to come to Earth, I shall have Heimdall relay the message to you." John nodded and inquired, "Aren't you coming with us?" "Jane is waiting." After a moment of silence, Thor responded, "I'll visit when the time is right. There are many matters in the realm that require my attention." John shrugged, indifferent to Thor's decision. He then donned a mystical ring and opened a portal. At that moment, Thor exclaimed, "Oh, I just remembered the goat." This prompted John to recall, "Oh right. I haven't eaten since last night. I was drunk before the goat even made it to the table." Thor said, "Wait a moment, I saved half of it for you." With that, Thor brandished his hammer and soared into the sky. Minutes later, he returned, clutching a massive wooden chest. Using magic, he sealed the roasted goat inside, assuring that it could be consumed once they returned home. John instructed Tony, donned in his battle attire, to drag the chest back, then turned to Heimdall, asking, "The box that Vandal brought, did that dog just appear in Asgard?" Heimdall nodded. "I understood its words, which is why I allowed Vandal to take it to Earth. No other dimensional anomalies have emerged in the realm, have they?" "None," Heimdall confirmed. Chapter 70. Amusing the dog hearing Heimdall's words, John nodded. "Just one Thor is manageable. It would be troublesome if other entities were to come through. After all, the comedic realm is filled with conceptual beings. Well then, we shall take our leave." John waved farewell to Thor and stepped through the portal. Once the portal closed, Heimdall glanced at Thor and said, "I will search the cosmos diligently for Loki's whereabouts. Additionally, your young lady has been waiting there." At this last remark, Heimdall cast a teasing look at Thor. Thor cleared his throat and replied earnestly, "I will find time to visit her." Heimdall cautioned, "I must remind you that Asgardians have exceedingly long lifespans. A century for humans is but a fleeting moment for us. Odin will not approve of your union." "I understand," Thor acknowledged. In the small town of New Mexico, the portal opened at the spot where the Rainbow Bridge had once connected. Tony emerged, dragging the enormous chest, followed closely by John. Just then, a jeep pulled up and stopped in front of them, from which Jane alighted. Noticing only John and Tony, and not Thor, she expressed her concern, "Mr. John, did Thor not return with you?" John's expression suddenly turned grave as he replied, "We faced a formidable battle. The Rainbow Bridge used for transit has shattered, and they may be unable to return for several years." Jane quickly inquired, "How's Thor? Is he occupied?" Upon noticing Jane's worried expression, John ceased his playful demeanor and replied, "Let me think. Last night, he consumed a roasted chicken, a leg of lamb, a generous platter of beef, and a bottle of beer. His appetite seems quite robust. He should be fine." Jane sighed with relief, "as long as he is well." Indeed, Thor would not be able to arrive in the immediate future. Thus he had entrusted me with conveying this message. Jane asked, "Is it due to the rupture of that Rainbow Bridge?" John nodded. "The Rainbow Bridge holds significant strategic importance for Asgard. It serves as a crucial nexus connecting the 9 realms. Its disintegration would weaken Asgard's dominion over the Nine Worlds. As Thor is the heir to the throne, he has numerous matters to attend to and cannot afford to be absent. However, should he wish to come, he will notify me, and I can arrange an alternate portal for his arrival. Jane smiled and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. John. At that moment, a lone vehicle from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, with Coulson stepping out. John inquired, how did you receive news so swiftly? I have only just returned. Coulson shook his head. It is not us. Suddenly, a yellow flash crashed through the windshield of the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle, hurtling towards John. John's expression shifted dramatically. Cursed be. An enemy attack. Thud. John's abdomen was struck with brutal force, propelling him 10 meters away, where he collapsed to the ground, his hands pinned behind him. John. Tony rushed to see, only to discover that the yellow flash was not an enemy, but rather a peculiar yellow creature. Thor stood before John, his expression devoid of emotion, exuding cold indifference. I am Thor, the god of thunder. I am Thor, the god of thunder. I am Thor, the god of thunder. John, exasperated, pressed down on Thor's collar. All right, it's merely that I went out without you. Next time, I promise. Thor remained unmoved, incessantly pressing the button on his collar. I am Thor, the god of thunder. I am Thor, the god of thunder. John stood up, utterly speechless, then produced a strip of roasted meat from seemingly nowhere, enticingly waving it before Thor. Thor's eyes transformed into glowing orbs as he drooled, fixated on the meat in John's hand. Oh, would you like a taste? Asgard has just prepared this barbecue. Woof. Woof. Am I not fortunate this year? Woof. Am I not handsome? Thor's expression morphed into one of abstract confusion, while John's lips twitched. With a decisive motion, he tossed the meat strip into the portal. Off you go. Woof. Thor lunged forward, diving headfirst into the portal. Coulson approached, remarking, that creature has devoured 2 bags of our finest dog food in recent days, destroyed 2 of our vehicles, and damaged numerous valuable instruments. John, understanding the situation, declared, I shall not be compensating for that. It is your fault for wanting to experiment on him. Coulson felt a pang of embarrassment. They merely intended to collect a blood sample, not realizing that despite his canine appearance, Thor was indeed the god of thunder, nearly dismantling their entire facility. We must take our leave. Tony turned to Coulson. I am hosting a birthday party tomorrow. Will you attend? Coulson smiled. I can take a leave of absence tomorrow. And what of this lady? After some contemplation, she shook her head in refusal. We shall not go. Eric had been invited by S.H.I.E.L.D. to participate in a clandestine project, leaving Jane to undertake the astronomical experiments alone, while Daisy, apart from indulging in food, was of no assistance. Upon receiving their responses, Tony dragged his suitcase back. Through the portal, the two returned to the long-absent villa, which, in reality, had only been a few days. As the portal opened in the basement, John immediately spotted the Iron Man suit displayed in the showcase. You still have Mark II? Has Congress not harassed you? John remarked, clutching his waist. In just 2 short days, he had suffered 2 significant blows to his midsection. Tony ascended the platform, using mechanical arms to disassemble the suit. In the few days you've been away, it wasn't long before I saw people from Congress attacking me online. Just a bunch of clowns, he said. After removing the suit, Tony seated himself at the workbench. However, this kind of harassment is indeed unacceptable. I ought to consider not handing over Mark II to them. Raising an eyebrow, John suggested. You could give it to Rhodey and change the user to him. That was precisely the intention. Thus, Tony instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to modify the permissions of Mark II and decided to find a suitable time to give the suit to Rhodey, effectively silencing the officials. John glanced at Thor, who was idly doing nothing, and with a flick of his magic, tore a piece of meat from a box. Do you still want to eat? Woof. John tossed the meat outside, and Thor promptly dashed after it. TSK, TSK, TSK. John watched Thor scouring the area for the meat and popped the piece into his own mouth. Delightful, just like fresh out of the oven. The ensuing afternoon and evening saw Tony managing company affairs and reviewing documents for the Stark Tower project in the basement. In truth, Pepper had already handled most of it, leaving Tony merely to sign his name. Meanwhile, John entertained the dog upstairs while completing his homework. Even superheroes cannot escape the burden of school assignments. Simultaneously, at Hammer Industries, Justin Hammer had finally managed to secure connections to secretly extricate Ivan from prison, only to receive news from his subordinates. Ivan was currently being harassed and seemingly enjoying the attention from a burly black man, having lost his senses in the process. Chapter 71. The Party. The following evening, invited guests began to arrive at Tony's villa in droves. David and his companions, having received an invitation from John, came to the villa in preparation for Tony's birthday celebration. David, the party will commence shortly. You may head over to the sofa and sample the barbecue, John said. David rubbed his belly and replied, I've eaten so much barbecue these past few days that I'm on the verge of vomiting. I'm off to find some drinks. No problem. But you must try that barbecue. I assure you, it will be unlike anything you've ever tasted, John guaranteed. Is that so? David replied skeptically. For he had dined at every barbecue establishment in New York. What more could entice his palate? At that moment, Molly pulled John aside and said, John, I may have to leave by 9. John raised an eyebrow and inquired, Is your father coming to pick you up? Molly nodded. John glanced at his watch. It was already nearly 7 o'clock, and 9 was precisely when the festivities would be at their peak. The young lady's father still harbored doubts about him. John chuckled and said, No worries, just enjoy yourself until your father arrives. At that moment, David rushed over with a skewer of grilled meat, his face alight with astonishment. Whose barbecue is this? I have never tasted such an extraordinary flavor. John replied with utmost seriousness. This delicacy comes from goats that graze on the distant green pastures. Prepared with the most ancient grilling techniques and complemented by a secret sauce. In ancient times, such food was offered to the deities. I have managed to procure this exquisite dish directly from the divine. David scoffed, Come on, keep boasting. Why not say you got it from aliens? Well, you're not far off. Next time, I'll bring you dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Not long after, Rod arrived dressed in a simple yet elegant outfit. Upon entering, he spotted John and inquired, John, where's Tony? John nodded in greeting and gestured towards the living room. He is chatting with Pepper, without a death threat looming. Tony naturally would not host a self-destructive birthday party, so Rod was not in a particularly aggressive mood. He approached Tony and jokingly remarked, I've canceled numerous work commitments just to attend your birthday bash. You owe me. Upon seeing Rod, Tony stood up with a smile and embraced him, teasing. You didn't even wear proper attire to my birthday party. Isn't this outfit sufficiently respectable? It's all designer wear. Tony glanced down at Rod's shoes and quipped, Are you referring to those Nikes you bought on sale? At least they aren't knockoffs. Tony chuckled. Then patted Rod on the shoulder, speaking mysteriously, Don't worry, I'll have a surprise for you after the party. Rod replied bluntly, I hope this surprise isn't you drunkenly parading in an Iron Man suit. Ha ha ha, how could that be? Soon, more guests arrived. Some were powerful business moguls invited by Tony and Pepper, while others were younger attendees. After all, the party was primarily a youthful affair. Ethan and Coulson also made their appearance. However, both seemed disinterested in the lively atmosphere and, after exchanging pleasantries with Tony and John, retreated to a quiet corner. Yesterday, John had sent messages to Mordo and the Ancient One from Kamartaj, as well as Thor from Asgard, inquiring about their attendance. Naturally, the answer was a resounding no. The Kamartaj sorcerers required solitude for meditation, and Thor was otherwise occupied. Nonetheless, John utilized a portal to send some Asgardian barbecue to the Ancient One and a selection of earthly delicacies and drinks to Thor. Half an hour later, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tony Stark's birthday party. Shall we get the party started? The vibrant lights and music instantly ignited the atmosphere, and everyone began to dance to the rhythm. Oh, oh, oh. David danced with exuberance, even taking the lead at the front to rally others to join in. The party spirit went utterly wild. The excitement escalated once more. In the relatively serene basement, Thor sat alone on a plush sofa, indulging in a feast. He cast a longing gaze upwards, yearning to join the revelry above. However, John had warned him that ascending would incite unnecessary panic. Fortunately, John had arranged for Tony to prepare an elaborate spread in the basement and had instructed Jarvis to provide entertainment via the television. Yet, despite these comforts, a sense of solitude lingered in Thor's eyes. I am Thor, the god of thunder, he mused, for the glory of the northern gods. Suddenly, an advertisement blared. Massive clearance sale. Massive clearance sale. Thor pressed the button once more. Crazy Thursday, 2 pieces of original chicken for only $9.99, with Chuchuang laxative. Just a drop at the crucial moment. Frustrated, Thor yanked the collar from his neck and tossed it to the ground. The red button was inadvertently pressed, and the collar emitted another sound. In her eyes, there lies a hint of loneliness. Thor's lips twitched slightly, the music continuing to play. He reached for the button again, hoping to silence it, but the ensuing message darkened his expression. Wherever I tread, there are packs of wolves. In the language of Bewley. Thor's brow furrowed deeper. This phrase was incomprehensible to him. What other absurd advertisements has this wretched collar recorded? He pondered, setting the collar aside as he continued to watch television and savor his meat, relishing his solitude. Meanwhile, upstairs, John, immersed in the festivities, suddenly felt a pull of intuition towards the basement. At that moment, Molly approached him, declaring, John, I must take my leave. Allow me to escort you out, John replied. He led Molly away from the lively party, cherishing the refreshing air. If circumstances permitted, John would have relished a stroll through the city with Molly, if only his father hadn't been watching him like a suspect at the door. Good evening, sir, Molly's father nodded. Silent, Molly climbed into her father's car, bidding John farewell. Goodbye, John. John waved, watching as they departed. Just as he turned to return, a voice called out to him. Is this 10880 Malibu Port? Your order of beverages has arrived. Turning back, John saw a young boy, no more than a teenager, wearing a hat and carrying a large box of cocktails. Despite the hat concealing his face, John could discern that he was underage. You're working at such a young age? John remarked as he accepted the box. The delivery boy adjusted his hat, lowering his voice. Sir, I am of age. Please sign here. John smirked, opting not to engage further, and signed his name with the pen provided. Chapter 72. A New Life. The boy swiftly took the receipt and turned to leave, seemingly anxious about being seen. Yet, John caught a glimpse of the boy's Asian features beneath the hat. He glanced at the box of alcohol, noting its pristine packaging, and carried it back. The party raged on for quite some time, with guests reveling in merriment. Eventually, John assisted the inebriated David to his newly purchased car, opening the door to help him inside. Take care. David's girlfriend, Jenny, took the driver's seat, while David in the back wished to utter something fueled by the alcohol. Yet his voice had already faded. The vehicle started smoothly and departed. John returned to the villa, where Pepper was seeing off the guests, and he made his way directly to the basement. There, he found Rhodey and Tony. Tony pointed towards the Mark II in the display case and said to Rhodey, "This is the surprise." Rhodey looked at the Mark II, puzzled. What surprise? Didn't you finish this already? John approached and clarified. What Tony means is that the Mark II is a gift for you, as a way to appease those above. Rhodey nodded. Aware of how envious those higher-ups were of Tony's armor, constantly applying pressure, he had deflected considerable stress on Tony's behalf. If you give me the armor, those people use it as a weapon, thus contradicting your original intention? Tony shook his head. No, that happened. Not to mention how long it would take them to fully decipher the technology behind the Iron Man suit and mass produce it. I have already transferred the usage rights of the Mark II to you. No one else can operate it. Rhodey gazed at the silver armor, still in disbelief. Are you really giving it to me? Indeed, Tony teased. Want to put it on and take it for a spin? Well, I must have some fun then. Under Tony's guidance, Rhodey donned the armor he had longed for. Jarvis will assist you in familiarizing yourself with the suit. Rhodey closed the visor and, under Jarvis's control, flew out of the villa before embarking on a novice tutorial. John approached and looked at the data on the workbench, asking, Did you modify the Mark II? Yes. I adjusted some parameters and added new functionalities. Since Rhodey doesn't have the arc reactor in his chest, I installed an external mini reactor on the suit. Soon, Rhodey returned. The Mark II opened its visor, revealing Rhodey's ecstatic smile. Wow, this is amazing. As the mechanical arms removed the suit, Rhodey stepped down and adjusted his clothing. Suddenly, he had a thought and asked, So do I just drive the suit back? Tony shrugged. It's up to you, but your car is still out front. Oh right. My car. Reluctantly, Rhodey had to drive the armor back. Afterwards, John helped move the Mark II onto Rhodey's Hummer. John, have you always been this strong? Rhodey was astonished. John had effortlessly carried the Iron Man suit from the basement to the parking lot. Have you been taking something? Rhodey whispered, glancing around. Of course not. You know my capabilities, John replied. I thought your armor had an amplification effect like an exoskeleton, but who knew your physique was this extraordinary? Rhodey quipped, then got into the car and started the engine. John reminded him, just don't mention that it was Tony who gave it to you once you get back. You know how those people are. Rhodey gestured reassuringly. If those individuals discovered that Tony had gifted a suit, they would find ways to coax him into providing more. Even the core technology behind the armor. After giving his instructions, Rod drove away, and John returned to the villa. He approached a corner of the basement and discovered Thor. Lonely and solitary. It had been a day since returning to Earth. Yet Tony still could not comprehend how Thor could manifest in a two-dimensional anime form within a three-dimensional world. At that moment, Tony was at the workbench, fervently attempting to unravel this enigma. John glanced at Thor and, noticing its pitiful gaze, said, Come on, Thor, let us take you for a walk. At the mere suggestion of an outing, Thor instantly perked up. However, upon reflecting on his identity, Thor quickly composed himself, donned his collar, and pressed the button. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Tony, I am going out for a stroll. All right. John had also consumed a fair amount of alcohol and needed to take the dog out for a breath of fresh air. After all, it was nighttime, and Thor would not stand out as much. Shortly thereafter, John took Thor outside. Along the way, they occasionally encountered families out for an evening walk with their children. The little ones, spotting Thor, exclaimed in wonder, Daddy, look, it's a kite. The adults, peering at Thor through the dim light, could not discern its true form and merely remarked, That's a toy. When we get home, I'll buy you one too. Hearing their conversation, Thor turned and bared his teeth at them. He was not a mere toy. He was Thor, the god of thunder. John quickly gave him a gentle kick. Don't show your teeth indiscriminately. Suddenly, John halted, and Thor, who was following closely, bumped into his leg. Woof? Thor queried. wondering what task lay ahead. John gazed at the system map, where a red had suddenly appeared 300 meters to the northwest. Anomalies often arose unexpectedly, and he hadn't anticipated this unexpected bounty during their outing. Previously, he had acquired a considerable amount of source stones by slaying frost giants. Yet this anomaly was a welcome addition. John clicked on the red dot, revealing the type of anomaly. To his surprise, it was a charming mushroom beast. John looked at the small, blue mushroom beast, and memories flooded back to him, those countless nights spent farming spores in deserts and rainforests. The individual who invented the method of using different elements to extract various materials from mushroom beasts was truly a genius. Taking a deep breath, John felt fortunate to have traversed to this realm, knowing that anomalies would not yield two different materials. He began walking towards the anomaly, with Thor trailing behind, inquiring with confusion. Woof, what task do I have? Even though John could not comprehend the exact words, he understood the sentiment, and replied, by defeating monsters, I grow stronger. By becoming stronger, I may have the chance to send you back. If you help me fight, I can return you home more swiftly. Indeed, just yesterday afternoon, John, through a remote translation from Thor, had clarified why Thor was accompanying him. Thor had suddenly arrived from the world of Tenkold, where Heimdall first discovered and communicated with him. Thor sensed that Earth held the key to his return, prompting Heimdall to send him here. Upon meeting John, Thor recognized that the key to his return indeed lay with him. John surmised that he might need to draw some item or skill from the pool to send Thor back. However, it remained a mystery what he would need to extract to transport Thor across several universes. In Chapter 73, Who Found the Recording? John and his canine companion swiftly arrived at the anomaly. At a glance, John spotted the confused mushroom beast before a telephone pole, encircled by a group of inebriated delinquents. What on earth is this? It resembles a sentient mushroom. Am I seeing things due to intoxication? As the ruffians drew closer, the water elemental mushroom beast conjured a water orb before it. Indifferent to its novelty, one of the youths curiously prodded the orb. Could this be a wondrous creature we have stumbled upon? If this were not New York, you might find yourselves as protagonists in a wholesome American film. John approached, envisioning a narrative where a group unwittingly discovers extraterrestrial beings, embarking on a marvelous adventure, ultimately culminating in their triumph over evil. One of the youths stepped forward as John neared. What are you babbling about? John promptly revealed his S-H-I-E-L-D credentials. This creature is under our jurisdiction. You may leave. Perplexed, they inquired, us? As Thor emerged from the shadows behind John, the group was momentarily taken aback by his paper-thin appearance. I must have truly overindulged, they muttered, staggering away. The mushroom beast gazed at John with wide eyes, the water orb continuing to swell as it sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from him. At that moment, as John brandished his energy blade, the water orb erupted explosively. Thor found himself drenched, shaking off the droplets yet failing to locate John's figure. Upon turning, he discovered John had inexplicably positioned himself on a 6-meter-high platform. Thor paused, then pointed at John, exclaiming in a melodious tongue, woof woof woof. Although John could not comprehend the words, he sensed the harshness of the reprimand. You wouldn't dodge such a massive water orb? Woof, woof, woof woof woof. John cleared his ears and nonchalantly replied, how about I take you to Times Square tomorrow? Woof. In a placating tone, John stepped closer, placing his blade against the mushroom beast's head, shaking his head with regret. As adorable as you are, you did just attack me, did you not? Thor, at John's feet, regarded him with curiosity, recalling that John had seemingly waited for the water orb to explode. Is this what they call entrapment? John lifted the mushroom beast into the air and, with a swift stroke of his blade, cleaved it in two. It shouldn't be the round cap. John sheathed his blade and silently intoned, System, open the panel. Ding. Host, John Stark, Lin Hai. Experience, 26, 353. 000 age, 19 gender, undefined skills, Jade Shield, Arcane Armor, Dawn Guardian, Blink, Phantom Etch, Wall of Eternity items, Iron Sword X4, Zhaoshan, Advanced Resonance Potion X5. Basic Recovery Potion X6, Tivit Amulet X3, Salata Soda X2, Sword Bathed in Dragon's Blood, Leather Armor X2, Meteor, Endless Blade, Guardian Fire Pitch, Doctor's Robe, Guardian Blessing X1. Special Dish, Judgment Time, Constitution, 183, 100 Spirit, 145, 100 Strength, 180, 100 Defense, 200, 100, Unequipped, Source Stone, 59 unbeknownst to him. He had amassed quite a number of draws again. Grateful for the frost giant, Loki truly is a good soul. John suddenly recalled that when Loki fell into the abyss, he would likely come to Earth to commence his plan for domination. The shield could hardly prevent him. It seemed Loki remotely activated the cosmic cube from another dimension to arrive on Earth. Nevertheless, precautions must be taken. Although the Battle of New York was averted, the casualties were indeed considerable. John glanced once more at the panel, first disregarding the gender classification. Undefined. Was he Cthulhu or merely an American transgender? He scrutinized his physical data, feeling that the figures seemed arbitrary. He roughly estimated that they were akin to Captain America's statistics. How could they be so minimal? Whose absurd data was this? Shifting his gaze downward, he noted the accumulated draws and muttered to himself, having previously drawn gold twice. This time felt like it would hit the guaranteed draw. Perhaps he should gather a few more. There were no red dots nearby, and John's senses had returned to normal. It was time to head back. Thor, we must return. Goodness, don't splash water on me. Transitioning to a bright room, a man slowly opened his eyes. He surveyed the surroundings, both familiar and strange, and looked at his robust physique, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Have I been rescued? The radio on the table broadcasted the Dodgers game report. The Dodgers have equalized. The score is now 4-4. He slowly rose, his head throbbing like a needle. At that moment, a woman with voluminous waves, dressed in a professional outfit from the last century, entered the room. Upon seeing the man, admiration glimmered in her eyes, yet astonishment prevailed. Good morning, or should I say good afternoon? The man frowned and asked, where am I? The woman smiled and replied, you are in the rehabilitation ward in New York. Meanwhile, the radio continued with the game report. The Dodgers lead, 8-4. Oh, the Dodgers. The audience stood in excitement. What a thrilling match it was. Simply marvelous. The man listened intently to the radio, frowning repeatedly as he sensed something was amiss. His piercing gaze returned to the woman, his body poised for action. Where exactly am I? The woman feigned ignorance. I'm afraid I do not understand your meaning. The man stated, the game is from May 1941. I know. For I was there in person. In the studio, Fury, upon witnessing the scene within the house, appeared utterly speechless and exclaimed loudly, who on earth found this recording? A staff member timidly raised a hand. You may take your leave and wait elsewhere, he retorted. In the room, a man noticed a fleeting panic in the woman's eyes, which only fortified his suspicions. He feared he might be captured by enemies. Rising to his feet, he demanded assertively, I will ask once more, where am I? The woman pressed a device in her hand while attempting to soothe the man's agitation. Captain Rogers, please allow me to explain. Just then, two guards entered after receiving a call. Steve, observing the stark contrast in their gear, pondered, is Hydra not even pretending anymore? He acted first, knocking the two men down and hurling them against the wall, only to discover the wall was as fragile as paper. Stepping outside, he surveyed the room that felt like a cage, his unease escalating. The alarm had sounded. Steve resolved to find a way out first. Chapter 74, The Liberty of America. How about it, Thor? I have kept my word, bringing you here just as I promised. John stood at the intersection of Times Square, observing the bustling crowd while addressing Thor. I am Thor, the god of thunder, Thor replied, appearing quite bemused as he glanced at the rope tied around his hands. Contemplating biting it off, John tugged at the rope, feeling a twinge of guilt. This leash keeps others from noticing you. As long as you walk like a human, they will assume you're merely a new toy. Thor's presence was akin to that of an extraterrestrial being, not to be recognized by the general populace. Come, let me show you the sights over there. This is the most liberated place on the West Coast. Here, the concept of freedom thrived, street performers sang. Vendors sold their goods, and one could even encounter petty thieves and ice archers. Wait a moment, what did I just see? An ice archer? John's attention was drawn to a bare man 100 meters ahead, confronting the police with his weapon drawn, poised to fire at any moment. How did this individual travel from Florida to New York? Was this scripted? Thor pointed towards the scene, inquiring, woof? John's lips twitched as he bent down to cover Thor's eyes. Children should not look. Indeed, too much freedom can be problematic. Suddenly, a burly man in a tank top barreled forward, catching John off guard as they collided. I am so sorry. John stumbled forward, nearly losing his balance. But his agility allowed him to recover gracefully. Although he had been aware, he felt capable of confronting challenges. The force of the collision suggested the man possessed considerable strength. After the impact, the man halted as several black vehicles surrounded them. John, believing the person who had bumped into him to be a fugitive, was startled when Fury emerged from an SUV clad in his signature black trench coat. John approached him and inquired, Fury, what is going on? Fury, surprised to see him, responded, John, you're here too? John displayed the rope in his hand, saying, just walking the dog. Fury lowered his head and then noticed Thor. When Coulson had reported to him initially, it was he who suggested whether they could procure some blood samples, resulting in the laboratory nearly being dismantled. It was then that he realized, even if the Thor from the so-called parallel universe were a mere dog, he was still the god of thunder, untouchable in essence. Consequently, S.H.I.E.L.D. adopted a watchful stance towards Thor, akin to their approach with Hulk. The man observed their conversation and immediately grew wary. Are you two together? Who are you? John turned at the sound, and upon seeing the man's face, exclaimed, what the hell? It's Captain America. Captain America? Fury mused, perplexed. Ahem, that slipped out. John regained his composure, recognizing the face belonged to Chris Evans, the last actor he had seen in the film Deadpool 3, where the character of Captain America had left a profound impression on him. However, in this timeline, the Fantastic Four had yet to be introduced, logically ruling out the possibility of encountering the character he had just mentioned. Thus, it must be Steve Rogers. How did you uncover that so quickly? Steve asked, puzzled. Of course, your story is documented in textbooks. I was often called upon by teachers during lectures, John replied, vividly recalling that period when he was consistently singled out during discussions regarding Steve's exploits, unable to provide any answers. In college, he chose a history course with David, where the instructor, a fervent admirer of Captain America, frequently called on him to respond to questions. Much to his dismay, he still couldn't answer. Consequently, he was relegated to the front row, prohibited from using his phone. Fury explained to Steve, Steve, this is New York. You have been frozen for 70 years. What? Transitioning to a restaurant scene, John solemnly speared a piece of beef with his fork and placed it in his mouth, while Fury sat beside him and Steve across the table. Fury continued to narrate the events that transpired during Steve's time in ice. Sir, your meal has arrived. The waiter pushed a cart, presenting several plates of food onto the table. John promptly claimed the dishes for himself. Fury, observing this, remarked incredulously, can you finish all that? Huh? I paid for it. I'll eat as I please. John exclaimed, then moved a plate in front of Thor. Thor, eat. Woof. Thor, wielding a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, commenced a fervent feast alongside John. Originally, John intended to find a restaurant in Times Square for a modest lunch with Thor, but Fury shamelessly interjected, intending to enlighten Steve about history. John found it difficult to refuse. After all, aside from Steve's identity as a superhero in the films, he was a renowned figure he had grown up hearing about. Steve gazed at the three-dimensional canine before him, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Has the future evolved to such an extent? He inquired, pointing at Thor as he looked to John. John slurped a mouthful of pasta, swallowing before responding, oh, his name is Thor. Just think of him as a powerful dog. After Thor finished his pasta with a flourish, he looked at Steve and pressed a button on his collar. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Steve chuckled awkwardly and introduced himself. Hello, I am Steve Rogers. Fury, having finished his meal, wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, the truth is exactly as I stated. It has been 70 years since you piloted your aircraft into that glacier alone, and the world has since enjoyed a semblance of peace. Should you doubt my words, feel free to venture outside and witness for yourself, though we must be apprised of your whereabouts. Steve hesitated and inquired, what about Professor Erskine and Carter? Fury replied, Professor Erskine passed away long ago. As for Agent Carter, after the war concluded, she collaborated with Mr. Howard and other leading talents to establish what is now known as the Department of Homeland Security and Strategic Logistics, or S.H.I.E.L.D. John interjected. This is the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve found it incredulous. You never would have imagined that a black man could become your superior, even the highest authority, upon awakening from your slumber, would you? Facing John S. brazen remarks, Fury felt a surge of irritation but was accustomed to it. The prowess both possessed compelled him to maintain his composure. John, your tongue should be classified as a dangerous weapon. Thank you for the compliment. But I merely pay attention to the comments of internet users, John replied. Steve quickly asked, what about Carter and Howard? Are they still around? Fury responded. Agent Carter is presently in a nursing home, her health declining steadily. He glanced at John. Howard, my father, passed away a decade ago due to illness. Chapter 75, A Delayed Report. Upon hearing John's words, Steve's expression dimmed slightly as he said, I apologize. I did not mean to offend your father. It was then that Steve realized something was amiss. John extended his hand to Steve. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am John Stark, the son of Howard Stark. Noticing Steve's lingering confusion, Fury clarified, he is his adopted son. His biological son, Tony Stark, is likely at home tinkering with inventions. Understanding dawned on Steve. No wonder John possessed such an unmistakable Asian visage. He reached out to shake John's hand. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Fury and said, I wish to see Carter. Certainly, though given that you have been frozen for 70 years, a few moments more one tea make a difference. Waiter, please bring another steak. Along with a bottle of red wine, Fury called out. Damn, John thought, feeling as though he had been made a fool. Aren't you going to wipe your mouth? John asked Fury. Does wiping one's mouth mean one can no longer eat? Fury replied, all right, you win. John turned to Steve. Do you wish to see her very much? Of course, Steve thought, but did not vocalize his feelings. Yet John understood his sentiment. Then let us go. I shall escort you. Steve immediately rose, but suddenly paused and asked, do you know where to find her? John glanced at Fury and said, ask him. Fury halted his eating utensils, observing the eager expression on Steve's face. My meal has yet to arrive. You've practically finished yours. A bit more one tea matter. Fury replied, reluctantly taking a napkin and pulling a pin from his coat, writing down an address to hand to John. He then tore off the paper. John cast a glance at the address above, then unleashed a surge of energy that reduced the paper to ash. This left Steve momentarily stunned. "Let us go?" As they descended the stairs, John hurriedly urged Steve to move faster. "What's wrong?" Steve asked, scanning their surroundings with caution. "Hurry up. I told the waiter to have Fury settle the bill." John strode towards his car with purpose. Steve let out an involuntary chuckle before jogging after him. Thus, John drove Steve to Carter's residence. Meanwhile, in the restaurant, Fury had just finished the dish that had been served and took a sip of red wine. After dabbing his mouth with a napkin, he prepared to leave. At that moment, the waiter intercepted him. "Sir, you haven't settled the bill." Confused, Fury replied. "Weren't those two who just left?" Suddenly, realization dawned on him. John had set him up. The waiter, ever eager, presented the card machine. "Your total is $700, but thanks to Mr. John's patronage, it's discounted to $560. We also have a complimentary gift for you. Shall I charge your card?" Reluctantly, Fury retrieved his card from his bag. He had intended to charge it to Stark Industries. But he noticed several imposing figures had mysteriously appeared at the restaurant entrance. Without a doubt, John had orchestrated this. On the other side, John drove smoothly through the residential area, following the address provided by Fury until they arrived at Carter's house. After parking, Steve approached the front door while John remained in the car. Steve knocked several times, and shortly after, the door opened to reveal a girl who bore a resemblance to Carter. "Who are you looking for?" Sharon inquired. "I'm looking for Peggy Carter," Steve responded. The girl studied Steve, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, yet his declaration of seeking Carter heightened her wariness. "Who are you?" "I am Steve Rogers." Upon hearing this name, Sharon finally recalled why he appeared so familiar. He was the Captain America she had heard about since childhood. Recently, she had also learned from S.H.I.E.L.D. that Captain Rogers had been extracted from the ice. He is awake so soon. Just then, she spotted John sitting in the car behind Steve, and her suspicions about his identity were confirmed. "Please, come in." Sharon led Steve to Carter's room. As Steve beheld the elderly woman lying in the hospital bed, surrounded by medical equipment, a wave of discomfort washed over him. He yearned to see Carter, yet feared the encounter. 70 years had passed. He was still in his prime, while the woman he loved had grown frail and gray. Sharon approached the bedside, exchanged a few words with Carter, who then attempted to sit up. Upon seeing Steve at the door, tears streamed down her face. After a moment of contemplation, Steve spoke the words that had been delayed by 7 decades. "Peggy, I've returned from my mission." Standing before the bed, he grasped Carter's weathered hand. "You've finally come back," Peggy exclaimed in a hoarse voice, tears glistening in her eyes. "It's been 70 years. Understanding the gravity of the moment." Sharon discreetly exited the room and closed the door, granting the two of them the space they needed. After a considerable period, John found himself languishing in his car, boredom enveloping him. He retrieved his mobile phone to peruse films, discovering a plethora of visually stunning blockbusters, far superior to an upcoming domestic science fiction film. As he searched, he stumbled upon the classic Alien and decided to indulge in nostalgia. At that moment, a black SUV pulled up beside him, piquing his curiosity. The window rolled down, revealing Fury's face, which appeared even darker than the vehicle itself. "John, I never anticipated that a high-ranking official like you would expect a mere citizen like me to foot the bill," Fury remarked as he exited the vehicle and leaned against the door. "I simply forgot in my eagerness to assist you. You are, after all, a director. Do try not to be so petty. Is this truly a matter of pettiness? A meal costing $700. Do you fathom how long I must toil to earn such an amount? Do not be deceived by my title. My salary is rather meager." John regarded Fury with disdain. "Meager salary? You, who undoubtedly siphons off considerable funds under the guise of research and has established numerous safe houses. Can you honestly claim your salary is insufficient?" Fury, disinterested in further debate, inquired, "How long has Steve been inside?" "Almost an hour, I suppose," John replied, continuing to watch the film. "By the way, there was something you neglected to mention to Steve at the restaurant." "What is it?" "Hydra." John turned his gaze to Fury's remaining eye. "Have you managed to uncover the extent of Hydra's presence within your agency?" Fury's expression grew grave. "We have identified many, but I have refrained from taking action, as I sense there may be higher-ranking Hydra operatives involved. I have long intended to ask, how do you possess this knowledge? Yet you have consistently evaded my inquiries. Have you learned from Tony? I reiterate, do not question me on how I know. I am aware of their existence, yet not of their identities. If Fury were to conduct a thorough investigation, he could inflict a significant blow to Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., potentially altering the events of Captain America, the Winter Soldier. In this reality, where even minor changes could have monumental ramifications, should those 3 aerial carriers be activated, his days of ease would be numbered. Chapter 76. To your left, if you were an ordinary person, I would surely find a way to extract the secrets you possess. Fury stated earnestly, though John could discern the jest in his tone. It is precisely because I am not ordinary that I feel secure in discussing these matters with you. John replied, adopting a playful demeanor, emboldened by Stark's stature. At that moment, Steve emerged from the house. Finished your conversation? John and Fury exchanged knowing, teasing glances, causing Steve to feel somewhat embarrassed. It seems I currently lack a place to stay, Steve admitted. Come to my home. I have ample space in my room, John offered. It will be a perfect opportunity for you to meet Tony. Steve, without hesitation, expressed his gratitude. I appreciate it. Subsequently, John drove Steve to the seaside villa. Thor was the first to alight, clutching a gaming console as he entered. As Steve stepped out and beheld the villa's grandeur, a wave of sentiment washed over him. Let us proceed. Tony should be inside. In the basement, Tony was receiving reports from Jarvis. Mr. John and Thor have returned, accompanied by an unfamiliar gentleman. Tony furrowed his brow and inquired, what does he look like? Jarvis adjusted the surveillance footage for Tony, magnifying Steve's face. Is this Captain Rogers? The retrieval indicated a remarkable 90% similarity to Captain America, Steve Rogers. Tony stood and made his way outside. Did John bring him back? Ascending the stairs, he coincidentally spotted the two in the living room. John noticed Tony and remarked, Tony, allow me to introduce you to Steve Rogers, Captain America. Steve, this is Tony Stark. Steve extended his hand to Tony, saying, hello, Tony. I am Steve Rogers, a comrade of your father's. Tony approached briskly, circling around Steve for a closer look. I recall the captain perishing upon colliding with an iceberg. How is it that you have brought back someone so youthful? It's uncanny. Tony remained skeptical. After all, if Steve were alive, he would now be nearing 90 years of age. Nevertheless, he patted Steve on the shoulder and said, pleasure to meet you. John asserted earnestly. This is indeed the real Steve Rogers, excavated from the glacier by S.H.I.E.L.D. It's authentic. John then succinctly recounted the events. Tony found it hard to believe that Steve had unexpectedly survived, preserved in his prime due to being encased in ice. So, Steve will be staying with us? Tony asked. He just emerged from the freezer, penniless, so we might as well let him stay. Steve reassured, don't worry, I will find work soon, and once I have the means, I will move out and not be a burden. Tony shrugged, replying, then John, you can make the arrangements. Very well, Steve, that room in the middle is yours. Next to mine, and over there is Tony and Pepper's room. Tony interjected, for now, it remains my room. John raised an eyebrow and said, really? You two haven't confessed your feelings yet. Many times, John observed Tony and Pepper nearly pressed together while conversing. Adults' matters are best left to adults. Oh, you're blushing, Steve remarked, observing their playful banter, which inevitably reminded him of the past. A tranquil day passed. John, watch your left. Steve, clad in a white tank top, sprinted alongside John. Is your body truly fresh from being unearthed? John teased. Could it be that you're simply too slow? John glanced at his sports watch, which displayed a pace nearing 7 minutes, and he certainly would not concede. Jogging has its benefits. At that moment, a 4 or 5-year-old girl on a tricycle sped past him. Care for another race? Steve proposed to John. Sure, let's see who reaches Stark Tower first. The loser treats the winner to a meal. All right, prepare to witness superhuman speed. The two halted, warmed up, and readied themselves to run. On your mark, get set, go. They launched forward like arrows released from a bow. 30 minutes later, they arrived at Stark Tower. Logically speaking, at the age of 60. How is it that you can still run so swiftly? John, panting heavily, gradually came to a halt, sweat pouring down his face to the extent that it obscured his vision. Steve was equally breathless. You're not doing too badly yourself. Do you possess some sort of special ability? Steve exclaimed, astonished. He had been sprinting at full speed, yet John managed to keep pace, even surpassing him as they approached the building. After all, he had injected himself with the super soldier serum to achieve such speed. What about John? John replied, special abilities, indeed, exist. You shall witness them in due time. After a few minutes of rest, Steve inquired, so, shall we run back? I will accompany you to the end. Remember your meal, John jested. Rest assured, once I earn some money, I shall treat you, Steve replied. The two began their spirited race back to the villa. Meanwhile, in New Jersey, the once tranquil town was abruptly besieged by an unknown life form. The following day, John expressed his confusion. A monster? Indeed, a monster. It's the same town where you and Natasha undertook a mission. Reports claim a monster has been sighted. Coulson's voice emanated from the phone. John pondered, considering that Ultraman had yet to make an appearance in this world. He asked, what characteristics does this monster possess? It stands 5 to 6 meters tall, resembling a mutated gorilla, with a coat of white and green, Coulson replied. John pinched the bridge of his nose and said, all right, I understand. Coulson's implication was clear. He wanted John to take Captain Rogers along, allowing him to experience the world's changes. John glanced at Steve. who was engrossed in his phone on the nearby sofa, and asked, "Captain, there's a mission. Will you join?" Steve put down his phone and turned to John, asking, "What mission?" "To confront a monster." "All right," Steve agreed. John then spoke to Coulson. "Very well, we shall depart tomorrow." "Excellent, we will provide assistance," Coulson responded. Seizing the opportunity while the call was still connected, John asked, "Your idol is in my home. Won't you come to ask him for an autograph?" Coulson chuckled wryly. "I wish I could, but I am swamped with tasks." "Very well," John concluded, and the call ended. Reflecting on the previous mission where they battled a creature from the game Sound of the Tide, John speculated that the forthcoming beast might be the Wild King from the world. Is that its name? He wondered aloud. Oh, it just came to me, the flying ape. Chapter 77. The instance the next morning, Steve and John arrived at the affected town in A-S-H-I-E-L-D vehicle. "The changes here are remarkable," Steve remarked as he stepped out of the car. "Are you unable to adapt?" John teased. "Not quite. As of now, I can still manage," Steve replied. Turning to the agents, John commanded, "Secure this area. Prevent anyone from approaching." "Understood, sir," the agents acknowledged. Following John's orders, S-H-I-E-L-D, agents dispersed to cordon off the vicinity around the recycling station. "Captain, your shield is in your hand," John called back. Steve raised his vibranium shield, showcasing it. "Here it is." Before arriving, S-H-I-E-L-D had sent over the shield, yet there was no battle suit, leaving Steve clad in casual attire. And John similarly so. John gazed at the shield, unable to resist the urge to strike it, producing a resonant sound. "Ah, in my childhood, I only had a Lego figure shield. Who would have thought I would encounter the real deal so soon?" John mused to himself. "What? Oh, nothing. Let us go inside." John retrieved his energy blade and followed Steve into the recycling station. As they entered the derelict building, Steve advanced cautiously. John remarked, "Captain, there are no monsters nearby. There may be something inside the house." Steve turned back to inquire, "How do you know?" "It's a gift," John replied. Truth be told, his system map did not indicate a single red dot. Coulson had informed him that the report came from a group of children who ventured into the recycling station, discovering a peculiar door inside the house. Upon entering, a gorilla-like monster had suddenly appeared and attacked them. Fortunately, they were close to the exit and managed to flee. Though the creature remained within the confines of the recycling station, it could possibly be a secret realm. Thus, the two approached the house and indeed found the door mentioned by the report. "John, do you have any clues?" John scrutinized the vertical door, his brow furrowed. "I've never seen anything like it." He stepped forward, placing his hand on the doorframe. Steve cautioned, "John, be careful. It's fine." John was puzzled. The patterns resembled those from the game Genshin Impact, yet he had never encountered them before. "Let us go in and take a look," John said, glancing back at Steve. After a moment of contemplation, Steve nodded. "All right, let us explore." They passed through the grand door into a dimly lit space. Upon entering, they witnessed the sudden manifestation of a colossal gorilla before them. John instantly recognized it as the Flying Lion, indicating that this space was indeed Sonora, a dungeon from the game. However, was it typical for a secret realm to feature such a formidable creature right off the bat? Could it be a modified version? He pondered. "Do you have any insights?" Ding. It's possible that the residual frequencies from the previous few remnants caused the formation of this dungeon. However, that cannot be the case. There were only two, which means other entities must have arrived in this world unbeknownst to us. That makes sense. Yet I wonder if this is a one-time dungeon or a lingering echo dungeon. If it's the latter, then I might be in for a windfall of source stones. John turned to Steve and declared, "Captain, we must defeat this gorilla first." "Just the two of us?" Steve observed the wild beast, clearly not an ordinary gorilla, resembling one that had been injected with some serum. "Yes, just us. Don't worry. Although this creature is powerful, its attacks follow a pattern." The arrival of the two individuals had captured the attention of the fiery ape, which clapped its powerful pectorals before leaping high into the air to strike at them. "Dodge." John, donning his mystical ring, swiftly conjured a portal above his head. The fiery ape, unsuspecting, fell right into it. "Collect." With the portal closed, only the head of the ape, now reduced to half a man's height, remained before John, while its body lay distantly. Steve, standing by, was rendered speechless. He had never seen such a thing. Yet, he began to comprehend that John was wielding the power of space. Recalling the Hydra's research on that cube, Steve inquired, "John, could your abilities possibly stem from the cube?" John displayed the ring in his hand, replying, "Magic. Please keep this between us and the S-H-I-E-L-D personnel." Steve paused, then nodded. "Rest assured, I shall remain silent." It astonished him that after so many years of slumber, this world had come to possess magic. How peculiar indeed. And gods, too. This realm was no longer as they had once known it. Furthermore, magic had existed for millennia, yet it remained unknown to the masses. Gods? Steve's confusion deepened. John explained, the thunder god from Norse mythology recently visited Earth to find a girlfriend. Tony and I spent 2 days in Asgard. I'll introduce you to Thor when I have the chance. Steve then asked, I recall you mentioning that your little dog at home is also a thunder god? Indeed. From another world. At that moment, both the body and head of the fiery ape vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a humanoid monster materialized in the very spot they had just vacated. The two men turned their gazes, and John's eyes widened in astonishment. With dark purple wings, a white body, a rounded abdomen, and a lengthy spear, it was a sight to behold. Goodness gracious! Exclaimed John. What? Steve, puzzled, had noticed that his old friend's son possessed a rather exuberant demeanor. John waved his hand dismissively. Nothing. I merely meant to say it is formidable. Very formidable? Indeed. Consequently, Steve raised his shield, and John prepared to draw a portal to retrieve the creature. The headless one flapped its wings and soared into the air, raising its spear as it dove toward them. John attempted to sketch a portal in the creature's path, only to find he lacked the time. Its speed was astounding. In the blink of an eye, it was upon them. Captain, get to safety. The two swiftly evaded. Heeding John's warning, Steve rolled and turned, shielding himself with a shield. John too hastily distanced himself. Upon landing, the headless one swung its spear, creating a circular area of attack around itself. The strike met Steve's vibranium shield, sending him flying, while John narrowly escaped the attack's radius, his expression growing grim. This is bad. At this rate, with the frequency of its attacks, I fear I won't have the opportunity to utilize the portal. Chapter 78. Can you still flee? As solid as a rock, forged in ice and snow. This will never end. All right, Captain, you have been fortified. He unleashed 2 skills in succession, enveloping both of them in a protective shield. Steve glanced at the ethereal ice blue shield that materialized on his hand and shield, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thank you. The faceless one turned its attention towards him. Its body slightly hunched, dark purple energy coalescing at the tip of its spear. As he observed the creature's movements, a familiar memory surged to the forefront of John's mind, prompting him to shout, Captain, now is the time. Interrupt its attack. Steve nodded and swiftly advanced, aiming the edge of his shield at the faceless one's head. In that instant, the creature thrust its spear forward. The collision produced a peculiar sensation for Steve, as if the world around him had slowed to a crawl. In the next moment, both he and the faceless one were knocked back several paces. Seizing the opportunity, John conjured a portal beneath the creature's feet. Yet, just as the portal was fully formed, the faceless one darted towards John at an astonishing speed. John, have you seen my crown? Just before the creature's fist struck, John donned the Dawn Guardian armor, only to be sent hurtling away by the powerful blow. He unsheathed his light blade, embedding it into the ground as he skidded several meters before coming to a halt. What the hell? It has wings and can instantaneously teleport. Is this a scripted monster or a game glitch? Rising to his feet with his blade in hand, John realized he might have imagined the previous moment. Had he not donned the Guardian armor to bolster his defenses, even the 2 layers of shields might have shattered. John, are you all right? Steve rushed over. Concern etched on his face. I'm fine. It can't breach my defenses. As he spoke, John replenished his shield. The faceless one had retracted its wings and spear, striding towards them with deliberate steps. Captain, this is going to be a tough battle. Conserve your strength as there may be more monsters ahead. John began to suspect they were in a dynamic dungeon, potentially facing several more foes. Having been frozen for so long, it's time for me to stretch my legs. The faceless one reached a certain distance before suddenly lunging forward to execute an uppercut. Both men deftly sidestepped the attack, then combined their efforts to kick the creature back. John initiated his phantom etching, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. He swung his blade toward the faceless one's face. The creature raised a hand to block, electricity coursing through its body. It staggered back, inexplicably covering its face with one hand. Captain, be cautious. It's gearing up for an attack. No sooner had John spoken than the faceless one appeared beside Steve, launching a straight punch. Steve reacted swiftly, raising his shield to protect himself. The impact reverberated as he was pushed back a meter, successfully blocking the blow. John utilized his blink ability, slipping into the creature's blind spot. Is that all you can do, teleport? He executed a horizontal slash at the faceless one's waist, instead of cleaving it in 2 as he had imagined. The blow sent the creature flying. Regaining its balance, the faceless one's energy erupted, its wings re-emerging as it grasped the spear once more. It ascended into the air, energy gathering at the spearhead, this time targeting John, intent on employing the same tactic again. John plunged his knife into the ground beside him and proceeded to sketch a portal on the earth before him. This time, you must run, he warned. Steve, brandishing his shield, approached John and inquired with confusion, John, what are you doing? With one hand maintaining the portal, John withdrew his knife with the other. Captain, if anything goes awry, I apologize in advance. At that moment, the faceless creature charged forward. John raised his knife, aimed at the creature, and then swung downwards, Steve's eyes widened as the creature, which had been airborne moments ago, suddenly found itself beneath John's blade. A smirk crept across John's lips. Success at last. Even the faceless creature appeared bewildered. Before it could react, it was helplessly pulled into the portal. Farewell. As the creature descended halfway, John closed the portal, and the force of space cleaved the creature in two. Yet again, there was no echo of destruction. Steve, astonished, asked, "You had this plan in mind all along, didn't you?" John shrugged and replied, "It was a spontaneous idea. Fortunate it worked. Otherwise, you would have been the one falling." The two shared no further words but stood vigilant in the space, awaiting any further threats. However, after a lengthy wait, no additional monsters appeared. What? Only two? Do you desire more? John waved his hand dismissively. That's certainly not what I meant. He had initially anticipated a dungeon with more creatures, yet only encountered a wild gorilla and a formidable foe. It seemed more like an unfinished dungeon. Nevertheless, the two monsters were defeated. Yet the dungeon showed no signs of vanishing. We should have S-H-I-E-L-D. Secure this area. The space might not disappear, and more monsters could emerge in the future, John speculated. Steve nodded in agreement. They proceeded to explore the space further, but found nothing of interest. The area was encapsulated by an unknown force, forming a vast circular boundary, with distant scenery visible yet unreachable. John had anticipated this, recognizing it as an air wall, a phenomenon seemingly transported from the real world. After confirming that no monsters would appear for the time being, they exited the secret realm. Upon stepping out, their earpieces crackled with a cacophony of voices. Numerous S-H-I-E-L-D agents stood outside. "John? Captain Rogers? Can you hear me?" Coulson's voice came through the earpiece. John pressed the device, replying, "I hear you. What is the matter?" Coulson seemed to exhale in relief. "Your communication was cut for over an hour. What transpired?" "We entered a space and battled two creatures. I'll send you the detailed account shortly." "Understood." The conversation concluded. With the battle finished, the next step lay with S-H-I-E-L-D. John glanced at the system panel. He had gained 2 additional draws, and his experience points were maxed out, ready for an upgrade. "We'll address that when we return." Thus, the two stepped out of the building, greeted by the gathered agents outside. Steve stepped forward and instructed an agent to seal off the area, prohibiting anyone from entering, while simultaneously notifying headquarters to send personnel to take over the situation. John also detailed the incident through his mobile phone to Coulson. "Captain, let us depart." After completing these tasks, the two of them returned to New York in a S-H-I-E-L-D vehicle. Chapter 79. I shall no longer be human. Ding. System update completed. Early in the morning, John was awakened by the system's voice. A dark, twisted stretch. After a series of inhuman movements, John sat up, rubbed his eyes, and silently contemplated. Check. Ding. Update announcement 1. Anomaly detection range expanded to 3 kilometers. The system map now displays 3-dimensional images. Update announcement 2. Card pool expanded, with new games and films added. Update announcement 3. An additional equipment slot for peculiar blessings has been added, with no limit on quantity. John briefly glanced at the announcements. The update content was rather minimal this time. System. Open my personal panel. Ding. Host. John Stark. Lin Hai. Experience. 12. 134. 000 age. 19 gender. Undefined skills. Jade Shield. Armored Arrival. Dawn Guardian. Blink. Phantom Etching. Eternal Wall Items. Iron Sword X4. Heart of Zhaoshan. Advanced Resonance Potion X5. Basic Recovery Potion X6. Tevat Omelette X3. Salada Soda X2. Sword Bathed in Dragon's Blood. Leather Armor X2. Meteorite. Endless Blade. Guardian Fire Sealing Wax. Doctor's Robe. Guardian Blessing X1. Special Dish. Moment of Judgment. Physique. 160-150 Spirit. 145-150 Strength. 151-150 Defense. 180-100. Not equipped. Source Stone. 61 as John gazed at his panel. His expression gradually cleared. System, why has my data decreased? I demand an explanation. Ding. Host, do you notice any changes in your body? John stood up to examine himself. His physique was perfect, with an 8-pack of abs, and all the right places were as robust as ever. Of course, I refer to my arms. It seems there has been no change. So why has my data diminished? Ding. Isn't it because you previously complained that the data appeared inaccurate, seemingly arbitrary? Isn't that so? Ding. Do not digress. In light of your previous remarks, this update has optimized that content. Ahem. The 150 following the slash refers to the human limit value, akin to that of Captain America. Furrowing his brow, John stroked his chin and pondered aloud. So, the human limit is 150, and I am now no longer human? At that moment, John felt as if the classic quote from a certain blonde man wielding a stone mask echoed in his ears. I recall that this spirit value also represents my mana, correct? Ding. Indeed. The data serves merely as a reference. Very well. I shall accept the fact that I am no longer human. In truth, after running with Steve, John had already gained a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. John dressed and exited his room, quickly freshened up, and returned. Jarvis, power up the computer and launch 4399. With the aid of Jarvis's intelligence, John was able to indulge in childhood games across the ocean. In fact, the primary reason was that it was now 2011, and the games he relished had yet to be released. What? You inquire about League of Legends? John had previously downloaded it. Having once been a seasoned player at the pinnacle of the rankings, he initially believed that the League was merely a simple computer game. However, he was swiftly overwhelmed and, in a fit of frustration, uninstalled the game. He felt a yearning for shooting games. Perhaps he should urge those studios to expedite their releases. Where had the time gone? A year later, John sat in his office, having signed the necessary documents, which he handed to Pepper. Everything was completed. Pepper glanced over the papers and broke into a satisfied smile. Well done. Keep up the good work, she said as she departed. John watched her leave the office before immediately redirecting his attention to his computer. At the recent closing banquet of the expo, Pepper and Tony had finally affirmed their feelings for one another, and now Pepper officially became John's sister-in-law. Consequently, Pepper had grown more stringent in her professional expectations of him. Originally, with no classes at school, he could have gone to play basketball or hit the gym, but now he had to report to the office. The only respite he found that year was during his clandestine acts of heroism. Now, with Pepper gone, John swiftly minimized his documents to reveal the hidden gaming interface beneath. He adeptly donned his headphones and commenced wreaking havoc in the virtual realm. All right, brothers, I'm back. Let us go. Big one. Big one. Oh no, why is there someone here? On the second floor, Tony, clad in his mark armor, was repairing a damaged pipe. He first employed a laser to cut away the broken section before retrieving a replacement part and affixing it. Done. Thor, your task is complete. In the basement of Stark Tower, Thor yawned while holding Mjolnir, supplying power to a colossal machine before him. At that moment, Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. Thor, you can finish your task now. Go ahead and close the circuit. Thor retracted Mjolnir and leaped from his chair, using the hammer to fly to a high platform, where, following Tony's instructions, he promptly pressed the necessary button. The reactor began to emit energy consistently. Stark Tower was officially operational. Tony soared out of the ocean, heading towards Stark Tower. Sir, the energy output is remarkably stable. Stark Tower will become a benchmark for renewable energy. Sir, Pepper is calling. The tower is now electrified. How does it look? It resembles Christmas, but uniquely mine. The towering structure in New York began its operations at that very moment. Pepper remarked, we will begin our market promotion. You are responsible for the press conference. I will be heading to Washington tomorrow to scout locations for the next 3 towers. Pepper, don't rush. Take a moment to enjoy the night. Just then, Tony landed on the tower's landing pad. Pepper teased, how can you enjoy it if you don't come inside? As Tony advanced, mechanical arms from below began to remove and store his armor. At this moment, Jarvis interjected. Sir, Agent Coulson is calling for you. Just tell him I'm not here. Tony replied, somewhat at a loss for words. The timing was indeed unfortunate. Meanwhile, downstairs, Coulson, having been abruptly disconnected, made his way directly to John's office. John, he exclaimed, barging in. Startled, John instinctively removed his headphones and closed his gaming screen. Upon realizing it was Coulson, he sighed with relief, then remarked irritably, Coulson, you ought to knock before entering. Coulson, unfazed, got straight to the point. John, the situation has escalated. The Avengers Initiative has officially been activated. Chapter 80. The war is about to begin. Silence enveloped the scene at Conch Out that night. John stared at Coulson, momentarily speechless, while Coulson awaited John's response. So, what you're implying is that I warned you about potential events. You fortified your defenses. Yet they still managed to seize the Tesseract, thereby compelling you to initiate the Avengers Initiative? Coulson nodded, somewhat sheepishly. John's incredulity deepened as he inquired. How was the Tesseract taken? You have so many agents. Do not tell me it was Hulk causing a ruckus. Coulson explained. Loki emerged through the spatial portal created by the Tesseract and used a blue box to encase the entire task force present, taking with him our finest agents and numerous researchers. John scratched his nose, realizing this might be partly his fault. He had forgotten that the ice box was still in Loki's possession. No, this should be S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responsibility. He had already informed them of Loki's return and suggested they keep watch. You could have simply summoned me. I assure you I could rouse Loki's dormant psyche with Thor's hammer. Coulson replied, John, you know our partnership is collaborative. The Tesseract is of the highest classification, and Fury would never allow your presence. John shook his head and rose, acknowledging that the event had transpired. And there was no point in dwelling on whose fault it was. Are you here to find Tony? Coulson affirmed. Yes, Tony has been rather ambiguous regarding this initiative. Very well, I shall ensure Tony's involvement. Additionally, you should dispatch someone to Stuttgart. There is a location with substantial iridium, and Loki is likely to head there. Moreover, keep an eye on other locations, particularly elevated ones. Thank you. Coulson handed over the documents he had brought and turned to leave, but John called after him. Have you sent anyone for Bruce Banner? Coulson replied. Natasha has gone. After Coulson departed, John exited and took the elevator to the top floor. Coulson, your timing is quite unfortunate, he thought. Upon stepping out, he found Tony and Pepper enjoying a drink, the atmosphere appearing quite pleasant. I hope I haven't interrupted, he said. You already have. Tony rolled his eyes. What brings you up here instead of playing games in your office? I wasn't playing games. Shall I have Jarvis pull up the records? That's unnecessary. My performance was subpar. John approached. Where's Thor? I haven't seen him. Tony remarked that his task was complete and it was time to return to his room for some leisure. In a meticulously arranged chamber on the second floor of the building, Thor was intently watching the film Hachi, A Dog's Tale. Speaking of serious matters, Tony. The war has commenced and the Avengers initiative has been activated. Tony raised an eyebrow in surprise, expressing that he had thought the plan had been discarded after such a long silence. It has not been discarded. It simply was not the right time. Do you remember Loki? Tony nodded, recalling the horned figure. He had stolen an object known as the Tesseract, which he would use to open large portals to unleash a brutal army upon Earth. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression grew grave, aware that John was not one to deceive him. War? Yes. The atmosphere turned somber as Pepper said, I'm going downstairs to retrieve some documents before heading home. Tony replied, Are you leaving? I thought we could enjoy some time alone together. We have already spent 12 of our time. It seems you have more pressing matters at hand now. Pepper entered the elevator, warning, Tony, John, do not place yourselves in danger. After she departed, John handed a file to Tony. This is the document brought by Coulson. Tony accepted the file, uploaded its contents to the computer, and projected them in the hall. The screen displayed various images, including Captain America, the Hulk, Thor, and others. The Super Soldier program can be joined. Not for any other reason, but because you have become a part of it, and I must ensure your safety. Tony, your arrogance has faded, John chuckled. Then donned a mystical ring. I beg your pardon, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat how I was arrogant? John replied, Tony, don your armor. We are preparing to attend a charity gala. In transition to another scene, a dilapidated boxing gym revealed Steve, clad in a white tank top with bandages wrapped around his hands, relentlessly striking the punching bag. Memories of the past flooded his mind. Finally, with one powerful punch, he shattered the bag, sending it flying. Over nearly a year, he would occasionally reflect on bygone days. Whenever troubled, he would come here to box. Several bags were lined up behind him, indicating he had been well prepared. Can't sleep? Nick Fury entered, dressed in black. Steve glanced at him, continuing to punch as he replied, I've slept for 70 years, Director. I've had enough rest. Then you should step outside and enjoy the scenery. Steve halted, noticing the item Fury held. And as he began to unwrap the bandages from his hands, he inquired, Is there a mission for me? Indeed. Steve jested, to help me integrate into the new world. I presume. I trust John and the others have aided you well. This time, it is to save him. Steve's expression turned serious as he looked at the document Fury handed him. The first page prominently featured the Tesseract, a device he was all too familiar with, the secret weapon of Hydra. Fury remarked, This is what Howard Stark retrieved from the sea while searching for you. Just as I suspected, this cube could hold the key to discovering eternal energy, which is precisely what this world desperately needs. Steve, having perused the documents, began to speculate on Fury's unexpected arrival. Who could have taken it? Loki, an Asgardian, that rumored god. Captain, this world has undergone significant changes. It is no longer the familiar realm we once knew, Fury continued. Steve stood up and replied, I have grown accustomed to the unusual. After witnessing John's extraordinary abilities and Tony's armored suits, Steve felt he had adapted to this transformed world quite well. Fury smiled slightly and said, I bet $10 you're mistaken. Observing Steve leaving with a bag and a sandbag slung over his shoulder, he added, I have prepared detailed information about your mission at your home. Do you have any insightful suggestions on how to retrieve the Tesseract? Without turning back, Steve replied, You should have left it in the sea. Fury chuckled softly and departed the boxing gym. Chapter 81. Bambi. A portal opened in an uninhabited corner, from which John and the fully armed Tony emerged. The person in charge here has already informed me of the location of the iridium. I will head there first. Tony soared into the sky, heading towards the back of the hotel. Iridium is a rare metal, and the person in charge would not divulge its location without reason. Naturally, Tony had purchased it. John closed the portal and made his way to the hotel entrance. Just as he approached the door, The person in charge emerged and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. John Stark, your arrival has caught me off guard." Upon hearing the name John Stark, people nearby rushed over to greet him, but John showed no interest in their attentions. "Please, come inside," the official urged. "I apologize, but I am not here to attend your gathering today." "Then what brings you here?" "To resolve a minor issue." "Speaking of which, the safe containing the iridium requires your retinal scan, correct?" "Yes, Mr. Tony has already purchased that metal. Once he arrives, I will retrieve it." "No need for you to concern yourself. It would be best if you left the venue for now." John chose not to elaborate further, turning his gaze to the gathering where Loki, clad in a suit and leaning on a cane, descended the stairs with no intention of concealing his presence. "What does this mean, Mr. John? There are terrorists, you understand. If you lose your eyesight, it is not my concern." John brushed past him, making a beeline for Loki. The official, upon hearing this, turned to see a man descending the stairs, unable to recall who he was. Reflecting on John's words, perhaps it was best for him to slip away. Loki, noticing the official, approached him, now dressed in Asgardian garb, but was intercepted by John midway. "Loki, I never expected you to be alive. You have no idea how heartbroken your father and brother were after you fell that day. It's you." Loki recognized John's face. The very individual who had disrupted his plans. Suddenly, he let out a cold sneer and remarked, "I suppose they must be quite relieved to see a sinner like me disappear." Loki wasted no time and immediately swung his staff at John's head. John raised his hand to block it, feeling a sharp pain in his arm from the impact. "Is there such enmity?" Coming in swinging, John remarked with a grin. "What do you think?" This scene sparked a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. "Sir, fighting is prohibited here," a waiter attempted to intervene, only to be struck on the chin by Loki's staff, collapsing unconscious on the spot. "He is killed. Call the police, quickly." In that instant, the crowd scattered in panic. Loki raised his staff, unleashing energy bolts at the fleeing people. John threw a punch at Loki, but the latter evaded it with magic. "I'll come find you once I'm done here," Loki declared, teleporting directly in front of the manager and brandishing a device, poised to jab it into his eye. John quickly appeared beside him, delivering a swift kick that forced Loki back. He seized the manager and hurled him toward the hotel entrance. "I told you to run quickly. Is there anyone over there to catch him?" With John's superhuman strength, the manager experienced a sensation akin to flight. "It seems you wish to oppose me once more." Loki sneered, then conjured 6 duplicates to encircle John. Observing the clones, John replied, "Thor is my buddy. His brother is my brother too. How can this be considered opposition? This is merely a lesson for an unruly junior." At that moment, Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. "John, I have some bad news. The contents of the safe have already been taken." Meanwhile, Tony gazed at the safe, which had been blasted open, his expression darkening. Upon hearing this, John furrowed his brow and turned to Loki. "You moved so quickly?" Loki chuckled lightly. "I had already sensed your ability to foresee the future. Did you think I would not prepare for you?" "Oh, you've grown." John hadn't anticipated Loki's preemptive strike, leaving him momentarily perplexed. Loki, irritated by John's condescending tone, was reminded that he was over 1,000 years old while John was merely in his teens. To him, John was scarcely more than an infant. "Let me see just how tough your mouth truly is." Loki summoned the ice box, intent on freezing John solid. Foreseeing this move, John quickly conjured a portal in front of each of Loki's duplicates to obscure their vision. "Do you think this will be effective? It merely delays you for a moment." John unleashed the form of Akin, creating clones that filled the hotel lobby. Loki was baffled by John's attempt to outnumber him. Once the ice box activated, everything would turn to ice. Dozens of Johns simultaneously drew their light blades, a smile gracing their faces. A guaranteed catch with empty hands. The 6 Lokis knelt before the 6 Johns, their hands meeting the blades, while the icebox lay abandoned on the ground. Loki. Of course, several guests and bystanders were inadvertently caught up in the chaos as well. If a John has a success rate of 10 when unleashing his skills on a designated target, then with 10 Johns, the probability becomes 100. Let us applaud the genius John. Although I may have forgotten whether this probability is calculated accurately, I have succeeded nonetheless. At that moment, Tony rushed in, soaring into the hall, weapons drawn and aimed at Loki. "Don't move, Bambi," he commanded. Loki retracted his duplicates, and seeing this, John also withdrew his, seemingly preparing to put on a performance. Suddenly, Loki seized the staff from the ground and lunged it toward John's chest. John swiftly dodged backwards, unwilling to gamble on whether he would fall under Loki's control. However, Loki's movements were too swift. The staff was nearly upon John's chest. In a split second, a shield flew in, expertly deflecting the staff away. Tony then fired his repulsor, sending Loki flying. John, still shaken, touched his chest and glanced at Loki, exclaiming, "Wow, you almost caught me off guard there." Just then, Steve entered clad in his iconic uniform. "Captain," Tony greeted him. Steve lifted his shield and, alongside Tony, approached to subdue Loki. Tony warned, if you make any sudden moves, I will shoot a laser through your head. Loki appeared to concede, removing his helmet and armor. All right. I'll comply. John then picked up the staff and placed it within the frost box. Its surface was too frigid to handle directly, so John employed magic to temporarily store it in a mirrored space. Indeed, over the past year, he had learned an abundance of spells. Chapter 82. Thor's arrival. Coulson has already informed us. What about the iridium? Natasha inquired from the cockpit of the Quinjet via her earpiece. Arrived just a moment too late. They have already taken the metal, John replied. Steve, perplexed, asked, what do they want with that metal? Tony elucidated, iridium is a rare metal, known for its corrosion resistance and stability. They intend to use it to keep the Tesseract continuously opening portals for their army to invade Earth. Loki cast a sardonic glance at John, taunting, you seem to know quite a lot. Do you believe those on Earth would allow your existence to escape their control? Do not think to sow discord. Those you speak of are unworthy of controlling me. Steve produced a pair of specialized handcuffs and placed them on Loki, preparing to escort him back for interrogation. Tony and Steve led Loki out to where the Quinjet awaited, while John remained rooted in place. What are you doing? After a brief pause, John remarked, oh, Thor will be here shortly. Heimdall informed me he is already on his way. To his surprise, that bothersome fellow arrived rather quickly. Soon, you will be reunited with your brother. To be honest, he misses you quite a bit. As John spoke, he began to cast a spell directed at Loki. A sense of foreboding washed over Loki. He glanced down at the circle that had appeared at his feet and questioned, what are you planning? I am already your captive. There is nothing much, merely a request for you to be a bit more honest, adding an extra layer of insurance. Suddenly, Loki found himself falling into a circle drawn by John. Tony inquired, where have you put him? Just a prison. John replied nonchalantly, I haven't tested this magic yet. So he's the perfect subject. Very well. Both Tony and Steve understood that John possessed magical abilities, and since John claimed to have confined Loki, they decided to proceed as such. Once aboard the aircraft, Natasha asked, where's Loki? I've locked him away using a few tricks, John responded. Natasha remained skeptical, even questioning whether John had been under Loki's control. All right, I used magic to confine him, John admitted. There was no need to hide it from Natasha anymore. If war were indeed to commence, he would have to wield his magic. Steve and Tony nodded in agreement. It was only then that Natasha began to believe him. They had witnessed John's peculiar abilities during the battle in New Mexico, yet they had not anticipated it was magic. It seemed Fury had no inclination to delve deeper into this power. Shortly thereafter, the aircraft powered up and ascended towards the aerial carrier. 30 minutes later, as they traversed through the clouds, thunder and lightning erupted. John opened his eyes and announced, Thor has arrived. Natasha, open the hatch. As the hatch opened, a towering figure flew in through the torrential rain. Hey, John, Tony, it's been a while. Thor greeted them warmly. John stepped forward to embrace him. Indeed. It has been too long. Let me introduce you. This is Steve Rogers, Captain America. Steve extended his hand. Thor, it's an honor. Thor reciprocated the gesture. And over there is Agent Natasha, also affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D., like Coulson. Let us save the pleasantries for later. I'm still piloting the aircraft, Natasha interjected. Thor turned to John and asked, by the way, where's Loki? Just waiting for your arrival, John replied. He stepped back, donned a mystical ring, and drew a portal on the aircraft ceiling. Suddenly, a voice echoed, ah, followed by a thud as Loki tumbled out of the portal onto the floor. Ruffling his disheveled hair in fury, he exclaimed, I free fell for a full 30 minutes. The gaze of the three in the cabin swiftly turned towards John. John shrugged and remarked, I did mention this was my first attempt. Don't worry, next time I'll provide a floor. Loki stood up and magically freed himself from the handcuffs. With a swift motion, he brandished 2 daggers, glaring menacingly at John. You second-rate sorcerer think there will be a next time? He sneered. Unbeknownst to him, Thor was right behind him. Sensing Loki's agitation, Thor swiftly delivered a playful blow, restraining his hands and securing him with enchanted cuffs. There, that should suffice. Loki tested his restraints, realizing he could not break free, nor could he wield his magic. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. Instinctively, John retorted, children shouldn't use foul language. Loki exploded in anger. Thor then pulled him aside. Steve swiftly grasped the reason behind Loki's sudden outburst. It was due to John, a student, referring to him as a child. John immediately pointed at Tony, exclaiming, he learned it from him. Tony retorted without hesitation, oh, don't blame me for your sharp tongue. Meanwhile, Thor grasped Loki's arm and said, Loki, I thought you were dead. To which Loki replied, were you mourning for me? We all mourned, yet our father has always. Loki abruptly halted his words and corrected, your father. He freed himself from Thor's grip and turned to sit opposite him. You know who I am. Odin has spoken of my lineage to you, hasn't he? We were both raised by him. We played and fought together. Have you forgotten? I exist only in shadows. Loki locked eyes with Thor, declaring, I have always lived in your shadow. Who am I? I am a king. Thor inquired, So you wish to seize this world to compensate for your inexplicable inferiority complex? In the distance, Tony and the others were seated together. Though their eyes were averted, they heard every word clearly. John conveyed a message to Tony with a glance. Did you see that? Another sharp-tongued one. I think both of you have quite the offensive prowess. Loki continued. I have witnessed a world you cannot fathom. During my exile, the heavens bore witness. Through misfortune, I was granted insight into the true power of the cosmic cube. Thor demanded, Loki, where is the cosmic cube? Surrender it, relinquish those absurd dreams, and return with me. Thor attempted to appeal to Loki's emotions, but Loki countered, the cube is not with me. It has vanished, and I do not know its whereabouts. The iridium was taken by those you control. You are unaware of the cube's location? Steve rose and approached Loki. I allowed them to act freely. As one so eager to prove himself as a king, surely you would seek a dazzling venue to proclaim your accomplishments? John stated slowly. Chapter 83. The rare architecture. Loki shot him a glare before falling silent. Soon, the skyship arrived. Tony went to store his armor. While John and the others made their way to the conference room, Loki was escorted by a heavily armed contingent, without the use of magic. Any sudden movement on his part would surely result in bullets that, while unable to penetrate his defenses, would still cause him considerable discomfort. Upon reaching their destination, Loki was confined within a cylindrical cell. Awaiting him was Fury. Now, let us discuss your predicament. Even a light scratch against the glass. Fury began, activating a switch. Instantly, a ferocious wind surged into the chamber. Loki approached the edge to glance down, and it was indeed terrifying. You will plummet from this iron canister. 9,000 meters above ground. Are you aware of this? Ants beneath the shoe. Fury pointed at Loki and then at the switch, evidently retaliating for Loki's previous insult. Loki chuckled lightly, raising his hands to indicate the handcuffs. I cannot break free. However, this cell was not constructed for me, was it? Fury candidly remarked. What you wish to confine is far more perilous than you. I have heard. Loki turned his gaze towards the camera within the cell. A feral beast masquerading as an ordinary human. How desperate must one be to seek the protection of such a monster? How desperate am I? Fury retorted. You threaten us with war and pilfer what you cannot truly control. In your heart, you find the greatest pleasure in slaughter. I confess, I am indeed quite desperate. Yet I shall make you regret this. The exchange between the two resonated precisely within the conference room. Dr. Banner, despite feeling discomfort from Loki's words, endeavored to maintain his composure. This fellow is quite adept at sowing discord. John offered Banner a glass of juice, signaling him to disregard the provocations. Banner accepted the juice, expressing gratitude. Thank you. Among those present in the conference room, he was most familiar with John and Natasha, one who had fought alongside the Hulk within him, and the other, the first to engage with him. He does this intentionally. Steve inquired of Thor. Thor, what does he mean? Thor collected his thoughts before responding. He commands an army known as the Chitauri. They do not belong to Asgard or any planet. They commit heinous acts of pillage and destruction. I suspect Loki has enticed the Chitauri with the Tesseract to aid him. An army in outer space? Banner pondered. So, he intends to open a portal. Which is why he abducted Dr. Eric. Thor exclaimed in surprise. Eric, he was taken by Loki? Banner nodded. Yes, he is an astronomer. He is my friend. Thor affirmed. Indeed. Natasha, realizing Thor was still unaware of Loki's actions, clarified. Loki has used magic to control Dr. Eric, as well as one of our colleagues. Banner lamented. His behavior is erratic and unreasonable, in my view, akin to that of a madman. Hey, I advise you to choose your words wisely, Thor cautioned. Still mindful of their alliance, Loki is indeed unreasonable, but he is of Asgard, and we are brothers. He killed 80 people in 2 days, Natasha stated matter-of-factly. John added. 81. The server ultimately succumbed to blood loss. Thor fell silent. Thor is just, he is also a frost giant. Thor's words left the assembly speechless. Banner broached. Loki has now stolen iridium to construct the portal, but how shall we locate the Tesseract? At that moment, Tony and Coulson entered, stating, the device to open the portal requires additional materials, but Barton should be able to procure them swiftly. He took his place beside Fury, relishing the role of captain. Hoist the sails, set sail. The others could only watch Tony's performance, while John scratched his face in exasperation. Noticing the lack of engagement, Tony shifted his focus. Hey, you over there, the one gaming, don't think I haven't noticed. He then glanced at the surrounding monitors, perplexed as to why there were still screens behind him. How does Fury usually manage this? Agent Hill, standing nearby, remarked. He simply turns around. Oh, well, Steve interjected, unable to contain himself. Tony, let us focus on the matter at hand. Right, Tony replied, striding toward the conference table. As he passed the control console, he inadvertently pressed a small device hidden beneath it. They were still missing one crucial component, a high-density energy source necessary for activating the Tesseract. Banner contemplated for a moment and stated, He would need to heat the Tesseract to at least 100 million degrees to meet theoretical requirements. Unless Eric can find a way to stabilize the quantum tunnel. If he can achieve that, he could enable any reactor in the world to achieve ion fusion. Tony approached Banner, extending his hand. It appears we have an expert among us. It's a pleasure to see you again, Dr. Banner. Tony, I sincerely apologize for what occurred last time, Banner replied. You have nothing to apologize for, Tony chuckled. Though he couldn't shake the thought of the anti-Hulk armor he had already conceived, despite the fact that it was the abomination who had sent Banner flying. Steve summarized. So, Loki currently requires such a unique energy source. John remarked, consider this. He needs a venue to showcase his achievements, a place visible to all, and one that can provide the special energy he seeks. Where might such a location be? It was quite a riddle. Tony pondered for a moment, then his eyelids fluttered. Stark Tower? John shook his head, saying, I was initially certain, but now I cannot be sure. With that, John brought up a map of New York City on the table screen, which displayed energy conduits extending from Stark Tower. Indeed, Stark Tower was a formidable choice. But not the only one. John pointed to two red dots marked on the map. The Twin Towers. Exactly, that iconic structure is still standing, he mused. Although he was uncertain if it remained in the original narrative. In this world, the matter of connecting the plane to the building had been successfully resolved by S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, John speculated that Loki may also consider the Twin Towers as a target. Does Stark Tower possess any energy source? Dr. Banner inquired. An arc reactor, Tony replied. Capable of providing clean energy for a century. Then we should prioritize investigating these three locations. Of course, Dr. Banner and Tony, please continue tracking the whereabouts of the Tesseract. Fury interjected as he walked in. Chapter 84. Burdened as the former king of agents, Fury was undoubtedly prepared for contingencies. At that moment, Steve asked, by the way, why did Loki surrender so easily? He could have used magic to escape, couldn't he? John nodded. Indeed, if he truly wished to leave. We would be powerless to stop him. However, do you recall how he incessantly babbled after we captured him? I believe he intended to sow discord among us. John concealed the answer while responding. The others nodded thoughtfully. From the very beginning, he had been attempting to incite division. John's assertion indeed seemed plausible. After a moment's reflection, John stood up decisively. Shall we simply return him? John contemplated utilizing the portal to send Loki back to Asgard. Although the handcuffs brought by Thor imposed certain restrictions, and the Tesseract had a designated range, a sense of unease lingered within him. I think that would be prudent. Thor nodded in agreement. Natasha interjected. Since we have yet to secure the Tesseract, we must interrogate him. I will go and keep watch over him, John declared, rising to make his way toward Loki's confinement. Passing by Fury, he cautioned, be wary of a potential jailbreak. Fury acknowledged with a nod. The others dispersed to fulfill their respective duties. Banner and Tony delved into the Mind Stone, hoping to pinpoint the Tesseract's location. Meanwhile, below, the staff member whom Tony had previously accused of playing games, noticing their indifference, promptly opened a page, not for the Thunderfighter, but rather a coding page. John traversed the frigid steel corridor and soon arrived at the cell. Upon hearing footsteps, Loki paused his actions, turned, and was taken aback to see John. Well, who do we have here? A seer? He quipped. To call me a seer is quite the compliment, John replied, leaning against the railing. If you are not a seer, how could you know that Thor was the god of thunder? No one here believed it at the time, except for you. And while in Asgard, how did you know I would utilize the Bifrost? It seems you were always close to Thor, Loki mused. Not just close. I witnessed you foolishly attempting to discover my whereabouts, John retorted, puzzled. Given your magical prowess back then, if not for foresight, how could you have known I was with Thor? John glanced at the nearby surveillance, seemingly indifferent, and stated, care to guess where I learned my magic? From whom? Loki inquired. Your mother, Frigga, a former acquaintance, the supreme sorceress of Earth. Loki's expression turned to one of disbelief, but he soon regained his composure, asking, care to prophesy what I shall do next? You will cause your mother's demise, John replied, his tone unyielding. Loki's smile faltered, and his countenance darkened. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? John shrugged. You prompted me to prophesy. You seem displeased with the outcome. I would never harm my mother. If Thor were to hear this, what might transpire? Frigga is a wonderful matriarch, and I have no desire to curse a revered goddess. Let me be precise. You will indirectly cause her death. With that, it was up to you whether to believe it or not. Loki scoffed. You shall pay dearly for your words, ignorant mortal. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. John quickly grasped the railing. Observing Loki's amusement, he momentarily disregarded him and pressed his earpiece. Inquiring, what is happening? Fury's voice resonated through the public channel. A fighter jet has launched an attack on us from outside the mothership. But we have already shot it down. Keep a close watch on Loki. The earpiece crackled with chaotic sounds, and the ground shook even more intensely. Upon witnessing the dire situation, John immediately activated the everlasting barrier, shielding Tony, Banner, Natasha, and Steve, while disregarding Thor, whose robust physique was deemed sufficient for himself. Had I not forewarned them? Could it be that Hydra has escalated their efforts? John, we are under attack. They have stolen a Quinjet, and we are unable to pinpoint their location. Natasha exclaimed. Ah, the case is resolved. The Quinjet has engaged its stealth mode, rendering it undetectable, John deduced. It appears chaos reigns over there. Are you not inclined to assist? Loki remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. John cast a cold glare in Loki's direction. Pressing his earpiece, he inquired, Dr. Banner, what is your status? Dr. Banner remains unharmed and is currently managing his emotions, Steve replied. The number 4 engine has lost power. John felt the ground begin to tilt precariously. Oh, it seems the stage is about to crash, Loki observed. Should you utter another word, I shall confine you once more. John warned, donning his mystical ring. Loki flinched slightly, then made a gesture as if zipping his lips. The aerial battleship was tilting alarmingly, and John could only grasp the railing with one hand. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air as an arrow shot toward the back of John's head. Thud! The arrow struck John's nape, creating a faint golden ripple before being deflected. Barton, arriving with lethal intent, I see, John noted, turning to face the emerging figure of Barton from the shadows. Barton remained silent, drawing an arrow from behind and aiming directly at John. Very well. It seems I must awaken your dormant spirit, John declared, unsheathing his luminous blade. Barton acted first, but redirected his shot toward a nearby control panel. Realizing the danger, John leaped forward with urgency. However, the arrow embedded itself into the control panel, and in the next instant, John arrived to extract it. The sound of the prison cell's door unlocking echoed behind him. John swiftly turned and opened a portal beneath Loki's feet. Before the portal could fully manifest, Barton approached and locked John's arms with a grapple, attempting to seize the mystical ring. With a relaxed grip, John allowed Barton to take the ring. But that left an opening. John exerted force to break free and turned, propelling Barton away. Perhaps you should spend some time inside, John mused as the ring returned to his possession. With a flick of his wrist, he confined Barton within a mirrored space. Then, John brandished his knife, teleporting to the entrance of the cylindrical cell, pointing the blade at Loki, who had just reached the door. Return, and do not make me repeat myself, John commanded coldly. Loki raised his hands, adorned with handcuffs, signaling his surrender as he stepped back. John maintained his vigilance with the knife, retreating to resecure the door with the control panel. Suddenly, he was struck from behind, sending him crashing into the cell. Sensing something amiss, he quickly attempted to escape, but the door had already sealed shut. Looking up, he saw 2 figures at the entrance aiming a rocket launcher at him, one of whom brandished the Mind Stone. As John glanced back at the control panel, he noticed that Loki, who should have been restrained, had one hand on a button, waving with the other. I discovered how to free myself from these handcuffs since my childhood, Loki taunted. Prophet, farewell. As the button was pressed, a hollow beneath opened, causing the prison cell to plummet instantaneously. Chapter 85, The Power of the Celestial Guardian, the Child. The cell fell freely from a height of 9,000 meters. The chaotic tumbling rendered John incapable of activating the portal. Ah, and what about Blink? Blink, cooling down. Alas, by the time it recharges, I would have already perished. Commander, do you have any solutions? Ding. At this juncture, let us draw some cards. John gritted his teeth and opened the card-drawing interface, fervently hoping to acquire a skill that could aid him in this dire situation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Shadow Battle Axe. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Ritual Greatsword. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the Bell Sword. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained the Sky's Pride. John. Ding. Host. Your luck is quite commendable. Continue. At 5,000 meters. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the Blessing of Guardian. Eruption of Constructs effect. Critical damage increased by 30 for characters wielding shields. Magic wand, crafted by Dr. Fandon. John's eyes brightened. In this 5th tin draw, he had obtained 2 purples and 2 items. He disregarded the blessing, focusing instead on the latter. With a thought, the item materialized in his hand. Indeed, it was that very object, identical in every detail, the transformation device of the original Ultraman, the magic wand. Holding the wand, John's heart raced as he mimicked the transformation gesture he remembered, raising it high. A dazzling light flickered. Nothing happened. John. The prison cell continued to tumble, with John being evenly tossed inside. Ding. I told you to pay closer attention. It's crafted by Dr. Fandon. Didn't he the netizens claim that his creation was genuine? Ding. Indeed, what you hold is authentic, but does this universe have Ultramen? Is there light within you? Doesn't he the Sunshine Boy count? Ding. At 3,000 meters as the ground approached, John's anxiety escalated. As the saying goes, when one is anxious, they can accomplish anything except mathematics. John conceived a method. He clasped his hands, forming a seal, and summoned a clone using the Aiken shape to descend alongside him outside the cell. The clone then followed his movements, drawing forth a blade of light and mimicking a downward strike. A 100 unarmed catch of the white blade. The main body and the clone executed the skill simultaneously, miraculously achieving a swap of positions. The instantaneous flight Thunder God John's version. Once emerged, John stabilized his body while simultaneously drawing a portal below and donning the Dawn Guardian. Whoosh! John fell into the portal and landed on the grass below, flying several meters. Were it not for the Dawn Guardian and its shield, he would likely have sustained at least a fracture. Wow, the power of the Celestial Guardian. How impressive is your host? John had exhausted his strength to maintain the Guardian and stood up, clutching his waist. No way, I was actually ambushed by Loki. John opened a portal to the Sky Mothership's conference room. Inside, chaos reigned. As he entered, he spotted Agent Hilt, covered in dust and debris. Where's everyone? Steve and Tony went to repair the engine and will return shortly. Natasha is safeguarding Dr. Banner. John sighed, reflecting on the unfolding narrative, pondering the nature of this balance mechanism. And what of Thor? He has gone in search of Loki. Let us summon them back. After a brief interval, Thor returned first. John, Loki is missing, he exclaimed. I am aware. John indicated the large screen displaying footage from the cell. How is this possible? How could Loki have freed himself from the handcuffs? The god of lies and deception. Well, I concede, there is indeed some merit to that. John's guard had been lowered due to the handcuffs Thor had brought. Before long, everyone returned. John turned to Banner and inquired, Banner, are you well? I am fine. Thank you for your abilities. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the destruction my transformation into the Hulk could wreak here. Just then, Fury entered, tossing a bloodied card onto the table. A sense of foreboding washed over John upon seeing it. Events had unfolded swiftly. Coulson had always hoped for their unity in confronting this shared adversary, as they were a team. Captain, Coulson has always regarded you as an idol. These cards are his collection. He yearned for your signature but lacked the courage to ask, and time slipped away. Steve picked up one card, depicting an animated version of Captain America. The cards boasted various designs, clearly requiring immense effort to collect them all. Steve sighed, staring at the card, lost in thought. John had not anticipated that Coulson would meet a fate akin to that in the narrative, and a tinge of sorrow washed over him. After all, yet another friend had departed from his life. The atmosphere in the conference room grew somber, as if all were mourning for Coulson, including Thor, despite their brief acquaintance. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and Tony strode in. Observing the group's demeanor, he asked, I just went to repair my suit. What has transpired here? Steve looked at Tony and said, Tony, Coulson is in the medical bay tending to his wounds. What has happened to him? Upon hearing Tony's words, a large question mark appeared above everyone's heads. So, Coulson is unharmed? There are issues. His shoulder was penetrated, and he remains in the infirmary. But he is not in mortal danger. After Tony's explanation, everyone's gaze shifted to Fury. With an air of calm, Fury remarked, Why are you all looking at me? I never claimed that Coulson was in trouble. Then why did you say events transpired so suddenly? John retorted, This atmosphere is suffocating. Are you wasting my emotions? I was referring to this assault. John, disinclined to argue with Fury, stood and addressed Thor. Thor, prepare the hammer. Shall we discharge some electricity at someone? Who? John conjured a portal in the air with his ring, and moments later, a figure tumbled through. It was Barton. Upon emerging, he surveyed the group warily. Still ensnared by control, John glanced at Thor, who understood and discreetly sent a weak electric current to incapacitate Barton. Natasha, I leave Barton in your care. Natasha nodded. No problem. Has there been any news regarding the Tesseract? John inquired of Fury. My associates have just informed me that no suspicious individuals were found in the 3 buildings. They are now meticulously inspecting the energy conduits one by one and collaborating with the police to evacuate the crowd. It is evident to all that war is inevitable. Hence Fury has ordered the evacuation without reporting to higher authorities. John furrowed his brow. If they were not in those 3 buildings, where could they possibly be? He pulled up a map, deep in thought as he examined the intricate network of pipelines. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Chapter 86, Unforgiving. The Statue of Liberty houses a crucial energy conduit, one that is sufficiently conspicuous. John pointed to the red dot on the map, suggesting that if they were not in those 3 skyscrapers, they were likely here. The others nodded in agreement, sensing the possibility. I shall proceed first, John declared. I need to return to the tower to change into my battle suit. Tony promptly exited the conference room. At that moment, Hill received a report from her subordinate, stating, Loki is in Stark Tower, but the Tesseract has not been located. Oh, crap. Tony's voice echoed through the earpiece. Soon, Tony donned the tattered Mark VI and soared out of the mothership, while John opened a portal leading to Stark Tower ahead of him. You all should prepare swiftly, John urged as he stepped through the portal. Inside Stark Tower, Tony gazed at Loki, who stood within the building, and said, Initiate the plan. J-A-R-V-I-S. Caution, sir, the Mark VII has yet to undergo testing. This is the test, Tony replied, hurrying to prepare. He maneuvered the suit to land on the external platform, slowly disrobing from the armor. Upon entering the room, Loki remarked, I assumed you would remain clad in that iron suit. That would not be my style of hospitality. Tony retorted, approaching the bar to pour himself a drink while discreetly donning a wrist device. Care for a drink? He inquired, raising the glass. Tony continued to engage in conversation, stalling for time until the Mark 7 was ready. A great calamity approaches. Are you not afraid? Loki queried, puzzled by the calm and composed demeanor of this earthling sipping wine. An elder once said, unity is strength, Tony replied after taking a sip. I possess an army, a force that strikes fear across the cosmos. Loki aimed to intimidate Tony, hoping to discern fear on his face. However, Tony, undeterred, countered, we have Hulk. Oh, and your brother too. You claim to have an army, but unfortunately for you, you've angered them all. As Tony drew closer, his confidence grew. At that moment, the elevator doors opened, revealing an agent holding the scepter. He approached and handed the scepter to Loki, saying, Sir, your possession. Tony remarked, well, it seems I must reinforce the security measures of the tower. It appears anyone can simply walk in. Loki accepted the scepter, smiling as he replied, perhaps you overestimate your kind's capabilities. Just wait for me to rule the earth. However, before that can happen, your little companions must first deal with you. Loki stepped up to Tony, pressing the scepter against his chest. The scepter emitted a blue light, yet remained ineffective. Do you wish for me to assist you with the tattoo? Loki, undeterred by the lack of results, attempted several more times, but Tony exhibited no signs of being controlled. How could this be? Tony remarked, taking a sip of his drink. Perhaps your device is malfunctioning. Shall I take a look and fix it for you? In the next moment, Loki seized Tony by the throat, contemplating that if he could not sway him, he might as well eliminate him. As Tony gasped for air, a hint of panic gripped him. J-A-R-V-I-S. Hurry. Loki forcefully hurled Tony away, watching with some satisfaction as he soared through the air. However, the wall behind began to slowly open, prompting Loki to turn and investigate. Suddenly, a crimson object burst forth, knocking Loki to the ground before veering towards Tony. As Tony descended, he recognized the Mark 7 and spread his arms wide, while the suit began synchronizing with his wrist device. Beep. Synchronization successful. The Mark 7 unfolded, enveloping Tony in its armor. Just as he was about to hit the ground, the suit completed its assembly and activated its thrusters, halting his fall. With only a few meters to spare, Tony felt a surge of gratitude for the towering height of the building he had constructed. Almost immediately, he ascended, determined to retaliate against those who had cast him aside. Soon, he reached the top floor, looking down upon Loki. Seeing Tony still alive, Loki raised his scepter, intending to unleash an energy blast, but Tony preempted him with a repulsor blast. As Tony prepared to fire again, a beam of light shot up from the distance, followed by the emergence of a colossal portal in the sky. The Chitauri army, awaiting in the cosmos, surged through the portal as it opened. Damn it, Tony exclaimed, hastily flying towards them, locking onto the incoming Chitauri soldiers. His shoulder compartment opened, releasing several micromissiles that exploded them into a dazzling display. However, the sheer number of foes compelled Tony to retreat. Tony, hold them off. S-H-I-E-L-D is still evacuating civilians. We'll be there shortly. You must hurry. There are far too many enemies. Tony could only strive to slow the Chitauri's advance, though his efforts proved marginally effective. Below, John stood atop the Statue of Liberty, alongside the Tesseract and the unconscious Dr. Eric. Find Loki and seize his scepter. It can close the portal. He gazed upward at the swarming army overhead. Just 10 more draws. Grant me a favorable outcome. As his skills had yet to upgrade to the second stage, he could only hope for a powerful area damage skill from the card draw. System, draw cards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Radiance of My Being and Godslayer's Steps. John stood in astonishment, then erupted in joy, contemplating his fortune. Oh my goodness, double gold. And both are area damage skills. Radiance of My Being summons a deity to inflict substantial lightning damage upon enemies. Godslayer's Steps summons a deity to deal damage to random enemy units, with attack layers that can stack. Ding. Produced by the system, even if one is not General Xianzhou. One can wield the Thunderbolt command of the Divine Cloud Thunder Palace to pursue demons and cleanse the heavens. System, how does this attack layer accumulate? Ding. You haven't drawn any of the other skills from the prison scene. The deity starts with 3 segments. Using a special move increases it by 3, with a maximum of 10 layers. Very well. From the very beginning until now, John's smile has not faltered. At this moment, 2 colossal figures emerged from the portal. The Leviathan battleship. Meanwhile, Steve and the others arrived aboard the Quinjet. Tony, step back. I'm about to unleash something big. What are you planning? Tony asked, observing the Chitauri soldiers above, relentlessly firing their palm cannons. John took a deep breath and activated his skill. Instantly, lightning flickered in his eyes, and a battle knife materialized in his hand. Gradually, he ascended into the air, a massive phantom appearing behind him. Majestic spirit, heed my command, strike without mercy. Chapter 87, The Avengers Assemble. This strike shall be magnificent. The blade swept through the Chitauri ranks, causing violent explosions in its wake. The two Leviathan battleships were also cleaved in half, plummeting toward the city. The world marveled at this strike. Many who had yet to retreat recorded the scene and posted it online, speculating about the identity of this colossal general. After delivering this blow, the divine presence dissipated, and John himself fell from the sky, exhausted. John landed atop the Statue of Liberty, appearing as if he had entered a sage mode, unwilling to engage in any further action. This move had drained a tremendous amount of mental energy, and he feared he could not summon it again. John, are you all right? Tony flew over, expressing concern as he reached John's side. Don't worry, I just need a moment to rest. The Chitauri on the other side of the portal did not relent due to this strike. Instead, they launched a more ferocious assault. The flames of war began to spread from the Statue of Liberty into the city. Fortunately, Fury had initiated the evacuation of the crowd in advance. Otherwise, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Gazing at the approaching Leviathan battleships, John turned to Tony and said, "Rest assured, I shall be with you shortly." Tony nodded, then closed his visor and headed toward the battlefield. John struggled to rise, retrieving all his basic recovery potions from the system space and downing them in one gulp. So bitter. John gagged slightly, and the vial in his hand vanished as the potion was consumed. He looked over at Dr. Eric, who was beside the cosmic cube, and, donning a mystical ring, cast a spell to confine him in a mirror space. After all, he was just an ordinary person, and a stray cannon shot could spell disaster for him. Meanwhile, the Quinjet landed in an open area. "Tony, we have arrived." Steve disembarked from the aircraft, pressing his earpiece. "Now that we are here, hurry and assist me. I have quite the behemoth on my hands." As Steve descended, securing his helmet, he asked Natasha, "Have the ground civilians evacuated? There are still a small number who have not left. I'm heading your way, and that behemoth is following." As the crowd heard Tony's voice through the headsets, they all lifted their heads to witness Tony emerging from a towering building, closely pursued by a colossal creature. Upon seeing the Chitauri biological weapon, they braced themselves for battle, with Thor brandishing his hammer. At that moment, another Leviathan appeared in the sky. "Oh, trust me, you won't be having me for dinner. Thor, stop watching television and lend your father a hand." Thor readied his hammer, prepared for the impending conflict. "Tony, I hope you're referring to that dog," he quipped. Steve turned to Banner, saying, "Dr. Banner, it's time to get angry," acknowledging the necessity of his intervention. Banner stepped forward and remarked, "Everyone, I still haven't extinguished the fire on the ship." His body began to transform, swelling with green fury as the monstrous creature loomed before them, its gaping maw wide open. With a mighty roar, Banner struck the creature's mouth, the tremendous impact forcing Hulk to stagger back, while simultaneously halting the beast's advance, its elongated body tilting forward. "Hold on, Banner," Tony called out, pausing to raise his arm and launch a missile at the creature's support point, severing its body in two. The remaining portion collapsed due to inertia, toppling behind them. "I am Thor, the god of thunder." A resonant voice boomed as Thor descended from the heavens amidst a crack of thunder, landing atop the second Leviathan. He raised his enchanted hammer, delivering a mighty blow that caused the Leviathan's head to bow, crashing into the body of the previous beast, which lost its balance and collided with a nearby skyscraper. "Wow, the Twin Towers are gone," exclaimed John, who had just arrived through the portal and witnessed the historic scene unfold. At that moment, the timeline converged. The group turned to John, who sheepishly scratched his face and remarked, "Just saying, don't mind me." Thor descended, landing at the feet of the now-conscious Spartan. Surrounding Chitauri soldiers, witnessing their weapons defeat, removed their helmets and roared at the gathered heroes. United back to back, the Avengers glared fiercely at the extraterrestrial foes. Banner, unwilling to be outdone, bellowed in return, as if it were merely a contest of volume. At that moment, the Avengers assembled. "Now let me outline the plan," Steve addressed the group. "Barton, you take the high ground. Thor, Soul, Tony, work together to thwart the enemy's invasion of Earth. Aren't you the god of thunder? Unleash your lightning with great ferocity." Tony approached Barton, observing his gear, and said, "Let us go, Elven Prince. I'll take you for a ride." With that, he grasped Barton and soared toward a higher rooftop. Hearing Steve's orders, Thor wielded his hammer and soared to aspire, summoning lightning to strike the advancing Chitauri army as they traversed the portal, slowing their momentum. Thor also arrived atop the rooftops surrounding the Statue of Liberty, channeling lightning towards the Chitauri. On the ground, Steve turned to Natasha, saying, "Natasha, go find the scepter to shut down the portal. John and I will assist those who haven't evacuated." Considering John's less than optimal condition, he made this arrangement. "Natasha, do not force yourself when encountering Loki. Inform me immediately," John instructed. Steve pointed at Hulk and commanded, "Hulk, Smash with all your might. Upon hearing this, Hulk flashed a wicked smile and leaped upstairs, delivering a fierce assault on the Chitauri soldiers. John, let us proceed, Steve urged, beginning to sprint forward. Where police were still engaged in combat against the Chitauri, John, wielding a knife with an arm blade attached, activated his dual shields and followed suit. On the street, the police utilized their vehicles as cover, firing their handguns in defense. They were oblivious to the origin of these monstrous invaders, only recalling that an hour prior, their superiors had ordered the evacuation of civilians from the city center. Just as the crowd was still in the process of fleeing, a circular portal appeared in the sky, revealing countless creatures. The military would take some time to arrive. We must hold our ground and prevent these airborne fiends from harming the populace. The sheriff rallied his colleagues, though everyone was aware of the futility of their efforts. Across from them, the Chitauri continued to fire relentlessly at the police, energy projectiles reducing the patrol cars to rubble. Suddenly, a cerulean spinning blade launched from behind a police vehicle, striking the foremost Chitauri soldier in the neck with lethal precision. While the other soldiers and police were left bewildered by the sudden demise of their comrade, John materialized. He withdrew the blade embedded in the soldier's neck and hurled it at another, then blinked forward, wielding his knife to reap their lives. Being extraterrestrial invaders, John felt no psychological burden as he chanted silently. 1 slice, 2 slices, 3 slices. In no time, the Chitauri soldiers in the vicinity had been vanquished. Chapter 88. Not retreating, but approaching me. The captain arrived at this moment, standing before the sheriff. Send personnel to secure 312 Street and dispatch more to assist in evacuating the citizens. We will take over from here. Are there any remaining who have not yet fled? The sheriff was perplexed. He recognized the figure of John Stark ahead, but why was this Captain America giving him orders? Why should he heed his command? Suddenly, a reckless Chitauri leaped down from a nearby building. The police reacted, intending to shoot, but the captain was quicker. Steve delivered a powerful punch to the Chitauri's head, seized its firearm, and with his shield, cleaved downward, sending it flying. The Chitauri attempted to rise again, but was swiftly dispatched by John's gunfire. The sheriff stood in stunned silence, as if witnessing something surreal. John tossed his handgun to a nearby officer and patted the sheriff's shoulder, saying, "Stop dawdling. We must act swiftly." He promptly grasped the radio, following Steve's instructions to deploy. "Steve, head to that church. There are still people unaccounted for." "I will handle this area for now," John instructed, turning back to Steve. Steve surveyed the surroundings and nodded. "All right, I'll leave this to you." Following the guidance in his earpiece, Steve made his way toward the church. John watched Steve's departing figure and murmured to himself, "Captain's suit does indeed accentuate his physique quite well." Subsequently, he addressed the nearby officers, instructing them to maintain their positions and be prepared for an immediate retreat while he ventured forth to search the street for any remaining survivors. The lead officer nodded in agreement, diligently loading his firearm and standing guard beside the patrol car. John cast a glance his way before sprinting ahead in pursuit of any survivors. "Jarvis, can you detect any survivors on this street?" John inquired, pressing his hand against the earpiece, all the while jogging along the wall and frequently glancing around. "Apologies, sir. There is electromagnetic interference on this street, rendering any signal undetectable." Upon hearing this, John performed a hand gesture for a spell, invoking the wind of what hum upon the street. A gust of wind swept through, leaving the thoroughfare devoid of dust. "What about now?" he asked, searching. 20 meters ahead, there are 2 signals within the 24-hour convenience store. "Are those the only 2? "Yes, sir." Thus, John hurriedly made his way to the convenience store. "Guys, you would never believe what has transpired in New York. It's enough to astonish the world." "Heh, why are you pushing me?" "Shoo, keep it down. Someone is approaching. Come on, folks. Drop a gift and watch the streamer capture a monster live." As John reached the entrance, the familiar voices within brought a smile to his face. "David, you think you can capture an alien?" Upon hearing John's voice, David immediately peered out from beneath the counter, and upon confirming it was indeed John, he rushed out with his friend. "Haha, Lin, I knew you would come to rescue me," David exclaimed, attempting to embrace him. John quickly halted his motion, questioning, "How did you end up here? Weren't the police evacuating the crowd?" David stammered, unable to articulate the reason, while his friend interjected. "It was Jenny's birthday, and I accompanied him to select a gift. During the evacuation, he ran off to save a little girl, which delayed our departure. The aliens attacked, and we had no choice but to hide in this convenience store." John noticed an evident abrasion on David's arm. "You two are quite fortunate." David sheepishly scratched his head and asked, "So how do we get out?" John glanced at David's phone and asked, "Is the live stream still active?" "It is." "Shut it down." "Oh, all right." After David ceased the live stream, John drew a portal beneath their feet. "Well, what is this?" After sending the 2 away, the street was left devoid of ordinary citizens. John turned to face the approaching Chitauri soldiers. He brandished the light blade in his hand. "Oh, light blade, once more? Shield this city." As he murmured, an ethereal angelic figure materialized behind him, followed by a flash of light as the Dawn Guardian appeared. Upon donning the armor, John felt a measure of revitalization amidst his fatigue. However, the sudden manifestation of the holy armor did not instill fear in the Chitauri. Rather, it ignited their ferocity. With a swift stride, John charged forward, delivering a decisive blow that cleaved one Chitauri in two. The remaining soldiers, witnessing this, raised their weapons and opened fire upon the Dawn Guardian, stirring a cloud of dust and smoke. As the smoke dissipated and silence enveloped the scene, John approached the center with determination. Instead of fleeing, you dare to come closer? The Guardian of Dawn emerged unscathed from the haze, charging forth with remarkable swiftness, weaving through the ranks of the Chitauri and harvesting their lives with precision. The heavy blade, seemingly cumbersome, danced in his hands with ferocious elegance. Were you unaware of the law of smoke and invincibility? John halted, surveying the street strewn with the lifeless bodies of Chitauri soldiers. At times, excessive fatigue can leave one feeling utterly drained. After the fierce skirmish, weariness weighed heavily upon John, compelling him to seek rest. The commotion above caught his attention. Glancing upward, he witnessed two Thunder Gods and Hulk collaborating to bring down two Leviathan warships. Whoosh! John swiftly dodged as an energy projectile struck the spot he had just vacated. Scanning his surroundings, he noted that the rooftops were now teeming with Chitauri soldiers. Outnumbered, with hands clasped in a spell, John conjured the form of Akin. Dozens of armored versions of himself materialized on the street. Denying the Chitauri any opportunity to retaliate, he unleashed his abilities directly. Guaranteed empty-handed deflection, the Chitauri soldiers on the upper floors were irresistibly drawn before John by an unseen force. In an instant, the blades in their hands pierced through the chest of the Chitauri. Yet, having dispatched this wave, another onslaught of soldiers surged forth, relentless as locusts. Indeed, it seemed a solitary confrontation against an army was an insurmountable challenge. John accessed the system panel. Ding. Host, John Stark, Lin Hai, experience, 35,044. 000 age, 19 gender, undefined skills, Jade Shield, Armored Descent, Guardian of Dawn, Blink, Phantasmal Etching, Eternal Wall, Guaranteed Empty-Handed Deflection, Radiant Self, Blade of Judgment Inventory, Iron Sword X4. Zhaoshan, Advanced Resonance Potion X5, Minor Recovery Potion X6, Teyvat Amulet X3, Salada Soda X2, Sword Bathed in Dragon Blood, Leather Armor X2, Meteorite, Endless Blade, Preserved Fire Pitch. Doctor's Robe, Preserved Blessing X2, Special Dish, Time of Judgment, Magic Wand, Sky's Pride, Bellsword. Stamina, 171, 150 Mentality, 102, 150 Strength, 163, 150 Defense, 300. 100 Source Stone, 52. Now, with so many draws available, draw Chapter 89, The Hurricane of Toadna. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired Salada. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a dog translator. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the Tai Golden Pill, Black Myth Edition. John's expression shifted, and he promptly retrieved the gleaming golden pill. He chuckled, recognizing the absurdity of its presence here. Yet, dear friends, the tides of offense and defense have shifted. With a wicked grin, he gazed at the surrounding Chitauri soldiers before swallowing the golden pill whole. Today, I, John, shall ascend to immortality. In the public channel, onlookers were left bewildered by John's proclamation. What are you talking about, John? Are you becoming a deity? 2 minutes later, John's voice echoed through the public channel. Never mind. Just consider me delirious. John was utterly speechless. After all, Black Myth is a game steeped in mythological lore, yet within it, the elixir of life was merely a game item. Upon swallowing the elixir, the only transformation he experienced was a restoration of his mental fortitude and an increase in its limit. He had thought he might truly ascend to immortality. Ding. You have received the elixir and wish to become immortal. Why should you reap all the benefits? John swiftly dispatched a Chitauri with a single stroke, evading energy blast while silently reciting to himself. Just 20 more draws. Let us proceed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the power of a master. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Toadadama Armor Summoner. It seemed that the luck of drawing gold early had been exhausted, and he would likely need to rely on the safety net to obtain skills. Nonetheless, the final item obtained was quite commendable. Not merely commendable, but truly exceptional. Given the current situation, the enemy forces were numerous and dispersed across various locations, making John susceptible to long-range assaults. However, they would need to aim at him first. Consequently, John dispersed the Guardian of Dawn and retrieved the Armor Summoner, fastening it around his waist. A belt materialized, securing it in place. He then produced a green energy key, activated it, and inserted it into the summoner. Hurricane Toadadama unleashed the power of the Raging Tempest. Before he could finish his incantation, bullets from the Chitauri soldiers rained down upon him. truly lacking in martial decorum. The Chitauri soldiers turned their gaze toward the rooftop, where the sound originated. To their astonishment, John, who had been shrouded in a hail of bullets moments before, now stood atop the building clad in vibrant green armor. "What do you think you're doing?" John exclaimed as he kicked a nearby Chitauri off the roof. As the soldiers regained their senses, they began firing at John. Hurricane Shadow Dart. John produced a triangular shadow dart, effortlessly weaving through the ranks of enemies like a tempest, systematically reaping their lives. Strike. Sever. Shadowless strike. Cyclone sever. As the wind swept through, the battlefield was left littered with the lifeless bodies of foes. "Guys, I see a green figure moving with incredible speed." "John, is that you?" Tony inquired. "Indeed. New gear. What do you think?" John replied while continuing to eliminate Chitauri. It seems all right, but it pales in comparison to my marked suit." "All right. We can discuss this later. Natasha, have you located the scepter?" "The scepter is in Loki's possession." "Indeed, he is currently airborne." "Loki just stabbed Thor in the kidney and is now fleeing in a flying contraption," Tony responded, weaving through buildings while being relentlessly pursued by several flying crafts. "I merely stumbled upon his trail, and that's not a kidney," Thor retorted, still engaged in battle alongside Hulk aboard the Leviathan warship. "Natasha, are you following him?" Clint asked. Following Loki, Natasha piloted a craft in pursuit. Of course, to be honest, this thing is quite difficult to maneuver. As Loki flew near Stark Tower, Barton released his finger, sending an arrow hurtling towards Loki. However, being a god, Loki effortlessly caught the arrow with his hand and turned to glance at Clint, wearing a derisive smile. Clint also bestowed a smile upon him. In the next moment, an arrow detonated, obliterating the aircraft along with it. The tremendous impact hurled Loki onto the balcony of Stark Tower, sending his scepter flying, which was deftly caught by Natasha, who was hovering nearby, dust-covered and infuriated. Loki seethed with rage, humiliated that a mere mortal had brought him to such a sorry state. As he brushed off the dust from his attire and prepared to enter, an emerald figure leapt up from below, crashing him back into the room. Enraged, Loki sprang to his feet and shouted at Hulk, "Enough! You wretched mortals! I am a god destined to rule." Before he could finish his proclamation, Hulk seized his legs and slammed him back and forth against the ground. Just then, John, having received a message, arrived via a portal and witnessed the spectacle. He couldn't help but revel in the moment. As he was the first to experience such treatment from Hulk, and now it was Loki's turn, he found immense satisfaction in the sight of Loki's disorientation. Hulk then slammed him onto a small step, spat, and slowly exited the scene. "What a feeble god," Hulk muttered as he continued his rampage outside, leaving behind Loki, who was groaning in agony, and John, who was delighting in his misfortune. "John, I have brought the scepter," a voice crackled through his earpiece. Stepping closer, John crouched before Loki, shaking his head in disapproval. "TSK, TSK, TSK, he mused, for at that moment, Loki bore no semblance of a deity. John made his way to the balcony, where he spotted Natasha maneuvering the aircraft toward them. "Let me take care of it," he said, taking the scepter and traveling through the portal to the Statue of Liberty. At that moment, Fury's voice suddenly echoed through the public channel. "Attention! A nuclear missile is headed your way." "What? A nuclear missile? I hope you jest." "What woof. I certainly wish this were a falsehood." But the aircraft carrying the nuclear warhead has already taken off. Fury stood on the deck of the aircraft carrier, his expression one of despair as he gazed at the sky. The scene rewinds 30 minutes earlier, inside the aircraft carrier's conference room. Fury stood at the center, facing 5 large screens. "Director Fury, your team seems unable to hold out much longer," one sharply dressed individual remarked. Fury's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "I have faith in them. They are a cohesive unit." After a pause, he probed, "But I must inquire, given the magnitude of the disaster in the city center, why has your military not yet arrived? The heavy weaponry cannot be transported, and our aircraft cannot navigate the area. The enemy's vessels are more agile than ours." A voice chimed in. "Director Fury," another person interjected, "after our unanimous deliberation, if your team fails to contain the situation, we will be compelled to deliver a lethal strike on New York to ensure that the extraterrestrials do not invade Earth." The others nodded in agreement, while only Fury and the aforementioned individual bore grim expressions. "In 30 minutes, a nuclear bomb will obliterate New York." Chapter 90, The System Strikes Back. "Where is the nuclear missile now?" "Sir, it is currently locking onto its target." Jarvis accessed the SHIELD network and swiftly pinpointed the missile's location. "I can see it." John stood atop the Statue of Liberty, gazing upward at the spatial portal above him. He was aware of the warship concealed behind it, yet from this vantage point, its location remained elusive. Thus, he initiated 2 portals in front of a missile laden with a nuclear warhead, allowing it to traverse back and forth between them. He then withdrew the energy key from his summoner and inserted it into the Gale Shadow Arrow. Tempest Falcon, Gale WIRM. The Gale Shadow Arrow transformed into a bow, and simultaneously, a bird-like elemental spirit, the Gale Wyrm, materialized. Upon the arrival of the Gale Wyrm, John felt an intuitive connection with it. However, there was no time to explore this newfound ally. With a mere thought, the Gale Wyrm positioned itself behind him, merging with his armor to form a pair of colossal wings. With a triumphant exclamation, John soared into the sky like a bird, swiftly approaching the portal. "John, what are you planning?" Tony inquired as he flew closer. "Of course, I'm aiming," John replied, extending his thumb toward the immense warship gliding through the starry expanse. One by one, the Leviathan-class warships emerged from that direction. Remember, when the enemy gives you a thumbs up, it may not be a compliment. They could very well be targeting you. Your delivery is here. Be sure to sign for it. John conjured the portal, and the missile shot forth, racing toward the warship. The explosion was silent, accompanied only by a dazzling display of flames, reminiscent of a festive celebration. All right, time to close the door. John utilized the portal to return to the top of the Statue of Liberty alongside Tony. He grasped the Mind Scepter and plunged it into the energy field of the device, exerting force to utterly dismantle it. With the cosmic cube severed from its energy output, the portal in the sky naturally vanished. As the warship was obliterated, the Chitauri soldiers and the Leviathan warships within the city seemed to lose connection, collapsing into disarray. The municipal authorities would certainly have their hands full now. It's finally over. John removed his armor, and the summoner returned to the system's realm. "I know there's a Turkish kebab place nearby. Care to try it?" Tony lifted his visor and spoke over the public channel. "Absolutely," John responded eagerly, curious to discover just how unappetizing the kebab could be to render everyone speechless. At that moment, Thur inquired over the channel, "John, you emerged from the portal." John frowned in confusion. "I never entered it. But I saw something green fall out from there," Thur insisted. As John lifted his gaze, he witnessed an object plummeting rapidly toward the distant shore, creating a significant crater upon impact. "Guys, the battle isn't over yet," John declared, rising with a grave expression as he focused on the far-off location. Tony, too, closed his visor, capturing the scene in the crater with his camera. "What is that?" Tony pondered, bewildered. "A werewolf? But it's daytime." The system within John was in a frenzy, with a conspicuous red dot on the map nearing a critical flash. "Tony." "John, hold off on any rash actions until we arrive," Steve instructed before hopping onto a motorcycle and heading toward the coast, with the others following suit. "Tony, do you recall the unfamiliar serum within the abomination, distinct from the super soldier serum?" "Yes, you mentioned it was derived from the blood of a blindfolk," Tony replied. Before them stood the formidable leader of the Bouli clan, known as Jean Chauhoulet. Indeed, he was quite powerful. However, in response to a certain individual's assertion that his strength was unrelated to his background, they had decided to confront him collectively. John conjured a portal, arriving beside the pit. Upon his arrival, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sense of dread. "Greetings, would you care for a conversation?" he inquired, brandishing his light blade and donning his Dawn Guardian armor, activating 2 layers of shields, while one hand gripped a mysterious ring, poised to invoke the mirror realm at any moment. Tony, too, readied his palm cannon, aiming at the pit. "Ding. Host has initiated combat. Resources are being urgently retrieved. Beginner's gift package has been issued. Health and resilience bars displayed for all enemy units. Any encountered anomalous entities forcibly weakened into game monsters." John was at a loss for words. "Seriously? I've already leveled up by the time you grant me a beginner's package, but I must admit, it is quite timely." As he raised his gaze, he noticed 3 lengthy health bars emerging from the swirling smoke, accompanied by a white resilience bar and a numerical indicator in the lower right corner. Simultaneously, he sensed that Houlet had seemingly transformed into a pure game monster. Suddenly, the health bars vanished from sight. "Watch out. It's attacking us," John shouted, catching a whiff of a strong metallic scent before a punch sent him flying, crashing into a residential building. Throughout the ordeal, he hadn't even discerned the opponent's location. Observing this, Tony took to the skies. But no sooner had he ascended than a massive hand seized his leg, spinning him around before hurling him towards the same building as John. Hulk leaped from a distance, aiming to smash Houlet, yet the latter effortlessly evaded the attack. Hulk continued to throw punch after punch at Houlet, but the adversary dodged with ease, as if toying with him. With a furious roar, Hulk struck the ground with immense force, shattering it beneath him. He surveyed his surroundings, but Houlet was nowhere to be found. However, the pervasive scent of blood indicated that Houlet had not departed. In an instant, Houlet darted past Hulk like a phantom, leaving a deep gash across his body. Hulk, seething with rage, found himself unable to grasp the elusive opponent. At that moment, Houlet materialized behind Hulk, wielding a uniquely shaped blade. "Thunder moves, wind roars, wither and obliterate," Houlet proclaimed, launching a series of slashes at Hulk. Just as the final strike was unleashed, a bolt of heavenly lightning descended, repelling Houlet. "Ah, I am Thor, the god of thunder." "Thor and his brother, Sol?" descended from the skies, simultaneously bringing their hammers down upon Hulei. Though Hulei evaded, the surging electric force left him momentarily paralyzed. This creature is exceedingly swift. Remember, if it summons the wolf minions, eliminate them first, while minimizing the frequency of its attacks. John, clad in his Tana armor, approached Sol. It appeared that the system had truly exerted its influence, transforming Hulei into a pure game monster. While the multi-turn dynamics of the game had manifested into an ultra-high-speed reality. Let us engage together. Chapter 91 concluded. With a whirlwind slash, John transformed into a tempest, arriving before Hulei in an instant, raising his weapon to launch an offensive against him. With his blade in hand, Hulei struck downward at John. The clash of their forces sent Hulei stumbling back 2 steps, while John was forced to retreat several dozen paces. Thor and Sol swiftly advanced, depriving Hulei of any chance to maneuver quickly. John glanced up and noticed that a segment of Hulei's resilience bar had diminished, a consequence of his recent wind elemental attack. Hulk, give it all you've got. Hulk, with a powerful leap, soared toward Hulei. Thor and Sol quickly sidestepped, and as Hulei looked up to see Hulk descending, he raised his blade to intercept the heavy blow. The impact reverberated, bending Hulei's knees slightly as he felt the weight of the strike. John's gaze shifted back to Hulei's resilience bar, marked by symbols of physical, fire, and wind elements. The physical symbol flickered to life, indicating a reduction of 1/3 in the resilience bar and a decrease of 1/10 in his health. Hulk, hold strong. John lowered himself slightly, channeling all his wind elements into his legs. Tornado kick. In a flash, John appeared before Hulei and executed a powerful kick. The raging tornado relentlessly tore at Hulei's form, leaving only a sliver of the resilience bar intact. Hulk understood, withdrawing his fist before delivering a straight punch. Hulei was sent flying. The scent of blood and the aura of special effects around him significantly diminished. Now's our chance. John leaped into the air, wielding the gale bow, with the elemental spirit transforming into an arrow poised on the string. Celestial arrow strike. The attack detonated against Hulei, resulting in a tremendous explosion. John's eyes widened as he observed Hulei's health bar plummet by 1/5. Thor and Sol recognized the moment to strike, unleashing bolts of lightning from Mjolnir that struck Hulei from both sides. The health bar continued to dwindle, now hovering around half. Upon closer inspection, John noted the absence of several markers in the upper left corner of Hulei's health bar, indicating that the foe possessed but a single life. Thus, he summoned the form of Akin, and instantaneously, numerous armored figures materialized on the battlefield. Once more, tornado kick. Dozens of tornadoes surged toward Hulei. The ground trembled with a cacophony of impacts. As the dust settled, Hulei regained his imposing stature. John's expression turned grave. In the moment preceding his strike, Hulei's resilience bar had replenished, and the multitude of attacks had only managed to diminish his health by a mere 1/10. A chilling wolf howl echoed, and beside Hulei, a blithe wolf soldier appeared as if conjured from thin air. Hulei plunged his blade into the ground, followed by thrusting his hands into the earth. Earth shatter, leaving no trace. Cracks in the ground spread from Hulei to the space beneath John and his allies. Ominous red light emanating from within. Get back. Thor and Sol took to the skies with Mjolnir to evade the impending danger. John harnessed the power of the wind to instantaneously reach the rooftop nearby. Hulk, however, charged forward defiantly, leaping to assault Hulei. The ground erupted violently, the immense force sending Hulk sprawling. Before Hulei, an area spanning hundreds of square meters was reduced to ruin. John observed the numbers in the lower right corner of Hulei's health bar shift. He had entered a frenzied state. The blue number displayed 3, the red number 5, totaling 8. The crimson digits signify the frequency of attacks from Hulei and the wolf soldier, while the azure figures represent their assaults on Hulei and the wolf soldier. Once the red numeral reaches 8, Hulei shall unleash a devastating attack of terror. Conversely, when the blue numeral attains 8, Hulei's resilience gauge diminishes. Thor, Sol, unleash your lightning upon the wolf soldier. Upon hearing John's command, the two deities deftly maneuvered their lightning to strike the wolf soldier. The creature's speed was formidable, but alas, it could not rival the swiftness of lightning, and soon it was left crisp and tender from the electric onslaught. John glanced for Hulei, but the adversary had vanished without a trace. Roar. Hulk, in a frenzy, attacked his surroundings, struggling to match Hulei's rapidity. Observing that Hulei was nearing the completion of its layers, John quickly summoned a portal beneath Hulk's feet to transport him away. Suddenly, an alarm rang in John's mind, prompting him to swiftly turn around. Blade of iron transformed into claw. Hulei's blade arched upward, unleashing 3 slashes of energy toward John. Hastily, John conjured wind elements and a magical shield before being sent hurtling away. The towering structure above crumbled into ruins. John landed on the ground, his jade shield shattered, and the wall of eternity nearly depleted. He quickly summoned another shield and sought Hulei's figure. John, behind you. The thunderous shout from Seoul coincided with the sound of a blade slicing through the air. Time seemed to slow. Two bolts of lightning surged toward John from behind. Turning, he beheld Huolei standing amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses, a blood moon looming ominously behind. The gluttonous wolf chases. Bloodlight descends. The blade of Huolei seemed to resonate with the threat of death, swiftly cleaving toward John with two strikes. All of John's shield shattered. Hurricane's descent. The force of the wind propelled him backward, narrowly evading the downward thrust of the third strike. The blade struck the ground with tremendous force, sending terrifying fissures sprawling beneath John's feet. At that moment, a shield soared through the air, arriving before John just as the second assault erupted. Boom! John was hurled into the ruins. Beside him lay Steve's shield. Why do I feel as though I am under constant scrutiny? Is it because I possess the skill of Jinyuan? Rising to his feet, John gazed at Huolei on the battlefield, noting that the anger value at the lower right of its health bar had restored to 4 out of 4. Your turn is over. Now it is mine. John wiped the corner of his mouth and seized the shield, charging toward Huolei. Shadowless strike. John dashed before Huolei, deflecting a blow with the shield and thrusting the hurricane dagger into Huolei's abdomen multiple times. However, this only counted as a single attack. John, evade. Soul's eyes blazed with lightning as he gathered his most potent bolt to strike Huolei. John hurled the shield, which struck Huolei and then ricocheted back to Steve. The score was 7-1. Raging tornado kick. The whirlwind consumed Huolei. The blue numeral transformed into 8, and Huolei's resilience gauge plummeted to nearly empty, reduced to a mere tremor. Hulk smashed down. Roaring in fury, Hulk descended from the sky, his fists driving Huolei deep into the ground. The resilience gauge was entirely depleted. John dispelled his armor, revealing the formation blade in his hand. My radiance, with resplendent might, I command thee, execute without mercy. The colossal deity swung his blade, cleaving the coastline asunder, and the sea surged forth. Thunder roared and dissipated. The divine presence vanished, and John plummeted from the heavens, breathless. John, are you all right? Is that creature dead? John mustered his strength to respond. Rest assured, it has perished. By the way, check on Tony. He is still lying in that building over there. With his keen sense of smell, Thor swiftly located Tony amidst the ruins. Woof. Thor anxiously nudged Tony, unwilling to lose such a wealthy caretaker. Suddenly inspired, Thor used Mjolnir to jolt Tony's reactor. Oh, what just happened? Chapter 92. Accepting defeat calmly, the others soon gathered, and upon seeing that Tony was unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. What about the werewolf? Was he defeated by the vampire? Tony inquired as he rose. He was vanquished by the thunder god of the celestial realm, John replied, leaning against the wall as he entered. Could you repeat that? The diminutive figure from the Black Tower spun in circles. At the top of Stark Tower, Loki finally regained his composure, propping himself up on the staircase. Yet, looking up, he found Barton's arrow aimed directly at him, with others watching intently. Wow, it seems you have succeeded. Your dreams of kingship have been shattered. John poured himself a glass of wine at the counter and then sat down on the steps beside Loki. He glanced at Loki and offered the wine glass, asking, "Care for a sip?" Seeing the wine before him, Loki did not mind a taste to calm his nerves, but just as he made a move, John reclaimed the glass and downed it in one gulp. "Oh, I forgot you can't move or drink now. I suppose I could have another." Upon hearing Loki's remark, John placed the remaining wine glass beside him and rose to head back to the counter. Having experienced the force of Hulk's throw, he now felt no fear of Loki escaping. John returned to the counter, poured a glass of water, and observed Loki attempting to reach for the wine glass, only to be immobilized by pain. Once Loki finished the wine, John cast a spell with his ring, confining Loki within a cage. With the battle concluded, S-H-I-E-L-D, personnel began to arrive to wrap things up. John asked, "Thor, what are your plans?" "I will take Loki and the Tesseract back. The Bifrost requires the Tesseract for repairs." "What about the scepter?" Steve inquired. "That is not an artifact of Asgard. I'm unsure where Loki acquired it." "You may keep it," Thor replied. "When do we depart?" "We'll leave shortly." Tony interjected, "No rush. I know a place down the street that serves Turkish kebabs. How about we give it a try?" This battle had fostered a deeper camaraderie, and a celebratory feast was in order. John agreed. Yes, that place. Thor contemplated. With John's teleportation magic, he could return at any time, so he was in no hurry. "All right, I'll stay a while then." At that moment, the elevator doors slid open, and a multitude of uniformed S-H-I-E-L-D agents surged in, led by Sitwell, accompanied by several Hydra agents who had made brief appearances earlier, as well as Crossbones, Rumlow. "Thank you for your hard work. We shall take over from here." Steve nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing familiar faces, John took the Mind Stone from Natasha's hands and discreetly affixed a miniature tracking device to its end, subsequently concealing it with illusion magic. "This is Loki's scepter. It is imperative that you deliver it safely to S-H-I-E-L-D. John carefully handed the scepter to Sitwell, exuding an air of utmost trust. Sitwell inspected the scepter, confirming its authenticity before placing it in a box and closing it, solemnly assuring, "Rest assured, I will ensure it reaches headquarters safely." At that moment, his expression radiated loyalty and reliability. The weight of his words carried significant gravity. Had John not been aware of Sitwell's true nature, he would have applauded his dedication. "Shall we proceed down?" As the group prepared to depart, Sitwell intercepted Thor. "I apologize, Mr. Thor, but Loki has committed heinous crimes on Earth, and we must bring him to justice. Moreover, the Tesseract is our project. You cannot take it." What about Loki? Since the God of Thunder's emergence in New York, Hydra had long sought to study him, but their inability to confront him had stymied their efforts. The recent crisis in New York presented an opportunity for Hydra, and while Thor and his companions were powerless, they had Loki at their disposal. "I've sent him back," John interjected. Hearing Sitwell's words, Thor chuckled, replying, "Regardless of his transgressions, Loki should be judged by Asgard. Furthermore, the Tesseract was left on Earth by my father Odin millennia ago. Is there a problem with reclaiming my family's possessions?" Sitwell. Allowing Thor to take Loki and the Tesseract is sanctioned by the director. Sitwell contemplated the notion of leveraging earthly laws to deny Thor the scepter and Loki, but ultimately conceded. After all, discussing earthly law with an extraterrestrial seemed futile, especially since Thor possessed the Bifrost and could depart at will. With the path cleared, Thor, along with Loki and Tony, entered the elevator, while Hulk attempted to join them, only to be met with a unanimous rejection. "You can't fit in here. There's a staircase nearby." John addressed Thor. "Thor, I will make a quick trip to Asgard and join you shortly." The elevator doors closed, and Hulk let out a furious roar before striking the elevator door with such force that it left a dent, a testament to Stark's sturdy construction. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents descended in the elevator, leaving only John and Hulk behind. Hulk violently yanked open the door to the staircase and began his descent, glaring down the steps in frustration before angrily pounding the railing. Hulk detested stairs. There must be hundreds of them. John glanced at the childlike Hulk, shaking his head with a smile, before utilizing a portal to transport himself to Asgard. The Rainbow Bridge has indeed been restored, however, due to its previous fracture. The energy output remains highly unstable. Transporting an individual requires a considerable expenditure of energy, hence the necessity for the cosmic cube. John arrived at the teleportation device of the Rainbow Bridge, encountering Heimdall, who stood guard there. "Long time no see," Heimdall remarked. "Indeed, it has been a while. Where's Thor?" "Thor may still return, but I am here today to escort someone back." John opened the portal above, and Loki once again tumbled down, landing on his back. "Quite considerate of you to set up a floor," Loki remarked with a sarcastic tone as he looked at John. "Of course. I have always welcomed pointed remarks. If clients have concerns, we must address them, right?" John responded with a smile. Heimdall's gaze fixed upon Loki, and he spoke slowly. "Loki, you have violated multiple laws of Asgard. What awaits you is the judgment of the great Allfather Odin." "Oh, Odin's judgment? I must see what that entails," Loki replied, his eyes devoid of remorse, merely accepting his defeat. Soon, a squad of Asgardian soldiers arrived, binding Loki in their distinctive shackles and escorting him away. "Well then, since the individual has been delivered, I shall take my leave now." Upon returning to Earth, John found the barbecue restaurant where everyone was seated around a large round table. The atmosphere seemingly subdued. "Why is everyone so quiet?" John approached with a smile, spearing a piece of roasted meat with his fork and bringing it to his mouth. "Chew. Chew, chew." The more he chewed, the more silent he became. "Is it a bit dry?" Thor inquired. "Did you return Loki?" John nodded. "Heimdall is personally overseeing him. He should not escape." Observing the group's somber demeanor, John recognized that while the barbecue played a part in the atmosphere, the fatigue from their recent battle weighed heavily upon them. "How about we go for hot pot? I know a particularly delightful place in Chinatown." Tony immediately stood up. "All right. Let's head there." Tony had not anticipated that the barbecue restaurant would be so unpalatable. He recalled the hot pot place John mentioned, remembering it to be quite delectable. Not as spicy as he had imagined. "I'm sorry, John, but Natasha and I must return to S.H.I.E.L.D. We won't be able to join you," Barton said. John shook his head, indicating it was all right. Barton and Natasha then departed. "Well, it seems it will be just the four of us," Tony stated. "Thor, Steve, John, and a struggling Thor with the barbecue. Thor, if it gets too tough, just spit that piece of meat out. I see you've been chewing it for nearly 10 minutes. Roaring sounds. Woof, woof." "Hey, don't bare your teeth," Steve asked. "What about Hulk?" Tony replied, "He has transformed back into Banner and is currently in the lobby, looking rather unkempt." Originally, they had intended to eat while waiting, but Tony added, "Let us tidy up," and then set off. An hour later, the group had changed into casual attire and arrived at the front of a hot pot restaurant. The rich aroma of hot pot wafted from within, and Thor's eyes sparkled with delight. Smelling the air, Sol remarked, "What a peculiar scent." The group stepped inside. "Welcome. How many guests do we have?" A server greeted them. John recognized the server from a previous encounter. "Oh, it's the delivery guy," he exclaimed. This server was indeed the same one who had brought them wine earlier. At that moment, a lady of elegance approached enthusiastically, saying, "John, it's so good to see you. Mr. Tony, it's been a while. Are these your friends?" John, in a long-awaited reunion, spoke in Mandarin, "Aunt Lin, I'm here with friends for dinner. Please arrange a private room for us." He continued, "Let's go with the Inyang hot pot, with a regular level of spiciness." Aunt Lin noted the order and instructed the kitchen to prepare. Tony pointed at the server and said, "Mrs. Lin, I presume this young lad has tea been officially named yet?" Aunt Lin winked, laughing, "Haha, he's my relative's child. Working hard here during the break." Tony chose not to expose the truth. Come, please follow me," he urged. As they followed the server, Sol discreetly examined the boy, thinking, this child is not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, at the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, Ancient One descended from the rooftop and entered the building. How did it go? A man suddenly appeared beside her, accompanied by petals of peony. They managed to resolve the crisis quite well. A higher dimensional force intervened. Otherwise, they would have been unable to defeat that foe, the man stated, pausing momentarily. Ancient One seemed unaware and approached a high platform. Removing the eye of Agamotto from around her neck and placing it upon the surface, continuing, "Isn't this splendid? You can see the hope of returning home." The man gazed at the eye of Agamotto, saying, "That so-called cosmic cube seems to originate from the same source as this. Space and time." Ancient One smiled, replying, "Perhaps you can find answers in the library." The man glanced at the eye of Agamotto before turning to look through the skylight, his enchanting eyes flashing with an enigmatic light. Gulyalu. Hiss, ah, slurp. Delight. John, drenched in sweat, watched his companions, who were overwhelmed by the spiciness. And couldn't he help but laugh heartily. "This is the standard level of spiciness for hot pot. You can't handle it?" He raised his glass to Sol. "What woof." Thor, in a panic, grabbed a large bottle of soy milk, gulping it down. He did not comprehend why, being a god of thunder, he was affected by the heat. Steve, with his superhuman physique, could still tolerate the spice. Tony and Banner, however, were completely overwhelmed after their attempts to sample it. John used public chopsticks to transfer some cabbage from the spicy pot into Thor's bowl. "Thor, eat some vegetables to alleviate the spiciness." Upon hearing this, Thor promptly devoured the greens in his bowl. Woof, 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 woof. Thor's expression grew increasingly peculiar as John, unable to understand, remained unfazed. Though he didn't comprehend the words, the tone and gestures suggested some rather vulgar insults. Thor looked at John, who interpreted the unspoken message in his eyes. "It's still your dog." In response, John promptly retrieved a dog translator. The canine translator has the remarkable ability to convert the utterances of dogs into human language. Would you desire such a device? Thor, taken aback by the furious countenance, paused briefly before gazing at the ceiling in contemplation. However, his paw stealthily approached the translator, ultimately grasping it firmly. With immense joy, Thor adorned himself with the translator. Until now, apart from the Thor of this universe, no one could comprehend the words of this dog. At last, he could express himself freely. Thus, he donned the translator and activated the switch nearby. "John, in light of your gift of the translator, I shall refrain from holding a grudge against you," he exclaimed in Cantonese. "What are you saying?" Thor was bewildered. He had never learned this language. The individuals present were equally perplexed, save for John, who, with a slight twitch at the corner of his eye, remarked, "Thor is speaking a dialect of Chinese. Try to see if the translator can manage Mandarin." Thor pressed the button once more. "How about now?" he asked in Wenzhou dialect. "Can you understand me now?" he inquired in Minnan dialect. "And now?" he asked in Sichuan dialect. The assembly shook their heads in unison. Thor, exasperated, pressed the button again. "Still not comprehensible?" he queried in a Shanxi accent. The others continued to shake their heads, while John appeared contemplative, a sense of familiarity dawning upon him. Thor, baring his teeth, glared at John in annoyance. "John, I truly wish to pummel you. What kind of translator is this?" "Ah, now that sounds more familiar." Subsequently, Thor attempted dozens of dialects, yet Mandarin remained elusive. With no semblance even nearby. Woof. Thor removed the translator and hurled it forcefully to the ground. John turned to Tony and said, "Tony, you ought to create a dialect translator." "Indeed, that is a simple task," Tony replied. The group enjoyed their hot pot late into the night. Chapter 94. Inquiry after the meal. Thor sought out his girlfriend for a nostalgic reunion, uncertain whether he would receive a slap in return. Steve returned to his home, while Bruce Banner pondered his situation. "Bruce, would you consider working at Stark Industries?" Tony asked. "The top 10 floors of Stark Tower are dedicated to research, once I transform the tower into our Avengers headquarters." The area will expand further, complete with training facilities. Banner hesitated, responding, Tony, you know what happens if Hulk. Tony interjected, I will fortify the walls. You won't be held responsible for any damage. Setting aside concerns about Hulk, Banner was a genius with 7 doctoral degrees, making him a valuable asset for Stark to recruit. John chimed in, no worries. If Hulk does emerge, I can teleport you to the desert or Antarctica, and once you revert, I will bring you back. After considerable reflection, Banner ultimately agreed to join Stark. In a sense, he was now a wanted man by the military, and it seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had an interest in him. Perhaps aligning with Tony would afford him a few peaceful days, and possibly even lead to a method of controlling Hulk. Subsequently, Tony purchased a villa on the outskirts for Banner to reside in. The trio and their canine companion waited at the restaurant for a while until Happy arrived to drive them away. John returned to the building as his belongings remained upstairs, while Happy escorted Tony back to the villa and subsequently transported Banner to a secluded retreat. Upon entering the lobby on the first floor, a voice suddenly emerged from behind. Well done. John turned to see Nick Fury. Adjusting his ever-present black coat, Fury settled onto the sofa before John, who followed suit. Thanks to you. Earth has been spared a calamity, Fury commended. Come now, I believe without us, your nuclear arsenal could have resolved things just as effectively, John retorted. His tone laced with sarcasm. He was not at all surprised by the notion of those in power launching a nuclear strike. It was entirely within his expectations. While others fought valiantly for the city, the parasites above sought to resolve everything with a single catastrophic blow, and even the most patient of souls would find that infuriating. Fury appeared somewhat embarrassed but continued, it was a decision from above. None of us anticipated they would launch the nuclear strike prematurely, though the process was convoluted. The outcome was favorable, as you successfully defended the Earth. Huh, do you think I might take the opportunity to stab you while you slumber? John jested, coughing twice. Fury retrieved his phone, eager to divert the conversation. Did you create the enormous armor scene on the battlefield? He inquired, opening a file and extending the phone toward John. John accepted the device and began watching a short video. After a moment, he cast an incredulous glance at Fury. I didn't expect you to retain such childlike wonder. Huh? Fury replied, puzzled. He had intended for John to focus on the footage, not to turn the conversation back to himself. John turned the phone back to Fury, increasing the volume to its maximum. Patrick Star, so this is where you are? Hey, SpongeBob. Patrick Star's voice echoed through the lobby, drawing the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents nearby. Fury quickly snatched the phone back, exiting the video without a hint of emotion. This is a home video. The reporter claims there are paranormal occurrences at their residence, with ghostly apparitions frequently darting past the window. However, I have yet to examine this footage thoroughly. Fury then opened another file, confirming its contents before handing the phone back to John. The perspective of the video appeared to be that of a citizen hiding in a corner, the image shaky yet still revealing the scene. In the distance, a colossal golden apparition rose above the Statue of Liberty, wielding an imposing blade and clad in armor resembling that of an ancient general. With a single stroke, it vanquished the incoming Leviathan and Chitauri soldiers. Almost immediately, the apparition vanished, the moment fleeting, and the video abruptly ended. John returned the phone to Fury, conceding, indeed, it was I who conjured that. Acknowledgement of this fact would undoubtedly alert those in power, for the danger he presented, as illustrated by the footage, was comparable to that of Hulk and Thor, if not even more perilous. John was reluctant to acknowledge the truth, yet he had no choice. For numerous recordings were circulating online. A mere selection of these could reveal him standing before the deity, as if he had summoned a Susanoo. Even if one were to argue it was merely a projection, could a projection truly cleave a warship in twain? The projection technology of this era pales in comparison to that of future enigmatic guests. Having collaborated for an extended period, I shall dispense with the pleasantries. I wish to ascertain whether such power might spiral out of control. As the king of agents, Fury harbors doubts about everyone. He would not permit any unstable or unknown variables to frolic before him. However, their long-standing partnership had afforded Fury a profound understanding of John's character. He was not the type to be dominated or to misuse power. Thus, Fury's inquiry was merely a matter of ensuring control, even if it were uncontrollable. What could he do? It would simply add another Hulk to the mix, and there was already one present. Controllable, John pondered before responding. Well, is this ability of yours a product of your own research or something else? Before Fury could finish his thought, John anticipated his intent. Opportunity. There is no need for me to divulge the rest. Very well. Do you have any further questions? If not, I shall take my leave, John stated as he rose. None for the time being, Fury replied with a shake of his head. By the way, when will you clear out those mutated worms? If they trouble me, I wouldn't mind having the deity give you a close shave. The deity? Fury inquired. Oh, it's no trouble to share the name of that golden apparition. Its full name is the Supreme Thunder Emperor, controller of thunder and lightning, chaser of demons, and purger of filth, abbreviated as the deity. Fury paused for a moment before saying, "Could you repeat that? I'd like to hear your recording." Fury felt a flush of embarrassment, discreetly concealing the recording device with his clothing. "Rest assured, after this, I will eradicate the pests within the agency. I look forward to your results," John remarked as he stepped into the elevator. Just before the doors closed, he added, "By the way, there truly was a shadow behind that video you mentioned." The elevator doors shut. Fury muttered to himself, "With that tone, who is really in charge here?" Rising, he surveyed the bustling S-H-I-E-L-D agents in the lobby, his eyes glinting with an icy resolve. Chapter 95. Eyes following the gathering. Everyone returned to their respective lives. After reminiscing with his girlfriend, Thor took the Tesseract back to Asgard. Banner and Tony spent their time in the lab, while Steve worked under Fury's command. As for John, he lamented, "Damn it. New York is under alien siege, yet the university still has tea closed for the holidays." In the days that followed, everything was rather mundane, save for S-H-I-E-L-D, clack, clack, clack. In the hospital corridor, Nick Fury strode purposefully to a patient's room. Through the window, he observed a patient enveloped in bandages, receiving in 4 drip. Fury's expression was grim, obscuring his thoughts. At that moment, Hill approached with a report in hand. The patient has a fractured tibia, a 10-centimeter laceration on the right arm, likely caused by a sharp object, and 70% of the body is corroded. To speak frankly, it is nothing short of a miracle that he managed to survive until rescue arrived. The others have either been reduced to mere skeletons by corrosion or their bodies have been so mangled by beasts that they are unrecognizable. Hill remarked as he perused the report in his hands. "Have we found any traces?" Fury inquired. "None. The adversary is exceedingly cautious and has left no evidence behind. Include Coulson in this operation and expedite the search for him." The narrative rewinds to 3 days prior. Fury sat at his desk, once again opening that document on his phone, meticulously reviewing its contents. "Hey, SpongeBob," he muttered. Upon the video's conclusion, a careful observation revealed a shadow on the windowsill, an apparition that resembled a humanoid figure, yet it was fleeting. Fury pinched the bridge of his nose and set down his phone. How did such a document come across my desk as the director? If this trivial matter truly pertains to the supernatural, it ought to be handled by lower-ranking personnel. Once the superiors have completed their tasks, what necessity is there for subordinates? One must anticipate the needs of their employer. Honestly, even a pest would be considered a subpar employee. Fury glided his finger across the screen, dispatching the document. It would be prudent to enlist the assistance of Hydra-S personnel for this matter, allowing them to fulfill their residual value. The following afternoon, 3 men clad in suits arrived at a residence in the suburbs. "Ned, why are we tasked with such a mission?" inquired an agent sporting a slicked-back hairstyle. "What else is there to do? Besides, don't you find it tedious to be cooped up all day tapping away at a keyboard?" Ned chuckled, stepping forward to knock on the door. After a brief interval, the door creaked open slightly, revealing a small head peeking out. "Who are you?" the little girl queried cautiously. Noticing the child, Ned flashed a broad smile, revealing his pearly whites. "Little one, we are police officers. Are your parents home? We wish to speak with them about something." The girl remained wary, asking, "If you're police, why aren't you in uniform?" "Because we are in plain clothes. We just want to speak with your parents about something important. So could you please call them out?" Ned responded, somewhat exasperated by the child's strong sense of caution. "Huh. Let me handle this," Johnny interjected, unable to suppress a chuckle at Ned's predicament. He stepped forward, displaying his shield credentials to the little girl. "Dear child, we mean no harm. Look, this is my badge. We belong to a special department, and it's crucial that we speak with your parents." Bang. The door slammed shut before Johnny could finish his sentence. Johnny was left speechless. "We should find a way to contact her parents." The two exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a mix of helplessness, never having imagined that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents would be stymied by a mere child. As they prepared to call the bureau for the family's contact information, they suddenly overheard a conversation from within the house. "Susan, what is going on?" "2 strangers are posing as police officers, saying they need to speak to you and your father. One of them is black." Ned discerned that it was likely the girl's mother speaking to her. He couldn't help but grimace, muttering, "That child is truly impolite." At that moment, Johnny exclaimed, "Madam, we are here to investigate the apparition." The room fell silent for a brief moment, and then a woman replied, "Please hold on a moment." Shortly thereafter, the door opened, revealing a woman. Johnny once again presented his S-H-I-E-L-D credentials. "Madam, we are affiliated with S-H-I-E-L-D and have come to inquire about the apparition." At this point, Johnny had shed his earlier demeanor of a whimsical uncle who deceives children, adopting a serious expression instead. The woman merely glanced at the credentials before retreating inside. "Come in," she said. Johnny and Ned followed her into the house, clearly aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation. The two took a seat on the sofa, beside which sat a little girl. The child clutched a pink teddy bear tightly, eyeing them warily, particularly Ned. The woman approached with 2 glasses of water, handing them to Johnny and Ned. My husband usually works late, so my daughter tends to be cautious of strangers at the door. Please do not take offense. Ned shook his head dismissively, responding, "It's perfectly fine. It's wise for children to be wary of strangers." The woman settled beside the little girl and inquired, "What would you like to know?" "We would like to ascertain when the apparition first appeared and if any unusual occurrences followed." After a moment's contemplation, the woman slowly replied, "It was approximately a month ago. It was nighttime, and my husband and I were preparing for bed when we suddenly heard Susan scream from the living room. We rushed over to find Susan standing before the television, pointing out the window and claiming there was a monster. My husband approached the window and drew back the curtains to investigate, but apart from a few trees, there was nothing there. We assumed that the shadows of the trees had led Susan to misinterpret them as a monster. After calming her down, we went to bed ourselves. However, in the following days, Susan continued to insist that there was a monster outside, and we did not believe her, until one day, we witnessed it ourselves. And then what happened? That night, we were watching cartoons with Susan when she suddenly screamed again. To dispel her fear, my husband walked to the window and yanked the curtains open. But instead of trees, he was met with an eye in the darkness. An eye? Upon hearing this, Johnny felt as though he were listening to a horror story, particularly with the dimming light of dusk. Yes, an eye, several times larger than ours. Could you describe the appearance of that eye? Ned inquired. It was. Johnny elbowed Ned, his voice trembling as he whispered, "Ned, do you think that might be the eye?" "What?" Following Johnny's gaze, Ned looked towards the window, where the curtains were tightly drawn, revealing a massive eye peering in at them. Blinking. Chapter 96. Garen and Babel Ward exclaimed, "What in the world is that?" Ned gasped in astonishment, and the others in the room were equally taken aback. Whoosh. The owner of that eye fled immediately. "Ned, pursue," Johnny shouted, then burst out the door. Ned snapped back to reality and followed in hot pursuit. The two chased it into the small woods. Ned drew his gun and aimed ahead of the creature, firing. Bang. The bullet struck the ground in front of the creature, sending a spray of dirt into the air. "Halt. Do not move." Ned and Johnny gripped their weapons as they cautiously approached the enigmatic creature. Just 10 meters away, the being slowly turned to face them. Ned and Johnny's eyes widened in disbelief. "What manner of monster are you?" The creature was adorned with exposed pink muscle tissue and was covered in eyes. Its head was dominated by a colossal eye. Johnny's face and hands trembled as the grotesque sight profoundly tested his fortitude. "Die, monster." Just as Johnny was about to aim at the creature's enormous eye, a shadow leaped from the side, tackling it to the ground. "Run, Garen, flee." The eye-laden creature, lacking a mouth, emitted a sound of concern. "Together, let us escape. Babar, we must run." Ned turned to see that the assailant was an alien clad in yellow spiked armor. Without hesitation, Ned called for reinforcements via his radio. "This is Ned. Unknown life form encountered in the woods on the west side of 131st Street. In a moment of panic, Babar attempted to seize Ned's radio, clumsily asserting in broken English, "Do not call for help. We mean no harm." Ned remained unconvinced by its words. During their struggle, Babar inadvertently scraped Ned's chest with a spike from its arm, causing blood to gush forth. Babar recoiled, bewildered by the splattered blood that stained its form. Garen urged it to depart swiftly. Babar could only bow deeply to Ned before turning away. Johnny, witnessing his companion's plight, was overtaken by rage and fired repeatedly at the fleeing figures. "Danger! Babar, watch out." With its multitude of eyes, Garen perceived the incoming attack and, in a reflexive response, unleashed an energy blast behind it. Boom. Babar stood stunned, gazing at the fiery explosion behind it, and turned to Garen. "When did you learn that trick?" "It was the enhancements from the Zyden aliens that enabled me to do this." "Oh no, this could truly be disastrous. Will it attract the attention of those Earth Defense Forces?" "Babar, we must locate the Zyden aliens." "Indeed, finding the Zyden may provide us an avenue to escape Earth." As the two conversed, they hastily vacated the scene. Meanwhile, John had just finished his class and turned to Molly, asking, "Would you like a superhero to escort you home?" John resolved to alter Molly's father's preconceived notions about them, demonstrating that he was serious about his intentions. The first step was to become a familiar presence in her father's eyes. Molly chuckled lightly and replied, "Come on, superheroes should be out saving the world, not shuttling an ordinary person to and from school." Following the battle in New York, under the guidance of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers had gradually established themselves as the most dependable superhero organization in the public's mind. In the marketplace, the demand for superhero merchandise skyrocketed due to the widespread acceptance of these heroes. John paused momentarily before continuing, "How could you possibly be considered ordinary? You are indeed the woman who has conquered the mightiest of Avengers. However, upon hearing this, Molly let out a chuckle and remarked, David must have taught you to say that. John's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, David did not teach me that. He added, well then. Since the mightiest Avenger is here, my father is here to pick me up today, so I'll take my leave. Molly packed her belongings into her backpack and bid John farewell, saying, see you tomorrow. John smiled and replied, see you tomorrow. Alas, the mightiest Avenger. Ding. Poor John was once again left feeling slighted. After a prolonged absence, the system suddenly made its presence known. You know nothing. That is called appreciation. I could very well be stronger than Thor if I unleashed my full potential. Wait, have you completed your update? After battling the thunderous storm, his experience points were maxed out, and he had received 20 draws. Following that, the system began its update. Ding. Not quite. This is merely a minor feature of this update, allowing for separate conversations. Then please continue your update in silence. John organized his backpack and made his way to the parking lot to drive home. Just as he exited the school grounds, he noticed 2 red dots appear on the edge of the system map, only to vanish shortly thereafter. The current anomaly detection could cover a radius of 3,000 meters. These 2 anomalies were precisely at the edge of detection and quickly escaped, leaving John unable to click on the map for further information. Adhering to this principle of not letting anything slip by, John immediately drove towards the area, and the signal reappeared on the map as he passed by 131st Street. The red dot on the map suddenly disappeared. Could it be that these anomalies have the ability to teleport? Not far down the street. The flickering flames of a small grove caught John's attention, but firefighters were already on the scene extinguishing the fire. After searching nearby for a considerable time and finding no anomalies, John reluctantly decided to head home. The days without finding anomalies left John feeling a sense of confusion. On the distant coastline, Gon suddenly appeared beneath a streetlight, and with a shake of its head, it released Babel from its large eyes. Gon, it must be your teleportation ability, enhanced by the Zidane aliens. Gon nodded in affirmation. A thunderous rumble echoed through the open space. Gon was hungry. Babel scratched its head and said, to be honest, I am also quite hungry. At that moment, the two noticed a young boy nearby, watching them with a wary expression. After a brief glance, their attention shifted to the food in the boy's hands. Babel, with its broken English, inquired, could you share some of that with us? We mean no harm. The boy, devoid of fear towards the aliens, asked, who are you? Seeing that the boy did not flee or attack them, Babel's eyes lit up, and it promptly introduced itself, saying, I am Babel, an alien from Babel, and this is Gon. Gon waved its hand in greeting. Chapter 97. The trio. My name is Sean, the boy replied. Could you wait a moment? I need to deliver a package. Sean said. Babel and Gon exchanged glances before nodding vigorously at Sean. Without further ado, it is paramount that the two brothers have their fill. Sean nodded in agreement and then mounted his motorcycle, setting off towards the city. After his departure, Garen inquired, Babur, is it true that this human 1T alert the authorities? It was only then that Babur recalled this concern. After all, it was their first meeting. And there was no guarantee that the human 1T summoned the Earth Defense Force to apprehend them. Then let us hide for the time being. If Sean truly calls the police, Garen, you shall use your abilities to facilitate our escape. Very well. After a considerable interval, approaching midnight, a glimmer of light appeared on the street. Sean parked his motorcycle in its previous spot, carrying 2 pizzas in hand. Noticing the absence of onlookers, he softly called out, Babur, Garen, I brought food. After a 5-minute wait, Garen suddenly materialized before Sean, startling him considerably. Instinctively, Sean adopted a defensive stance. I apologize for startling you, Sean, Garen said. Recognizing Garen, Sean relaxed his posture and surveyed the surroundings, asking, where's Babur? Garen raised his hand in a gesture of pause, then feigned a vomiting motion, expelling Babur from his large eye. Hi, Sean. I'm so glad you remembered us. Sean lifted the pizzas with a smile, declaring, pizza, extra large. Babur and Garen's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. 10 minutes later, the 2 pizzas were consumed in a whirlwind manner. Ah, what a satisfying meal, Babur remarked, rubbing his round belly contentedly as he sat on the ground, with Garen mirroring his satisfaction nearby. So, you are not affiliated with the Chitauri? Nor have you ever heard of them? Sean inquired. Indeed, I, Babur, have roamed nearly half the universe and have never encountered the Chitauri, Babur replied. Sean continued. This faction recently wreaked havoc in New York, but thankfully the Avengers intervened. Babur's interest was piqued. Are the Avengers the Earth Defense Force? Upon hearing the term Earth Defense Force, Sean appeared somewhat perplexed yet nodded. It's more or less the same. Babur pressed on. Has Ultraman ever appeared on this planet? Was it Leo or Orb? Sean's confusion deepened. What is Ultraman? He is a towering giant, glowing with luminescence, with bulbous eyes and a colorful timer on his chest, whose ultimate technique involves striking various poses to unleash immense beams of energy. Sean shook his head. As for giants, there was indeed one during the recent battle in New York, but he did not resemble your description at all. Is there footage of this? Babar inquired, while silently praying. Please don't let it be Ace. There is plenty of footage online. A quick search will yield results. However, my phone cannot access the internet. Only my home computer can. After a moment of silence, Babar asked, May we stay at your home? We truly have nowhere else to go. Garen nodded in agreement, gazing at Sean with his large, pleading eyes. Sean felt somewhat flustered under their scrutiny. ISNT at your home as well? Babar promptly remarked, No worries. I can take on a human form. Noticing Sean's hesitance, Babar quickly added, I can assist you in delivering takeout, and I require no payment. Just food and shelter will suffice. The deal was struck. Sean pondered that with Babar's involvement, he could effectively work one job while earning 2 salaries. Splendid. He was one step closer to a life of freedom in New York. Let us wait a while longer until the streets are less crowded before we set out. 2 hours later, Sean led the 2 non-humans back to his rented accommodation. This room had been procured for him by Aunt Lin, the owner of the hot pot restaurant where he worked in Chinatown. Originally a single room, it now felt quite cramped with the addition of 2 more occupants. With a little tidying up, we should be able to make it work. We are here to help. Through the collective efforts of the 3, the room was tidily organized. Thus, their journey towards a life of freedom in New York officially commenced. Transitioning back to the present, Coulson was leading a small team through the woods on reconnaissance. Giant monsters and spiky aliens? New York is anything but peaceful, he lamented, clutching a report. All right, let's move on. We've scoured this area and found nothing. The culprits have likely departed. With that, Coulson and his team exited the woods. He had hoped to uncover some clues within the forest. But aside from a few human organizations and some blood, there was little else of note. Ned was lying in the hospital, Johnny had been obliterated. And Coulson resolved to inquire with other individuals. Naturally, the first people he sought were the key figures in this incident, the William family. Following the events of the previous night, the Williams had taken their daughter to a hotel for temporary shelter. Upon learning the location of their hotel, Coulson promptly drove there. Knock, knock, knock. Standing at the door, Coulson rapped on it. In a short while, the door opened, revealing a puzzled William who asked, May I help you? Coulson smiled and presented his S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials, saying, Good day, Mr. William. I am Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. I have some inquiries to make. May I come in? Oh, please come in. After a brief glance at the credentials, William stepped aside to allow Coulson entry. Has S.H.I.E.L.D. dealt with that monster? William inquired eagerly, looking at Coulson. That is precisely why I am here. The monster has vanished without a trace, and we have suffered significant losses. Therefore, I kindly ask you to share any information you possess, as it would expedite a smoother existence for your family. William nodded and asked, What would you like to know? Ned had documented the monster's basic information in the report, which Coulson had reviewed thoroughly. He had a good understanding of the situation. However, Ned had spent some time alone with the William family, and it was likely he had shared details that were not included in the report. When did you first notice the monster? Coulson inquired. Let me think. It was probably the day after New York was invaded. Our family went out to seek refuge, and upon returning home, our child mentioned seeing the shadow of a monster lurking outside the window. Coulson noted the time and proceeded to inquire. Have you taken any measures since your discovery? Has the creature remained outside the house or attempted to enter? Chapter 98. The Blade of Regret. William pondered for a moment before responding. The creature has consistently lingered outside. However, it is likely that due to my wife and daughter being at home, it found no opportunity to breach the threshold. After noting this, Coulson rose and reassured William. Rest assured, Mr. William, we shall apprehend the creature soon, allowing your family to return to your home without delay. Thank you for your cooperation. Coulson extended his hand for a brief shake with William before departing the hotel. Once downstairs, Coulson discarded his notebook into the car and asked a nearby agent, What about the surveillance in the vicinity? Did it capture the creature? There was scant surveillance in the area. Only an old camera managed to capture a vague outline of the creature. The agent presented the processed footage to Coulson, revealing the indistinct figures of Babel and Gan. Coulson instructed, Continue to expand the search perimeter if the creature is located. Do not engage immediately, but attempt to communicate with it. The agent replied, Sir, those 2 creatures killed one of our colleagues. I believe they are exceedingly dangerous. George, follow the orders. Coulson admonished sternly. The agent, seemingly reluctant, flushed with indignation but ultimately nodded in compliance. Yes, sir. Coulson regarded the agent for a moment before entering the vehicle. Both Johnny and Nade were indirectly dispatched by Fury, and since the incident, Fury had displayed no emotion whatsoever. Coulson, familiar with his old partner, speculated that given Fury's previous actions within the agency, the 2 men likely held significant identities. Furthermore, The fact that the creatures had not attacked William's family since their appearance, coupled with Nade's mission report, led Coulson to believe that communication with the creatures was indeed a possibility. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated room, Sean was counting stacks of cash. 10, 20, 30, 700. After tallying the money in hand, Sean could hardly believe it. They had earned $700 in just 3 days. He unabashedly praised Babel, who was restoring the room to its former state. Babel, you are truly remarkable. Babel, flattered, blushed and scratched his head, while Gan expressed joy for his friend. Primarily, Babel's extraterrestrial physiology afforded him superior capabilities, enabling him to deliver with speed comparable to Sean, if not faster. Having amassed such wealth, they must indulge in a splendid feast. Sean raised a bundle of green bills, declaring, "You all stay here. I will venture out to procure some delightful food." Just as Sean prepared to push the door open, a somewhat juvenile female voice echoed from outside. "Sean, today is the weekend. The amusement park is offering a 30% discount." Upon hearing the voice, Sean's expression shifted dramatically. "Oh no, I forgot that Katie would come today." Babel, upon realization, also appeared anxious. "This is bad. An unfamiliar person is arriving. Quickly, you all must hide." The three scrambled frantically around the house in search of suitable hiding spots, while the knocking at the door resonated like a death knell. "Sean, what are you doing in there? Open the door." In the room, Sean and Babar were laboriously attempting to stuff Gen into the wardrobe. Sean called out towards the door. "Katie, I'm in the restroom. Please wait a moment." After much effort, they finally managed to squeeze Gen into the wardrobe, though the door could not be completely closed, leaving a slight gap. Oh well. Sean hastily grabbed a longer garment to cover the opening. Babar, meanwhile, transformed into the guise of a neon office worker. Sean then opened the door, revealing a slightly plump little girl. Hi Katie. What brings you here so early today?" Katie pushed Sean aside and entered the room as if it were her own home. "Haven't I always come around this time?" she replied. "By the way, what were you doing in there making all that racket?" As Katie stepped further inside, she noticed Babar. He attempted to greet her, saying, "Hi, hello." Upon seeing Babar's attire, Katie immediately turned and pulled Sean aside, asking, "Is he here to sell insurance or to collect your rent?" Sean chuckled at her question and explained, "This is Babar, a friend I met not long ago. He just arrived in New York and doesn't have a place to stay, so he's temporarily lodging with me. You should be cautious with a newly acquainted friend," she warned. "Don't worry, if there's any danger, I'll call the police." Sean assured her as he began to usher Katie outside. "Weren't we supposed to go to the amusement park today? Let's set off now." However, Katie brushed his hand aside and headed straight for the wardrobe. "Wait, I left my jacket at your place last time. Let me find it." Sean and Babar exchanged worried glances. Sean quickly interjected, "I'll help you look." Just as Katie approached the wardrobe, the door suddenly swung open, and Gan tumbled out, startling her into silence. Babar and Sean buried their faces in despair. "Gan, was that intentional or accidental?" Gan offered a brief defense, which Babar translated into English. "It says the wardrobe is too small. It couldn't stand any longer." Sean turned to Katie, saying, "Katie, let me explain everything slowly." 10 minutes later, as Sean took a sip from his cup, he suddenly realized, where did this water come from? Babar glanced at Gan, who looked back at the faucet behind him. Sean set the cup down and inquired of Katie, "Do you understand now?" "That's the situation." Katie replied, "So, you encountered these two aliens while delivering food, felt sorry for them, and took them in, and this Babar helps you earn money in exchange for food and shelter?" Sean nodded. Katie clapped her hands, saying, "Well, if that's the case, I understand now. You didn't have to drag it out for so long." "I was worried you might not comprehend and would call the police," Sean explained. "Call the police? These two aren't malicious. Having an alien at home is pretty cool. Not to mention you have to," Katie said, her usual nonchalant demeanor making Sean surprised at how quickly she accepted the situation. "So, are we still going to the amusement park?" Sean asked. "Of course. Why wouldn't we?" Katie replied. Katie suddenly had a thought and exclaimed, "Oh right. Isn't Garen capable of taking on a human form to work? He could get a job at the amusement park, and others would merely perceive him as a costume." Upon hearing this, Sean seemed to experience a moment of enlightenment, his mind opening to new possibilities. Indeed, with a little embellishment, he would merely appear as a costume. At that moment, Babel interjected, "But Garen doesn't speak English." Katie confidently replied, "That's an easy fix." An hour later, the group found themselves at the amusement park, where Sean placed a basket of toys in front of the adorned Garen. "Come on, give it a try." Garen picked up a toy and attempted to use the phrases Katie had taught him to make a purchase. Tadolu, Tadolu. Chapter 99, Out-of-Body Experience. John. "Would you be interested in a visit to the amusement park?" Early in the morning, John was taken aback by Coulson's phone call. After a moment of confusion, he regained his composure. "Are you asking me out?" On the other end of the line, Coulson appeared to choke momentarily before clarifying. "We have discovered a peculiar costume at the amusement park and hope you can investigate." Shouldn't the police handle this? John questioned. It's not that simple. Coulson spent 5 minutes explaining the situation. I've sent you the details of the mission. John activated the projection screen and clicked on his email, where he found a message just received from Coulson. As he opened it, 2 photographs caught his attention. One was blurry, revealing only the vague outlines of 2 shadows. The other was much clearer, depicting a scene captured by the amusement park surveillance. 2 children and an adult were gathered around a monstrous costume. Upon seeing the creature, John gasped, "Isn't that Garen?" "Garen?" Coulson inquired, puzzled. John recalled that this world lacked the Ultraman franchise, and consequently, its monsters were non-existent. That was the name of the creature. Are they still there? John noted that one of the boys seemed familiar. They are still at the amusement park. And the creature doesn't appear to be malevolent. I hope you can communicate with it, Coulson stated. All right, I'll head over shortly. John promptly ended the call, rising to prepare himself. The emergence of Garen, a creature from the Ultraman universe, was likely a consequence of his recent acquisition of a magical wand created by Dr. Fenton. He needed to see if Garen could indeed grow to a gigantic size. If so, that would pose quite a challenge. However, thinking from another perspective, at least it wasn't another monster. If it were something like Yefei or Hyperion, he would be in a real predicament. After getting ready, John drove to the amusement park Coulson had sent him, preventing influenza. Tadolu, Tadolu. Garen enthusiastically shouted while clutching 2 toys, although it was unclear how he managed to hold them. At that moment, a woman passed by with her son and daughter. The little boy tugged at his mother's sleeve, pointing at Garen. "Mom, look, what a cool monster." The little girl, however, noticed the adorable toy in Garen's hands. "Mom, I want that one." The woman approached Jian with her 2 children, inquiring about the price of a doll. $2, he replied. "Do you have any other designs?" she asked. After exchanging a few words, the woman realized that Jian could only utter that single phrase. "Never mind, I'll take 2 dolls, she decided. She handed him $4 and took the dolls, leaving with her children. Jian carefully tucked away the money and resumed his calls to attract customers. By noon, Jian sat beneath a tree, resting with his basket, nearly sold out of dolls. At that moment, Babar, disguised as an ordinary worker, approached and sat beside him, tossing him a bottle of water. "I can't believe there's soda here. I heard from a senior that Ultraman Orb loves this kind of soda," he remarked. "By the way, how much have you earned today?" Jian pulled out the money from his pocket and waved it in front of Babar. $150, he announced. Babar, surprised, replied, "That's impressive. After expenses, you've nearly made 100. Just then, a man walked over and asked, "Hello, how much are those dolls?" $2, Jian responded. As if triggered by a keyword, he immediately displayed the dolls in the basket for the man to see. Babar added, "Feel free to choose, sir." The man selected a pink doll. $2, right? He said, handing over the change to Jian. However, instead of leaving, he continued to linger. "Actually, I've been observing you both for quite some time," he revealed. Upon hearing this, Jian and Babar tensed up. "Where did you purchase that suit?" The 2 relaxed again, and Babar chuckled nervously. "We made it ourselves. It would be perfect for Halloween. Do you have names for your characters?" "Not yet," Jian replied. "How about calling it Jian?" Before Jian could process the name, Babar broke out in a cold sweat. How could a stranger suddenly know Jian's name? Could he be from the Earth Defense Force? Babar. "Jian, we're back," called a girl's voice from behind the man. Instantly, the man turned his gaze toward Babar. Grabbing Jian's hand, Babar exclaimed, "Run." The 2 barely took a few steps before the man blocked their path. Glancing around, they noticed 6 clones surrounding them. John opened the system map to check for anomalies and, upon seeing another red indicating a Babar alien, chuckled softly. 1 Babar alien and 1 Jian. This is quite the spectacle. Babar gritted his teeth and urged Jian, quickly use spatial teleportation. Before Jian could react, John stepped forward swiftly and, before they could comprehend the situation, struck each of them, forcing their souls out of their bodies. "This technique is quite effective," he said. "Now, I will decide whether to return your souls after I finish my questioning." As John retracted his clones and prepared to open a teleportation portal, he suddenly sensed a strong gust of wind approaching from behind. He tilted his head just in time to evade the punch aimed at him. The adversary sought to deliver a swift kick, but John was unyielding. He seized the opponent's leg and flung him away. One must not indulge unruly children, particularly those in their rebellious teenage years. John turned around to face his assailant, who was none other than the delivery man and waiter he had encountered previously. "Sean, are you all right?" Katie rushed over with concern. Sean executed a swift maneuver and replied, "I'm fine." He then shouted at John, "What have you done to my friend?" John chose not to respond to Sean's inquiry, but instead asked, "You mentioned your name is Sean. What was your original name?" Katie recognized John's identity and informed Sean, "Sean, he is John Stark, one of the Avengers. The most powerful Avenger." John, not one to shy away from boasting, added, "Indeed. So what? All I know is that he inexplicably harmed my friend. Just as Sean prepared to retaliate against John, a single question left him momentarily stunned. Is your father named Wenwu? Seeing Sean's reaction, John's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed his memory was quite sharp. Before him stood the young man known as Shang-Chi. Chapter 100. A partnership formed. Katie looked at Sean in astonishment and exclaimed, Sean, he opened your file. John smirked and replied, Young lady, I'm not that quick with my weaponry. Sean's gaze grew increasingly wary. How do you know the name Wenwu? The legends surrounding his father are of the 10 Rings and the Mandarin. He had long known that his father's influence spanned the globe, but he never imagined it reached such heights. Could it be that John Stark, the second-in-command of Stark Industries and an Avenger, was also connected to his father? It was unfathomably remarkable. Observing Sean's expression, John understood his thoughts and reassured him, Rest assured, I am not sent by your father to capture you. How can you prove that? With a mere snap of his fingers, John caused the ground beneath Sean's feet to twist and transform. Even the surrounding buildings warped, resembling a dreamlike state. At that moment, a portal appeared beneath him, transporting him back to the real world. Just the fact that I did not act against you immediately, John said, smiling at the young man before him. Katie, still astonished, asked, Sean, where did you just go? You vanished so suddenly. I just went to a strange place. As for John's words, Sean found them somewhat believable. On one hand, given John's capabilities, had he truly meant to capture him, escape would have been futile. On the other hand, he could hardly fathom that his father's influence extended so far as to involve Stark's second-in-command. Then why did you harm my friend? What are you talking about? They are aliens. Should I have waited for them to harm me? John retorted. Moreover, your 2 friends actually assaulted 2 agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., one resulting in death and the other injured. I have been merciful, merely restraining them for questioning. Had it been some other individual, they would have turned ash by now. As he spoke, John displayed the hospital reports and death certificates of the 2 agents. John pulled a business card from his clothing and tossed it to Sean, saying, All right, my friend, our meeting is serendipitous. Once I have confirmed that there are no issues with the 2 of them, I will inform you to come to this address to collect them. Of course, should your father send someone to apprehend you, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. The price is negotiable. To be frank, although Shang-Chi had its flaws and contained elements of political correctness, John found himself quite intrigued by the peculiar creatures of Taro Village. He opened a portal, pushing the 2 extraterrestrials along with their souls into it. As he glanced back at them, he mused. It's evident that one can discern political correctness at such a young age. After John's departure, Katie inquired, Shall we go to his home and retrieve Babel and Gon? However, Sean lamented, How could we possibly storm the abode of an Avenger with just the 2 of us, especially considering they have taken lives? To be honest, Sean was feeling quite flustered. Then we must wait for him to notify us to collect them, he concluded. Katie then turned to Sean and asked, By the way, we've known each other for 2 years now. Is there something you've been concealing from me? Allow me to craft an explanation, Sean replied hesitantly. John brought the 2 aliens to a remote island. He certainly did not wish for these potentially gigantic beings to wreak havoc on his home. All right, let us hear it, he said. Babel and Gon exchanged glances, and Babel spoke. What should we say? Since your arrival in this world, recount everything you have done in detail, so that I may plead your case. He reminded them, You have seriously violated the law by injuring an official, resulting in 1 dead and 1 wounded. John's expression turned grave as he stated, In principle, you could face the death penalty, and furthermore, you would be subjected to continuous dissection to extract any remaining value. After your demise, your bodies would be preserved as specimens for public display. Upon hearing John's words, the 2 began to tremble. Babel and Gon exclaimed, Earthlings are truly terrifying. John glanced at his phone, where he had been conversing with Fury, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, the principles lie in my hands. If you conduct yourselves well, the death penalty may be averted. I will speak. Babel volunteered eagerly. Subsequently, Babel recounted in halting English how they had unexpectedly appeared on Earth after escaping from the laboratory of the Zidane aliens, evading pursuit, and how Gon had inadvertently harmed 2 individuals before continuing their flight, ultimately finding refuge in Sean's home and working to pay for rent and meals. John remained silent for a moment, digesting Babel's account. He then clarified, So, you both were originally drifting through the cosmos, captured by the Zidane aliens, and then inexplicably found yourselves in this world. Babel nodded in affirmation. Turning to Gon, John asked, Can you enlarge yourself? Gon shook his head. Babel explained, It has undergone too many experiments by the Zidane aliens and can only maintain its current size. Well, it appears I have encountered 2 original creatures that have yet to make an appearance. Oh, so you mentioned that the Zidane aliens have also arrived in this world. Are you certain? Babel nodded. I can assure you. As he spoke, he gestured toward his feet, saying those were implanted by the Zidonians. If we stray too far from them, we shall be blown to smithereens. John rolled up his pant leg, revealing a high-tech circular device that was indeed operational. Does this device possess a tracking feature? Yes, the Zidonians can locate us at any time through this apparatus. John stroked his chin thoughtfully. Reflecting on the original premise that the cosmic dinosaur Zidon was created by the Zidonians, although later narratives intertwined them with the Bait aliens. According to Babel's description, the Zidonians who captured them seemed to be an original creature that had never appeared before, appearing quite knowledgeable and technologically adept. Could they possibly create the cosmic dinosaur Zidon? With the impending threat of Thanos seeking the Infinity Stones, John conceived a bold idea. He turned to the two individuals, beckoning their souls to return to their bodies. Ahem. Considering your sincere demeanor, I can temporarily spare you from the death penalty, but your future conduct will be crucial. If you can assist me in capturing the Zidonians, I could grant you the opportunity to live on Earth without disrupting societal order or causing public panic. What do you say? The terms proposed by John were undeniably enticing to them, assisting in apprehending the Zidonians, who had been experimenting on them. In exchange for a peaceful existence was an irresistible deal. They had drifted through the cosmos for far too long and yearned for a place to call home. All right. We agree. Chapter 101. Waiting for opportunity. Excellent. You have made a wise decision. John promptly drew a portal leading to the villa. Babel cautiously inquired from behind. How should we address you? Just call me John. Oh, John, which Ultraman hails from your Earth? There are no Ultramen here, nor any little monsters. You can research it online. John entered the villa, followed closely by the two. Tony, do you have any spare simultaneous translation devices? Upon descending to the basement, John found Tony busy at his workbench. The surrounding display cases had been expanded, now housing two new suits of armor. Hearing John's request, Tony swiveled in his chair, replying, Translation devices? Didn't I give one to Thor? I encountered two extraterrestrials, and one only speaks Neon. Upon hearing this, Tony raised an eyebrow, then activated the living room surveillance camera on the projection screen. When he beheld Gon's appearance, a shiver ran down his spine. How can there be such a grotesque alien? To be precise, it is a monster. Tony rummaged through his workstation and produced two headset-like devices, tossing them to John. Here, just adjust the language settings. It can also track locations, correct? Tony nodded. Jarvis can lock onto its signal. Then that's settled. John tucked away the headsets and was about to ascend the stairs when he noticed the two newly added suits of armor and pondered a question, turning back to ask, Tony, have you been sleeping well lately? Tony stretched lazily and replied, aside from some discomfort in my back and left hand, I am quite well. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? John, in a teasing tone, remarked, I noticed you've been isolating yourself in the basement lately. I was concerned that the Chitauri incident might have affected you. How could that be? The Chitauri are merely a savage race. They could hardly disturb a genius like me. Tony retorted, So, have you been struck mute by Thor's hammer? Tony fell silent. Being defeated in one move and rendered unconscious until the battle concluded would leave a shadow on anyone. The crises threatening Earth are multiplying and relying solely on S.H.I.E.L.D. is insufficient for its protection. No one knows if the Chitauri will send more troops to invade Earth next time. So, you are beginning to feel anxious? Tony did not refute this, tacitly acknowledging it. I aspire to create a more perfect suit of armor, or to construct suits that can be utilized across various domains. John interrupted, saying, Hey, listen to me. Tony, protecting Earth is not solely your responsibility. Remember, we are the Avengers, a team. You need to bear the weight of every burden alone. Tony shook his head, responding, No, John, you don't understand. Every time I close my eyes, I envision that colossal Chitauri warship in Thor's formidable form. I have watched the footage of your battles with it, and it is beyond imagination in its strength. I previously showed you the data I extracted from Fury's helicarrier. In my view, the InSight program has significant vulnerabilities. If the program is compromised, it could spell disaster for all humanity. That is why I wish to create better armor to defend the Earth. We are indeed Avengers. But we cannot wait for disaster to strike before we seek revenge. We must be proactive. John pondered for a moment and said, Tony, I wholeheartedly support your perspective. But do not overexert yourself. You need not shoulder everything alone. I am here, as are Thor and others. There is ample time. You should balance work and leisure. Make time to date Pepper and set a date for your proposal. That ring has been with Happy since 2008. Tony had more to say, but John interrupted. Just rest. In a few days, I'll get you an assistant. Tony asked, What? If feasible, whatever it creates will be sufficient to confront any adversary that threatens Earth. John asserted confidently before heading upstairs. Tony smiled wryly, saved the data for the next generation armor, and said to Jarvis, Jarvis, please reserve a candlelit dinner and inform Pepper. Of course, sir. Is it the usual place you frequent? No, select one with the best view. After John ascended, he tossed a translator to Babar. Figure out how to use this translator for Gon. I can't find its ears. Just shove it into its eye, Babar said. promptly inserting the headset into Gon's large eye. Gon, say something. After a moment of silence, John said, all right, as long as it works. Suddenly, John recalled something. Oh no. I forgot to ask Tony if he could unlock these shackles. John hurried downstairs to see if Tony was still there. The shackles could only be locked unilaterally by the Zeitan aliens to confine Bobber's location, although it was alien technology. What if Tony managed to comprehend it and set it to counter-tracking? Upon reaching the basement, he discovered that Tony had already changed his clothes. Tony, wait, I need a favor. 2 minutes later, in the basement, the now transformed Bobber was seated in a chair, his shackled feet resting on another chair. While Tony looked at the shackles with a frown, the reason for his restored form was simple. Tony could hardly assist a man in examining his legs. Yet he could tolerate a hint of the alien's appearance. Garen also bore shackles, but due to his grotesque form, he had scurried off to play with Thor. These shackles held some intrigue, though not much. Tony swiftly grasped their mechanism and, with the aid of some tools, promptly unlocked them without triggering any alarms. You wish to counter-track that Zeitan alien, correct? John nodded in affirmation. No problem, just give me a moment. Tony placed the shackles on the workbench, connected the apparatus, and began to input the code. After a brief wait, the program was complete. All right, as soon as the other party detects the shackles' location, Jarvis will immediately pinpoint their whereabouts. Following the same procedure, he released Garen from his shackles. Thank you, John. And to this kind-hearted human. Bobber expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. Garen followed suit. But his exposed muscular tissue and eyes squished together made for an unsettling sight. I've informed Shang-Chi. They're on their way. Shang-Chi? You mean Sean, that's his real name. Bobber realized with a sudden understanding. While waiting, John snapped a photo of them and disseminated information online about the alien presence in the area. The message had been released. Now, all that remained was to wait patiently for the inevitable. Chapter 102. The Zeitan alien. Since the alien invasion incident in New York, government agencies have been dedicated to urban reconstruction and the retrieval of extraterrestrial debris. Today, the Disaster Response Department founded by Tony Stark will take full responsibility for the recovery of alien remnants. This initiative has garnered widespread attention, leading to the bankruptcy of several grassroots recovery workers. Our station will continue to report on this matter. In a modest house on the outskirts of New York, a Zeitan alien, resembling a large, green-skinned rogue, sat in front of the television watching the news. Ah, Chitauri, Avengers. It seems this Earth has yet to be graced by Ultraman, only possessing a defense team of superpowered individuals. The Zeitan alien tossed aside the remote control, approached a nearby table, and powered on the computer to begin researching information. Using the homeowner's account, it logged into Twitter and discovered numerous discussions surrounding the Avengers, with the majority mentioning Tony Stark, followed closely by John Stark. TSK, these two are quite arrogant. Searching for Avengers yields nothing but their names. A sound from the corner caught the alien's attention. It turned to see the homeowner, bound and tossed aside, secretly chuckling. The Jiduan alien turned its gaze, immediately retracting its smile, and said earnestly, I assure you, I shall remain silent from now on, I swear, boss. The Jiduan alien dismissed its baffled expression and continued to browse through the posts. The iron armor piqued its interest. How did this individual become so gigantic? The Jiduan alien stumbled upon a video of John summoning the deity. After perusing enough posts, the Jiduan alien reclined in its chair, rhythmically tapping its fingers on the table. From this perspective, New York appears quite perilous. Suddenly arriving on Earth, I brought nothing with me. How shall I retrieve my experimental subjects? At that moment, an update on a post caught its attention. It featured a video in which John pointed out the window, exclaiming, Look, guys, what a stunning suit. The direction of his finger indicated Garen. Is that Garen? The Jiduan alien observed the well-dressed Garen in the video. And had it not been for having seen the true visage, it might have genuinely believed this was a brand new monster suit. The Jiduan alien promptly began typing on the computer and swiftly located John's residence. Then it produced an instrument from seemingly nowhere, and upon activation, 2 red dots appeared, positioned right near John's home. So, they've taken refuge near the Avengers, have they? The Jiduan alien pondered. It then retrieved another instrument of a different hue, activated it, and discovered that the location did not correspond there. Ha 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 ha. The man behind it nearly fainted, taken aback by such an eerie laugh. What is so funny? It's terrifying, he muttered softly. The Jiduan alien swiftly turned its head and remarked, I laugh at the foolishness of my experimental subjects and the naivety of the Avengers. Such a simple trap, and they thought they could deceive this genius. Were I present, I would have thoroughly searched my 2 experimental subjects for any remaining trackers. Or at the very least, implemented a counter-tracking program. It suddenly questioned, why am I even discussing this with a mere human? Rising from its seat, the Jiduan alien stretched leisurely. Next, I shall gather some Chitauri weapons and rescue my subjects. Disguising itself as a human, the Jiduan alien gleefully pushed open the door. Bobber. Garen, here I come. Hello, delivery. The Jiduan alien's heart raced upon seeing John at the door, suddenly reminded that it bore a human visage, and forced a smile, saying, I don't recall ordering any takeout. John, grinning, replied, I know. John reached out towards the Jiduan alien, and from his perspective, the red dots on the system map shone brilliantly. The Jiduan alien realized its exposure and immediately transformed its body into liquid, attempting to meld into the shadows. However, it found itself failing. What is happening? In the mirror dimension, there is no escape. A blade appeared in John's hand, accompanied by a majestic golden phantom manifesting behind him. Am I merely a powerless scientist? Is this truly necessary? The Jiduan alien attempted a frantic escape. Yet, within the mirror dimension, John had the power to dictate its fate. I present you with two choices. I choose the second. The Jiduan alien slid to its knees at lightning speed. What a farce, there is no escaping it all. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Cursed humanity, I shall compel you to submit to the magnificent Jiduan aliens. A smile graced John's lips as he deactivated his skill and approached the Jiduan alien. He then retrieved a pot of bubbling soup from his system space. Since you have chosen option 2, you must drink it. The Jiduan alien gazed at the pot, uncertain of its contents, yet instinctively aware that consuming it could lead to its demise. Well, I've surrendered, so there is no need to use this to test my loyalty, right? John remained silent, merely placing a knife against its throat. The Jiduan alien immediately raised its hands in surrender. Fine, fine. I will drink it. I will. It looked at the pot of soup, realizing that drinking it would mean forfeiting its freedom. No, I am Lord Jiduan. How could I be defeated by such a trivial challenge? There must be a way. I shall endure. Thus, the Jiduan alien lifted the pot and gulped down the soup in one go. John leaned in closer, unable to discern where the alien's mouth was located. No sooner had it finished drinking than the Jiduan alien clutched its stomach in agony, rolling on the ground. Antidote. John tossed a vial of the prepared painkiller to the Jiduan alien. Now, you must obediently follow my commands, or the poison within you will accompany you for the rest of your life. Normally, after consuming the soup, the Jiduan alien would quickly dissolve into a puddle of mud. But thanks to the special antidote, the toxicity was mitigated. Thus, John was indeed correct. The Jiduan alien had no choice but to comply with his orders, for it could never procure a cure for the toxins in its body, as John's antidote was enhanced with restorative agents. Once the Jiduan alien regained its composure, it shakily rose and bowed deeply to John. My lord. Observing the alien's weakened state, John remarked, you know, taking just a sip would have sufficed. Finishing it all is quite impressive. Previously, out of boredom, John had played a prank on Thor by adding a few milliliters of the judgment soup to its meal. That day, a luxurious mansion worth billions experienced a plumbing disaster. Chapter 103, Contemplation. John used a portal to transport both individuals back to the villa, where the Jiduan alien encountered the still-present Barber and Garen, as well as the newly arrived Sean and Katie. It's the Jiduan alien. Barber instantly became alert, shielding Garen behind him. The Jiduan alien merely glanced up and down, quickly grasping the situation. Barber, you wretched creature, seeking assistance from a human. It realized why John had located it so swiftly. It was due to the tracking device on its shackles. Slap. John delivered a sharp smack to the back of the Jiduan alien's head. No foul language permitted here. Barber, uncertain, inquired, Mr. John, is this? Oh. It is now my subordinate and will no longer pose a threat to you. Indeed, I am now loyal to Lord John. The Jiduan alien bowed to John, casting a furtive, fierce glare at Barber and Garen. Sean inquired, Mr. John, may we now take Babarl and the others away? John nodded affirmatively, stating, as previously agreed, you are free to live your lives, provided you do not violate the law or incite panic. Rest assured. Thus, Sean and Katie joyfully departed with Babarl and Gan. Now, Zetonians, I require your assistance with a task, John addressed them. The Zetonians rubbed their hands together, asking with feigned humility, what is it that you wish for me to do, esteemed sir? John gestured towards two projection screens. One depicted the traditional monster, the cosmic dinosaur Zeton, while the other illustrated the ultimate celestial weapon Zeton as seen in the film. These images were crafted by Jarvis based on John's conceptual descriptions. Now, which of the two Zetons can you create? A Zeton's eye twitched as it cautiously inquired, what if I am unable to create either? John, with a benevolent smile, placed a hand on the Zeton's shoulder, saying, then what use do I have for you as my subordinate? He applied pressure. Crack. The Zeton's shoulder emitted a sound. I can do it. I can do it. Upon hearing this, John released his grip. I have concealed the laboratory within Gan's eye through spatial folding technology. With the laboratory and Chitauri materials, I can create a similar cosmic dinosaur Zeton. Why didn't you say so earlier? John patted its shoulder, then exited the villa, calling out to Sean and the others, who had not ventured far. Hey, Gan, come here. I need to discuss something. Although puzzled, they returned. Mr. John, What do you need Gan for? John pointed to the Zeton. It claims to have hidden the laboratory within Gan's eye. The Zeton approached, wielding an unfamiliar instrument. After confirming with John's nod, it addressed Gan. This might hurt a bit. Please remain still. The Zeton reached toward Gan's eye, and out of trust in John, Gan endured. Are you finished? Tears are welling up. Almost. At last, the Zeton withdrew its hand. Wonderful. Nothing is damaged. The Zeton exclaimed as it prepared to unveil the laboratory. John quickly interjected, Wait, don't rush. In a couple of days, I'll find you a location. Mr. John, is there anything else? Babarla asked. John glanced at the Zeton, which promptly shook its head. No, nothing else. Thus, John escorted them out of the villa. Upon their return, John posed another question. Are you truly unable to create the second Zeton? The Zeton shook its head, explaining, the Zeton you described can only be produced by a civilization of advanced development, capable of managing the cosmos. As a solitary entity, even with Earth's combined resources, it would be impossible to create. Energy alone is a significant issue. Upon hearing this, John felt a glimmer of hope. Energy is not a problem. How much material would you require to create a scaled-down version? That depends on the energy source you possess and the level of expectation you have, was the Zeton's response. John swiftly retrieved the frost box from the mirrored space. Ever since it came into his possession, he had been pondering its utility, and he had now grasped a few tricks. What if it could serve as a source of energy? The Zeton alien promptly produced an instrument to begin testing, but as it approached, it was instantly encased in ice. Could this potentially reduce surrounding objects to absolute zero? John nodded in affirmation. The Zeton pondered for a moment and remarked, it could indeed be utilized as a weapon, but not as a source of energy. John retracted the frost box and proceeded to display 3 sets of data, the cosmic cube, the mind scepter, and the reactor located beneath Stark Tower. The Zeton examined them and stated, all 3 can serve as energy sources. However, this particular one requires a lengthy cooldown after each attack before another can be launched. It gestured towards the reactor. John dismissed the projection and said, I will find a dedicated space for you to conduct your research. First, bring forth the cosmic dinosaur, Zeton. A modified version will suffice. But I have one stipulation, it must be controllable. The Zeton confidently assured him, rest assured, I have learned from several veterans. No one understands how to control Zeton better than I do. John nodded in agreement. If they could summon the cosmic dinosaur, Earth would have a formidable trump card. In truth, John yearned for the celestial weapon depicted in the new Ultraman film, for that was truly powerful. Should Thanos dare to approach, a single fireball could render him vaporous. According to the lore, that weapon had a range of several million light years. Yet, he was acutely aware that under the current circumstances, it was impossible to replicate such a cinematic weapon, and he was uncertain what the modified cosmic dinosaur would be capable of if a fireball could obliterate a building. He would commend Zeton for that achievement. Nevertheless, every endeavor begins with a challenge. When the opportunity arises, he would seek to borrow some vibranium from Wakanda. And with the cosmic cube in Asgard, he could procure the mind scepter as an energy source. The weapon crafted in this manner, even if it could not obliterate a planet, should at least be capable of decimating a city. Energy, the mind scepter. Wait, why should I utilize the mind scepter? Aren't there the infinity stones on Earth? John slapped his thigh, suddenly struck by inspiration. In the plot of Thor, The Dark World, the reality stone emerged due to the convergence of the 9 realms. With the reality stone, he would not require trivial materials or energy. He could simply materialize his desires. The Zeton watched John, who was becoming increasingly agitated, with a sense of trepidation. This human was truly frightening. He wouldn't consume an alien, would he? Chapter 104. Fury under attack today was uneventful. Let us head to the upper levels. Quickly, the big one is coming. What a farce. You didn't even hit a single shot. John sat in the office of Stark Tower. Oh, it should be referred to as Avengers Tower now. Nearly a year had passed since he had tamed the Zeton alien, and he had founded a place to conduct its research, with Jarvis constantly monitoring its activities. Should the Zeton exhibit even the slightest hint of aberrance, the Divine Warrior's 40-foot sword would swiftly cleave through its cranium. Originally, John intended to acquire the Reality Stone, but suddenly recalled that the time had not yet come. Wherever he ventured, he encountered only warehouses. Over the past year, with the assistance of the Zeton aliens in research, despite their differing primary focus, they proved to be a cosmic talent, offering Tony some valuable insights. Tony had already crafted a prototype of the Iron Legion, and due to significant improvements in his anxiety, he had not, as depicted in the series, feverishly constructed countless suits over the year, but rather a modest total of over 40. Additionally, with some Asgardian technology previously acquired, the current suits had undergone a complete technical iteration, vastly outperforming their predecessors. One feature John comprehended was the energy shield enveloping the armor. However, it seemed fate was at play, as Tony continued to delve into the original Mark 42. The Wayward suit, a year later. Ding. System update completed. Update Notice 1. Following the update, the health bars and status displays of hostile entities will become permanent. Update Notice 2. Anomaly detection range expanded to 4 kilometers. Update Notice 3. A fusion station has been added, enabling the amalgamation of any item. Limited to 1 occurrence with a cooldown period of 1 year. Upon hearing the announcement in his mind, John chuckled. System, you took so long for such minor updates? Ding. Primarily, the fusion station's function was the main focus. It holds quite a bit. Show me how the fusion station works. John opened the fusion station, which bore a striking resemblance to a washing machine. Can anything be inserted within? Ding. Absolutely. Will the items fused yield positive or negative results? Ding. It depends on what you wish to combine. John stroked his chin, recognizing that this opportunity was singular. He needed to deliberate carefully. What if I tried fusing the title and Dawn Guardian suits? The 2 sets of armor he frequently employed, if combined, would be incredibly convenient for summoning. Merging title speed with Dawn Guardian's resilience. Wait, what if the resulting armor inherited the shortcomings of both sets? After pondering for a considerable time, John decisively slapped his thigh. Resolved to insert another item. Forget it. I'll toss in an endless blade. Perhaps adding the Master S power and Shadow War Axe would complete the trio without occupying additional equipment slots. Thus, John prepared to place everything into the fusion station. Where'd I insert them? Ding. Through the circular window at the front, open it, insert the items, close the door, and press the activation button. Following the instructions, John placed the items inside, closed the door, and pressed the red button atop. Buzz. The drum within began to rotate back and forth. This truly resembles a washing machine. Ding. The fusion process will require 3 hours. Please find something to occupy your time. Can I still use these during this period? Ding. No. System. Watch my lips. I'm going to class early. Exiting the system, John sipped his coffee, donned his headphones once more, and prepared to re-enter the fray. Fortunately, I am not solely reliant on these armors. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message. It was from Hill. Upon reading the message, John's expression was nothing short of exquisite. An hour later, within the confines of a hospital ward, 3 individuals gazed through the glass at the figure in the operating room. Their expressions tinged with sorrow. How is Fury? One inquired, noting the seemingly stable complexion of the man. John approached, and Steve turned to him, saying, John, Fury is already deceased. He would never die, not even if I did, was John's muted retort, laced with dark humor. Hill, aware of Fury's ruse, furrowed her brow at John's flippant remarks. John, the man is dead. I wish you would speak with a bit more gravity. John shrugged. I believe I am being sufficiently serious. Some individuals can perform poorly even on open book exams. After casting one last glance at Fury, Natasha turned and exited the ward, prompting Steve to follow, sensing her distress. Now, only Hill, John, and Fury remained in the room. Now that we are alone, how did Fury end up in this state? John inquired. Hill, maintaining her somber demeanor, refrained from answering. John clicked his tongue, then approached Hill and forcefully ejected her spirit from her body, following suit with his own. What have you done? Hill gasped, observing her translucent form in the crumpling body beside her, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at John. In this out-of-body state, we can converse for 30 minutes, yet only a few moments will pass in the outside world, and no one will overhear us, John explained. Hands in pockets. Now, shall we speak? After a brief silence, Hill replied, There is a traitor within S-H-I-E-L-D. Yes, I am aware. Upon seeing Hill's expression, John said, surprised, I was the one who informed Fury, urging him to conduct a self-investigation a year ago. He always claimed he was making progress, but suggested we wait until they had exhausted their usefulness. Hill glanced at Fury, stating, Fury has indeed been quietly eliminating many. But the traitor's rank is higher than we anticipated, so he couldn't proceed with the purge? John questioned. No, Fury had identified them, but was ambushed while preparing to act. Hill approached Fury, gesturing to his wounds. The most severe are the burns. Burns? John moved closer to inspect, confirming the damage. Was he caught in an explosion? Hill replied. Perhaps. Fury was initially attacked at his home and subsequently intercepted while fleeing. John pondered this. A sudden assault? Yes, the puppeteer has grown impatient, Hill affirmed. It appears Fury's purging efforts prompted the higher-ups to act decisively against him. Despite the original timeline suggesting the events of Captain America, the Winter Soldier would unfold a year later. Understood. And what of Fury's, body? I must arrange for its removal. Very well. The two returned to their bodies, and as John exited the room, he encountered Natasha and Steve engaged in a heated argument. Chapter 105. Interrogation. Why did Fury come to you? I do not know, Steve replied, equally perplexed, though even more so by the individual pursuing Fury. It was strikingly familiar. At that moment, Rumlow approached Steve from behind and said, Captain, they require you to return to headquarters immediately. All right, just give me a moment, Steve replied. Captain, Rumlow emphasized. We need to leave right now. Steve felt a twinge of confusion and remained cautious. I'll accompany you, Captain, John interjected. Rumlow swiftly halted him, stating, Mr. John. Entry into headquarters is restricted to authorized personnel only. What, as an Avenger, am I not allowed to enter your premises? Rumlow shook his head. That's absurd. If our identities were discovered, the entire building would struggle to defend itself. What if I insist on going? John pressed forward, aware that with Fury temporarily out of power, Pierce and the remaining Hydra operatives would swiftly seize control of the Triskelion. It was evident that the building had become a nest of snakes. But the extent of Fury's cleanup remained uncertain. Rumlow, undeterred, found himself flanked by armed agents who began to encircle them. Sensing the escalating tension, Steve quickly interjected, John, I can manage this on my own. Natasha, perceiving the underlying dynamics, noted that John was not typically one to instigate conflict as he preferred to avoid complications. Could it be that Rumlow? At that moment, John produced his S-H-I-E-L-D credentials. Oh, I almost forgot. I am indeed a level 7 agent of S-H-I-E-L-D. This badge was issued when I decided to collaborate with Coulson and the others. Logically, an agent of your rank should not have the authority to dictate my movements. Rumlow was momentarily taken aback. An agent behind him signaled for him to refrain from escalating the situation. Reluctantly, Rumlow conceded, Very well, Mr. John. But your actions must be reported to us at all times. No problem, John smiled, knowing that once inside, it would no longer be their call. In the office atop the Triskelion, former Director Pierce, clad in a suit, listened to his subordinate's report. What? John Stark has arrived? Have we confirmed the location of the extraterrestrial? Good. Dispatch 2 teams to stand by. It appears this alien is of great significance to John, as Fury has even gone so far as to shield him from scrutiny. Additionally, ensure the other 2 extraterrestrials are subdued. What? You inquire about the 2 children? Do I need to instruct you on that as well? Pierce hung up the phone, rising to gaze out at the scenery. Half an hour later, Steve, dressed in uniform, arrived at Pierce's office alongside John. Hello, Captain. I am Alexander Pierce. This is our first meeting. Steve extended his hand, shaking Pierce's firmly. It is an honor to meet you, sir. The honor is mine. My father once served in the Airborne Division, Pierce remarked, then turned his attention to John. John Stark. Your valor in battle in New York was commendable. Pierce attempted to extend his hand for a shake, but John disregarded the gesture, turning away to survey the room. Is there not even coffee in this place? John noticed several photographs on the coffee table, depicting Pierce and Fury in their youth. If you seek coffee, there is a vending machine downstairs. Pierce and Steve were seated on the sofa, when Pierce remarked, Let us delve directly into the matter, Captain. Why was Fury at your residence yesterday? Steve shook his head and replied, I am unaware. Are you aware that the place was under surveillance? Indeed, Fury informed me. So, you comprehend that it was Fury who orchestrated the eavesdropping? Pierce suddenly spoke with an enigmatic expression, and noticing Steve's bewilderment, he activated the television. Let us watch a segment of footage. The individual depicted in the video was the same person Steve had previously apprehended during a mission. Bader had been hired by an anonymous entity to assault the Lemurian star, communicating via email and receiving payment through wire transfer. This traversed through 17 fictitious accounts before ultimately being directed to a holding company registered under the name Jacob Fiki. Pierce extracted a document and handed it to Steve. Should I be acquainted with him? No, he has been deceased for 6 years. His last known address was 1435 Elmhurst Street. When I first encountered Nick, his mother resided at 1437. At this point, Steve grasped the implication Pierce intended to convey. Are you suggesting that Fury employed pirates? Why? There exists a notion that one should not attribute certain matters to a deceased individual. John approached and took a seat beside Steve. Steve added, Sir, if you truly understood Fury, you would recognize that this is utterly implausible. Pierce rose and moved to the window, gazing at the distant scenery. You know, my position on the Security Council was not of my own volition. It was a demand from Fury. He and I belong to the same ilk. We are both pragmatic. As he expounded upon his lengthy discourse, John leaned closer to Steve and quietly remarked, See, he is beginning to play the emotional card. Captain, I shall inquire once more. Why did Fury appear at your home? Steve shook his head, realizing he was now regarded as a suspect. I genuinely do not know. Did he say anything to you before leaving? He advised me not to trust anyone. John, unable to contain himself, interjected, essentially, he meant not to trust you, old man. Pierce, somewhat irked, glared at John and stated, Mr. John, I expect you to exercise discretion in your speech. My friend has perished, and I must uncover the truth. Regardless of who stands in my way, I shall remove them. He paused momentarily before continuing, Moreover, Mr. John, your situation is quite precarious, should it be exposed. It could adversely affect your Stark Industries. John raised an eyebrow and remarked, Oh, are you threatening me? This is not a threat, but rather a matter we shall need to discuss shortly. Steve, filled with curiosity, inquired, John, what have you done? Pierce interjected to provide the answer. According to our information, Mr. John has concealed the whereabouts of 2 extraterrestrials, placing them in the care of a family with children, while also harboring another alien in a warehouse not far from the Avengers Tower, continuously transporting Chitauri remains into it. Mr. John Stark, I must ask you, do you still stand with humanity? Chapter 106. The deceased malevolence begins to assault me. It is the shared responsibility of all to protect the Earth. Is there anything amiss with my own method of safeguarding our planet? John's gaze fixed intently on Pierce. And let me ask you, as a mere Hydra head, what qualifications do you possess to lecture an Avenger on how to defend the Earth? A flicker of panic crossed Pierce's eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure. Steve, having touched a nerve, promptly inquired, Hydra head? What do you mean by that? At this juncture, I too must reveal my hand. Alexander Pierce, the most prominent Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., has, over decades in power, corroded the organization to its very core. I had forewarned Fury 2 years ago, otherwise he would remain oblivious to your true identity as the mastermind behind it all. After over 2 years of cleanup, it is astonishing that so much remains. Pierce began to retreat slowly. John Stark, you must be accountable for your words. The Hydra organization has been dismantled for many years. John, what is happening? Steve queried, perplexed. On one hand stood his ally, and on the other, a high-ranking official. If such a powerful figure were indeed Hydra, what could be said of the others in similar positions? John asserted, it is precisely because of Fury's covert operations that you are now on the verge of exposure, prompting your decision to assassinate him. Am I mistaken? Had I not come today, the captain would likely have found himself unjustly pursued the moment he stepped outside. I know not of what you speak, Pierce replied, his hand concealed within his sleeve, discreetly pressing a button. Captain, Fury must have entrusted you with something. Seek it out, as it contains pertinent evidence. John utilized a portal to transport Steve back to the hospital. Leave this to me. Alas, having cleaned up such a vast mess for Fury, he ought to reward me with an aircraft carrier for my ardent civic duty. John stretched lazily, drawing forth the blood-soaked sword as he advanced towards Pierce. What do you intend to do? Pierce demanded. John Stark, I caution you not to be overconfident due to your meager power. There are many far more formidable than you in this world. As he spoke, Pierce's gaze flicked towards the doorway. What I wish to do is rather evident. I am merely a passionate university student, not pondering the depths of matters. All I know is that eliminating you, the leader, will simplify the remainder. Pierce attempted to buy time. Here it is only us. Even if you were to kill me now, you would face nothing but endless pursuit and wanted status thereafter. John paused, contemplating. That is indeed a valid point. Fury's cleansing was conducted in secrecy, and many within the agency remain unaware of the true events. Pierce's high status rendered his claim of being Hydra less credible than Steve's reputation as Captain America. At that moment, the conference room door swung open. An armed soldier surged in. John Stark, drop your weapon. Ramlo commanded, brandishing an assault rifle and ordering John to surrender. Pierce retreated to the doorway, feeling a surge of confidence as he remotely activated a television, displaying a video. John, we ought to sit down and discuss this properly. John gazed at the screen, where a squad of commandos surrounded Babar and his companions. Was this a live broadcast? They were all your friends, weren't they? I had intended to invite them for a serious discussion, perhaps even securing a permanent residency on Earth. Implicitly, it was all John's fault for this predicament. Now, confrontation was inevitable. Bare-handed combat ensued. Watching the soldiers attempt to capture them in a manner akin to seizing children or animals, John scratched his face, reflecting on the adage that different fields yield different challenges. I wish your subordinates good fortune. Although Sean was still young, he had undergone rigorous training previously. The only distinction between him and Natasha now lay in age and experience. As for Babar and Gan, they were experimental subjects of the Zidane people, having undergone modifications, rendering ordinary tranquilizers ineffective, while bullets had limited impact. Pierce, observing John's unperturbed demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety. He swiftly switched to another feed, revealing a warehouse, the very base he had secured for the Zidane. Yet, John remained unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Pierce produced a communicator and commanded, initiate entry. Upon hearing the order, the combat team within the broadcast began their assault on the warehouse. Whoosh, bang, bang, take cover. There are turrets. The footage displayed several turrets, integrating Charita technology, springing to life at the corners of the warehouse, unleashing lasers upon the invading special forces. John crossed his arms, leaning against the table, and regarded Pierce. Come now, what else do you have? I shall quietly observe your performance. Pierce remained silent, yet any discerning observer could see his mounting fury. As expected, he abruptly turned and exited the conference room. Ah, have you been rattled? Don't leave, John said, dashing forward with his sword, but to his surprise, Pierce was surprisingly swift, already reaching the elevator. Fire! The Special Forces captain commanded, and a torrent of bullets surged towards John. The Jade Shield materialized, deflecting the elemental impact that sent the foremost soldier flying. John charged forward, but Pierce had already slipped into the elevator, just as John reached out to seize him. A massive creature hurtled from the side, colliding with John and sending him crashing through the glass ceiling of the building. With a resounding crash, John landed on the ground floor, creating fissures in the surface. What on earth was that? John stood, momentarily dazed, shaking his head as he glanced at the blood dripping from his sword. It was certainly not his own. It belonged to the entity that had just struck him. Commander, did you see that? Ding! It is a zombie abomination. Roar! A colossal creature smashed through the ceiling, sending the crowd into a panic. John recognized the monstrosity before him. It was undoubtedly a zombie. I knew Fury mishandled this situation. The abomination's corpse had been recovered by Shide, and now the creature before him was stitched together, its eyes devoid of color, resembling a scientific abomination. John recalled that in the series Agents of Shide, Coulson was resurrected using a certain serum. Now, Coulson was alive, and Hydra had evidently applied this technology to the abomination. John flicked the blood from the blade of his sword, pointing it menacingly at the abomination. The fusion chamber continued its mundane task, but it mattered little to John. This abomination was insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Friends, remember to save your unsaved files on your computers. If anything goes awry and you lose them, I will not be held accountable, he advised the surrounding Shide personnel before charging towards the abomination with his sword raised. Chapter 107. Shirt on phantom etching. John transformed into a half-phantom, his strength amplified. He surged forward in a flash, leaving a trail of sparks and lightning. And in a single encounter, he inflicted a deep wound upon the abomination's chest. Simultaneously, the raging lightning continued to ravage its form. Since the abomination had been resurrected through technology, its reflexes and strength were diminished compared to its original state. Thus, John faced far less pressure than he had previously. With a roar, the abomination raised its fists, ready to strike down, but John was swifter, bringing his sword down in a decisive arc. The abomination, akin to a frame frozen in time, knelt before John, accepting the blade. Realizing that the abomination's grip on the sword prevented him from withdrawing it, John leapt forward, stepping onto the abomination's knee, and delivered a powerful kick to its right cheek, forcing it back. Suddenly, the hall's intercom crackled to life. John Stark has unlawfully conducted biological experiments using Chitauri remnants and attempted to steal classified Shide information. He is now classified as a high-risk fugitive. In quick succession, an array of task forces emerged from all directions, encircling him. Some staff members looked on in fear and confusion, unable to comprehend how such a revered Avenger could be marked as a wanted criminal by Shide. Furthermore, Captain Steve Rogers is also implicated in the assassination of Director Nick Fury and is now listed as a wanted individual. The mention of Steve's name elicited a wave of astonishment from the crowd. Pierce, observing the surveillance footage, hesitated momentarily before instructing his associate, initiate the Insight program. But our 3 aircraft carriers are not yet ready. Just ensure they can fly and fire. Hurry. Pierce's demeanor grew increasingly frantic, as John's actions had completely disrupted his plans. Due to Fury's covert cleanup operations, he had already expedited the Insight program's timeline, and now, launching prematurely would surely yield less than optimal results. He could only hope that the Zola algorithm would provide some assistance. In the hall, dozens of dark gun barrels were aimed at John, including laser weapons crafted from research on Chitauri technology. A voice called out, "John Stark, lower your weapon and surrender immediately." John regarded the soldiers with a calm demeanor and replied slowly, "You should know that these weapons cannot harm me. Some of you are merely following orders, while others among you are Hydra infiltrators with an Shide. I cannot distinguish between you, nor do I desire to eliminate you all indiscriminately. Therefore, let us each take a step back. You lower your weapons, and I will bring Pierce to you, resulting in a mutually beneficial resolution." The surrounding soldiers exchanged glances, but ultimately chose to tighten their grips on their firearms. Very well, it appears there is nothing left to discuss. With a deft gesture, John formed a singular seal, unleashing the form of Akin, instantly creating duplicates that filled the entire arena. At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded from outside, prompting John to turn his gaze, only to behold 3 colossal aircraft carriers ascending into the sky. What on earth have they completed them so swiftly? John marveled, astonished by the unprecedented efficiency of these old white men. In the monitoring room, Pierce observed John's expression, finally revealing a triumphant smile. He announced over the intercom, "John, surrender yourself. The Insight plan has been initiated. The 3 carriers will eradicate all entities harmful to the world, yourself included." Yet, John remained unfazed. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, have you managed to finalize things on your end? Oh, then release Jidu in for a test run." Practical experience is the only true measure of truth. What do you mean unprepared? I am being targeted by 3 aircraft carriers, and you dare to utter such nonsense? Hurry. Send me my current coordinates. Ding. Host. Why not summon the deity to take down the carriers? What do you mean take down? Those are my carriers. If I assist Fury in disposing of such a significant tale, should he not reward me with one? In other words, does that not imply it is my own property? Ding. What if Fury refuses? That is not for him to decide. If he does not comply, he shall remain in the hospital indefinitely. Ding. Host. You are rather shameless. Humph. Acquiring the carriers is not for throwing parties. They are not unusable. At worst, I'll simply send him a fried egg for his survival later. Of course, the primary goal remains to release Jade for practical testing. The Jade aliens are remarkably efficient. Approximately 6 months ago, the cosmic dinosaur Jade was already in gestation. However, due to some excessive noise during development, Fury's attention was drawn. It was John who had assured the creation of this formidable tool designed to counter extraterrestrial threats, which would undoubtedly astonish him, along with the promise of a lavish dinner worth thousands. Only then did Fury agree to keep matters under wraps. John Stark. Cease your futile struggle. In the face of this iron tide, your multitude of duplicates will be of no avail. The smugness on Pierce's face was evident, as he seemed convinced that victory was assuredly his. Once John Stark was dealt with, he would merely handle the pressure from Stark Industries and subsequently eliminate Rogers. Truly a glorious day for Hydra. Pierce muttered to himself, at which point a staff member informed him. Sir, we have detected an unidentified object approaching at 2 Mach. Have the carriers eliminated, Pierce replied casually. Outside the 3 Arc-Wing building, the 3 aircraft carriers were slowly ascending, several hundred meters above the ground. At that moment, receiving directives from below, one of the carriers redirected its cannons, aiming at the oncoming unidentified object. Boom, 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 the cannon fire erupted. As the flames subsided, the spectators beheld an oddly shaped alien, somewhat resembling a longhorn beetle. What is that thing? A staff member quipped. Pierce snapped, quickly, analyze what that is. The cannon of the aircraft carrier pivoted once more, poised to unleash a barrage. But alas, it was denied the opportunity to launch. Jade spread his arms wide, his luminous organ at the chest coalescing into a terrifying fireball. Even those on the ground could sense an intense heat emanating from it. Observing this, John quickly interjected, Hey, tone it down a bit. Don't blow us to smithereens. Complying with the command, Jade reduced the fireball's intensity slightly before directing it towards the aircraft carrier. Boom. The corner of the carrier erupted in a violent explosion, the steel melting into molten iron. Moreover, as it struck the power system, a section of the carrier tilted, plummeting towards the ground. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing that sound. Surely, that could not be a mere basic attack, one of them quietly mused. John snapped his fingers, prompting Jade above to launch another fireball at the descending carrier. Boom. Flames soared into the sky, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Its maximum potential was said to be capable of generating a fireball at 1,000,000 degrees. Pierce, tell me, who should surrender now? Chapter 108. Back to gaming, of course. The 1,000,000-degree fireball was merely a figure stated in the lore, and both its reality and execution would never reach such extremes. However, it did not hinder John from intimidating them, especially since he had indeed incapacitated an aircraft carrier with 2 fireballs. Jade, the 3-meter-tall cosmic dinosaur, descended directly into the hull, causing even the most audacious to hesitate. In the monitoring room, Pierce's eyes widened. He was aware of John S.'s secret research, but who could have anticipated such an outrageous outcome? Everyone, do not move. A voice rang out from outside the door. Turning their gaze, they beheld Fury, clad in a black trench coat and bandaged, being wheeled in by Hill. Upon seeing that Fury had survived, Pierce was preparing to gather his belongings and take refuge, but just as he opened the door, Agent Sharon stood at the threshold. Gun drawn. I am a council member. Are you certain you want to proceed with this? Pierce attempted to reason with her. Apologies, but I trust them, Sharon replied. In truth, her trust lay primarily with Steve, especially with Fury now present before them. Everyone, lay down your weapons, Fury proclaimed loudly. The soldiers present, whether Hydra or not, had all encountered Fury before, and with Jade looming beside him as a deterrent, the first soldier immediately relinquished his weapon. With one, soon came another, and before long, all had surrendered their arms. From the shadows, Rumlow and the remaining Hydra operatives sensed the shift and began to stealthily withdraw. Fury glanced at John and pointed at Jade, asking, What is that? A beetle? A cosmic dinosaur named Jade. Call it what you will, John replied, his hands tucked into his pockets as he walked alongside Fury. Steve has T come looking for you? I sought him out and entrusted him with a significant mission. Meanwhile, in the control center of one of the aircraft carriers, Steve stared intently at the masked figure before him. Steve, I have it under control here, he said. I still have a situation on my hands. Steve released his headphones and grasped his shield. Bucky, I truly wish it were you, he murmured to himself before charging towards the masked figure ahead. Inside the building, Fury remarked, I had initially intended for Steve and the others to handle this matter, but I didn't anticipate your sudden intervention. John shrugged. They attacked my secret base. I acted in self-defense. Moreover, I've helped you eliminate a significant threat. Most of Hydra has been flushed out. Don't you think a token of appreciation is in order? Fury's brow furrowed, sensing trouble. Just say it. What do you want? That airborne aircraft carrier looks splendid, John replied. There's nothing to negotiate. I plan to use it as the Avengers aerial base. There's no room for discussion. Forget it. I can manage without you. Manage? You mean being ambushed at home and then on the run, only to seek refuge at Steve's place while still being hunted? In the end, it was only the pufferfish toxin that saved your skin and diverted attention. Without my intervention, S.H.I.E.L.D. would likely have fallen. The original narrative indeed confirmed this. As the Insight program's 3 aircraft carriers crashing caused significant losses, compounded by Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D., leading to its eventual descent into secrecy. Upon hearing this, Fury felt his pride wounded. He had believed he was privy to the identities of most Hydra agents within the organization and thought he had everything under control, unaware that the mastermind behind Hydra was a longtime friend and former superior. Let us each take a step back. You can have the downed aircraft, Fury suggested. Sensing John's desire to negotiate further, he interjected, I'll repair it for you free of charge. Deal, John conceded, recognizing that he could extract no further concessions from Fury. Fury gestured towards the stoic Sitwell standing behind him. John understood and replied, Rest assured, this is merely a test subject. I will ensure proper documentation upon completion. Fury nodded in agreement. As they approached the elevator, the door slid open just in time for Sharon to emerge, holding Pierce at gunpoint. John observed with a smirk, Oh, not fleeing now? At that moment, Pierce could not muster a smile. Fury, I'm genuinely glad you're still alive, he managed to say, feigning surprise. But upon receiving no response, he awkwardly chuckled. You seem rather eager for my demise. Huh, how could that be? You know our history. Before he could finish, Fury fired 3 quick shots. Bang, bang, bang. Efficient and decisive, Pierce fell lifelessly to the ground. John approached to inspect the body, clicking his tongue in disapproval. 2 shots to the body and 1 to the head. Even a deity couldn't save him now. Turning back to Fury, he remarked. I expected you to reminisce or keep him alive for interrogation. I have plenty of ways to extract the remaining information. It's safer to eliminate him now. Fury replied as he holstered his weapon, and Hill urged him into the elevator. Are you staying for coffee? I must return to the fight. My teammates are waiting for me. At that moment, John suddenly recalled a question. What is your plan for those 2 aircraft carriers? I instructed Steve to replace the control chip on the aircraft carrier with the one I had prepared for him. The initial intention was to trigger the self-destruction of the vessel. However, your unexpected intervention necessitated a modification of the program, allowing us to save 2 ships. Just as I was about to speak, the elevator doors closed. Resolving a cinematic plot that typically spans 2 hours within a mere 3 to 4 hours felt rather off to John, who scratched his head in frustration, fearing he might lose his hair. At that moment, Sharon cautiously inquired, Mr. John, is Steve currently aboard the helicarrier? It seemed likely. John peered through the window towards the distant helicarrier, observing the activity that suggested they had succeeded. Suddenly, he recalled that during the events of Captain America, Civil War, Steve had developed a connection with this individual, prompting him to teasingly ask, So, you're quite concerned about Steve, aren't you? By the way, what made you think of capturing Pierce? Because I trust you all, she replied. Trust in Steve, I presume? The young girl blushed. Ah, the joys of youth, John mused. Before turning to stride towards S.H.I.E.L.D., Sharon, perplexed, noted that by age, she was actually older than John. In the distance, beneath the helicarrier, Steve, battered and bruised, gradually sank into the water. Suddenly, a silver mechanical hand grasped him and dragged him towards the shore. Only after pulling Steve to safety did the hand's owner depart, casually leaving the shield atop Steve. Meanwhile, within an abandoned military base, a computer from the last century flickered to life, revealing the face of a Mediterranean man on the screen. Chapter 109. Understanding the boss's intentions. John circled around the shirt on, examining it closely and occasionally tapping it with his hand. Remarkably, aside from its slightly lighter color and shorter stature, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the television version. After satisfying his curiosity, John utilized a portal to return the shirt on. He glanced around at the busy personnel, realizing he had no further business here. Whether S.H.I.E.L.D. would revert to underground operations was a matter for Fury to ponder. John opened a portal to the Avengers Tower office and stepped through. Upon returning to his chair, he donned his headphones and reopened the game. Brothers, I am back. Let us dive into another round. Wait. Where have you been for the past 3 hours? Saving the world. I don't believe you. in S-H-I-E-L-D. Once John had departed, the previously immobile abomination swiftly transformed back into human form, casually grabbing an article of clothing before making his escape. His actions were merely orders carried out, hoping that the higher-ups would not notice him. Back in the office, John found himself once again at a stalemate with his opponent, exhaling deeply as he reclined in his chair. At that moment, his phone rang. "Hello? Sir, what is your assessment?" "Quite impressive. It doesn't pill or emit any odor. And my children adore it." "Sir, what are you referring to?" "Nothing. What about the laboratory losses?" "Aside from the entrance being damaged, everything else is relatively intact. Those intruders were eliminated by the automated defense turrets before they could step inside." "Oh, so the experimental equipment is essentially destroyed?" Not entirely. The samples and the experimental site have also sustained significant damage, haven't they?" The adult acknowledged. "I understand. Please compile a list for me, and I shall forward it to S-H-I-E-L-D for reimbursement." "Very well," the adult replied. The Zitan alien glanced back at the apparatus, pristine as if freshly crafted, silently envisioning it as if it had endured a nuclear blast. Indeed, in this line of work, one must constantly contemplate what the boss desires. "Little G, why does Zitan remain so diminutive?" "Sir, the current research conditions can only sustain Zitan at this size. However, though small, it is complete in essence, possessing all requisite functions. As for its power, I believe you have witnessed it." You performed admirably this time. What reward do you seek?" "Oh, serving you is reward enough, sir." "Ah, your awareness is commendable, hence I shall forego the reward." "Wait, sir," but before the words could fully escape, John abruptly ended the call as the enemy had encroached. Shortly thereafter, John's phone rang again. Peering at the screen, he saw it was Tony calling. "Hello? Has there been a skirmish at the experimental base beside the mansion? Did Fury finally lose his composure?" "Oh, not Fury. It's Hydra, that nefarious organization nearly dismantling S-H-I-E-L-D. Hydra? I believe I recall something about them. Rest assured, the automated turrets have annihilated them all. I trust in the automated defense systems I designed. I'm calling because the abandoned building you were previously interested in is experiencing complications." "Understood. I will check it out after I finish this round." Tony, with no further ado, hung up and returned to his research. Meanwhile, John continued to face elimination. An hour later, he removed his headset, leaned back in his chair, and pinched the bridge of his nose. Not in the best form today, perhaps another time. After sending a message to his comrades, John exited the game and noticed an email awaiting him. Upon inspection, it was a message from Fury. Typically, this indicated a mission briefing. John promptly closed it, deciding to revisit the document later, as more pressing matters beckoned. Reality gem, here I come. Within an abandoned building, a group of children played. "Hey, let me show you something fun." One child climbed the stairs and hurled a bottle from a height, and the next moment, the bottle vanished into thin air. The other children gasped, believing this was the spectacle promised. Suddenly, the missing bottle reappeared overhead and fell once more. Unfazed, the other children picked up nearby drink bottles and cans, tossing them down. They too vanished at a certain altitude, only to re-emerge from above. "This is astonishing." At that moment, Jane and Daisy arrived, with Daisy's new boyfriend at the wheel. "Is this the place?" Daisy queried, her expression tinged with skepticism as she pointed at the building. Jane shook the device in her hand, confidently asserting, "Indeed, this is the location. I hope there are no monsters lurking to startle me from the shadows," Daisy quipped, and with that, they ventured into the building. Upon entering, they immediately discovered a young boy who, astonishingly, was single-handedly lifting a car. "Oh, pinch me," Daisy exclaimed, feeling as though she were in a dream. Her boyfriend promptly obliged, pinching her arm, causing her to gasp in surprise. "Ouch, be gentle." Jane approached the boy and inquired, "Are you here alone?" The child shook his head and pointed towards the stairs in the distance. "No, I came with them." Jane turned to see other children playing nearby, which relieved her. She then gazed at the levitating car and asked, "Do you know what is happening here?" "I don't know. We just discovered it like this." "As if there is no gravity," the boy replied. Jane proceeded to activate the device in her hand for further analysis, while Daisy, more impulsive, walked over to the car. With a gentle leap, she too began to float. "Wow, I feel as if I'm walking on the moon," she exclaimed, though lamenting that only the area around the car exhibited such low gravity. "Let us go check over there." Jane and the others made their way back to the stairs, where they encountered the remaining children and a series of beverage bottles that were continuously falling and rising. Daisy attempted to throw a bottle, and like the others, it fell back down the staircase. "Let me give it a try," her boyfriend said excitedly, tossing an object, only for it to vanish into thin air. "Well, it seems I'll need to buy a new one." Daisy looked at him in disbelief. "Did you just throw my car keys?" Her boyfriend sheepishly scratched his head. At that moment, Jane's device emitted an alarm. "What is happening?" Daisy leaned in, choosing to overlook her boyfriend's blunder. "There is an anomalous reaction. Reminiscent of when Thor first arrived, Jane said, her brow furrowing. Could Thor have returned? She pondered, shaking her head. If Thor were indeed present, he would have arrived via the Bifrost or through John's portal, and the current situation clearly did not align with that possibility.